Chapter 1. A son-in-law? Not even a dog would accept this. Is there still no way to contact Ran? This unfilial daughter. Doesn't she realize what day it is? How dare she? How dare she? Shen Yan felt engulfed by a cacophony. The crystal chandelier overhead dazzling his eyes as he turned, bewildered, to survey his surroundings. The opulent hall was adorned with an array of flowers flanking the stage. Its decor exuded a solemn grandeur, with a bustling crowd gathered both on and off the stage. In just 2 seconds, he comprehended the absurdity of his situation. He had traversed into a realm devoid of spiritual energy and cultivators. Without spiritual essence, the very notion of magical prowess ceased to exist. Today marked his engagement banquet. Just moments ago, he had been inundated with unresolved affairs from his sect, burdened by troublesome disciples, and now he found himself amidst an engagement ceremony. The ridiculousness escalated when, mere moments prior, his fiancée, Ran, was whisked away by her white moonlight in full view of the gathered crowd. The original host of this body had succumbed to heartache in that very instant. TSK. Shen Yan clicked his tongue, feeling a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Was this not the epitome of a pitiable fate? He endeavored to unearth the memories of the original host, who also bore the name Shen Yan. Upon their initial encounter in university, he had been utterly captivated by Ran's ethereal beauty. Thus began a 5-year pursuit marked by unwavering devotion. Like many lovesick fools, the original host's romantic saga unfolded with a clicked beginning, a heart-wrenching and steadily declining middle, culminating in a hasty conclusion. Such a trajectory was commonplace in the bustling halls of the Shanghai Stock Exchange. To his utter astonishment, the original host found a semblance of sweetness in this narrative. Shen Yan felt a twinge of disdain. Had circumstances proceeded normally, the original host would have never had a chance with Ran. She was not only stunningly beautiful, but also hailed from the prestigious Shao family, a prominent lineage in Anhai City, with their enterprises sprawling throughout the city. In stark contrast, the original host had become a mere mathematics teacher at a high school after graduation, earning a meager salary of just over 3,000, living a life that was painfully predictably an unworthy match for Ran. Were it not for the intervention of the Shao family's patriarch, it would have been inconceivable for someone like the original host to even dream of stepping into the Shao household. Yet, it was precisely the patriarch's endorsement that solidified the original host's belief in their destined union. How could someone of such stature, amidst a sea of suitors, choose him? This misguided perception led the original host to an unbearable reality when Ran eloped with her white moonlight, resulting in his immediate demise. As he perused the life of the lovesick fool through the original memories, Shen Yan felt no stir of emotion. Rather, he was inclined to chuckle. A person who could not love himself was unworthy of another's affection. Nevertheless, he owed a debt of gratitude to the original host, otherwise he would still be toiling away as a sect leader, mired in the endless troubles of a mundane sect. In this new life, cultivating immortality was no longer a pursuit he intended to follow. He remained perplexed by the trends that had emerged in his previous world, where countless individuals clamored for enlightenment and longevity, fervently embarking on their paths of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him whether immortality had been attained, he observed that some individuals, burdened by their mortal forms, toiled for millennia, brandishing swords in pretentious displays, yearning for fame and fortune, only to meet their demise the moment they ventured forth. Others, exercising utmost caution, concealed themselves and adhered to the philosophy of survival, aspiring for a miraculous resurgence to astound the world. Yet they too were struck down the instant they stepped outside. Still others, strategists operating from the shadows, maneuvered various forces, only to be assaulted as soon as they emerged. From the outcomes, it was evident that the perils of cultivation far outweighed those of mundane existence, and those who pursued immortality were not necessarily guaranteed longevity beyond that of the uninitiated. Shen Yan was not an ardent devotee of cultivation, however. In a previous life, he had ascended to the rank of Immortal Emperor, a feat attributable solely to his innate talent. Jamming? What shall we do next? Our relatives and friends are all watching. A frantic middle-aged woman's voice echoed in his ears once more. Why ask me? Who should I turn to? This is all your fault for indulging her, came the man's voice, laced with ire. Shen Yan lifted his gaze to discern the commotion between his prospective father-in-law, Xiao Jianming, and his prospective mother-in-law, Qin Yan, quarreling in a corner. The hall was engulfed in chaos. Most guests were in disarray, while a few young women shrieked in response to the melodramatic scene of a wedding being interrupted. I say, Ranran never liked this. The old man is forcing her. Mind your words, Xiao Jianming interjected. Isn't it chaotic enough already? With that, he turned his attention to the true pillar of the gathering ahead of the Xiao family, Xiao Liye. Following his gaze, Shen Yan beheld the elder, appearing to be around 60, with deep-set wrinkles and hair that had turned half white. He seemed not to be one who prioritized self-care. At that moment, he sat in a wheelchair, his expression dark and forbidding, silently gazing ahead. Father, look, Xiao Jianming ventured quietly, noticing his father's silence. Yet, the elder seemed oblivious, remaining mute, prompting Xiao Jianming to fall silent as well. Shouqing, please use my phone to call the young lady again. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally instructed his steward to make another attempt. Wang Shouqing nodded, took the phone, and promptly dialed, but was met with nothing but busy signals. Sir, the call cannot be completed. The young lady's phone is off. Wang Shouqing respectfully returned the phone, his expression one of helplessness. Since Xiao Ranran's flight from the wedding an hour ago, he had dialed her number no less than 10 times, each met with the same busy signal. The elder's face turned a shade of deep crimson, his thoughts inscrutable. Having served the elder for over a decade, Wang Shouqing could acutely sense the elder's mounting fury. Xiao Liye tightened his grip on the cane, trembling as he rose from his wheelchair and approached the center of the stage, with the steward hastily supporting him. As the elder ascended, the audience quieted significantly. Those present for the engagement were either relatives of the Xiao family or close associates, all waiting to witness how the family would navigate this predicament. Xiao Liye took the microphone from the host and succinctly stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for the unforeseen circumstances today. We shall suspend the ceremony for now. The hotel has arranged some refreshments for you, and I kindly ask for your understanding regarding any shortcomings in our hospitality." Having spoken, there was nothing more to be said, and with the assistance of the steward, they hastily departed from the scene. In such circumstances, further explanations would prove futile. The Xiao family was destined to become the laughingstock of Anqing today. Under these conditions, it would be better to remain silent. The Xiao family wished to leave, yet the reporters were determined not to let this sensational scandal slip away. Some had been invited to witness the engagement banquet of the Xiao family's eldest daughter, while others had arrived upon hearing the news. Now that the banquet had devolved into a farce, they found themselves the most delighted. Engagements among the affluent may not always attract attention, but scandals involving the elite are guaranteed to garner significant exposure, especially when one of the central figures is a popular celebrity. Chapter 2. The atmosphere was charged as reporters surrounded the Xiao family, eager for answers. Mr. Xiao, is it true that you have intervened to thwart your granddaughter's romantic pursuits? Will you support her if she elopes for love? One journalist pressed. Another inquired about Mrs. Zhao's stance on the engagement, noting, some say you disapprove of this union. Now that your daughter has run away, does this align with your wishes? As the microphones crowded around them, the Xiao family felt the pressure mount. Many online say that the popular star Xia Zimo and your daughter were childhood sweethearts, and he has risked everything to claim her. Would you consider him as a suitable son-in-law? They asked. The murmurs from the audience suggested that the relationship between the Xiao and Xia families had long been fraught with tension, likening it to a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. What do you have to say about this, sir? The mention of Xia Zimo ignited further inquiries from the reporters, who were relentless in their pursuit of the truth. Among the crowd, younger women were drawn closer, intrigued by the name. Shen Yan, seated at a table, absent-mindedly snacked on sunflower seeds, seemingly detached from the unfolding drama. His memories were fragmented, yet the name Xia Zimo resonated with him. He recalled that Xia Zimo was not only Xiao Ran's childhood companion, but also the one with whom she shared deep affections, a mutual admiration that rendered them each other's cherished dreams. Moreover, Xia Zimo had risen to stardom, a top-tier celebrity in the present day. Had it not been for the elder Zhao's opposition, Shen Yan mused, perhaps his own involvement would have been negligible. The Xiao family, opting not to engage with the reporters, swiftly exited the venue with the assistance of security summoned by the butler. Shen Yan, engrossed in his snacks, remained blissfully unaware that all eyes had shifted to him. With the elder Zhao's presence no longer a deterrent, the whispers began to circulate. "Is that the pretty boy?" someone remarked, acknowledging Shen Yan's striking appearance. No wonder the elder Zhao took notice of him. Another voice chimed in. But what good is looks without lineage or connections? If it weren't for the Zhao family, he'd likely struggle to afford a home. Rumors swirled that Miss Zhao had no affection for him, asserting that he had pursued her relentlessly. Jealous, are we? If he managed to gain the elder's favor, that speaks to his capabilities, came the retort. By the way, do you know who the man who took Miss Zhao away is? A voice called out. Who? Another replied, squinting in recognition. You don't know Xia Zimo? He's the hottest rising star right now. Yet another chimed in. But Xia Zimo is not just a star. He is the third heir of the Xia group. Many guests present were affluent businessmen connected to the Zhao family and were well acquainted with the illustrious Xia group, renowned for its substantial assets and deep-rooted heritage. Often deemed the pinnacle of on high. A scion of the Xia family? Surely he is leagues above this pretty boy, someone exclaimed. If the two families were to unite, the Zhao family would ascend even further. Why does the elder Zhao appear so furious? Many guests present were merely distant relatives of the Zhao family, oblivious to the intricate dynamics at play. When discussing the Xia family, it was well known that the patriarch, Xia Haichong, was a bitter rival of the late Mr. Zhao, having caused him considerable distress in their youth. Even now, numerous enterprises belonging to the Xia family were in direct competition with those of the Zhao family. It is no wonder that the elder opposed the union so vehemently. The question now remained whether this young dandy would still possess the audacity to shamelessly marry into the Zhao family after encountering such tumult. The onlookers reveled in the drama. Exclaiming Marian, Shen Yan scoffed, for he was a dignified celestial emperor, wielding authority over life and death, and commanding respect across realms. The mere notion that anyone would suspect him of becoming a mere son-in-law was laughable. Such individuals were clearly blind to his stature. Had his former companions learned that he, a celestial emperor, had reincarnated only to become a consort, they would have laughed him to scorn. Did he not possess any sense of pride? One voice from the crowd declared boldly, if I were in his position, I would sever all ties with the Zhao family right then and there. I wouldn't marry at all. Another chimed in, you should take a look in the mirror. With that face of yours, the Zhao family wouldn't even consider you. The Zhao family, after all, was a prominent figure in On High, and many aspired to align themselves with such a reputable lineage. Indeed, I suspect this young man will swallow his pride. Another added, for once he enters the Zhao family, he will not only be free from worries of sustenance, but will also enjoy the finest luxuries. Even if he does nothing, he could live a carefree life. Imagine driving luxury cars, residing in opulent mansions, and perhaps even frolicking with the Zhao heiress. With this statement, many in attendance laughed derisively, yet it echoed the underlying sentiments of several present. Shen Yan perked up his ears, and upon hearing the notion of living as a mere idle scion of the Zhao family, he straightened his posture. What kind of existence is this? Is this not the life of a deity? For reasons unbeknownst to him, the thought of leading a life of leisure without any burdens made Shen Yan feel invigorated, as if his aches had vanished. This was not selling one's dignity for money. Rather, it was the realization of a childhood dream to become a favored son-in-law. In hindsight, he recognized that he had been tirelessly striving toward this aspiration all along. Recalling the original owner's pursuit of romantic interests, it dawned on him that the previous individual had merely flattered without spending, primarily due to a lack of funds. However, this detail mattered little. The prospect of a blissful future filled Shen Yan with optimism. Meanwhile, the host, standing nearby, was on the verge of tears. What a hellish beginning. They say wealthy families are chaotic, but no one warned me it could be this tumultuous. This marked the second professional crisis of his career. The last time involved a different affluent family, where a drunken father-in-law publicly kissed his daughter-in-law at a wedding, a fiasco he could not mend, nearly forcing him into retirement. After several months of recuperation, he had finally resolved to return, only to find himself embroiled in yet another scandal. The host was internally unraveling. From this moment forth, he vowed never to accept another high-profile order. To do so would render him akin to a mere dog. He felt a surge of emotions threatening to spill forth in tears, yet his professional demeanor compelled him to maintain a composed smile. Now, let us invite the groom to the stage for a few words. The host's mind had turned blank, merely operating on instinct to carry out the ceremonial proceedings. As soon as he finished speaking, He wished he could slap himself twice. Given the gravity of the situation, to have the groom speak was simply inviting discomfort. An eerie silence enveloped the room, with all eyes shifting towards the corner where Shen Yan stood. Many were eager to witness Shen Yan's misfortune and were curious about what the publicly jilted fiancé of the Shao family would utter. Chapter 3. The Celestial Emperor sips tea. Upon hearing the hostess' summons, Shen Yan approached with a smile, waving gracefully to the guests as he strode confidently towards the center of the stage. His demeanor was not that of a man scorned, but rather one who had orchestrated the abandonment of another's marriage. After all, he was once the master of a sect with thousands of disciples, and public speaking was second nature to him. Today, I am profoundly grateful to all esteemed friends for gracing my humble celebration with your presence, which truly brightens this occasion and fills my heart with joy. The path of immortality is long and fraught with trials, yet this auspicious union, with all of you bearing gifts, is akin to the light of the celestial realm dispelling the fog, warming my spirit. In the years to come, I wish to forge a partnership with the fair Shao, hand in hand seeking enlightenment and mutual support. Shen Yan felt a sense of satisfaction with his speech, but the audience fell into an unsettling silence. The host was taken aback. It was clear that the groom was not of the same ilk. While the bride had indulged in a dramatic display, the groom had succumbed to a rather juvenile fantasy. Suddenly, laughter erupted. Who knew who had been the first to break the silence? The sound cascaded through the venue, a wave of mirth that suggested this pretty boy had been driven mad by the magnitude of his disappointment. It seemed as though he had consumed too many tales of immortal cultivation and lost his grip on reality. The reporters were the most exhilarated, having feasted on a series of sensational events. First, the high society engagement, then the audacious act of a popular star commandeering a wedding, followed by the spectacle of a celebrity fleeing from a wealthy heiress, and concluding with the pitiable fiancé's absurd remarks. Such stories promised to dominate the headlines. With the Shao family departed, the Shao family's son-in-law remained, and the reporters turned their collective attention to Shen Yan. They thrust microphones into his face, disregarding the essence of respect. In their eyes, the Shao family's son-in-law was hardly deserving of such consideration. One reporter boldly inquired, "Mr. Shen, as a fully capable adult, do you not feel a sense of shame in seeking an easy path into the Shao family, rather than striving for your own success?" Just as Shen Yan was about to respond, another reporter interrupted, "Mr. Shen, after your relentless efforts to become a member of the Shao family, how do you feel knowing your fiancé fled on the day of your engagement? Do you not feel your dignity as a man has been trampled upon? Do you regret your initial desire to be accepted into the family?" The guests present, upon hearing the reporter's questions, cast disdainful glances towards Shen Yan. Indeed, a grown man, possessing both hands and feet, neglects the pursuit of self-sufficiency, instead seeking shortcuts, only to have his fiancée publicly abandon him. Such a person brings shame upon masculinity. Devoid of dignity, Shen Yan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an underlying dissonance. Yet, before he could respond, another reporter posed a question. "It is said that you have relentlessly pursued Miss Shao for 5 years, ultimately coercing her into marriage through flattery of the esteemed elder Shao. Do you not consider such moral coercion to be despicable?" Shen Yan fell silent, quietly observing the performance of the reporters. Noticing his silence, the reporters, sensing his discomfort, became increasingly enthusiastic in their questioning. It is rumored in the industry that Miss Shao and Mr. Xia are akin to a real-life Romeo and Juliet. While you are merely an intruder, will you voluntarily withdraw to allow them to flourish? The more Shen Yan listened, the more he felt something amiss. All the questions seemed to favor Xia Zimo's perspective. This was not entirely unfounded, as many reporters present were indeed summoned by Xia Zimo, and numerous media outlets maintained intricate ties with the Xia family. It was hardly surprising that they would not speak in favor of a powerless young man. "Mr. Shen, may we interpret your silence as a sign of guilt? Everyone eagerly anticipates the union of Ran and Mo. Will you not graciously concede?" "What nonsense," Shen Yan thought. Incredulous at the reporter's audacity, why should my wife be entangled in such a notion of benevolence? It appeared that reasoned discourse was lost on these journalists. Shen Yan, taking a resolute stance, declared, "No, you have misunderstood. It was Miss Shao who persistently pursued me for 5 years. Eventually, upon witnessing my remarkable demeanor and striking appearance, the esteemed elder Shao insisted that I become his son-in-law, and I could not refuse." A hush fell over the crowd of reporters. Could this man be so brazen? With no status or influence, to claim that Miss Xiao had pursued him was audacious enough, but to assert that Elder Xiao demanded him as a son-in-law was truly incredulous. Then, tears welled in his eyes as he continued. The situation is not as you perceive. You have all been misled. A dozen reporters, sensing a scandal, drew closer to Shen Yan. Initially, Xiao Ran fell for me at first sight, ardently pursuing me. I was moved by her sincerity and accepted her affection. Our relationship blossomed beautifully, and she often expressed her devotion. Naturally, we pledged our lives to one another, and Elder Xiao, impressed by my exceptional qualities, readily approved of our engagement. However, Xia Zimo, like a loathsome toad, has coveted my fiancée's beauty since childhood. Upon learning of our engagement, he was filled with rage and leveraged the Xia family's influence in Anhai City to compel Elder Xiao to marry Miss Xiaodam, threatening to annihilate the Xiao family should she refuse. Despite Elder Zhao's steadfastness in organizing our engagement banquet, Xia Zimo's despicable act of public abduction forced Xiao Ran to flee with him to protect her family. With that, Shen Yan gazed upwards, gently wiping away his tears. I am filled with regret. How did I suddenly become a foolish, tearful wretch? I harbor a deep resentment towards myself, for I am powerless to assist Xiao Ran, merely a passive observer as she is taken away. This sentiment is steeped in melancholy, leaving the gathered journalists utterly astonished. What was originally a tale reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet has, through Shen Yan's narration, metamorphosed into a story akin to that of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Some young women in the audience have begun to weep, realizing the convoluted nature of Shen Yan and Xiao Ran's love, recognizing their previous misjudgment of him. The relatives of the Xiao family, well acquainted with Shen Yan's background, are taken aback by his audacity to distort the truth. They have never encountered someone so shameless. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the narrative of a bully oppressing the weak, coupled with the prejudices of a feudal society, and the age-old tale of a wealthy girl falling for a down-and-out scholar, remains perpetually captivating. Furthermore, the allure of high society ensures that journalists, indifferent to the truth, are enamored by a story rife with dramatic developments. Later, among the myriad of reports Shen Yan perused, he encountered an especially ludicrous piece. It recounted the youthful camaraderie and subsequent romance between the elder Xiao Liye and the elder Xia Haichang, which ultimately fizzled due to the constraints of family lineage and societal prejudices. It went on to describe how the elder Xiao, through relentless effort, forged a prominent family, yet, consumed by love turned to hatred, forbade future generations from associating with the Xia family. Under the weight of ancestral expectations, Xiao Ran was compelled to part ways with her childhood sweetheart, Xia Zimo, only to fall for the destitute yet charming Shen Yan. Xia Zimo, unwilling to accept this fate, stormed into the engagement ceremony to reclaim Xiao Ran. The article bore the sensational title, "The Love and Hatred in High Society. Why does a 60-year-old man's regret haunt the younger generation?" It is said that this article incited considerable ire from both the Xia and Xiao families, leading them to jointly shut down the media company responsible for the publication. Chapter 4. The Xia family scheme. Xiao Ran has never harbored any affection for Shen Yan, despite her repeated rejections of his advances. Shen Yan, however, remains undeterred. She grapples with the contradiction of her own affections, for she is drawn to someone else while her grandfather insists she marry a man she does not love. Must her personal happiness be sacrificed due to the grievances of the previous generation? Observing the furrowed brow of Xiao Ran, Xia Zimo inquires, "Do you regret fleeing the engagement ceremony?" Xiao Ran shakes her head, declaring, "I have no regrets. My engagement to Shen Yan was never my choice. I merely feared disappointing my grandfather." Xiao Ran's grandfather embodies an archaic mindset. Despite the progress of time, he clings to the notion of arranged marriages. Even if he and my grandfather had their differences in youth, it is unjust to impose such grudges upon the next generation, Xia Zimo asserts indignantly. "Rest assured, I have spoken to my grandfather, who wholeheartedly supports our union. He even mentioned that once I marry you, all past grievances with your grandfather will be laid to rest." Xiao Ran responds with a non-committal murmur, aware that her grandfather's disposition suggests this matter will not be so easily resolved. Sensing her lack of enthusiasm, Xia Zimo assures her, "In a few days, I shall formally approach your grandfather to propose. Even if he disapproves, I believe Uncle Xiao and Aunt Qin will certainly consent." Xiao Ran nods silently, aware that their impulsive flight from the engagement was fraught with emotion. Seeing Xia Zimo arrive, weary yet determined, at her engagement ceremony. She cannot deny the stirrings of gratitude within her heart. She is the eldest daughter of the Shao family, having grown up amidst the abundant resources and privileges afforded by her lineage. Every aspect of her life, from her attire to her education, has been nurtured by the family's grace. Yet, when she contemplates severing ties with the Shao family, Xiaoran finds herself unable to do so. She yearns for a marriage blessed by her family's approval. Without the presence of Xia Zimo at the venue today, she might have reluctantly submitted to her grandfather's will, resigning herself to a life spent with someone she does not cherish. However, such a fate would render her utterly despondent. Having departed from the engagement banquet was already a monumental act of courage on her part. Ran, come with me to meet my grandfather. He will certainly advocate for us, Xia Zimo suggested earnestly. Zimo, I am well aware of my grandfather's temperament. Such an action would only exacerbate the situation. Please grant me a little more time. I will strive to persuade him. Moreover, an explanation is warranted for Shen Yan as well. Xiaoran harbored no affection for Shen Yan. In fact, his relentless pursuit had begun to incite her aversion. Nonetheless, one cannot simply flee from an engagement without providing some semblance of an explanation to this nominal fiancé. Xia Zimo had never regarded Shen Yan with any seriousness. He had conducted inquiries into Shen Yan's background, discovering that he was abandoned at an orphanage, thus qualifying as an orphan without wealth or connections, with only mediocre academic achievements to his name. Essentially, he was merely an ordinary individual drawn into the fray by the old Mr. Shao. Were he not Xiaoran's fiancé, he would have had no chance of even encountering her. Such a person can be easily dealt with. We could simply offer him some money to facilitate his departure, Xia Zimo remarked, his tone tinged with disdain. Xiaoran, however, felt a pang of guilt towards Shen Yan and agreed with Xia Zimo's notion of providing him compensation. Let us leave matters as they are for today. You are a prominent star with a busy schedule. Do not allow my issues to disrupt your plans. I also need to explain things to my grandfather. Xiaoran glanced at her phone, which displayed multiple missed calls, some from her grandfather and others from her parents. Strangely, there was no missed call from Shen Yan, which surprised her somewhat. Given Xiaoran's stance, Xia Zimo chose to relent, recognizing that there was no rush. Very well. I shall escort you. Xiaoran smiled gently, declining his kind offer. As a renowned star, Xia Zimo typically concealed his identity with a mask and hat when out in public. His unmasked appearance at the engagement venue had already drawn significant attention. If he were to accompany her home, the ensuing commotion would be unpredictable. After Xiaoran departed, Xia Zimo received a phone call. How is the situation progressing? Came an authoritative voice from the other end. Rest assured, grandfather. Ran and I share a stable relationship. It is merely that she harbors reservations about her grandfather's arrangements. The caller was Xia Haichong, the patriarch of the Xia family. Unlike the elder Mr. Shao, he was fervently intent on facilitating a union between the Xia and Shao families. A chuckle resonated through the line. That old fox, Shao, I understand his intentions. Do not concern yourself with him. Your approach of dispatching reporters to the Shao family's wedding venue is astute. Leveraging public opinion is an excellent strategy. The reporters, of course, were not endowed with foresight. Rather, Xia Zimo had preemptively alerted them to stake out the hotel where the Shao family's engagement was to occur. With his influence in the entertainment industry, this minor task was effortlessly accomplished. The first objective is to leverage public opinion to create momentum for himself and Xiaoran, compelling the Shao family to acquiesce to their union. Secondly, it aligns with his grandfather's intentions, as this move would undermine the Shao family's authority in Anqing. After all, it is an embarrassment for the Shao family that their daughter publicly eloped during the engagement ceremony. He aims to expose the family's disgrace. However, they are currently unaware of how Shen Yan is orchestrating the situation, which leads them to believe that exerting pressure through public opinion is a viable strategy. Once they see the journalist's reports, they will likely be left with nothing but disdain for Shen Yan's shamelessness. The media can certainly stoke the flames further. Additionally, they may target the Shao family's ineffectual son-in-law. Such powerless individuals are easiest to manipulate. A little intimidation, coupled with some incentives, could prompt him to persuade the old man Shao to call off the engagement. Xia Haichong intends to use the son-in-law chosen by Shao Liye to slap his own face. Isn't it true that you, Shao Liye, would rather take on a mediocre son-in-law than marry your daughter to the grandson of the Xia family? But have you considered that a person with no background is just as easy for you to control as they are for the Xia family? A grain of rice can crush the bones of the poor. This tactic might not inflict significant harm, yet it is profoundly humiliating. Acknowledging his grandfather's wishes. I shall act swiftly. Shen Yan, oblivious to the fact that he has already become a pawn in someone else's scheme, concludes the banquet and heads to the nearest bookstore to purchase a plethora of social science books. His memory is not perfectly preserved. In fact, many common knowledge aspects of this world remain hazy to him. This necessitates a rapid acquisition of knowledge about his surroundings. Conversely, his memories related to Xiao Ran are vividly intact, leading Shen Yan to lament, original host, my friend, have you spent the past few years only dreaming of women? Fortunately, he still recalls his bank card and mobile payment passwords. Otherwise, he would genuinely struggle to afford a meal. However, upon checking his account balance, his smile fades. His entire assets amount to a mere 813,269. Where is the promised wealth of a prestigious son-in-law? Are affluent families truly this frugal? He recalls that in his previous life, disciples under him who entered noble families as sons-in-law, while not holding lofty positions, at least enjoyed a life of abundance with spiritual stones and elixirs provided monthly. How did the original host end up in such a destitute state? Regardless, he must ensure to secure some funds from his father-in-law tomorrow. After purchasing the books, Shen Yan finds his assets dwindled to single digits. The disparity between this world and his former one is staggering. Neither the realm of cultivation nor the mortal world he once knew is as bewildering as this one. Thus, he is eager to comprehend this new world, and books undoubtedly serve as the finest means to gain such understanding. Chapter 5. Long live understanding. As he prepares to carry the books home, Shen Yan faces a dilemma. With nearly 200 books, he cannot possibly transport them without a vehicle. This world lacks storage rings that would allow him to carry everything with ease. When he considers returning a few books to exchange for some cash to take a taxi, the bookstore owner is too indifferent to engage in conversation, simply placing a sign on the counter that reads, "Books sold are non-refundable." The world has grown cold, and humanity has become unkind. On this chilly evening, Shen Yan stood in the wind for half an hour. Where are you headed, brother? Allow me to give you a ride. A truck suddenly halted before him, and the window slid down, revealing a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years of age, who beckoned him over. Shen Yan wasted no time. He promptly began loading his books onto the vehicle. He understood that this type of truck was specifically for transporting goods for a fee. Although his pockets were empty, he thought, what does it matter? The situation is more pressing than my financial constraints. I can discuss payment once we reach the destination, or I can simply return. Noticing Shen Yan's efforts, the middle-aged man also exited the vehicle to assist. The truck was somewhat dirty, so he handled the books with utmost care, concerned not to soil them. Shen Yan noted this detail. You must be a university student. Upon entering the truck, the man began to chatter. No, I've graduated. Shen Yan replied, sitting in the passenger seat, turning his head towards the window to admire the nightscape of on high. The city's nocturnal lights sparkled brilliantly, a stark contrast to the cultivation world, where only the prominent families maintained everlasting lamps during the night. Graduated and still so studious, purchasing so many books. If my daughter were as diligent as you, it would be wonderful. The man clearly had a penchant for conversation. I just bought them to pass the time. By the way, I'm Zhu Ping, and I haven't yet learned your name, young man. Shen Yan, came Shen Yan's disinterested response. Earlier, when he purchased the books, the shopkeeper had fawned over him for buying so many, but once the transaction was complete, his demeanor shifted entirely. If this man knew he was writing for free, one could only imagine his reaction. Thus, it seemed prudent to remain taciturn. Noticing Shen Yan's lack of enthusiasm, Zhu Ping quickly shifted the topic. Did you hear? A significant event occurred in Anhai today. A young lady from the Xiao family eloped with a celebrity during her engagement party. Oh, indeed. It seems the Xiao family's son-in-law shares your surname, Shen. What was his full name again? The gossip has reached my ears. The news had spread rapidly. Mere hours had passed since the engagement banquet, and it was already common knowledge throughout the streets. You know about this? Shen Yan inquired uncertainly. It's all the buzz. While I was hauling goods, the radio was buzzing with this story, Zhu Ping exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Such tales of familial discord were the most delectable gossip for common folk like them. You know, that son-in-law is rather pitiful. His wife publicly ran off with someone, and he didn't dare make a sound. I would have. Shen Yan inquired with genuine interest. Zhu Ping initially intended to say he would have called off the engagement on the spot, but then reconsidered, relaxing his tone. Ah, youth often fails to recognize the allure of a comfortable life. Shen Yan chuckled, understanding the sentiment. By the time they returned to the residence, it was already 10:30. Once all the books were unloaded, Shen Yan stated, I have no money. To his surprise, Zhu Ping laughed heartily. At this hour, I'm off duty. This ride was on my way, no charge. Without waiting for Shen Yan to express his gratitude, Zhu Ping closed the driver's door, waved goodbye, and prepared to depart. Shen Yan chuckled softly, realizing that the world was not as cold as it seemed, and human hearts were not as unyielding as he had thought. Wait a moment. He called out to Zhu Ping. Is there something else, young brother? Zhu Ping inquired, puzzled. Sir, there is a shadow of ominous energy between your brows. Your journey tonight may not proceed smoothly. Between the hours of Z, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. here, you are likely to encounter difficulties. Regardless of your fatigue, I recommend you take a moment to rest during that time, Shen Yan advised. You understand this? Zhu Ping exclaimed in surprise. Divination was not Shen Yan's forte. He could only glean a glimpse tonight due to the favorable stars illuminating the path. He admitted, I have studied a bit of divination in my past life, but my knowledge is limited. I can only apply it under specific celestial conditions, and I cannot compare myself to those adept in the art of fortune-telling. All right, I will remember that and be cautious, Zhu Ping replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed, as he rolled up the car window and drove away. Shen Yan chose not to say more. He had fulfilled his duty of warning, and the rest was up to Zhu Ping. He moved all the books indoors, categorizing them simply before beginning with those on history and general knowledge. His reading speed was astonishing. He could finish a page in just a second or two, retaining every word with perfect recall. He soon discovered that the books in this world were not as esoteric as the cultivation techniques or jade slips he had encountered before. They were straightforward and understandable at a glance. Even the most complex advanced mathematics and comprehensive theories seemed to him far less challenging than the most rudimentary chi refining techniques from his previous life. Moreover, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he still retained some degree of spiritual awareness, albeit faint, just as he was immersing himself in the sea of books. The door by the entrance swung open unexpectedly. Shen Yan frowned. Was there another resident here, or had a thief intruded? Regardless, he decided to check the entrance. Xiao Ran rummaged through her bag in search of the access key card for the apartment, having impulsively fled from her wedding. She assumed her parents and grandfather were still in a state of anger. She resolved to spend the night at a luxury apartment she had purchased previously, intending to explain herself once tempers cooled. After sifting through numerous cards, Xiao Ran finally found the key card. As she opened the door, she was startled to find all the lights in the apartment ablaze. Her first instinct was that the place had been burglarized due to her prolonged absence. She quickly pulled out her phone, dialed 110, and hovered her finger over the call button. To her astonishment, standing before her was none other than her fiancé, Shen Yan. What are you doing here? They both questioned in unison. After a brief silence, Xiao Ran was the first to ask, Why are you at my home? This is your home, Shen Yan replied uncertainly. That can't be right, he thought. In his memory, this was the only residence he recalled. Could it be that this was not his after all? Surely, the inheritance of memories could not be so muddled as to confuse him about a house. Do you want me to fetch the property deed to prove it? Xiao Ran retorted, somewhat irked. It was already puzzling enough that this man appeared at her home in the dead of night, and now he was pretending not to know. And how did you get a key to my place? Indeed, if it weren't my home, how would I possess the key? Shen Yan countered. Shen Yan began to rummage through his memories. This was not actually Shen Yan's residence. It was a house purchased by Old Master Xiao for Xiao Ran to facilitate her commute to work. However, Xiao Ran only occasionally stayed here for a few days when she had to work overtime. After determining the relationship between Shen Yan and Xiao Ran, the old gentleman had brought Shen Yan here once, granting him a key to the place. Out of respect for Xiao Ran, the original owner had never stayed here. After Shen Yan's rebirth, due to the imperfect inheritance of memories, only fragments of Xiao Ran's past remained vividly clear, causing him to unconsciously perceive this place as his own home. Now, it was Shen Yan who found himself in an awkward position. What on earth? Have I inherited a romantic mindset? Xiao Ran evidently recalled that her grandfather had once given the key to Shen Yan, and she no longer appeared as aggressive. At such a moment, a perceptive gentleman should instinctively take his leave and return the key to the lady of the house. However, after a prolonged wait, Xiao Ran saw no signs of Shen Yan making a move. With Shen Yan's thick skin, He clearly did not belong to the category of perceptive gentlemen. Ridiculous. It was late at night, and with over 200 books in tow, he had even taken a ride over here. Did he expect her to leave? Come in, Shen Yan said, naturally stepping aside and entering first. Xiao Ran was nearly infuriated. Not only did he show no intention of leaving, but he also bore an air of entitlement, as if he were the master of the house and she merely a guest. She had never realized before how shameless he could be. In a fit of anger, Xiao Ran contemplated slamming the door and leaving. But then she recalled that this was indeed her home, and it should be him who departed. So, she begrudgingly followed him inside. She rushed to her bedroom to check if her belongings had been disturbed. Upon confirming that her possessions remained untouched, she sighed in relief. Fortunately, he was relatively honest. After returning home, Shen Yan had been engrossed in his reading in the study, with no time to explore other rooms. Otherwise, he would have noticed that many items in the room belonged to a woman. Xiao Ran locked herself in her bedroom after entering, and Shen Yan paid her no mind. Losing himself in his books, Xiao Ran leaned against the bedroom door, listening to the sounds outside. In a moment of impulsiveness, she had entered. But now she felt a twinge of regret. With a lone man and a woman confined to a single room, she feared Shen Yan might succumb to primal instincts. After all, they were essentially an engaged couple, and she had been at fault during their engagement ceremony that day. If he became enraged and sought to impose himself upon her, she would have no means of resistance. After a while, seeing that there was no commotion outside, Xiao Ran's mood began to settle. To be honest, in the 5 years Shen Yan had pursued her, he had always behaved himself. He was honest and straightforward, which already placed him above many other suitors. What she found irksome were his persistent advances and her grandfather's unsolicited meddling. Once calmed, Xiao Ran resolved to have a serious conversation with Shen Yan. If possible, she hoped he would take the initiative to call off the engagement, and she was willing to offer a degree of financial compensation. Upon entering the study, Xiao Ran was greeted by the sight of an entire room filled with books. The shelves were overflowing, and many volumes lay scattered on the floor. Shen Yan had a passion for reading? Xiao Ran pondered in curiosity. After entering the workforce, she occasionally indulged in reading, albeit limited to reference books and classical literary works. Unlike Shen Yan, who voraciously consumed every genre, she merely stumbled upon a few open volumes of 100,000 Ys, only to discover they were marked as editions for children. Did he really engage with even the most basic literature? Perhaps he was deliberately crafting an image of a book lover for her benefit, knowing she would be present today. Such scenarios were not unfamiliar to her. She had numerous admirers who reveled in portraying themselves as intellectuals who adored reading, tended to flora, cherished pets, and pursued travel photography. Indeed, many of her close friends were attracted to such men. However, she did not share this sentiment. She saw no added value in a man who loved books. Nor did she consider a fondness for gaming to be a detractor. Were these not merely differences in preference? Xiao Ran scrutinized the books further. They appeared virtually untouched, with some still bearing their original wrappers, reinforcing her belief that Shen Yan was intentionally feigning interest in literature. Choosing not to confront him directly, she seated herself on a nearby chair and stated, "I wish to discuss something with you." Shen Yan replied without lifting his gaze, continuing to peruse the book in his hands. Xiao Ran's previously calmed emotions flared anew. Was he truly so engrossed in his act? Who reads at such a rapid pace, flipping pages every few seconds? If one were to perform for a lady, at least they could attempt to appear genuine. Moreover, was no one going to inform him that this behavior was quite impolite during a conversation? Suppressing her rising frustration, Xiao Ran endeavored to maintain a composed tone as she articulated, "We are not suited for one another. I hope you will take the initiative to dissolve our engagement with grandfather." Unacceptable. Shen Yan's response was curt, his actions unfaltering. Xiao Ran understood the difficulty of the situation, and thus continued with gentle persuasion, "I truly appreciate your affection, and I apologize for any distress I may have caused you during the engagement banquet. However, matters of the heart cannot be forced. I do not harbor feelings for you, as my affections lie elsewhere. Do you comprehend? I understand, but what of it? You could marry us all off if you wished. We have plenty of powerful women in our realm. After all, strong females often take many partners. In the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails. The strongest dictate the terms. It is not solely the male immortals who maintain harems. Female emperors do so with equal frequency. The notion of a singular, eternal partnership, merely fanciful talk, with differing levels of cultivation, Their lifespans are not aligned. Should one truly expect their partner to remain loyal in their absence? Certainly, there are those who are devoted and singular in their affections, but they are indeed the minority. At least among the formidable individuals Shen Yan had encountered, they either pursued enlightenment without taking a spouse or married numerous partners. Xiao Ran felt her worldview shatter under Shen Yan's astonishing reasoning. Had he truly resorted to such absurdities to justify their union? I'm afraid I cannot accept your perspective, nor can I summon any feelings for you. Her thoughts were in disarray. That is your concern. You must resolve it, he retorted. What did he mean by your concern? Is it truly within her control to dictate her feelings? Xiao Ran sensed her temper nearing its breaking point. For reasons unknown, discussing anything with Shen Yan today filled her with inexplicable ire. This had not been her experience before. Was it because of the elopement today that he deliberately sought to provoke me? Xiao Ran silently repeated to herself several times, I will not be angry. Only then could she suppress her ire once more. I had previously stated that matters of the heart involve two individuals and cannot be forced. I simply cannot develop feelings for you. It is not due to this. Then why? Xiao Ran felt a surge of urgency. Shen Yan finally ceased his actions. Having finished yet another book, he turned to Xiao Ran and earnestly began to analyze. I have looked into the cost of living in Anhai City. For an adult male to live without financial worries, he must spend at least 3,000 a month. Of course, this level can only be considered barely sufficient. Thoughts of housing or a vehicle are out of the question. Generally, salaries in Anhai hover around 4,000. Xiao Ran was perplexed by Shen Yan's statements. He continued, your Xiao family's actual assets are approximately 6 billion. This means that if I were to work normally, even with a monthly income of 100,000, I would need 5,000 years to accumulate such wealth. However, if I were to marry into the Xiao family, setting aside the prospect of great riches, at least I would be assured of a life free from financial concerns, with housing and transportation guaranteed. So, astute Miss Xiao, how do you think I should choose? Xiao Ran's worldview was once again shattered. She had never encountered someone so brazenly shameless, so unapologetically reliant on others. Did he possess no dignity? Was all his previous affection merely a facade to deceive her grandfather and fulfill his ambition of marrying into the Xiao family? But if his motivations were purely financial, perhaps the matter could be more easily resolved. If you are willing to annul our engagement, I can provide you with a certain compensation. Xiao Ran's tone turned frigid. Her perception of Shen Yan had plummeted to an all-time low. Where there was once a hint of guilt, now only emptiness remained. Shen Yan picked up another book to read. Miss Xiao, I do understand the principle of being well-fed and satisfied. Chapter 7. The mathematics teacher Xiao Ran could feel the veins in her temples throb. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, she had received extensive education in etiquette and refinement from a young age. Yet, faced with this man, she felt an overwhelming impulse to cast aside all decorum and confront him. This was not solely due to his response, but also the book he was currently engrossed in. The title of the book Shen Yan was reading was The Secrets of the Two Sexes, Exploring the Inner Mysteries of Women. A shameless person indeed reads shameless literature. Xiao Ran could not help but retort. Shen Yan looked up momentarily, puzzled, but chose to continue his reading. Xiao Ran rose, preparing to leave. This man was not only shameless, but the book he read was also vulgar. She could only wonder what might transpire if she remained in his presence. She had already made plans to stay at her friend's house for the night. Are you leaving? Do you need me to see you off? Shen Yan inquired, having discerned her intentions. However, he neither stood up nor set down his book. Xiao Ran gritted her teeth, wishing to spend not a second longer with this man. Please do, she replied curtly, knowing it was merely a formality and he had no intention of genuinely escorting her. Indeed, the next time one reads in the presence of young ladies, it is advisable to turn the pages with a measured pace of approximately 3 minutes per page, allowing one's gaze to gracefully traverse from top to bottom. A gentle smile should be maintained while reading, for such demeanor conveys genuine engagement with the text. Upon reaching the threshold, Xiao Ran found herself unable to restrain her emotions. Subsequently, she mustered a forced smile and slammed the door shut as she departed. Shen Yan, puzzled, wondered if this was the etiquette of reading in this world. Xiao Ran's arrival did not disturb Shen Yan's enjoyment of his book. He remained engrossed until the deep hours of the night before finally succumbing to slumber. The literature of this world was captivating, and had his body not succumbed to fatigue, he would have continued his reading. In Anhai City, on Fuping East Road, Zhu Ping was driving his truck slowly towards home, the hour already late. Such is the nature of truck driving. While it allows for some savings, the earnings are hard-won, often requiring all-nighters. Today, however, he had finished early. A glance at his watch revealed it was 10:55 p.m. He should be able to return home before 11:30 p.m. From the glove compartment, he retrieved a toy for his daughter, caressing the wrapping briefly before placing it back. The thought of his adorable daughter brought an involuntary smile to Zhu Ping's face. As he passed the rest area, he initially intended to drive straight past. This stop was designed for long-distance buses and trucks, situated less than 30 kilometers from his home, rendering it somewhat superfluous. Yet, inexplicably, he recalled Shen Yan's warning. Perhaps a brief respite would be wise. Zhu Ping eased his truck into the rest area. He descended from the vehicle and found a seat, only to shake his head in self-reproach for allowing the words of a young man to sow seeds of doubt within him. He retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the back seat, drinking half in quick succession, preparing to return to his truck and continue his journey. Just as he placed one foot on the step, a tanker truck rounded a corner less than a mile away, its front end skewed at an odd angle. Before he could comprehend the situation, a deafening explosion erupted, reverberating through the air, and a wave of heat washed over his face. The force of the blast sent Zhu Ping stumbling backward, causing him to fall to the ground. Numerous long-haul truck drivers who had chosen to rest at the area rushed over upon witnessing the scene. "The truck has exploded, call 119. Someone shouted, and the once tranquil rest area erupted into chaos. People grabbed fire extinguishers and rushed to assist, while others contacted the nearby fire station. Zhu Ping remained seated on the ground, motionless, his back drenched in cold sweat. Had he not lingered at the rest area for those few minutes, he would have been precisely where the explosion occurred. A shiver of fear coursed through him as he raised his trembling wrist, his arm quaking violently. At 11:01 p.m., just past midnight, Zhu Ping felt his throat dry and his gaze fixated vacantly on the site of the explosion. Amidst the flames, a shadowy figure, towering at over 2 meters, flickered in and out of view. Zhu Ping rubbed his eyes, and when he reopened them, the figure had vanished. Was he merely fatigued, conjuring illusions? Sweat poured from his forehead. He recalled the reminder from that young man, pondering who he truly was. One morning, Shen Yan was roused from his slumber by the insistent ringing of his phone. Blinking through his drowsiness, he glanced at the time. Astonishingly, it was already 9 o'clock. Indeed, he was but a mere mortal, unlike in the past when he could endure sleepless nights without a hint of fatigue. Shen Yan answered the call, stifling a yawn as he uttered a greeting. "Shen Yan, what time is it? Are you going to work or not? I've already granted you 2 days off. What? Do you wish to extend your vacation? You might as well resign and take a prolonged leave," came the sharp voice from the other end. Before he could respond, a barrage of words poured forth, relentless and rapid. Drowsy and disoriented, Shen Yan abruptly hung up and resumed his slumber. How dare he hang up on me? On the other end, Yu Shili felt her authority as the head of discipline was affronted. Her expression darkened, and she redialed immediately. No answer. She called again. Still no response. The ringing continued. Agitated by the incessant noise, Shen Yan finally switched off his phone. "The number you have dialed is unavailable." Yu Shili listened to the disconnection tone, repeating good 3 times, astonished by the audacity of this intern teacher. "Xiao Zhuang, when Shen Yan arrives at school, inform him to come to my office at once." The teacher addressed quickly complied. "Didn't Director you have a good rapport with Teacher Shen before? How could relations sour so drastically in just 2 days?" It was only after Yu Shili walked away that someone dared to voice their curiosity. The youth often perceive matters simply. Previously, Director Yu maintained a cordial relationship with Teacher Shen, primarily because she was aware he was the son-in-law of the Xiao family, whom she sought to curry favor with. But look at the news from yesterday and today. Teacher Shen is no longer favored by the Xiao family. Whether this son-in-law position remains tenable is now in question, and thus, Director Yu must adapt her allegiances accordingly. An older teacher, with a strong Su-Bei dialect, offered this analysis. Ah, how realistic. People can be quite fickle. Those who once desperately sought to ingratiate themselves will often revel in another's downfall when the tables turn. They may view their previous flattery as a source of shame, seeking to obscure their past sycophancy through undermining others. Shen Yan did not rise until 10 o'clock. His recollections today sharper than the previous day. Due to the imperfect nature of memory inheritance, many memories needed to be sifted like fragments to be confirmed. By piecing together information from his phone and his own recollections, he finally acknowledged that he was, indeed, still a mathematics teacher. Having become a son-in-law to a prominent family, why had the Xiao family not arranged for him to join their corporate enterprise? Even a position in logistics as a supervisory officer would suffice. In his former life, he had been burdened with trivial matters, and now, reborn, he still had to face the mundane obligations of work. Shen Yan expressed vehement dissent in his mind. Yet, despite his protests, his body obediently carried him to school. With limited funds, he had no choice but to take the bus, arriving at school just before noon. Shen Yan taught at Anhai No. 1 High School, a notable institution classified as a key school in the city. While it bore the distinction of being a key school, there was a certain inflation to this title. Its reputation stemmed largely from its long-standing history and the timing of its evaluation for such status. In terms of strength, Anhai No. 1 Middle School's academic achievements over the past 2 years have already been surpassed by its rival, Chongming Middle School, causing the prestige of being a key institution to waver precariously. Nevertheless, this bears no relevance to Shen Yan. He is currently troubled by the original owner's infatuation, with thoughts of Xiao Ran occupying his mind to the exclusion of all else. Thus, he spent a considerable amount of time before returning to his office, organizing his understanding of interpersonal relationships. It would be quite troublesome if he failed to recognize his colleagues when they greeted him. Fortunately, he retained a basic recollection of his relationships, able to summon the names and appearances of his co-workers from memory. Shen Yan found his desk in the office designated for 6, and as noon approached, the office was bustling, with only one teacher absent from their post. Upon his entrance, several pairs of eyes converged on him. The previous day's scandal regarding his elopement had stirred considerable commotion, and as colleagues, they had all seen the news. Now, confronted with the subject of that event, they regarded him with curious expressions. Shen Yan, however, was unconcerned with their scrutiny. His primary dilemma was how to fulfill the role of a mathematics teacher. In his past life as the leader of a sect, he had imparted knowledge to his disciples. But those lessons revolved around cultivation techniques, with a teaching style that was predominantly hands-off. To apply that same methodology in a contemporary school setting would not only be inappropriate in its laxity, but the content itself could easily veer into the realm of promoting superstitious beliefs, potentially landing him in a psychiatric facility. The headlines might read, Anhai Middle School teacher driven to madness by unfinished wedding, advocates superstition in classroom, now hospitalized for treatment. Perhaps resigning altogether would be a prudent choice. Yet, upon reflection, Shen Yan dismissed that notion. He found himself destitute, with dinner yet to be secured, if he were to resign. While the Xiao family might offer him assistance, there was no guarantee, and the prospect of sleeping on the streets loomed ominously. Returning his focus to the identity of mathematics teacher, he recalled having read numerous books on the subject the previous day, but teaching others proved a different challenge altogether. A proficient mathematician does not necessarily equate to a skilled educator. Having committed to this role, he was determined not to falter, at the very least, not to mislead his students. Chapter 8. The male animal Mr. Shen, Director Yu has asked for you to visit her office. A timid voice chimed in his ear. Shen Yan looked up to see a charming young woman, with an oval face and a petite stature that was nonetheless perfectly proportioned, exuding an adorable charm. He recognized her as Zhuang Xian, a fellow intern who had entered the school in the same cohort as he. I won't go, Shen Yan responded succinctly. He could surmise that the call he received that morning was from Director Yu, and a visit to her office would likely result in reprimand. Hence, he decided against it. Zhuang Xian was taken aback by his response. Having always been regarded as a model student, she had diligently completed every task assigned by her superiors since starting work at the school, even when the responsibilities were beyond the scope of her internship. She never complained, viewing these tasks as opportunities for growth. Now, however, Shen Yan's reaction clearly caught her off guard. Director Yu would surely be displeased. Zhuang Xian's voice grew increasingly faint, as she found herself at a loss on how to persuade Shen Yan to go over, uncertain if she even should. Would my presence soothe Director Yu's ire? Shen Yan habitually stroked his chin, recalling that she had already been in a foul mood that morning. Zhuang Xian felt utterly bewildered. Rest assured, I read in a book yesterday that the irritability of middle-aged women, perpetually in a bad temper, is referred to as the menopause phase. It will pass with time. Shen Yan reassured her. Zhuang Xian, however, felt even more disoriented, her small hands finding no place to settle, ultimately intertwining her pinky fingers behind her back. Shen Yan, that's excessive. Teacher Zhuang is genuinely concerned about this, Han Yong interjected from the back of the office. Director Yu has asked Teacher Zhuang to summon you. If you refuse, the ire of Director Yu will fall upon her instead. If you still possess any semblance of masculinity, you should not let your fiancée's departure drag others into your turmoil. Han Yong, recognized as the most handsome teacher in the school, had long harbored feelings for Zhuang Xian. Seeing Shen Yan put his goddess in a predicament, he naturally felt compelled to step in. What connection is there between these matters? Shen Yan queried, perplexed. Shouldn't Director Yu's misplaced anger be her concern? Do you possess no sense of responsibility? Han Yong suddenly stood, pointing an accusing finger at Shen Yan, exclaiming, You, a man, are behaving like a coward. As a physical education teacher with a robust physique, he towered over Shen Yan by a considerable margin. No, please. No fighting. Zhuang Xian exclaimed in distress, not out of fear of Director Yu's wrath, but because Shen Yan's response had left her momentarily speechless. Shen Yan discerned the courtship behavior. The text indicated that male animals exhibit aggression towards other males when vying for the attention of females. Undoubtedly, this Han teacher harbored intentions toward Teacher Zhuang. It is evident that this esteemed Han teacher seeks to court Teacher Zhuang, Shen Yan remarked with a sense of intrigue, his thoughts spilling forth. What did you just say? Han Yong's anger surged, incredulous that an intern teacher would dare to address him so openly. Zhuang Xian's face flushed with embarrassment. She had never anticipated such bluntness from a male peer, leaving her momentarily frozen. Han Yong, like an enraged lion, lunged at Shen Yan, his athletic prowess evident in the cramped office. In an instant, he was upon Shen Yan, the disparity in their physiques starkly apparent, rendering Shen Yan as vulnerable as a lamb before slaughter. Just as everyone braced for Shen Yan's imminent downfall, a resounding thud echoed. Before anyone could react, Han Yong found himself sprawled 2 meters away from Shen Yan, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. The bystanders were left in confusion, their eyes drawn to the clear imprint of a shoe upon Han Yong's white shirt. Han Yong, momentarily dazed, struggled to comprehend the recent events, only feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Did you just kick me? He incredulously inquired of Shen Yan. My apologies, it was a reflex action. I did not intend to strike with such force, Shen Yan offered, hands clasped in a gesture of contrition. The kick delivered to Han Yong was purely an instinctive response honed through countless brawls, especially given the numerous vulnerabilities displayed by his opponent. Han Yong found it hard to believe, incredulous that he could be sent sprawling to the ground by such a slender individual. Not only did he struggle to accept this reality, but the others in the office shared his disbelief. I'll kill you, Han Yong bellowed as he stood up, eager to reclaim his dignity. Though his chest throbbed with pain, he could hardly afford to dwell on it. This incident not only embarrassed him in front of his colleagues, but also tarnished his image in the eyes of the woman he admired. Come now. We all share this office. Surely there are better ways to communicate, remarked the seasoned teacher, Zheng Wensheng, stepping in to mediate. His words, tinged with a Suzhou accent, resonated with clarity and authority, embodying the gravitas typical of an elder educator. Young Shun is, after all, a new teacher. Han Yong, as a senior, it would be wise to show a bit of tolerance. Zheng Laosher, it's not that I lack tolerance for my juniors, but just look at how this junior respects me as a senior, Han Yong retorted, his face flushed with anger. Had it not been for Zheng Wensheng's intervention, he might have escalated the confrontation. Han Laosher, you should also consider Young Shen's situation. He has just been betrayed by his fiancée. It's understandable that he might be a bit irritable. Du Chunhui chimed in unexpectedly from her seat in front of Shen Yan. Being a young teacher herself, she had joined the faculty a year earlier than Shen Yan and had recently completed her probationary period, becoming a full-fledged educator. Yet, her attempt at mediation bore an oddly sarcastic undertone. Upon hearing Du Chunhui's comments, Han Yong seized the opportunity to vent, responding in kind. I almost forgot. Teacher Shen cannot even manage to keep his future wife in check. It seems this soft life won't suit him well, though he yearned to retaliate physically. The increasing pain in his chest rendered him unable to muster any strength, leaving him only capable of verbal sparring. You know nothing. Teacher Shen possesses the ability to endure and adapt. Even Han Xian endured humiliation. What is a little hardship for Teacher Shen? If he rises to prominence in the future, he mustn't forget his colleagues. Du Chunhui countered with a sing-song tone. Teachers Shen, Du, and Han, please cease this quarrel. The fault lies with me. I failed to communicate effectively with Teacher Shen, Zhuang Xian interjected, anxious to resolve the tension that had arisen among her colleagues. Your tone is rather peculiar. Shen Yan remarked. Unfazed by the confrontation, he merely found Du Chunhui's manner of speaking oddly rhythmic and jarring. Humph. Du Chunhui scoffed, turning away. Since entering the workforce, she had come to grips with the harshness of reality, her aspirations having shifted to the desire to marry into a wealthy family and ascend to the upper echelons of society. Yet, witnessing a colleague potentially realize her dreams by transcending social strata left her inexplicably perturbed. Certain actions did not bother her when she performed them herself, but when others did. She perceived Shen Yan as spineless and lacking ambition, a man who simply sought the company of affluent women, devoid of any fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, Du Chunhui's sentiments were rooted in her own frustrations, while he merely viewed Han Yang's aggressive pursuit of companionship as understandable, finding Du Chunhui's criticisms rather perplexing. After careful contemplation, Shen Yan retrieved a book from his bag and sincerely handed it to Du Chunhui, stating, "Teacher Du, I read this book yesterday. It is exceptionally well written and should assist you in overcoming your current predicament." Upon merely glancing at the title, Du Chunhui felt a surge of indignation, her lips twitching with fury. She seized the book and hurled it at Shen Yan. "What do you mean by this?" she bellowed, her voice nearly a roar. Shen Yan narrowly dodged, causing the book to crash to the floor, revealing its title, Postponing Menopause, 3 Essential Actions Every Woman Must Take. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Zheng Wensheng felt a headache coming on. The new teacher, Shen, certainly had a knack for provocation, and now he was at a loss on how to mediate. Even Han Yong fell silent, astonished by the young man's audacity. Only Shen Yan remained perplexed, unable to fathom the source of Du's outrage, for his intentions were genuinely benevolent. He believed the book was beneficial and thus carried it with him. Chapter 9. An impromptu meeting. The atmosphere in the office plummeted to an icy tension. Zheng Wensheng endeavored to ease the situation, yet the environment was so fraught with hostility that he decided to refrain from intervening, trusting that these young individuals would possess enough sense not to escalate the matter within the school. Just then, a sharp reprimand from the doorway shattered the tension. A middle-aged man, slightly portly and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, rapped on the door with a rolled-up book in hand. "Director Wang, it's nothing. We were merely debating teaching methods." Zheng Wensheng quickly interjected upon recognizing the newcomer as Wang Gaojia from the Academic Affairs Office. Teachers were subject to evaluations, and if they were caught by the office, the entire team would face deductions in their bonuses. Han Yong and Du Chunhui wisely chose to remain silent, and Shen Yan, having no ill feelings, was already at ease. "Mind your tone, I've heard you from afar. The students might think you are quarreling," Wang Gaojia admonished, striking the door once more with the book. "By the way, Principal Dong has summoned all faculty to the large conference room for a meeting at noon. Assemble in 10 minutes. Do not be late." Zheng Wensheng felt a surge of frustration. He could not comprehend why the leadership so relished convening meetings during breaks, as if they believed all other teachers were equally unoccupied. Nevertheless, he dutifully promised, "We will be punctual." After the leader departed, Zheng Wensheng turned to his colleagues with a wry smile. "You all heard that. We are in the same office, so let's refrain from further disputes. Let us go." Du Chunhui huffed, casting Shen Yan a disdainful glance before strutting away in her high heels. Shen Yan chuckled and followed suit. The conference room was spacious enough to accommodate all the teachers. At the front, several educators were assisting the principal in adjusting the microphone. This was Shen Yan's first encounter with such an assembly. Previously, he had only lectured to disciples or peers. Now, in a role reversal, he found it to be an intriguing experience. He even took out a small notebook, intending to jot down the leader's remarks. Although his memory was such that he could easily recall every word, he felt a basic sense of decorum was still necessary. Regrettably, it appears that the leaders of this world do not prioritize efficiency. After half an hour of discussing the school ethos and regulations, the discourse meandered without ever reaching the crux of the matter. Shen Yan was profoundly disappointed. Just as he felt himself on the verge of dozing off, the principal suddenly announced, "Now, let us discuss the main points of today's meeting." Shen Yan awoke with renewed alertness, finally expecting a focus on the essential topics. Yet, he remained underwhelmed, as the principal proceeded to enumerate a series of trivial points before addressing the actual issues at hand. Shen Yan found himself drifting into a stupor, yearning for a pillow to rest upon. Of course, these trivialities were not the main focus. What I wish to convey is this. If you are aware that it is not the main point, why continue to speak of it? Shen Yan was rendered speechless. Had this individual spoken in the realm of cultivation, he might well have faced dire consequences. Thankfully, after such a lengthy preamble, the principal finally began to address serious matters. As everyone is likely aware, the situation regarding Class 8 of the third year has become known. The former class teacher, Mr. Shui, is unable to continue due to personal reasons. At this juncture, a ripple of laughter and soft conversations erupted from the audience. What was happening? Why was everyone laughing? Some uninformed teachers began inquiring about the situation from their colleagues. What personal reasons? It turned out that Mr. Shui had eloped with Mr. Zhao, the physical education teacher. Eloped? Such terminology seems quite archaic in modern society. Shen Yan, having perused numerous historical texts, recognized that elopement referred to a time when societal boundaries were rigid, leading individuals to forsake their families for love. Yet, it soon became evident that the teachers were indeed precise in their wording. It was an elopement. Mr. Shui and Mr. Zhao, both nearing 50 and with children on the brink of college, had quietly absconded. The crux of the matter was that Mr. Zhao had cleverly orchestrated a family vacation for his wife and daughter, only to sell his house and abscond with Mr. Shui. Even more astonishingly, they conspired to pen a letter to Principal Dong, stating their intent to explore the world beyond. When Principal Dong discovered this letter on his desk, he was taken aback. It was rumored that the families of both parties were now causing a ruckus at the school daily. As the gossip among the teachers escalated, the principal grew increasingly exasperated. Observing the cacophony of discussions below, "All right, everyone, please quiet down and consider the impact of your words," Principal Dong admonished, attempting to quell the uproar. "Today, we are not here to discuss Mr. Shui." With a serious demeanor, he continued, "The purpose of this meeting is to determine how to resolve the situation concerning Class 8. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. The final year of high school is the most crucial period in a student's academic journey. The absence of a class teacher for Class 8 was untenable. Principal Dong cleared his throat. Moreover, the parents of Class 8 were quite anxious about their children's academic performance and were in urgent need of a class teacher. The principal's last statement was indeed the crux of the matter. As a prestigious institution, Anhai No. 1 high school naturally attracted a number of influential or affluent parents eager to secure admission for their children. Although the school officially did not accept such students, the sheer size of Anhai meant that some parents wielded considerable power, rendering the school unable to refuse their requests. Essentially, the character and academic performance of these students are rather lacking. To avoid adversely affecting the school's admission rates, the administration typically resorts to placing these students in a single class, euphemistically dubbed a special skills class, and assigns a strict teacher to oversee them. After all, regardless of their academic achievements, it is paramount to maintain discipline and ensure that this group of students does not cause any disturbances throughout their 3 years of high school. Class 8 of the third year exemplifies this situation, as Mr. Shui, prior to his abrupt departure, was indeed a competent instructor. Unfortunately, he vanished. With no homeroom teacher to manage them and several students from affluent backgrounds in the class, the already struggling Class 8 faced even greater challenges. Mr. Dong attempted to appoint other teachers as temporary instructors for Class 8 midway through the term, but those students acted like little tyrants. The temporary homeroom teachers approached him in tears multiple times, pleading for a transfer, and eventually one even resorted to fleeing. Following this, Class 8 descended further into chaos. The teachers tasked with instructing them yearned for the class to conclude even more than the students did. Indeed, some core subject teachers have reached a point where they are reluctant to enter Class 8 at all. Yet, what can be done? The issues must be addressed, especially with several parents constantly applying pressure on him. Mr. Dong finds himself overwhelmed, eager to rid himself of this proverbial hot potato. The teachers are well aware of the situation and keep their heads down, fearful of being singled out by Mr. Dong. "Is there anyone willing to volunteer?" Mr. Dong gently encouraged. "Those who step forward will be given priority consideration for awards this year." Silence filled the room. "Please, do not hesitate to express your thoughts openly," he continued, but still, no one responded. The spacious conference hall was so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 10. Are you merely listening to flattery? The teachers are not fools. At this juncture, taking over Class 8 is no small feat. Achieving even a smooth transition to the college entrance examination would be a miracle given the disruptive nature of those students. Not to mention the even more challenging parents behind them. Mr. Dong, noticing the lack of response to his comments, grew somewhat irritated. The current teachers seem to lack respect for leadership and fail to alleviate the burdens of their superiors. All right, since no teacher is willing to self-nominate, let us proceed with recommendations. This time, Mr. Dong, having learned from experience, directly called upon the head of the teaching department, Ms. Yu. Why don't you recommend a few exemplary teachers? Being singled out, Ms. Yu wore a look akin to having swallowed a fly. As the head of the teaching department, and also serving as the assistant principal, she was on the cusp of a promotion to vice principal within a few months. Hoping to secure votes from the teachers below her, recommending someone could offend colleagues, but failing to do so would be even worse. After all, isn't the assistant principal's role to relieve the principal's burdens? If she couldn't even assist the principal effectively, her aspirations for the vice principal position would be dashed. Ms. Yu's gaze scanned the crowd, searching for a teacher with minimal connections to take the fall. However, any teachers who caught her eye promptly averted their gazes. Those who had already assumed homeroom positions in other classes seemed relieved, while subject teachers who had not yet taken on such roles felt an acute sense of trepidation. At last, Yu surely spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, Shen Yan. In the past, she might have hesitated due to Shen Yan's status as the prospective son-in-law of the Shao family, but with the recent scandal of elopement, it was clear to everyone that this son-in-law was hardly esteemed by the Shao family. Moreover, this morning he had the audacity to call her, yet failed to appear in her office. Was he not a quintessential scapegoat? Contemplating this, Yu surely devised a plan and immediately approached the principal with a flattering tone. I recommend teacher Shen Yan as the homeroom teacher for Class 8. Shen Yan? Who is that? The moment his name was mentioned, not only the principal but many teachers were left perplexed, unaware of this individual. The principal quickly ran through the names of seasoned teachers in his mind, even recalling those who had been distinguished in previous years, and ultimately even those of lesser merit. Yet, he could not recall any teacher by the name of Shen Yan and simply inquired, Director Yu, could you kindly enlighten me as to where this esteemed teacher Shen Yan is? I seem to be drawing a blank. Yu surely recognized that Principal Dong had misunderstood and hastened to clarify. This teacher Shen is a new recruit this year and is currently undergoing his internship. It is understandable that you might not remember him. Dong Zixing's expression instantly soured. Well, Yu surely, even if you find it inconvenient to recommend a veteran teacher, at the very least you should propose a qualified teacher, not an intern. Do you think I can be easily deceived as a principal? Noticing the principal's displeasure, Yu surely dared not beat around the bush and quickly asserted, Principal, please do not misunderstand. Although teacher Shen is still an intern, he graduated from a prestigious university and possesses a high teaching level with a unique pedagogical approach. He has a solid grasp of teaching methods. In her fervor to elevate Shen Yan's standing, Yu surely offered numerous flattering remarks. Of course, these were mere fabrications. While Shen Yan was indeed a graduate of a renowned institution, he had just completed his studies and lacked any teaching experience, let alone a remarkable teaching philosophy. His teaching capabilities were far from impressive. Dong Zixing remained skeptical. He was no fool. Having served as principal for many years, he had encountered countless interns. Yet none had truly excelled in teaching. Teaching expertise necessitates long-term accumulation and trial and error, and there is seldom a one-size-fits-all approach. Even seasoned educators hesitate to guarantee their ability to manage a struggling class, let alone an inexperienced intern. Meanwhile, Shen Yan sat below the stage, chuckling at Yu surely's performance. To cover for him, the director was nearly extolling him to the heavens. Surprisingly, he found the flattery quite agreeable. I too recommend teacher Shen, Du Chunwei chimed in, her eyes lighting up at Yu surely's endorsement. She raised her hand, adding, Teacher Shen possesses strong work capabilities, excels in fostering colleague relationships, and is exceptionally skilled in managing student affairs. He is more than capable of handling Class 8. Du Chunwei emphasized her point about teamwork, and others began to echo her sentiments. Indeed, Teacher Shen is particularly adept at uniting colleagues and will surely manage student issues effectively. I also endorse Teacher Shen, Han Yong declared, encouraged by the growing support. Dong Zixing was initially apprehensive about whether the intern teacher could effectively guide the third-year students. However, 3 teachers consecutively stepped forward to commend Shen Yan. Could it be that Shen Yan is truly a remarkable teaching talent? I dissent. After all, Shen is still in the internship phase. The pressures of the final year are immense, especially with the impending college entrance examinations. It would be unwise to entrust such responsibilities to a novice teacher. Suddenly, a dissenting voice emerged from the crowd, creating a stark contrast to the prevailing sentiment. Shen Yan was equally astonished that someone would come to his defense at such a moment. Curiously, he glanced toward the crowd, where a young male teacher resembling a protagonist from a romantic drama stood, radiantly handsome and exuberant. Shen Yan reflected briefly but could not recall any impression of this teacher. Just then, he felt a sudden poke from a fountain pen on his back. Turning around, he saw Zhuang Xian. She cupped her hands around her mouth in a makeshift megaphone and whispered, "Don't agree." This young girl seemed genuinely concerned for him. On stage, Yuxiuli, undeterred by the opposition, retorted, "Teacher Chengzhe, I must disagree with your statement. The authorities often emphasize the importance of nurturing young talent and providing opportunities for novice teachers. Our actions are indeed aimed at fostering a young cadre and granting them the chance to learn." Yuxiuli, being the head of the teaching department, showcased her eloquence, deftly elevating the conversation to the cultivation of young talent. Once uttered, her words silenced any dissent, and Dong Zixing nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Let us invite the esteemed teacher Shen to share a few words." Dong Zixing did not even inquire whether Shen Yan was agreeable. He simply instructed him to speak. The implication unmistakable. As the microphone was handed to Shen Yan, the other teachers present were intrigued by what this newly appointed scapegoat would articulate. Would he refuse under the pressure from Principal Dong, or would he reluctantly acquiesce? Surely, Shen Yan had antagonized the head of the department, given her notorious penchant for retribution. The situation in Class 8 was dire. Even a celestial being might struggle to rectify it. Was Class 8 truly that problematic? It was not merely underperforming. 30% of the parents wielded considerable influence, and a single misstep could lead to utter ruin. The principal, in his wisdom, had indeed consented to appoint an intern teacher as a placeholder. When the results faltered, how would Shen Yan withstand the onslaught from the parents? There had been instances in previous years where teachers of specialized classes, unable to deliver satisfactory results, were driven to despair by parental pressure. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, he had not overheard the colleagues' murmurs. Clearing his throat, he addressed the microphone, stating, "Indeed, I am the exemplary individual that director you described." The assembly of teachers was taken aback. Was this young man merely indulging in flattery? In addition to this, I am also eager to assist others, care for my peers, maintain an optimistic outlook, work diligently, and adeptly alleviate my colleagues' midlife anxieties. All right, we are well aware of your excellence, Teacher Shen, Dong Zixing interjected. As Shen Yan's remarks grew increasingly absurd, this new teacher hardly appeared reliable. Dong Zixing resolved to implement an additional safeguard, stating, "Given the unique circumstances of Class 8, Director Yu, please recommend another teacher to act as a co-class supervisor to assist in management." Chapter 11. The current state of Class 8. Yuxiuli's gaze began to scan the meeting room like a meticulous scanner, ultimately focusing on two individuals, Chengzhe and Zhuang Xian. The rationale for selecting these two was rather straightforward. Chengzhe had just dared to openly challenge her, while Zhuang Xian possessed a gentle temperament, making her more manageable. However, Chengzhe was a physical education teacher, and the school had yet to establish a precedent for a PE teacher serving as a deputy class leader. After careful consideration, Yuxiuli decided on Zhuang Xian as the candidate. Dong Zixing readily agreed without a second thought, reasoning that whether it was one intern or two, the teaching responsibilities remained the same. When it was Zhuang Xian's turn to speak, she appeared much more composed. She was not adept at refusing others and simply expressed that although she lacked experience, she would strive to do her best. Most of the teachers were satisfied with this meeting. After all, the troublesome Class 8 had not landed in their laps. Yuxiuli felt content, having dealt with the defiant Shen Yan by promoting the latter to face the consequences of his actions. Dong Zixing was even more pleased, as the selection had come from the teachers themselves. If any issues arose in the future, it would not be the principal's responsibility to bear. Should the academic performance falter or parental dissatisfaction ensue, the blame could easily be placed on these two intern teachers. The meeting concluded amidst a chorus of satisfaction. Shen Yan glanced at the time. An hour of trivial chatter had yielded a mere 10 minutes of substantive discussion. As Du Chunhui exited, she encountered Shen Yan, her demeanor exuding triumph as she rolled her eyes at him and strutted away with her nose in the air. Han Yong, equally self-satisfied, feigned encouragement, saying, "Teacher Shen, you must put in extra effort. I've heard that the parents of Class 8 are quite challenging." Shen Yan had no time to entertain their jests, for he had just received notification that his first mathematics class of the afternoon would be with Class 8. He was keen to discern the nature of this notorious class. Indeed, the absence of a teacher for Class 8 was justified. Upon his arrival, albeit a few minutes late, the classroom was still in disarray, with raucous noise permeating the air. As he entered, the chaos only intensified. A significant portion of the students were brazenly engrossed in their phones, while others engaged in chatter or dozed off, leaving only a few diligently seated. Two boys with unruly hair occupied the doorway, perched atop their desks, smoking cigarettes. Were it not for the school's esteemed reputation, Shen Yan might have suspected he had stumbled into a gathering of delinquents. Upon seeing Shen Yan, one of the boys exhaled a cloud of second-hand smoke in his direction, smirking defiantly. Shen Yan remained unfazed, proceeding to the podium to take attendance. But he found that only a handful of students responded. He noted the names of those who did and inquired about the class leader. A girl with a ponytail raised her hand languidly, confirming her position among the few who had shown interest. After that, he chose to disregard the chaos, opting instead to engage with his own phone. The students, observing their teacher's indifference, grew increasingly audacious. The few who genuinely wished to learn were utterly disheartened, shaking their heads in despair as they began to study independently. The class leader contemplated speaking up, but was at a loss for words. While their class had previously struggled, it had never descended into such disorder. This was likely a consequence of the strict management style employed by their former teacher, Mr. Shui. This approach bears both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in maintaining a constant tension. As long as this tension persists, the 3 years of high school will remain relatively untroubled. Conversely, should this tension snap prematurely, all the accumulated pressure will rebound instantaneously. Regrettably, the elopement of teacher Shui resulted in this tension being insufficiently sustained for 3 years, consequently unleashing a Pandora's box that rendered this group of privileged youths heedless of consequences. They had little regard for the Gaokao. Even without it, their familial connections would secure them favorable employment, with education merely fulfilling the demands of their elders. Now, devoid of constraints, they indulge in their whims. Zhanggu, this new teacher seems rather unassuming. You could puff smoke right in his face and he wouldn't utter a word, chuckled one of the yellow-haired boys, a cigarette dangling from his lips. What could an unassuming teacher do? The boy, referred to as Zhanggu, took satisfaction in exerting his influence, believing that if one did not recognize their place, they would soon learn to do so. Their conversation was brazen, entirely unconcerned that Shen Yan on the podium might overhear. Perhaps their words were intended for his ears alone. Shen Yan merely smiled at them, continuing to gaze at his phone. The two yellow-haired boys scoffed dismissively and continued smoking. 5 minutes before class concluded, Shen Yan suddenly stowed away his phone and pointed at one of the yellow-haired boys, saying, "Zhanggu, come with me." "Zhanggu, don't go," cautioned another boy. Yet Zhanggu appeared unfazed, unconcerned about what might transpire. He leisurely lit another cigarette before following Shen Yan out. Zhang Ji's name was Zhang Juanhu. During teacher Shui's tenure as homeroom teacher, brawls were commonplace, and he had frequently found himself summoned to the academic and disciplinary offices for reprimands. However, what was the point? Zhang Juanhu perceived these individuals as tedious, concluding that this new teacher would resort to the same tired methods of criticism, reflection, and parental involvement. "Just watch me disregard you," he thought. Zhang Juanhu anticipated being taken to the office, but was surprised when Shen Yan led him to a storage room instead. His disdain deepened. Did this teacher truly dare to strike a student? In today's society, such actions could lead to severe repercussions, dismissal at best, or public disgrace at worst. Contemplating this, Zhang Juanhu exhaled smoke directly at Shen Yan. To his astonishment, Shen Yan snatched the cigarette and delivered a sharp slap to the back of his ear. You dare strike me? You dare hit a student?" Zhang Juanhu was bewildered. He could hardly fathom a teacher would resort to such measures in contemporary society. Shen Yan smiled. And while Zhang Juanhu was still in shock, another swift slap met the other ear, accompanied by a kick to his knee. Zhang Juanhu stumbled, nearly falling. But Shen Yan caught him just in time to prevent a fall. "Do you know who my father is?" Zhang Juanhu exclaimed. Without affording him the opportunity to elaborate, Shen Yan swiftly twisted his wrist. There was a sharp crack. Zhang Juanhu's arm dislocated, eliciting a cry of pain. "Ah, you're finished. Your teaching career is over. I will see to it that you serve time in prison," Zhang Juanhu gasped, tears welling in his eyes, though he still attempted to maintain bravado. Shen Yan continued to smile, yet to Zhang Juanhu, this smile appeared exceptionally sinister. Why not report it? Let us see who they will believe. The student with dyed yellow hair, constantly fighting, or me, a harmless intern teacher. Although this body may not be particularly robust, Shen Yan possesses a long history of scrapping. While he may lack professionalism in teaching, he is undoubtedly a master in the art of combat. Thus, when disciplining students today, Shen Yan focused his strikes on joints and the area behind the ears, ensuring pain without leaving any bruises. Moreover, with his expertise, he was confident that even if the other party sought medical examination, nothing would be discerned. It was a case of professional alignment. By the way, I must also help you dislocate and reset that joint. Shen Yan approached with a smile. What are you going to do? No, please don't come any closer. Zhang Juanhu was genuinely terrified. If you come any closer, I will scream. This teacher not only lacked the fundamental qualities of an educator, but also possessed a remarkably low moral compass. Shen Yan shrugged. He had already assessed the environment. Noting the excellent soundproofing of the storage room, screaming would be futile. Ultimately, Zhang Juanhu could not evade Shen Yan's adept resetting technique, which caused him immense pain, nearly leading him to faint. Much better, Shen Yan remarked, clapping his hands as he emerged from the storage room, feeling invigorated. Chapter 12. A quest for funds. Upon returning to the office, Zhuang Xian was still rallying herself for encouragement. The next class was her Chinese lesson. Yet having just heard her colleagues recount the impressive feats of Class 8, she could not help but feel a twinge of trepidation. Seeing Shen Yan return with a refreshed demeanor eased her anxiety somewhat. Mr. Shen, how is Class 8 faring? Zhuang Xian inquired cautiously. Quite splendidly. The students are lively and adorable. Upon noticing my nervousness as the new teacher, some even took the initiative to help alleviate my tension. Zhuang Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed Class 8 was not as dreadful as other teachers had portrayed. Stubborn as a dead duck. Du Chunhui scoffed, her nostrils flaring with disdain, refusing to believe that Class 8 students could be so docile. Recently, she had also been assigned to teach a few classes for them and had become overwhelmed in just 2 days, crying for leadership to transfer her. Unaware of why Teacher Du was targeting him today, Shen Yan surmised that she might be experiencing early menopause, her symptoms aligning too closely with those described in books. Thus, he encouraged, Teacher Du, menopause is not terrifying. The key is to learn how to confront it. Du Chunhui's nostrils flared in indignation. I am only 28. Do I seem like someone approaching menopause? Zhuang Xian gathered her courage and went to teach her class. When Shen Yan saw her again, it was after an entire lesson had passed. Her face bore an expression of indescribable fatigue, her spirit seemingly weighed down. After returning to her seat, she stared blankly ahead, her eyes devoid of life. After that class, Zhuang Xian began to doubt her suitability for the teaching profession. How did the class go, Teacher Zhuang? Du Chunhui inquired with a sense of mischief. Zhuang Xian shook her head, lacking even the strength to respond. In her Chinese class for Class 8, hardly anyone paid attention. The classroom was filled with uproar. The only surprise was a fierce-looking boy with dyed hair who sat quietly and listened attentively throughout the entire lesson. Du Chunhui felt satisfied. This was the typical state of a Class 8 lesson. Shen Yan was merely putting on a brave front. Regardless of her thoughts, Shen Yan discovered that the school had a library, and both students and faculty could borrow books free of charge, merely requiring registration. Elated, he spent the entire afternoon immersed in the library. The school's library boasted an extensive collection, predominantly comprised of older volumes, with romance novels being particularly favored by the students. The vast array of books delighted Shen Yan, allowing him to lose track of time. When he finally regained his senses, it was already past 9 in the evening, and only the rumbling of his stomach prompted him to cease his reading. He had made substantial progress, having perused nearly half of the library's collection. Shen Yan had also strategically focused on educational literature, which provided him with a broad outline for his upcoming teaching in Class 8. On high note, one high school had arranged for students to have evening study sessions, resulting in the school closing quite late. He initially intended to take the bus home, but found himself without even a single coin to spare. Had he known about the free books earlier, he would have refrained from spending so much money, and now he regretted it. Not only was returning home an issue, but he also had no prospects for dinner. Teacher Zhuang, why not accompany me to watch a movie? I've invited you several times, and we can discuss teaching matters afterward. At the school gate, Zhuang Xian sat awkwardly in her car, while Han Yong leaned against her driver's window, making it difficult for her to drive away. She had already declined Han Yong numerous times, and to refuse again would seem disrespectful to a senior colleague. Moreover, he had invoked the topic of discussing teaching, which made it even harder for her to say no. Although I am a physical education teacher, I have been teaching at the school for several years and have some experience with students that I could share with teacher Zhuang. Sensing an opportunity, Han Yong continued to press his case. And look, my friends are right here watching. Zhuang Xian glanced out of the window and noticed several male teachers nearby, likely fellow physical education instructors, encouraging her. Teacher Zhuang, please agree to Han Yong. Physical education teachers do not have evening study sessions, and Han Yong has specifically waited for you for over 3 hours after work. Indeed, Teacher Zhuang, you can see Han Yong's intentions. Even if you don't feel it now, getting to know him better could be beneficial. Han Yong smirked. His companions had indeed played their part well. The encouragement from others made it exceedingly difficult to refuse. For to decline would mean disregarding the sentiments of all present, thus appearing insincerely aloof. During his university days, he had successfully employed this tactic to win over countless girls, and he was confident he could charm someone as seemingly innocent as Zhuang Xian. As he gazed at Zhuang Xian's exquisite and beautiful face, Han Yong felt a surge of desire. She was undeniably far more attractive than any of his previous girlfriends. Zhuang Xian found herself increasingly troubled. Perhaps she should simply agree this time. After all, it was merely a movie outing. Noticing Zhuang Xian's wavering stance, Han Yong felt triumphant. Such naive young women were the easiest to manipulate. Once in the dimly lit cinema, he could easily create some physical contact and was certain he could win her over. Teacher Zhuang, is this your car? Just as Zhuang Xian was about to acquiesce, Shen Yan spotted the two at the school gate and was pleasantly surprised to see the pink Volkswagen Beetle. Yes, it is. Zhuang Xian was perplexed by Shen Yan's inquiry. By the time she grasped the situation, Shen Yan had already settled into the passenger seat and was fastening his seatbelt. Perfect. Just take me to Shuiyun Manor. I find myself devoid of funds for a taxi, Shen Yan stated with casual ease, his audacity rendering him oblivious to the concept of politeness. All right, fine, Zhuang Xian replied softly, uncertain of how to decline Han Yong's invitation. This development presented a convenient escape. I'm sorry, Teacher Han, but I need to drive Teacher Shen. Upon uttering these words, she pressed the accelerator, and the pink Beetle sped away, leaving only a trail of exhaust fumes in its wake. Hey, Zhuang Teacher. Han Yong attempted to pursue them, but all he could see were the illuminated taillights fading into the distance. Shen Yan, it's you again, he seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. I'll make you pay for this. Inside the vehicle, Shen Yan sneezed, glancing back in confusion. I didn't interrupt anything between you two, did I? No. Teacher Han invited me to watch a movie, and I was at a loss on how to refuse until you appeared, Zhuang Xian admitted, feeling considerably relieved. Shen Yan merely responded with a nonchalant "Oh. Do you reside in Shuiyun Manor, Teacher Shen?" Zhuang Xian had heard some rumors regarding Shen Yan, notably that on the day of his engagement, his fiancée eloped with a famous celebrity. Yet, there were also whispers that his fiancée hailed from a wealthy family, which made it less surprising for Shen Yan to inhabit such an affluent neighborhood. No, my future father-in-law lives there. I'm merely going to request some funds from him. As he spoke, Shen Yan lamented, I must tell you, if you ever consider marrying into a wealthy family, keep your eyes peeled. Don't be like me, marrying into a wealthy clan only to find them miserly. I read a few novels in the library today, where the plot revolved around taking 5 million and abandoning my daughter. If only my father-in-law were that generous. Zhuang Xian fell silent, reflecting on Shen Yan's blunt manner of speaking. Shuiyun Manor was not far from the school. A half-hour drive sufficed for their journey. However, Shen Yan nearly found himself unable to enter the community, as Shuiyun Manor was a gated enclave with strict security measures. Fortunately, the butler, Wang Shouqing, came out to facilitate their entry. The interior of the Shao family's villa was opulently decorated, spanning a vast area of 600 to 700 square meters. Within the house, aside from the butler and servants, only Xiao Jianming, the father, and Qin Yin, the mother, were present. Shen Yan scanned the surroundings, but did not spot Xiao Ran or the elderly patriarch. Noticing Shen Yan's late-night visit, Xiao Jianming felt a twinge of curiosity. Typically, the son-in-law designated by the elderly patriarch would not make such an unannounced appearance. What brings you here at this hour? Xiao Jianming's tone was somewhat unfriendly, as he harbored a deep-seated disdain for this prospective son-in-law. Were it not for the old man's insistence, he would never consider such a penniless, inconsequential young man as a potential husband for his daughter. Dad, don't call me Dad, Xiao Jiaming interjected sharply, instinctively repulsed by the term. And don't refer to me as your father-in-law. You aren't married to Ran yet, so you're not my son-in-law. Also, refrain from calling me mom or mother-in-law. Qin Yin chimed in, her nose held high, equally unimpressed with the impoverished suitor. Oh, Shen Yan uttered a soft acknowledgement, choosing not to dwell on the matter, and continued, Jianming, I find myself devoid of funds in my bank account. Would you be so kind as to assist me? What did you just call me? Xiao Jianming's voice rose sharply, disbelief etched upon his features at Shen Yan's address. I said, Jianming, I am out of money. Could you possibly lend me some? Xiao Jianming, nearly driven to laughter by a mix of irritation and incredulity regarding both the address and the request for funds, retorted, I've a dinner engagement shortly and no time for frivolities. Kindly deal with this fellow. With that, he dismissed Shen Yan and strode towards the exit, briefcase in hand. Chapter 13. The home of Zhuangxian. Shen Yan turned to Qin Yan, uncertainty lacing his voice. Should I also refer to you as Ian? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call me Aunt. Qin Yan replied, her expression darkening. Aunt Qin, it is nearly 10 o'clock. Jiaming is still out socializing. You ought to be cautious. I have perused several novels today, all recounting tales of affluent families, infidelity, and how the legitimate partners were cast aside. Shen Yan offered, his tone laced with concern. You and I. Qin Yan seemed momentarily bereft of words, ultimately opting for silence as she retreated to her room. Cheng Shu, please see young Shen off. I find myself rather fatigued this evening and shall retire to my quarters, Wang Shouqing said with an awkward smile, gesturing for Shen Yan to exit. Shen Yan felt a pang of disappointment. It appeared that the wealthy in reality were indeed miserly. Fortunately, Zhuangxian's pink beetle awaited him at the community entrance. Otherwise, he would have had to walk home. Could you please take me to Minghui community instead? He requested. Having failed to secure any funds, he resigned himself to another night of hunger. The plight of mortals, after all, was their inability to fast indefinitely. Noticing Shen Yan's downcast demeanor, Zhuangxian inquired gently, what troubles you? Nothing of consequence. It seems the affluent in novels are mere fabrications. In reality, they are all exceedingly stingy. Shen Yan lamented, his spirits diminished. Upon reaching Minghui community, Zhuangxian asked, Teacher Shen, shall I wait for you? Shen Yan pondered for a moment, concluding he had nothing of value to offer in exchange for the fare. He decided to gift Zhuangxian a couple of books, having already finished the ones he purchased the previous day. Would you kindly wait a moment longer, Teacher Zhuang? Zhuangxian, ever patient, agreed to wait downstairs. After ascending to his apartment, Shen Yan found himself repeatedly swiping his electronic key card without success, only to realize the lock had been changed. It must have been done by Xiao Ran during his absence in the daytime. He promptly dialed Xiao Ran's number, only to be met with a busy signal. To his dismay, she had blocked him. Feeling rather awkward, he retreated to the car. Zhuangxian, with her strikingly beautiful eyes, regarded him curiously. Would you be able to lend me? Initially, Shen Yan contemplated borrowing money for a hotel stay. However, a peculiar idea from a psychology book he had read the previous day surfaced in his mind. When requesting a loan from a friend, one should never ask outright. Instead, one should first make an unreasonable request, and upon refusal, lower the expectations before asking for money, making it difficult for the friend to decline. This is known as the concession effect in psychology. No wonder my previous attempts to borrow spirit stones from other sect leaders were met with rejection. It seems borrowing spirit stones required a strategy as well. Thus, Shen Yan rephrased his request. Teacher Zhuang, my home is inaccessible at the moment. May I spend the night at your residence? Zhuangxian blinked her large eyes and replied, certainly. If it's not feasible, could you lend me your words halfway? Shen Yan suddenly realized, looking incredulously at Zhuangxian, a large question mark rising above his head. What I meant was, tonight I wish to stay at your home. Shen Yan swallowed hard, uncertainly repeating the question. I know, I replied, it's fine. Zhuangxian's voice was melodious. This young lady doesn't harbor any ulterior motives towards me, does she? Shen Yan instinctively protected his chest, shifting slightly away from Zhuangxian in the passenger seat. The pink beetle drove steadily along the lane towards the suburbs, continuing until it reached a resort hotel. Shen Yan grew more anxious. Even the glances he cast at Zhuangxian were tinged with fear. As the car descended into the underground parking garage, Shen Yan discovered that behind the resort hotel lay an entire row of vacation villas. Miss, welcome back. As the vehicle came to a halt, A middle-aged man in a suit and white gloves personally opened the door for Zhuangxian. Mr. Shen, this is our security chief, Uncle Yun, Zhuangxian introduced. Shen Yan glanced at the man. This individual, with his beard, robust physique, and a terrifying scar over his left eye, did not resemble a typical security chief. Just call me Yun Fei, Uncle Yun said with a professional smile. However, such a towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, combined with an innate fierce demeanor, made his smile seem like a prelude to drawing a knife and shouting, "Brothers, follow me." After shaking hands and exchanging names with the burly man, Shen Yan quietly asked Zhuangxian, "Is this your home?" Zhuangxian nodded. "My family runs a resort." "Didn't you say you wanted to stay at my home because you knew?" "What? I only wanted to stay over because I knew?" Shen Yan was somewhat bewildered. "So, these rows of villas and that tall resort hotel all belong to your family?" Zhuangxian nodded. "There's also a hot spring estate on the back mountain, which is also managed by us." Shen Yan swallowed again, suddenly feeling that his identity as a son-in-law of the Shao family was rather unappealing. "Could you ask your father if he needs another son?" The garage was vast, and as he observed the luxury cars parked in their spaces, Zhuangxian's pink beetle appeared somewhat out of place in the midst. Following Zhuangxian, guided by Uncle Yun, Shen Yan finally glimpsed the entire resort's grandeur. The villas within the resort were evidently designed with meticulous care. The outermost row featured identical structures, while the subsequent rows grew increasingly ornate, each with its own unique characteristics. Zhuangxian's villa was situated halfway up the mountain, and they were driven up in a special vehicle by Uncle Yun. The luxury of the villas on the mountainside was comparable to some celestial palaces Shen Yan had encountered in his past life. "We do not open the villas on the mountainside to the public. The one in the middle is where I live with my family," Zhuangxian explained. Shen Yan felt a pang of envy. Although he had been an emperor in his past life, presiding over a large sect, cultivators were known for their pursuit of simplicity and detachment from worldly possessions. The higher the cultivation level, the less emphasis they placed on material comforts, resulting in little concern for the grandeur of their abodes. In truth, he had never resided in such opulent accommodations. The drawbacks of having too high a cultivation level, Shen Yan lamented. Upon entering the villa, he was struck by the realization that the affluent truly know how to indulge. The 2 rows of attendants clad in black suits and white gloves at the entrance were indeed quite imposing. "Uncle Yun, is grandfather asleep?" "The old master is still in his room undergoing therapy. Please do not enter just yet, Mississippi." "Is grandfather still having trouble sleeping these days?" "Yes." A look of concern shadowed Yun Fei's face. Zhuangxian was worried about her grandfather as well, yet with him currently in therapy, she refrained from intruding to greet him. A soft rumble emanated from Shen Yan's stomach. He had not eaten anything all day and could hardly manage to pull out 2 coins from his pocket. "Could you please inform the kitchen to prepare something for my friend?" Zhuangxian, ever considerate, suggested. Yun Fei acknowledged her request and promptly descended to instruct the kitchen. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. Even at this late hour, the kitchen was still bustling to prepare a midnight snack, which filled Shen Yan with envy. The kitchen staff worked swiftly, soon presenting an array of exquisite dishes, both Chinese and Western. "Miss, I have also requested a serving for you." Yun Fei instructed the servant to serve the dishes to the 2 of them while he stood by respectfully. Shen Yan, having gone the entire day without food, eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. However, after just a couple of bites, his brows furrowed in discontent. Was the cuisine here truly this subpar? The dishes at the engagement banquet had also been lackluster, and this villa's offerings were no better. The taste was horrendous, even inferior to the blandness of fasting pills. Was it perhaps that the wealthy had a peculiar palate, favoring such unpalatable fare? Zhuangxian, oblivious to Shen Yan's expression, savored her meal, her face lighting up with delight. Master Wang's culinary skills remain exceptional. This is truly delicious. Yet, her thoughts soon drifted back to her grandfather, and her expression shifted from enjoyment to concern. "Uncle Yun, has grandfather been able to eat anything these past few days?" Yun Fei shook his head helplessly. "It's the same as always. He can only consume a tiny bit at each meal." Hearing this, Zhuangxian's face clouded further with worry. Shen Yan, who had been quietly observing, clapped his hands as if he had found a kindred spirit. He had initially thought that Zhuangxian's enjoyment of the meal indicated a unique taste among the wealthy, but it seemed there were indeed normal individuals who struggled to consume these dishes, just like him. Chapter 14. Swine feed and delicacies. What is so strange about it? It's only natural for your grandfather to be unable to eat such swine feed, Shen Yan remarked with a tone of undeniable logic. Swine feed? Zhuang Xian had just taken a sip of soup, finding it utterly delightful, only to now question her own taste at Shen Yan's comment. She took another bite. Isn't it delicious? Yun Fei's expression soured. The young man was exceedingly rude. Were it not for the fact that he was the Miss friend, Yun Fei would have certainly taught him a lesson. Where's your kitchen? I'll prepare something edible for you. I assure you that your grandfather will be able to eat it. Shen Yan, unable to appreciate the dishes, sought to venture into the kitchen to prepare something himself. Yun Fei was displeased with Shen Yan's attitude, yet he still turned to Zhuang Xian for her opinion. Then could you please lead my friend to the kitchen, Uncle Yin? Zhuang Xian assumed he simply had difficulty adjusting to the external cuisine and thought little of it. Upon entering the villa's kitchen, Shen Yan was once again taken aback. The kitchen spanned over 200 square meters. The kitchen is fully equipped with an array of culinary tools. An extensive collection of knives is just the beginning. The stainless steel countertop stretches several dozen meters, capable of accommodating over 30 chefs working simultaneously. The large freezers are stocked with a diverse assortment of meats, vegetables, and seafood, far surpassing the facilities of many grand hotels. Upon hearing that Shen Yan found the food unsatisfactory and intended to prepare a meal himself, the expressions of the chefs soured noticeably. Each of them, having been privileged to serve as private chefs for the affluent, could easily assume the role of head chef in a five-star establishment. Notably, their master chef, Wang Yi, holds the esteemed position of vice president in the Culinary Association. However, as chefs accustomed to catering to high society, they refrained from resorting to harsh words or threats merely due to some skepticism. They simply regarded the young man with disdain, feeling his audacity was excessive, as they stood in a corner of the kitchen, coldly observing Shen Yan. Selecting a knife, Shen Yan commenced the preparation of the ingredients with a fluid grace, effortlessly transitioning from one step to the next. The main chefs, however, could only shake their heads in disapproval. The youth displayed a certain restlessness, lacking fundamental knife skills. Using a single knife on everything, from bones to seafood and vegetables, was simply unacceptable. Even with the same ingredient, the techniques for deboning and cutting meat are nuanced, requiring distinct tools to preserve the integrity of the flavors. One chef, with a Cantonese accent, shook his head in dismay. Master Chef Wang Yi gently patted the chef's hand in a gesture of reassurance, explaining, "This is the young lady's friend. He likely wishes to impress her and is attempting to draw attention to himself. Let us not hold him to the standards expected of professional chefs." Yet, the temper of the chef known as Fu was notably more volatile than that of his colleagues. Observing the tension, Yun Fei interjected with an apologetic demeanor, urging, "Master Fu, please do not take offense. We are aware that youth can be brash and lacking in decorum. We know your culinary skills are unparalleled. Mr. Shen is merely trying to make an impression on the young lady, and there is no need to dwell on his remarks." With Yun Shu's intervention, the chef known as Fu felt compelled to refrain from further comment. Shen Yan worked swiftly, and before long, he had prepared a standard meal of 4 dishes and a soup. Just as the dishes were completed, Zhuang Xian's grandfather emerged from his therapy session. Stepping into the room, "Ah, it seems our dear Xian has brought a guest home today." The elderly man, clad in a loose bathrobe and wielding a dragon-headed cane, appeared frail and fragile, yet there lingered an indefinable air of authority in his every gesture. Yun Fei moved to assist the elder in taking a seat, but was met with a piercing glare. "How many times must I remind you? Do not refer to me as the old master. Those days are long behind us." Yes, old master. I shall be more mindful," Yun Fei quickly amended, realizing his faux pas. "Grandfather, this is my friend, Shen Yan, who also happens to be a teacher at our school, and we share a class," Zhuang Xian introduced. Shen Yan approached with a warm handshake, his demeanor exuding earnestness and enthusiasm. This truly exemplifies the affluent elite. One cannot help but wonder whether this venerable gentleman still takes in adopted sons or grandsons. Zhuang He was momentarily taken aback. In his youth, he had committed numerous transgressions, and with age had naturally cultivated an air of intimidation. Although he typically endeavored to conceal it, there were few young individuals who could meet him for the first time without trepidation. Zhuang He smiled broadly, gesturing towards Shen Yan, exclaiming, "This young man is remarkable. Far superior to your younger self, Xiao Yun." Yun Fei readily concurred, recalling his own initial encounter with the elder when the latter's hair had yet to turn white. He had been nearly brought to his knees in fear, and indeed, Shen Yan's demeanor was strikingly more impressive. As they settled at the table, Old Master Zhuang surveyed the 4 dishes and a soup before him, though his appetite was notably absent. In recent days, his culinary cravings had waned, and managing a few bites per meal had become a considerable feat, much to the dismay of the chefs. "Grandfather, this is specially prepared by Shen Yan. Please, do eat a little," Zhuang Xian implored, acutely aware of her grandfather's dwindling food intake and hoping, through Shen Yan's name, to encourage him to consume more, lest his health deteriorate further. Zhuang he felt it inappropriate to decline. He turned to Yun Fei, saying, "You should join us and eat a bit as well." Yun Fei hastily shook his head in refusal. "Sit," Zhuang he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. Consequently, Yun Fei fell silent and obediently took a seat beside the elder. Shen Yan, unconcerned with dining etiquette, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. "Ah, it's truly delightful to savor one's own cooking. Grandfather, do eat a little," Zhuang Xian urged once more. Zhuang he nodded with a smile, acknowledging that he certainly needed to eat something. He resolved to take a couple of bites, later claiming that he had already dined and could eat no more, thus saving face for his granddaughter's friend. However, upon taking his first bite, it felt as though something had detonated within his mind, rendering him momentarily blank, save for the 2 words that echoed, "exquisite flavor." Zhuang he prided himself on having tasted countless delicacies, having attended national banquets on several occasions, yet none of those culinary experiences could compare to these modest dishes. To describe them would be to suggest that such flavors could scarcely belong to this mortal realm. Unable to restrain himself, he continued to indulge, ultimately drawing the remaining dishes closer to himself for easier access. Observing her grandfather's fervor, Zhuang Xian, in bewilderment, took a bite herself, and was instantly transported to a realm of bliss, feeling as though she might soar with happiness. Her eyes sparkled with joy, her cheeks flushed, convinced that this was the most delectable meal she had ever encountered. When she regained her senses, she found the elder already licking the plates clean. Yun Fei was left agape, having never witnessed Old Master Zhuang in such a state. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say he had never seen it. In the elder's youth, while leading a gang, he had abhorred waste and consumed his meals entirely. Yet, as he aged and his influence expanded, he began to prioritize decorum and restraint, no longer indulging extravagantly, but rather sampling modestly, especially in his later years, when his health had declined. Managing even a few bites was a commendable achievement. Yet today, amidst the company, only Shen Yan seemed to express disdain, declaring that affluent individuals ought to exhibit refinement. It appeared, however, that Old Master Zhuang's appetite was anything but lacking, as he was now lifting plates to lick them clean. Shen Yan took a couple of bites, and then could only manage a few mouthfuls of rice with the soup. Zhuang Xian savored her first bite, while Yun Fei did not manage to eat a single morsel, leaving the rest to settle in the old gentleman's stomach. Zhuang he, after licking the plates clean, suddenly realized his actions were somewhat uncouth, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. "I apologize, I haven't eaten much today and am feeling a bit hungry. My manners may appear somewhat unseemly," he stammered, reddening further. He had initially intended to claim he was too full to eat, but it had morphed into an admission of having eaten very little, leaving the old gentleman unsure of how to react. Chapter 15. "A place to stay. Shall I prepare a couple more dishes?" Shen Yan inquired, noticing that Zhuang he and his granddaughter seemed unsatisfied. "I have had my fill, but if Xiaoxian and the young friend are still hungry, it would not be a bother to make another dish." Zhuang he's face grew even rosier. He wished to eat more, but feared being seen in an unrefined state. "I am full too," Zhuang Xian replied, her cheeks also flushed. In truth, she had eaten quite well for dinner, yet upon tasting Shen Yan's creations, she felt utterly unsatisfied. "Since we are all full, let's leave it at that." Shen Yan had merely been indulging in pleasantries. He was inherently lazy and would have made no effort had the food not been so unpalatable. The greatest aspiration of the immortal Shen in his previous life was to recline comfortably, with food and drink brought to him, ideally doing nothing but sleeping all day. For this, several elders in his sect had often chided him, suggesting he ought to be a pig rather than cultivate immortality. Upon realizing that Shen Yan had no intention of preparing more dishes, both Zhuang he and Zhuang Xian displayed expressions of deep regret. Yun Fei, observing their puzzled countenances, wondered what the old gentleman and the young lady were lamenting about. After satisfying their hunger, Zhuang He was in high spirits, engaging in light conversation with Shen Yan and Zhuang Xian for quite some time. Uncle Yin glanced at the clock and reminded, "Old master, it is getting late. You should rest." Zhuang He sighed deeply. "How can I sleep? My body feels uncomfortable at night." "Grandfather still cannot sleep at night? Has the therapy been ineffective? Perhaps we should seek another doctor," Zhuang Xian said, her face filled with concern. Zhuang He affectionately ruffled his granddaughter's hair. "The therapy showed some initial effects, but they have since diminished. Nowadays, if I manage to sleep for 1 or 2 hours, I am grateful." However, he did not want to worry his granddaughter. The doctor mentioned this is a common ailment among the elderly. It is nothing serious. Yun Fei's expression was one of sympathy, knowing that the old gentleman's ailments stemmed from issues incurred in his youth, and that every time he closed his eyes at night, he was plagued by intense pain. Shen Yan, observing Zhuang He, remarked dismissively, "Do not heed the ramblings of those quacks. What is sleeplessness but a triviality? One day, I shall prepare some incense for you, and I assure you will sleep soundly, oblivious even to thunder." Shen Yan's words incited Yun Fei's ire. This young man truly had no filter. Yet Zhuang He laughed heartily. "Then I shall trouble you, young friend." He was aware that these were lingering injuries from his youth, and he had tried numerous Western and traditional remedies, along with countless attempts at incense, calming herbs, and sleeping pills, all of which proved futile. In the evening, I gently massaged my grandfather's temples, hoping it would help him sleep better. Zhuang Xian wished to do something for him. "Unlike your father and younger brother, who are perpetually disorganized, little Xian is quite filial." That night, Shen Yan lay on the grand bed in the villa, realizing for the first time just how exquisitely soft a bed could be. Unlike the past, when he would meditate for 10 years on a mat with just a stick of incense, he slept soundly that evening. So much so that he overslept the next morning. Had it not been for Zhuang Xian calling him, he would have been late. With bleary eyes, Shen Yan completed his morning routine, too lazy to eat breakfast, yearning instead for just 5 more minutes of slumber. Thankfully, Zhuang Xian was driving, allowing him to doze off in the passenger seat. At the school gate, teachers were scheduled to patrol, and today it happened to be Han Yong's turn. Upon seeing Shen Yan in the passenger seat beside Zhuang Xian, he stammered in shock. Zhuang, Teacher Zhuang, how is it that Shen Yan is in your car this early?" Still half asleep and somewhat disoriented, Shen Yan greeted Han Yong. "Good morning, Teacher Han. I stayed with Teacher Zhuang last night, and we happened to come over together this morning." Han Yong appeared as though struck by lightning, incredulously gazing at Zhuang Xian, his speech faltering and twisting. Zhuang teacher, he must be joking, right? You just happened to pick Shen Yan up on the way to school, right? Zhuang Xian smiled gently. Han Yong instantly sighed in relief. "I thought so. You must have just carpooled." The previous evening, after careful consideration, Zhuang Xian decided it was best not to have too many people aware of their stay at the vacation villa, so she clarified, "Last night, Shen Yan simply stayed with me at the resort hotel." Referring to it as a resort hotel made it far more reasonable, especially since that particular resort belonged to their family. Han Yong's expression dimmed immediately, and even as they entered the school gate, he continued to murmur the words Zhuang teacher, and Shen Yan stayed at the hotel repeatedly. "Quick, someone call for help. Teacher Han has fainted. We need to get him to the infirmary." Shen Yan thought he heard someone shout from a distance. The academic pressure in the 3rd year of high school was immense, yet it seemed ill-suited for Class 8, which remained noisy and boisterous. However, for Shen Yan, it provided a welcome respite. Aside from an afternoon math class, he spent most of his time immersed in the library. In truth, after perusing a series of educational texts, he had formulated an initial teaching strategy for Class 8. In essence, it was about targeting the leader first. In a chaotic classroom, once the ringleader was subdued, order would prevail. To achieve this, he needed to ascertain who the key figures in the class were. During the afternoon class, as was his custom, Shen Yan did not actually teach, but perused a few books borrowed from the library while standing at the podium. Upon entering the classroom, Zhang Juanhu reacted strongly to his presence, instinctively retreating a step on his chair, which caused both him and the chair to tumble over. After which he sat quietly in his seat like a quail. His golden-haired subordinate, witnessing his older brother's lack of resolve today, incessantly urged, "Zhang Ge, why are you afraid of him? I've found out he is merely an intern teacher. Let us take him down." Zhang Juanhu remained unresponsive. The golden-haired subordinate continued to incite action against him, only to be swiftly silenced by a slap from Zhang Juanhu. Having endured considerable hardship the previous day, He had gone home to complain to his parents about being struck by the teacher, asking them to pressure the principal for Shen Yan's dismissal. As anticipated by Shen Yan, his parents did not believe him at all and instead accused him of causing trouble at school, expressing their disappointment. However, Zhang Juanhu did not intend to let the matter rest. He believed he was merely feigning weakness temporarily. Indeed, he reassured himself that it was merely a momentary retreat. Observing Zhang Juanhu quietly resting his head on the desk, Shen Yan smiled at him, causing Zhang Juanhu's hair to stand on end and prompting him to begin reading a book. Class monitor, come to my office after class. Chapter 16. The school bully. The class monitor of Class 8, Ma Linger, was a demure girl with a ponytail. Unlike most students in her class, Ma Linger was a diligent scholar. Xiaoma, I summoned you to gain insight into the situation in the class. Shen Yan prepared a cup of tea from his thermos. Yes, Teacher Shen, please go ahead. As the class monitor, Ma Linger had little hope for this new homeroom teacher. Following the elopement of Teacher Shui, the school had assigned several temporary homeroom teachers who had sought her input, but ultimately achieved nothing. The inaction of these temporary teachers had significantly exacerbated the situation in Class 8. Who are the bullies in our class, or shall I say the school bullies? Shen Yan preferred to get straight to the point. Ma Linger was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the new teacher's first inquiry would concern this. What bullies? Our school is a key institution. How could there be bullies? Ma Linger appeared extremely anxious, glancing around the office, where the other teachers were still engaged in their classes. Shen Yan reassured her, there are only the two of us here. You need not fear. Just speak candidly. There truly are no bullies. I do not understand what you mean, teacher, Ma Linger insisted, unwilling to divulge information. Students in their senior year were already adults and were certainly not naive. With the current state of Class 8, teachers were reluctant to come and teach. Even if you wished to study diligently, the chaotic environment would hinder your learning, adversely affecting your academic performance. Ma Linger sighed softly, conceding, what you say is true, Teacher Shen. Although I strive to study earnestly, the disorder in the class makes it impossible to focus. My rankings have plummeted rapidly in the recent mock exams. Simply provide me with the names. I will gather the rest of the information myself. Shen Yan pressed decisively. Su Xingming and Zhang Juanhu. After Ma Linger departed, Shen Yan perused the student roster. He was already familiar with Zhang Juanhu, but who was this Su Xingming? Locating the name on the list, he discovered it belonged to a female student. Shen Yan had an excellent memory. Once he had seen something, he could typically recall it. Yet, he realized he had not encountered this girl in Class 8, indicating that she had not attended class in recent days. Shen Yan sought to discern the circumstances surrounding a certain girl, and the first individual who came to mind was Zhuang Xian. Regrettably, when Shen Yan approached Zhuang Xian to inquire about Su Xingming, she merely shook her head. Like Shen Yan, she had recently taken over the class and was not particularly well acquainted with its dynamics. I see, Shen Yan mused, stroking his chin. To truly understand a student's situation, consulting the director, Yu Xiuli, would undoubtedly be the most expedient approach. However, given Yu Xiuli's disposition, it was likely that she would withhold any information from Shen Yan. You might consider asking Teacher Chengzhe. He is the physical education teacher for Class 8 and is likely to have a better grasp of the circumstances, Zhuang Xian suggested. She had been diligently navigating the complexities of Class 8 for the past few days and felt a sense of reassurance seeing Shen Yan, the homeroom teacher, take the initiative to learn about the class. Chengzhe, Shen Yan recalled that he was the teacher who had spoken up for him during the assembly. He soon found Chengzhe, who had just finished a physical education class and seemed somewhat surprised by Shen Yan's visit. Teacher Cheng, I came to speak with you primarily to gain insight into Class 8, Shen Yan stated directly. Hearing that the homeroom teacher wished to understand the class's situation brought Chengzhe great joy. As the physical education teacher for Class 8, he had developed a relatively amicable rapport with the students, unlike the more rigid relationships often seen between students and core subject teachers. Thus, he genuinely hoped for the well-being of the students in his class. During the assembly, he had opposed Yu Xiuli's decision to appoint Shen Yan as the homeroom teacher, partly out of concern that Shen Yan, as an intern, might struggle to manage the complexities of Class 8, ultimately causing him harm. Additionally, there was a fear that Shen Yan's youth and inexperience could lead him to abandon the role like other temporary homeroom teachers, inflicting further damage on the already unruly students of Class 8. Please feel free to ask me any questions, and I will share everything I know. Chengzhe replied with enthusiasm. genuinely pleased that Shen Yan was willing to shoulder the responsibilities of a homeroom teacher. The main issues pertained to Zhang Juanhu and Su Xingming. Shen Yan indicated. Chengzhi nodded, recognizing that Shen Yan had indeed conducted some research. The problems within Class 8 predominantly revolved around these two individuals. Let me begin with Zhang Juanhu. His entrance examination results were quite poor, and he was only able to enroll in Yizhong due to his father's substantial donations to the school. This boy, being from a wealthy family, receives a generous allowance from his father, which naturally attracts a group of peers around him. Among them is Wu Yi, who is often seen by his side. Wu Yi was the young man with dyed blonde hair, who frequently accompanied Zhang Juanhu. Speaking of Wu Yi, the social elements become considerably more intricate, as he is well acquainted with many individuals from various backgrounds, including his brother, who is a prominent figure at the neighboring sports school. With ample funds at his disposal, Zhang Juanhu has been quite generous to his friends, resulting in Wu Yi and his associates gravitating towards him. As Zhang Juanhu amassed a following, he began to exhibit signs of arrogance and engaged in bullying fellow students. Chengzhi expressed a sense of helplessness regarding this student, noting that even before teacher Shui's departure, Zhang Juanhu had already begun to display tendencies of a school bully. It was evident that his transformation was merely a matter of time. Isn't Anhai Yizhong a key school? Why does it seem like one can simply buy their way in? Shen Yan remarked, somewhat sarcastically. There is no denying that school administrators must engage in interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, how could the annual renovations and construction of school buildings rely solely on government funding? Chengzhi spoke candidly. And what about Su Xingming? It seems she has not attended school for several days. This child is rather unique. In what way is she unique? Shen Yan became intrigued. She had initially performed well academically, gaining admission to the prestigious first high school based on her merits, but after her parents' divorce, she displayed a rebellious streak, and her grades plummeted. What is so special about that? It's just a common story of mom, love me again. Shen Yan took a sip from her thermos, finding nothing particularly special. Currently, she is a sensation on short video platforms, boasting approximately 30 million followers. Su Xingming possesses a pleasant personality. The notion that she is a bully is a misunderstanding, as her popularity among students has garnered her much admiration. As he spoke, Chengzhi pulled out his phone, opened the short video app, and searched for Su Xingming to show Shen Yan. The video titled A Pool of Star Dreams featured a stunningly beautiful girl whose pure appearance surpasses that of many celebrities. In fact, numerous talent scouts have approached the school in search of Su Xingming. Most of her videos consist of dance and costume transformations, none of which are suggestive. Occasionally, there are a few featuring her riding a motorcycle. With her already high beauty standards, donning motorcycle attire makes her look both exquisite and spirited. Each video garners over 3 million likes, with the highest exceeding 10 million. Although Xingming is not attending school, she earns a considerable income. As a teacher, however, Chengzhi sincerely hopes she completes her education. After all, a life without experiencing university would carry a tinge of regret. Can one truly earn money dancing? Upon hearing about the finances, Shen Yan felt she had hit upon something significant. With such a vast fan base, earning 1 to 2 million each month is undoubtedly feasible. And this is without her engaging in merchandise promotion or the rapid release of videos. Chengzhi reiterated, 1 to 2 million. Shen Yan silently retrieved her phone and followed a pool of star dreams on the short video platform. I must dedicate some time to learning this. I can dance too. And I can earn that money. Having grasped the situation, Shen Yan decided it was time to take her leave. The situation with Su Xingming isn't particularly alarming. Her high popularity has led many female students to imitate her, leading to a lack of focus on their studies and, in effect, negatively influencing the class atmosphere. If I could earn that kind of money, I wouldn't just quit school. I would resign immediately, Shen Yan expressed her envy. As for Zhang Juanhu and Wu Yi, they do not seem to be the type to remain compliant. One must adapt to their challenges. Noticing Shen Yan's intention to depart, Chengzhi patted her shoulder. If there is anything you need help with in managing the class, please let me know. I will assist in any way I can. Alas, Shen Yan is indeed a person of misfortune. Not long after being jilted by her fiancé, she is now tasked with cleaning up the mess of Class 8. Chengzhi had looked into Shen Yan's situation and discovered that she had offended the head of the teaching department and her colleagues, which is why she was assigned to Class 8 as the homeroom teacher, leading him to feel considerable sympathy for her. Each senior high school class has evening study sessions, which are supervised by teachers on a rotating basis. leaving Shen Yan unable to escape. However, only a few individuals from Class 8 attended the evening study session. Had it not been for Zhuang Xian's insistence on being present, Shen Yan would have long departed. With no money in his pocket, Shen Yan had already resolved to take advantage of Zhuang Xian's family's vacation villa during this period. Having a wealthy and good-tempered colleague is indeed a blessing. Chapter 17. Chengzhe's invitation. Upon returning to the vacation villa that evening, Old Master Zhuang and Yunfei were already waiting. "Grandfather, there's evening study at school, so I'll be home late. You should rest early without waiting for me," Zhuang Xian urged, concerned for her grandfather's well-being. He coughed lightly into his fist and explained, "The chef at home took a day off, and Yunfei and I have yet to have dinner. We thought Shen Xiaoyu would be here to cook, so we decided not to trouble anyone else and waited for him to prepare a late-night snack." Zhuang Xian was baffled. If her memory served her correctly, the household employed 5 chefs. Had they all taken the day off? Moreover, even if that were the case, the family's vacation restaurant was less than 500 meters away, where numerous chefs could be easily dispatched. She looked at her grandfather with a thoroughly puzzled expression. Zhuang He's face flushed momentarily before he regained his composure, clarifying, "It's mainly because Xiaoyan didn't get to taste Shen Xiaoyu's cooking yesterday and is curious about his skills, so we wish to try." Suddenly being called out, Yunfei was momentarily taken aback and remarked, "Didn't you, Old Master, give Chef Wang and the others the day off, saying you wanted, cough, cough?" Yes, it was I who wanted to taste Brother Shen Yan's culinary prowess." Thus, the situation unfolded, and He looked at Shen Yan with eager anticipation. "I find no inconvenience in this," Shen Yan replied. After all, it was a mere meal in such a grand villa where he was staying for free. It would be impolite to refuse. Watching her grandfather joyfully follow Shen Yan into the kitchen, Zhuang Xian muttered, "So, grandfather wasn't he waiting for me after all?" Considering Old Master Zhuang's hearty appetite from the previous day, Shen Yan decided to increase the quantity of ingredients today. He prepared 4 dishes and a soup: braised beef, ginkgo with poetry, Kirin perch, and crystal pork, while today's soup was a creamy fish broth. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Old Master Zhuang, who had paused to observe the cooking, found himself salivating. Finally, Yunfei got to taste Shen Yan's cooking, and with just one bite, he was utterly captivated. Having traveled extensively with the Old Master and tasted many delicacies, he found no dish in the world that could rival the exquisite flavors of today's offerings. Words failed to adequately describe the culinary delights. Yunfei could only indulge bite after bite. Originally, Old Master Zhuang intended to savor Shen Yan's dishes slowly, unlike Zhu Beiji's voracious consumption of the ginseng fruit. However, upon noticing that Yunfei was on the verge of finishing half of his portion, a sense of dissatisfaction arose within him. "Xiaoyun, I see you've eaten quite a bit for dinner. Young people should be cautious, as overeating can lead to weight gain. Perhaps you should set down your bowl and take a stroll." "It's all right. I have a high metabolism, and I've nearly burned off dinner already," Yunfei replied, bowl in hand, oblivious to the Old Master's intentions. "I insist you should take a stroll," the Old Master reiterated with a firmer tone. Yunfei finally comprehended the old gentleman's intentions. Reluctantly, under He's murderous gaze, he managed to take a slice of beef before departing. Zhuang Xian felt a surge of amusement. Earlier, grandfather mentioned that he and Uncle Yun had not dined yet, and now he was sending Uncle Yun off to digest his meal. After dinner, Shen Yan reclined on the warm, expansive bed, as was his custom. He had borrowed numerous books from the school library that day, intending to read a few more before sleep, when a notification pinged on WeChat. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a message from Chengzhe, whom he had added that morning. Aware of Shen Yan's recent public humiliation of fleeing from a wedding and the subsequent troubles he faced at school from the principal and colleagues, Chengzhe sought to offer solace. What is the most effective form of consolation among men? Naturally, it is to join forces in the battle for Demacia. Thus, Chengzhe's message consisted of a mere 3 words: "Play a couple of rounds." Shen Yan stared at the message, utterly perplexed. He understood a couple of rounds as a measurement, yet the term play was an unfamiliar expression from a previous life. Fortunately, this world's search engine was remarkably convenient. Shen Yan opened his browser, typed in the term play, and promptly clicked on the first link. Within mere seconds, the web page redirected him to another site. To his dismay, it was an adult website. The cover featured a provocatively dressed young woman engaged in an indecent animated display, accompanied by a dialogue box that read, Come here, my lord. Shen Yan furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a situation with a search engine before. Could this be the definition of play? He continued to open several more links, only to find either vague definitions or redirections to the same adult site. After several attempts, he finally located the entry for play in an encyclopedia. The definition was succinct. Play, also known as a slow-motion act with one S left or right hand, primarily refers to self-defense actions, sometimes colloquially termed playing with oneself or shooting. Shen Yan was taken aback. Play a couple of rounds implied an invitation for same-sex self-defense? Did the men in this world possess such customs, or was it merely Cheng's peculiar preference? Initially, Shen Yan contemplated instantly blocking him. However, considering Cheng's friendly demeanor at school and his willingness to inform him about Class 8's situation, he ultimately suppressed the urge to block him, opting instead to reply with just no before sending it off. Cheng Zhe, upon receiving Shen Yan's message, understood well. Given the numerous setbacks Shen Yan had faced recently, he likely lacked the spirit to engage in games, so he refrained from pressing the matter further. The following morning, at the school gate, Shen Yan encountered Cheng Zhe, who was clocking in. Shen Yan, wishing to avoid him, found himself compelled to acknowledge the greeting. Noticing Cheng Zhe's heavy dark circles, he awkwardly inquired, "Did you spend the night alone?" After receiving Shen Yan's text the previous night, Cheng Zhe had intended to log off after playing a couple of solo rounds. Yet after a series of losses, he felt compelled to continue until he finally won at 2 in the morning before retiring to bed, resulting in his current state of exhaustion. Listening to this issue, I felt a bit disheartened. Last night, I fought a solitary battle until the depths of night. The situation was truly dismal. It is hard for Shen Yan to fathom how a charming and radiant young male teacher could engage in such activities. The very notion of meticulously recording the battle outcomes left him astounded, causing him to instinctively step away from Cheng Zhe, unwilling to walk alongside him. Such endeavors are best avoided. One must prioritize their well-being. Chapter 18. The pharmacy Su Xingming did not attend class again. There will be a mock examination next week, and it remains uncertain whether she will grace us with her presence that day. Shen Yan found himself somewhat eager to encounter this internet sensation. After declining Cheng Zhe's invitation last night, he perused several short videos published by Su Xingming, discovering that the dance moves were not particularly challenging. A mere twist and shake could garner a plethora of likes. He also took the liberty of investigating the income of internet celebrities online, and indeed, as Cheng Zhe had asserted, generating revenue from short videos is remarkably simple, especially with a substantial following. Even the figures Cheng Zhe quoted appeared conservative. Perhaps in the next few days, he would give it a try. If the earnings were as lucrative as suggested, he would speak to the principal about exploring the world beyond. Today, Shen Yan refrained from teaching his class once more, continuing to peruse books borrowed from the library. His lack of engagement was not born of negligence. Rather, he had studied numerous esteemed educational works, which indicated that if a classroom's students are not focused on learning, the teaching outcomes are inevitably poor. The 8th class was precisely in such a state, their spirits disheartened and their minds disinterested in their studies. Enforcing lessons would yield no compliance or acknowledgement from them, rendering any attempts to convey knowledge futile. Thus, it was essential to first regain the students' engagement and earn their respect. Since Su Xingming was absent, Shen Yan resolved to address Zhang Juanhu first. He was generous with his younger peers, freely distributing money, and had garnered quite a following in class. However, to Shen Yan's dismay, Zhang Juanhu and his entourage were also absent today, thwarting Shen Yan's intentions to discipline him. One cannot work miracles without the necessary resources. In a secluded corner of the campus grove, Zhang Juanhu inquired, "Have you contacted your brother and his crew? Why is there no sign of movement?" "Brother Zhang, I reached out long ago, but Shen Yan remains at school all day and at night. He rides in someone else's car. My brother and his friends cannot find an opportunity to act," Wu Yi replied, his face etched with frustration. Usually so eager to borrow money, yet when it comes to doing something for your brother, you drag your feet. "You're supposed to be the tough guy at the sports school," Zhang Juanhu expressed his dissatisfaction. He had never experienced such a substantial setback. He was accustomed to being the one dishing out the blows, not receiving them. "You must call Wu Fan immediately. I'll give him 2 days. If he cannot help me settle this score within that time, he can forget about borrowing money from me in the future. The previous loans must be returned promptly," Zhang Juanhu declared, issuing his final ultimatum. He was irked. He had never asked Wu Yi or Wu Fan for the money he lent them. Yet they could not even handle a small matter. Did they truly think him a fool? Wu Yi's expression changed instantly. The two brothers owed Zhang Juanhu a substantial sum, at least 170,000 to 180,000. The prospect of repayment seemed daunting. He quickly stepped aside to call his brother, urging him to ensure that Zhang Juanhu's grievances were addressed without delay. 10 minutes later, Wu Yi, bending at the waist, addressed Zhang Juanhu. Brother Zhang, my brother has agreed. He said that tonight, regardless of the consequences, even if it means dropping out of school, he and his comrades will ensure that you avenge this grievance. This was more like it. Zhang Juanhu felt his anger subside as he fixated menacingly on the teaching building where Shen Yan was. Even the principal dares not offend me. If you lay a hand on me, you will surely regret it tonight. For Shen Yan, who bore no academic pressure, the teaching duties of his senior year were rather agreeable, with the vast library of Anhai No. 1 High School being his greatest delight. Unfortunately, his reading pace was exceedingly rapid. In just a couple of days, he would likely exhaust the library's collection. While the novels within the library lacked substantial literary merit, they were sufficiently entertaining to pass the time. However, he could not fathom why the novels in the school library predominantly fell within the realm of romance, particularly the genre of domineering CEO literature, with titles such as After a Night of Passion, The CEO Searches for the 7-Year-Old Matriarch, and For My Sake. The returning Thai CEO is expecting my child being commonplace. Strangely, some stories, which initially unfolded with dramatic twists and grandeur, abruptly devolved into trivial exchanges between the two male protagonists. This left Shen Yan perplexed, prompting memories of Cheng Zhe's invitation from the previous evening. Was this truly the norm of this world? The joy that books brought to Shen Yan often made him lose track of time, and before he knew it, the school day had ended. He had no intention of attending tonight's self-study session. The scant few students in Class 8 were more than sufficient with Zhuang Xian presiding over them. Instead, he planned to visit a nearby herbal medicine shop. Since he had promised to create a sleep-inducing incense for old Master Zhuang, he couldn't afford to be idle. Nearby the school lay an ancient street, bustling with shops specializing in flowers, birds, medicinal herbs, and antiques, including several apothecaries. Shen Yan primarily sought to ascertain the price range of medicinal herbs in this world, as his previous encounters had involved rare and invaluable materials that couldn't be compared. He had perused numerous medical texts and discovered that the medicinal herbs in this realm differed significantly from those in the realm of cultivation, with no similarities in name or appearance. Yet, as long as something was a medicine, it possessed medicinal properties, and herbs with similar effects could serve as substitutes, albeit with considerably diminished efficacy. However, that was a concern for cultivators. For mortals, Shen Yan feared that the concoctions he produced might be too potent. Sir, how much for this ginseng? Shen Yan inquired as he entered a quaint apothecary, its fade exuding an air of antiquity. He noticed several ginseng roots elegantly encased in exquisite boxes, all opened for customers to admire the contents. He posed his question to the shopkeeper regarding the price of one particular box. This is a 30-year wild ginseng, priced around 4,000, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Shen Yan immediately discerned that this ginseng was at most 10 years old and cultivated artificially. He chose not to expose the truth and continued, "Then, what would the price be for your oldest ginseng?" "Ah, my dear customer, you have asked the right question. The oldest ginseng on this street is right here in our shop," the shopkeeper said, retrieving a beautifully carved sandalwood box adorned with dragons and phoenixes from a cabinet. He carefully opened the box to reveal the ginseng within. "This is the prized possession of our shop, an 80-year-old Changbai mountain ginseng, priced around 100,000. The owner places the ginseng, along with its box, in a transparent cabinet, allowing only for viewing, not touching." Shen Yan shook his head, certain that the age was not as stated, though it was indeed not artificially cultivated. Can one find ginseng of 1,000 or 10,000 years in nearby pharmacies? Upon hearing Shen Yan's inquiry, the owner realized that Shen Yan was not there to purchase ginseng, and his demeanor immediately soured. 10,000 years of ginseng? Do you think this is a movie? If there were genuine ginseng of 1,000 years, it would undoubtedly be treated as a family heirloom, not for sale. Are you buying or not? If not, get out. Is there truly no ginseng of such age? In the past, he wouldn't even bother picking ginseng under 100,000 years. However, ginseng was not the target of Shen Yan's procurement. He merely inquired about the price to gain a general understanding of the market value of medicinal herbs. "Who said I intended to buy ginseng?" he said, producing a list from his pocket and handing it to the owner. Here, take a look at the approximate prices for these herbs. The initially displeased owner, upon seeing the extensive list of herbs, instantly brightened. So, you wish to purchase all these? Wait a moment, I'll fetch a calculator to tally this up. The pharmacy owner hurried off to grab a calculator, eagerly calculating the prices from the list. The beeping of the calculator resonated for nearly 15 minutes before the owner cheerfully announced, based on the quantities listed, the price is 23,082 yuan. Let us round it down to 23,000. All right, thank you. Shen Yan tucked the list back into his pocket and proceeded toward the exit. You haven't purchased any herbs yet. The pharmacy owner, noticing Shen Yan's apparent oversight, promptly reminded him. I never said I wanted to buy these herbs. I was merely inquiring. The owner was left puzzled, his mind filled with questions. Shen Yan then visited several other herbal shops to confirm prices. Encountering a few irritable owners who nearly chased him away after he inquired for so long without any intent to buy. Chapter 19. The intense battle in the alley. Having grasped the general price, he found that producing incense would fluctuate around 23,000, nearly equivalent to half a year's salary. Shen Yan felt a tinge of regret for his hasty inquiries. Should he directly approach old Master Zhuang for this sum? No. One cannot ask someone for money when gifting them something. If the recipient were displeased, they might revoke access to the vacation villa, and that would be a significant loss. As Shen Yan walked back, he pondered how to acquire the necessary funds. Behind a streetlight, a group stealthily followed him. Fan Gu, is this the person? It's definitely him, a young man with long, purplish-red hair and earrings confirmed as he glanced at the photo on his phone. Their group of 12 was none other than Wu Fan and his young companions, notified by Wu Yi. They had initially thought they would have to infiltrate the high school to find him, but unexpectedly, he had come out himself. After receiving a call from Wu Yi at noon, Wu Fan had led his group to stake out near the high school. Although they had spoken confidently over the phone, the act of barging into a high school to confront a teacher was an entirely different matter. Even though they were still students, the consequences would not be lenient. Thus, they waited outside for an opportune moment. To their surprise, the opportunity truly presented itself when Shen Yan ventured outside the school. Follow closely, we cannot allow him to escape. For it would be difficult to act once he returns to the school, Wu Fan signaled to his companions. Shen Yan, with his keen senses, had already noticed the group trailing behind him, albeit unaware of their intentions. He discreetly turned into a narrow alley. Brother, he has entered the alley, remarked a scruffy youth, pointing at Shen Yan's retreating figure. What a splendid opportunity. Hurry, let us corner him in the alley and give him a thrashing. Wu Fan, observing Shen Yan's turn into the alley, recognized that their chance had arrived. 12 individuals hastily pursued him into the dimly lit passageway, illuminated only by the distant glow of street lamps, preventing total darkness. Shen Yan, with a smile, proceeded deeper into the alley, awaiting his pursuers. As Wu Fan rushed into the alley and spotted Shen Yan standing defiantly before them, he was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure, grinning insolently. What's this? Realizing there's no escape, you've decided to stop running? What brings my friends here? Shen Yan replied, remaining calm and collected. Friends? You might as well call me daddy. It would be equally futile. Allow me to enlighten you. Before offending someone, you ought to engage that pig brain of yours. Wu Fan retorted arrogantly, aware that this location was a blind spot for surveillance and that no one would pass by at this hour. The individuals behind Wu Fan shared his malicious amusement. Are you here to collect a debt? How much did it cost? Shen Yan inquired, sensing they believed he was fearful and might offer them money for mercy. Wu Fan boasted, let me tell you, that tactic won't work. Brother Fan, let us also take his wallet. One of the lackeys suggested. This reminded Wu Fan, no need for you to provide it. We shall take it ourselves. The prospect of unexpected gains made Wu Fan chuckle. That's not the case. I merely wish to gauge the market rates for thugs. If the price is high, it could serve as an additional means of income, Shen Yan mused, regarding the lucrative nature of certain commodities. Still defiant, are you? Beat him, Wu Fan commanded. Shen Yan, naturally, would not extend the same restraint to those outside the school as he did with his students. He effortlessly evaded their attacks, dispatching each one with a swift strike, sending them crashing to the ground. His extensive experience in brawls allowed him to discern the most vulnerable parts of the body, even without any supernatural abilities. Dealing with these ruffians was as effortless as a father chastising a son. In a short span, he had toppled the group. Glancing at the time, Shen Yan noted that the duration of their confrontation had not exceeded the time spent making threats earlier. Now, Do enlighten me. Who sent you? Shen Yan had a hunch, but sought confirmation from them. In this line of work, we value loyalty. Wu Fan, bruised and lying on the ground, spoke with surprising bravado. Indeed, loyalty is paramount in this profession, echoed his lackeys, visibly moved by Wu Fan's declaration. Oh, Shen Yan replied nonchalantly as he approached Wu Fan. What do you intend to do? Wu Fan asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Arm's dislocation reversion technique, Shen Yan stated, seizing Wu Fan's arm and repeatedly dislocating and resetting it, eliciting cries of agony from him. Ah, ah, ah. A mournful wail echoed through the alley. Cease your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one shall come to your rescue. Shen Yan chuckled mockingly. I speak of everything. Ah, I confess. Why do you still grip my arm? Stop. Ah, ah, ah. By the time Shen Yan relented, Wu Fan was drenched in cold sweat, his lips pale, devoid of even the strength to articulate. Who was it that said the most crucial aspect of life is loyalty? Shen Yan turned to the group of subordinates sprawled on the ground. They trembled in fright. It's Wu Fan's brother, no? It's Wu Yi calling for us to teach you a lesson. Wu Yi was instigated by Zhang Juanhu from Class 8 of Anhai No. 1 High School. He claimed you had wronged him and wanted us to vent our frustrations on you. He has been generous to us and taken us for foot massages and karaoke. We could hardly refuse. Brother, we promise we shall never do it again. Please spare us. Indeed, we shall never dare again. Please, grant us mercy. Or continue to dislocate our brother Fan's arms. He is tough and unafraid of pain. Without needing further prompting, the subordinates spilled their secrets like beans from a bamboo tube, inadvertently betraying their own leader. Wu Fan, whose arms had been repeatedly dislocated and reset, looked at his subordinates who had so easily sold him out, filled with indignation. He wished to utter a few curses, yet his throat was hoarse from screaming, leaving him too weak to voice his anger. Truly a brother, even in such a state. He says nothing. Shen Yan turned back to Wu Fan, rolling up his sleeves. Seeing this, Wu Fan nearly fainted, believing the torment was far from over. He felt utterly despondent. Did he not wish to confess? His voice had been rendered hoarse from his pleas. Internally, he screamed for his brother to cease the beating, to which he would confess anything, yet only muffled sounds escaped his lips. Shen Yan, no longer toying with them, stated, "Remove your clothes, you may leave." The group stared at each other in confusion, failing to comprehend Shen Yan's intent. Literally, strip naked and exit the alley, Shen Yan clarified with a smile. The thought of emerging into the bustling commercial street, exposed before a throng of people, drained the color from their faces. Brother, we have confessed everything. Why must we exit in the nude? One subordinate with a lip-piercing protested. I never claimed that confessing would grant you immunity, Shen Yan replied with a grin. Moreover, torturing others is my personal pastime. By the way, your brother Fan is incapacitated, so you lot ought to assist in removing his clothing as well, and carry him out. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, the smiles of the subordinates twisted into expressions of dread. Though his smile was bright, it bore an ominous quality. They were merely thugs. But he was a genuine devil. Mother, I shall never be a thug again. Ultimately, 12 individuals emerged from the alley, weeping and running, completely unclothed. Chapter 20. The welfare warriors of the new century. That evening, Zhuang He and Zhuang Xian indulged in Shen Yan's exquisite culinary creations, their faces adorned with expressions of pure delight. Yun Fei, having a voracious appetite, had already been dispatched by the elder for patrol duties. Shen Yan found it rather perplexing that these two, a grandfather and granddaughter, could consume so much, despite his daily efforts to increase the amount of food, which had nearly reached a quantity sufficient for 5. It still proved inadequate for them. Zhuang Xian, with a look of bliss, sincerely remarked, "If I could have such meals every day, my life would be complete." Evening report. A group of exhibitionists has reportedly emerged near Anhai No. 1 Middle School, posing a serious threat to the mental and physical well-being of the citizens. We urge nearby residents to take protective measures when venturing outside. Now, let us delve into the details. The elder had a habit of watching the news while dining, and typically, during this time, Anhai Station would broadcast agricultural and commercial reports. However, today, an urgent news flash interrupted the usual programming. Around 8 o'clock tonight, a multitude of naked individuals appeared near the aforementioned school. Eyewitnesses reported a group of approximately 10, with one individual being carried at the center, their complexion pale, seemingly engaged in a mysterious ritual. Our reporters have brought in several experts to analyze this phenomenon. Expert 1. Good evening, viewers. Regarding this collective exhibitionism, I believe it represents a form of performance art embraced by contemporary youth. Expert 2. Clearly, this trend has gained significant traction among the younger demographic in recent years. Reporter, are you implying that this is? Expert 2. It's the welfare warriors of the new century. Zhuang Xian expressed her astonishment at discovering such exhibitionists near the school. Xian, the area around the school is quite unsafe. Perhaps I should have Uncle Yin escort you to and from work tomorrow. Zhuang he voiced his concerns. If Uncle Yin drives me, then people at school will undoubtedly grow curious about our family's affairs, making it even more inconvenient for me at work. Besides, I've been commuting with Teacher Shen recently. It's been perfectly fine, Zhuang Xian replied, reluctant to accept special transportation. Zhuang he glanced towards Shen Yan, seeking his opinion. Shen Yan, having just taken a mouthful of food, responded, "Do not worry, elder. The experts have stated that this is merely a form of performance art. Moreover, the occurrence of such incidents near the school will surely prompt increased security measures." Zhuang he nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rationale. By the way, tomorrow is Saturday. Do you have any plans, Teacher Shen? Zhuang Xian inquired. Classes at Anhai No. 1 Middle School for the first and second years had a 2-day weekend. Yet the third year still had half a day of classes on Saturday. I wish to explore Anhai on my own tomorrow. I learned about the approximate price of incense making at the pharmacy, and I intend to seek opportunities in the city, Shen Yan remarked. Very well, should you require transportation, feel free to call me. Zhuang Xian's voice remained as gentle as ever. On Saturday morning, there were only 3 classes at school, and Shen Yan's mathematics class was not among them. However, as the homeroom teacher, his presence was still required. Remembering the events of the previous day involving the ruffians, Shen Yan felt inclined to have a word with Zhang Juanhu and Wu Yi. In the familiar grove of the school, Zhang Juanhu slapped Wu Yi across the face. I instructed you to handle the situation, and instead, you went streaking down the street, engaging in performance art? Zhang Juanhu was engulfed in fury. He had been unable to reach Wu Fan and others the previous night, only to discover through the evening news that Wu Fan had led a group to engage in public nudity near the school. Wu Yi, covering his reddened face from a slap, felt utterly aggrieved. He had only managed to contact his brother that very morning. Upon seeing the news, he could scarcely believe it was his brother involved and questioned Wu Fan with deep frustration about such absurd behavior. Naturally, Wu Fan refrained from disclosing the humiliating incident of 12 individuals being assaulted by one, instead resorting to the expert's analysis, claiming they were gathered for a performance art piece. This only exacerbated Wu Yi's exasperation. Just the previous noon, he had confidently promised Zhang Juanhu that they would not engage in such antics, and now, how could he explain this to Zhang Juanhu? Ultimately, unable to provide a satisfactory answer to Zhang Juanhu's inquiries, Wu Yi relayed his brother's words. From now on, you need not ask me for money. Go ahead with your performance art. Zhang Juanhu was on the verge of exploding with rage. Brother Zhang, please, I have other ideas. Hearing that their long-term financial support was at risk, Wu Yi grew frantic. What other ridiculous notion do you have? Are you planning to join him in running naked on the streets? Zhang Juanhu was still fuming. Brother Zhang, just hear me out. We could administer a laxative to him, and, while he is in the restroom, kick him into the latrine, recording the whole ordeal and posting it online for a good laugh. Are you out of your mind? You think that counts as a plan? You think he'll actually take the laxative? Zhang Juanhu was baffled by Wu Yi's thought process. No wonder he and the naked Wu Fan were brothers. Brother Zhang, please let me finish. We could stealthily slip into his office during class and put the laxative in his thermos, completely unnoticed. I've observed that this Shen Yan has a habit of drinking from a thermos. Zhang Juanhu was astonished that Wu Yi had even paid attention to Shen Yan's drinking habits. This reminded him of an incident from their first year of high school, prompting him to ask, during our first year, there was a teacher who nearly collapsed in the restroom. You weren't involved in that, were you? Wu Yi neither confirmed nor denied it, but instead produced a packet of pills from his pocket. Grinning, Brother Zhang, look at this. It's no ordinary laxative. Its effects are several times stronger than conventional ones and can't be found on the market. You brought that? Zhang Juanhu exclaimed in surprise. My brother has embarrassed you. I cannot let you down. I must act in accordance with your urgency, Brother Zhang. Wu Yi quickly pledged his loyalty. Is this really reliable? Zhang Juanhu still harbored some doubts. Brother, rest assured. Even if something goes awry, I, Wu Yi, will bear the full responsibility. and will not implicate you in the slightest. With Wu Yi's assurances, Zhang Juanhu finally felt at ease. The mere thought of capturing the math teacher's humiliating moment in the restroom and giving him a shove into the latrine brought him a sense of delight. He longed to see Shen Yan exposed online, subject to the ridicule of the entire nation. All right, if you succeed in this, I shall reward you with 10,000 and take you to the enchanting California for a delightful adventure. Upon hearing about the trip to enchanting California, Wu Yi became fervent, assuring, "You can count on me to deliver results." In preparation for Wu Yi's laxative plan, Zhang Juanhu adopted an unusually docile demeanor during Shen Yan's math class that day. Upon witnessing this peculiar phenomenon, Shen Yan, although uncertain of the ulterior motives behind his classmates' unusual cooperation, decided to commence a mathematics lesson for the students. During the class, he deliberately posed several simple mathematical problems to Zhang Juanhu, who responded with remarkable compliance, rising to answer each question. The rest of the class was astonished. The typically boisterous and defiant Zhang Juanhu was attentively engaged in the lesson today. Students who usually disrupted the class or dozed off suddenly adopted an upright posture and began to pay attention to Shen Yan's mathematics lecture. Observing this transformation in his students, Shen Yan felt a sense of fulfillment. This was precisely the effect he sought. In psychological terms, this phenomenon is known as the leader effect, where the actions or decisions of a leading figure in a group influence the behavior of other members. Chapter 21. Wu Yi's plan. Shen Yan's teaching style was both profound and accessible. Complex mathematical problems were simplified through his analysis into a series of manageable questions, interspersed with engaging mathematical anecdotes that rendered the otherwise mundane mathematics class intriguing. This misconception is prevalent among many educators. Possessing a deep understanding of a subject does not necessarily equate to effective teaching. Much like renowned mathematicians and musicians, whose exceptional achievements are globally recognized, they may not be able to impart their knowledge effectively to their students. Ultimately, education is an independent discipline in its own right. With his extensive knowledge of mathematics and rich pedagogical expertise, Shen Yan was indeed capable of maximizing the advantages of his teaching methodology. He had meticulously studied every educational text within the vast library, and coupled with the extraordinary perceptiveness of a cultivator, imparting knowledge to a group of 18 or 19-year-olds was a task he could accomplish with ease. The students seated at their desks soon realized that they could comprehend the mathematics lesson being delivered, and even those who had previously found mathematics daunting began to perceive it as simple and understandable. Knowledge flowed into their minds like water. Halfway through the class, Zhang Juanhu feigned nonchalance as he glanced towards Wu Yi. Wu Yi immediately understood the cue and raised his hand, feigning discomfort. Oh dear, Teacher Shen. My stomach hurts. I need to go to the restroom." "Just hold it," Shen Yan replied without turning around, continuing his lecture. Wu Yi was taken aback. This teacher was not adhering to the expected script. If he couldn't even step out, how could he seize the opportunity to slip something into Shen Yan's cup? He looked towards Zhang Juanhu for assistance, but Zhang Juanhu averted his gaze, mentally cursing, "What an imbecile Wu Yi is, always looking at me. Doesn't he realize he's revealing that we're up to something?" Seeing that Zhang Juanhu was ignoring him, Wu Yi summoned his courage and continued to raise his hand. "Teacher Shen, I truly can't hold it any longer. If I don't go now, I might have an accident." Shen Yan glanced at Wu Yi with a smile, then turned his gaze to Zhang Juanhu. The guilty expressions on their faces were unmistakable, particularly Zhang Juanhu, who deliberately turned his face away. "Go ahead." Though uncertain of the shenanigans these two were plotting, Shen Yan acquiesced to Wu Yi's request. Feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, Wu Yi hurriedly exited the classroom. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately ran in the direction of the restroom, then took the stairs, looping back through the corridor upstairs. Wu Yi deftly made his way to the office where Shen Yan was located. Inside, only Du Chunhui was present, preoccupied with touching up her makeup in front of a small mirror. Wu Yi, unfazed, called out report at the office entrance and then informed Du Chunhui. "Teacher Shen summoned me to retrieve a teaching tool." Noticing he was a student from Class 8, she dismissed him with indifference, continuing her grooming routine. With a sigh of relief, Wu Yi tiptoed into the office, feigning a search for teaching materials at Shen Yan's workstation, while his eyes discreetly scanned for Shen Yan's thermos. To his dismay, it was nowhere in sight. After rummaging for a while, he couldn't ascertain if the thermos had been taken to the classroom. Observing the items on the desk, a spark of inspiration struck him as his gaze settled on the electric kettle. Such small electric kettles were provided by the school for each teacher, easy to use and ubiquitous. Wu Yi unwrapped a pill from its foil packaging and placed it at the bottom of the kettle. Cautious of its discovery, he gently crushed the tablet with a pen. Throughout this endeavor, he kept a watchful eye on Du Chunhui to ensure she remained oblivious, and only once he felt secure did he quietly exit, stealthily making his way back to the classroom via the corridor. Upon returning to his seat, Wu Yi signaled Zhang Juanhu with a gesture beneath the desk. Seeing this, Zhang Juanhu instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, all that remained was to relish in Shen Yan's impending misfortune. The very thought caused a smile to creep across Zhang Juanhu's face. Zhang Juanhu, why are you grinning like an idiot? Come solve the problems. Came the call from the front. Oh, right, he replied, though his mind was elsewhere, pondering, just wait until you experience the consequences of your arrogance. This mathematics lesson proceeded unusually smoothly, so much so that when the bell rang after 45 minutes, many students felt an unquenchable desire for more. Having discovered for the first time how quickly time could pass during a math class, Shen Yan had no habit of prolonging lessons. He respected the clock, adhering strictly to the scheduled time, for even a second more would be a disservice to his meager monthly salary. Wu Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him only after he saw Shen Yan enter the office. He signaled to Zhang Juanhu that everything was in order. However, upon hearing that the laxative had been placed in the kettle, Zhang Juanhu remained uneasy and expressed his desire to witness Shen Yan drinking the water firsthand. Wu Yi quickly restrained him. Brother Zhang, your actions will only backfire and raise suspicions. There are too many teachers and students passing by the office. If you linger outside, you'll undoubtedly draw attention and alert Shen Yan. After considering Wu Yi's words, Zhang Juanhu regained his composure and inquired, what shall we do next? We need do nothing but wait. After Shen Yan teaches a class, he will surely boil water to drink. We simply need to monitor where he heads once the laxative takes effect, Wu Yi explained. How come you're so adept at this? That teacher who fell ill during the first year, was it really your doing? Zhang Juanhu asked. Brother Zhang, it's better not to speak of it. My little tricks are hardly a secret to you, Wu Yi replied with a mischievous grin, flattering Zhang Juanhu. Meanwhile, in the office, Du Chunhui was still preoccupied with her makeup. Even after an entire class had passed, she was yet to finish. Is makeup really such a time-consuming endeavor for girls? Wu Yi habitually picked up the electric kettle to fill it with water and plug it in. As the water reached its boiling point, wisps of steam ascended, and Shen Yan detected an unusual medicinal scent amidst the vapor. Most individuals, even seasoned traditional Chinese medicine practitioners with decades of experience, might struggle to discern such a faint aroma mingling with the air. Yet, Shen Yan's senses were remarkably acute, and he immediately sensed something unusual within the kettle. He lifted the lid, revealing crystal-clear water, bubbling vigorously without any visible anomaly. However, upon closer inspection and a delicate sniff, he realized that the subtle medicinal scent emanated from the very water he possessed. Connecting this with the strange behavior exhibited by Zhang Juanhu and his associate Wu Fan the previous night, he was convinced that this matter was inexorably linked to them. Just as he contemplated discarding the water, Principal Dong Zixing, with his prominent belly, made his entrance. Dong Zixing had no pressing matters. He merely enjoyed wandering the hallways. This not only demonstrated his diligence as a principal who personally oversaw the conditions during breaks, but also indulged his vanity, as teachers would shower him with creative flattery upon seeing him. Indeed, upon his arrival, Du Chunhui, fresh from applying a false eyelash, eagerly approached. Principal Dong, here you are again, patrolling the hallways. There are few principals as dedicated as you. Well, it is part of my duty. Ensuring the safety of our faculty and students and identifying potential hazards on campus is what we educators should prioritize, Dong Zixing declared with righteous gravity. Chapter 22. A twist of fate. It's no wonder our students regard you as approachable, and our teachers unanimously agree that you are the finest principal in Anhai. If Anhai were to nominate the top 10 educators this year, we would undoubtedly cast our votes for you. In my eyes, only you deserve such an accolade. Du Chunhui's compliments flowed freely, much to Dong Zixing's delight. Oh, what exactly do they say? He inquired, feigning indifference, although a smile betrayed his amusement. In truth, titles such as top 10 educators in the city were mere hollow accolades, of which he cared little. The true essence of our role as educators lies in ensuring that students learn with confidence, teachers instruct with ease, and parents feel secure in their children's education. As Dong Zixing spoke passionately, his right hand instinctively clenched into a fist, convinced that his words were profound enough to shine even at a prestigious award ceremony. Principal Dong, you are simply too selfless, never considering your own interests. I, Du Chunhui, hold you in the highest regard within the school. How many can genuinely dedicate themselves to education as you do? Noticing that the principal's double-walled glass thermos was empty, with only tea leaves remaining, Du Chunhui sought to pour him some water, all the while lavishing him with praise. However, having been preoccupied with her makeup and not boiling water, she seized the steaming kettle from Shen Yan, who attempted to reclaim it. I intend to dispose of this water, he murmured, his voice growing softer as Du Chunhui's actions were swift, and by the time he uttered his final words, she had already filled the principal's cup. Du Chunhui cast an indignant glance at Shen Yan and remarked to Dong Zixing, some young people simply lack discernment. Principal Dong works tirelessly for the school day in and day out, and yet, when he asks for a mere sip of water, you express discontent. One must wonder if there are grievances harbored against our school leadership. The final statement was particularly scathing. Upon hearing Du Chunhui's words, Dong Zixing furrowed his brow, casting a displeased look at Shen Yan before blowing away the tea leaves floating in his cup and taking a sip. It is no wonder that the ideological awareness of new teachers is so lacking. That one over there, Shun, what was it again? Shen Yan, Du Chunhui gently interjected. Yes. Shen Yan, you ought to learn from teacher Du. Being an educator entails not only proficiency in teaching, but also the elevation of one's ideological and moral standards. One must not behave in a disorderly manner. As Dong Zixing spoke, he took another sip. He wished to admonish further, but suddenly, he felt a discomfort in his abdomen, as if his corpulent belly were rumbling ominously. In no time, it felt as though his intestines were engaged in a tumultuous battle within him, knotting upon themselves. Clutching his stomach, he had no time to utter a word and dashed toward the restroom, his form resembling a sprinter rather than his usual self. Principal, what is happening to you? Du Chunhui was taken aback by the principal's abrupt change in demeanor, observing him rush into the men's restroom. She hurried a few steps before turning back, pointing at Shen Yan and exclaiming, "Why aren't you going to check on the principal? If something happens to him, you will be in serious trouble." All right. Shen Yan understood the situation all too well. He had already detected the potent scent of a laxative emanating from the kettle. He intended to dissuade, but Du Chunhui's actions were too swift, and the principal had already taken a drink. The student restroom in the academic building resembled the antiquated facilities of a bygone era, reeking and equipped with only simple tiled partitions separating the long row of stalls. Although the teacher's office was also situated within the academic building, instructors typically preferred to traverse a longer distance to use the administrative building's restrooms, being loath to use the less appealing ones nearby. However, at this moment, it was clear that Dong Zixing had no time to make such a trek. Shen Yan was also overwhelmed by the malodorous atmosphere, pondering why, despite annual renovations of the school buildings, the essential areas for students, such as the cafeteria, classrooms, and restrooms, had seen so little improvement. Conversely, the administrative building and the facilities for school leadership had undergone numerous renovations. Principal, are you all right? Shen Yan, lacking the inclination to enter, offered a perfunctory inquiry from a distance. Dong Zixing had neither the energy nor the inclination to respond, wholly preoccupied with his gastrointestinal distress. Meanwhile, Wu Yi, who had been attentively monitoring the office's activity, saw Shen Yan hastening toward the restroom and promptly returned to the classroom to inform Zhang Juanhu. Is it happening? Zhang Juanhu asked, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed, I witnessed Shen Yan rushing toward the restroom with my own eyes. Wu Yi replied, equally thrilled. This potent laxative takes effect quickly. Good. You go into the restroom and kick him. I'll record it on my phone, Zhang Juanhu commanded. Understood, brother Zhang, just watch. Wu Yi assured, patting his chest. Upon entering the men's restroom, Wu Yi found his view obstructed by the stall partitions, making it difficult to discern Shen Yan's exact location. However, this did not deter him. With the sound of splashing water echoing, he swiftly targeted the fourth pit in the back row. I won't kick you to death. Wu Yi executed a soaring kick aimed at the fourth pit. Ouch! Accompanied by a cry of surprise and the crisp sound of water, Dong Zixing, in a moment of vulnerability and unpreparedness, received a solid flying kick. One foot landed in the central trough, causing his body to lose balance, and half of him toppled into the trough. The sewage trough was shallow, yet Dong Zixing fell sideways, leading both his hands and feet to support himself within the muck, rendering him utterly filthy. How could it be the principal? As Wu Yi recognized who he had toppled, he was left in a state of shock. Kicking over an intern teacher in the restroom would merely result in a reprimand and a few days of suspension. However, if the victim was the principal, the consequences could be dire, with suspension or expulsion being possible outcomes. Wu Yi's mind raced, and seizing the opportunity while the principal had not yet noticed him, he bolted for the exit. Eager to witness the unfolding scene, Zhang Juanhu rushed in, excitedly raising his phone to record. He caught sight of Wu Yi sprinting out of the restroom, moving so swiftly that he only left a blur in his wake. What on earth is he doing? Why is he running so fast? Regardless, Zhang Juanhu focused on capturing the moment. He approached, only to hear a voice from the pit exclaim, "Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch you." Zhang Juanhu, puzzled by the voice's unfamiliarity, was taken aback when he recognized the principal, covered in filth, his white shirt stained with yellowish liquid. His mind went blank. How could it be the principal? Where is Shen Yan? Zhang Juanhu rushed in, colliding with the now standing Dong Zixing, their gazes locking. On their faces were expressions of confusion and intense anger. "It was you." Dong Zixing, his half-drenched face revealing his disarray, glared at the student before him. "No, it wasn't me." Zhang Juanhu, finally grasping the situation, shielded his face with his arms and fled from the principal's line of sight. Chapter 23. The angered principal. The commotion in the restroom attracted a crowd of students. Dong Zixing stormed out, exuding an unpleasant odor, and the dirt on his clothes deterred the onlookers from approaching. Whispers circulated among the students, clearly recognizing the man before them as their principal. Principal Dong? Du Chunwei arrived, astonished at the sight of Dong Zixing. He ignored her, his eyes reddened as he made his way to his office, intent on cleaning himself up and addressing the turmoil in his stomach. Shen Yan stood at the back, pinching his nose while observing the spectacle. The principal's odor was overwhelming. An hour later, the director of education, Su Li, appeared with a dark expression, summoning Shen Yan and Du Chunwei to the principal's office. Du Chunwei, already flustered, feared that the principal's stomach issues were somehow linked to the cup of water she had spilled. "Shen Yan, did you put something in the principal's water?" A now clear-headed Du Chunwei attempted to shift the blame entirely onto Shen Yan, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Shen Yan would certainly not speak the truth, revealing that his kettle had been tampered with, as that would imply he had unwittingly admitted to serving the principal something unclean. "No, teacher Du, you saw it too. My water is boiled. How could it be unclean?" He retorted. "It is impossible. The issue must lie with your water. The principal only began to feel unwell after drinking yours." Du Chunwei, in an agitated state, realized she had to place the entire blame on Shen Yan, otherwise her teaching career would be in jeopardy. Shen Yan responded calmly. "Teacher Du, you served the principal the water. If there is a problem with it, you cannot escape responsibility either." A cold sweat broke out on Du Chunwei's back. This was precisely what she feared. Since she had poured the water, should the principal pursue the matter, she would not be able to evade the consequences. "Do not worry, the water must be fine. We all drank it. The principal must have ingested something unsanitary elsewhere," Shen Yan coaxed gently. "I distinctly saw you pour the water." As soon as Du Chunwei uttered those words, she grasped Shen Yan's implication. Yes, we also drank this water. It must be fine. The principal must have an upset stomach or consumed something unclean elsewhere." Shen Yan maintained a silent smile. Before entering the principal's office, the two had reached a tacit agreement. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Juanhu and Yu Xiuli were already present. Shen Yan noticed the varying expressions on their faces. Dong Zixing had changed into a new outfit, devoid of any odor, indicating he had cleaned up. However, his countenance was filled with rage, and he was sternly writing something at his desk. Zhang Juanhu appeared somewhat guilty, keeping his head down and saying nothing. Yu Xiuli wore an expression of detached indifference. Upon seeing Shen Yan and Du Chunwei enter, she revealed a look of schadenfreude. "Principal Dong." Du Chunwei timidly addressed the principal as a form of greeting. Dong Zixing did not lift his head, continuing his scribbling. In an awkward predicament, Du Chunwei hesitated at the threshold, ultimately following Shen Yan's confident entrance. The principal kept them waiting for over 10 minutes before finally looking up and coldly uttering, "Now, speak. What do you all know?" His words were not directed at any individual specifically, as his gaze swept over each person, lingering for several seconds before moving on. Du Chunhui, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, stepped forward to respond, but Shen Yan preemptively spoke up. The principal's inquiry was evidently a trap. Whether one answered affirmatively or negatively, they would find themselves ensnared. Responding affirmatively would imply knowledge without reporting it, while a negative response would prompt the principal to question how one could know what he was referring to without prior information, suggesting guilt. Fearing that Du Chunhui might inadvertently incriminate them, Shen Yan swiftly interjected, "Principal, may I ask what matter you are referring to? Do you know what I am speaking of? Do not attempt to play games with me. It is futile." The principal leaned back in his chair, continuing to probe. "Principal, I truly do not know what you are referring to. If one of my students has shown disrespect towards you in the restroom, as the homeroom teacher, I undeniably bear the responsibility of education." Upon hearing the mention of the restroom, the principal's expression became somewhat unnatural, and with a harsh tone, he remarked, "I am not referring to that incident. The glass of water that Du Chunhui poured for me has left me feeling quite ill. Can you not provide an explanation?" It is no wonder he harbored suspicions. Wu Yi's potent laxative had taken effect with remarkable rapidity. After merely 2 sips, discomfort ensued, and had the effects been delayed even slightly, he might not have associated it with the water. "Principal Dong, the water was taken from Shen Yan. I truly know nothing about it." Du Chunhui quickly distanced herself from the situation. Consequently, Principal Dong redirected his gaze towards Shen Yan. Shen Yan was almost amused by this woman's foolishness. Despite having reviewed the situation, she still seemed oblivious. "Principal, are you referring to the water from my thermos? Is there an issue with it? After you left, both Du and I consumed that water, and we are perfectly fine." Shen Yan refrained from giving a direct answer, instead tossing the question back to Principal Dong. Dong Zixing, perplexed, turned his gaze back to Du Chunhui. Gone was her earlier eloquence, replaced by fervent nodding, tacitly agreeing with Shen Yan's statement. Among those present, only Shen Yan and Du Chunhui were aware of the water's potential issue, while Zhang Juanhu was fully cognizant, yet remained silent. The medicine was his doing. Should it be discovered, the consequences would be dire. Thus he chose silence despite knowing Shen Yan and Du Chunhui were lying. Could it be that a draft caught you off guard, or that you consumed something unclean elsewhere that caused your stomach troubles? Shen Yan posed another question, casting doubt on Dong Zixing's certainty. Had he encountered a chill today? Or was it the raw seafood from the hotel yesterday that proved too stimulating? Dong Zixing began to reflect on the possible causes of his discomfort, but ultimately reached no conclusion. He decided to set this matter aside for the moment and turned his attention to Zhang Juanhu. "Now, speak about your issue. Why did you assault me?" The humiliation of being attacked in the restroom, resulting in a fall into a filthy pit before a crowd of students and faculty, was what truly incensed him. Were it not for the fact that this was a student and the need to maintain the principal's dignity, he would have already rushed forward to deliver a few resounding slaps to Zhang Juanhu. Observing the principal's grim and stern countenance, Zhang Juanhu felt quite aggrieved. He had already explained multiple times that he was not the one who kicked, yet the principal remained unconvinced. "Principal, I assure you, it was not me. I merely passed by, and you just happened to see me as you got up. I have reiterated this several times. Why can you not believe me?" Zhang Juanhu was left with no choice but to explain once more. Still making excuses, Dong Zixing slammed his right hand onto the desk, causing the documents and teacups atop it to rattle. Chapter 24. The scapegoat. Yushioli hurriedly approached Dong Zixing from behind, gently patting his back to soothe him. "Principal Dong, there is no need to be angry. It is not worth damaging your health over." Humph, a sycophant, relying solely on flattery to gain favor with the principal. Du Chunhui looked at Yushioli's actions with a mix of disdain and regret, lamenting that she had not seized such a splendid opportunity to ingratiate herself. "How is it that I stood up in the restroom just to happen to see you? Why have I not noticed anyone else? And don't think I didn't see. At that moment, you were holding your phone, asking if you were taking pictures." Zhang Juanhu, caught in a web of words, could hardly defend himself. Indeed, he had raised his phone to record, but his intention was to capture Shen Yan, not to anticipate the principal crouching there. Shen Yan stroked his chin, beginning to grasp the intentions of Zhang Juanhu and Wu Yi. Their plan was to administer a drug to themselves, subsequently pushing one another into a pit to record the incident, perhaps intending to post the video online afterwards. However, in a twist of fate, the principal ended up consuming water laced with a laxative and ultimately found himself thrust into a cesspool. These two students were undeniably imaginative. Yet they ultimately ended up being hoisted by their own petard. The memory of the principal's disheveled state brought an involuntary smile to Shen Yan's lips. "You, bring me the phone from him," ordered Dong Zisheng. Complying with the directive, Yu Shioli stepped forward and extended her hand, saying, "Hand it over." Zhang Juanhu, however, was reluctant to relinquish his phone, instinctively clutching it in his pocket. Inside lay the unedited footage of the principal's fall into the cesspool and his subsequent rise. An opportunity to delete it had never arisen, as he had been intercepted by the head of discipline. Yu Shioli, swift and adept, snatched the phone from Zhang Juanhu's pocket. After years of experience as the head of discipline, confiscating student phones had become second nature, leaving no room for Zhang Juanhu's resistance. Dong Zisheng opened the album, and indeed, the phone contained the embarrassing scene of his own misfortune. Yu Shioli, who had not been present at the time, stood cautiously behind the principal, her eyes fixed on the video. Upon witnessing the principal emerge from the cesspool, his white shirt stained with a brownish-yellow substance, she felt a wave of nausea threatening to overwhelm her. The thought of having just assisted the principal in smoothing his back made her face contort in discomfort. She discreetly turned away, feigning a cough, while discreetly checking her hands for any lingering odor. As Dong Zisheng continued watching the video, his complexion morphed to a shade resembling that of liver, and in a fit of rage, he raised the phone and hurled it to the ground. The affluent student's phone, built with superior quality, shattered upon impact. Yet the video continued to play, allowing the onlookers to witness the principal's shocking spectacle once more. If Shen Yan were to describe it, he might say, the principal emerged from the depths of that foul, oppressive abyss, much like a deity awakening from chaos, enshrouded in a suffocating cloud of malodorous mist, akin to a sovereign of the latrine descending upon the world. Faced with the astonished assembly of students, he bore a fierce countenance, his eyes ablaze with fury, and with a thunderous roar, he startled students back several meters. Shen Yan understood that it was inappropriate to laugh at such a regrettable occurrence. Yet he could scarcely contain himself. He turned to observe the others, noticing that Du Chunhui and Yu Shioli were also struggling to suppress their laughter. Fortunately, Zhang Juanhu had arrived late, preventing the recording of Wu Yi's kick, or else it would have been a cinematic spectacle of unprecedented proportions. At that moment, Dong Zisheng's embarrassment and anger reached a zenith, rendering his speech disjointed. "You, what more do you have to say?" At that moment, Zhang Juanhu felt his own grievances surging to a peak, exclaiming internally, "Oh, heavenly authority, it was not me." He no longer cared about brotherhood. "Principal, I must report that it was Wu Yi from our class who kicked you." "Wu Yi?" Dong Zisheng turned to Shioli for confirmation, as he could hardly remember the name of every student in the school. He was from Class 8 and indeed had exhibited inappropriate behavior, lacking discipline in terms of appearance. Shioli was familiar with Wu Yi. Like Zhang Juanhu, he was among the most troublesome students in the grade. "Bring him in." The principal was quite angry. The matter was serious. Before long, Shioli led Wu Yi into the principal's office. Wu Yi entered stealthily, and upon seeing the stern faces of the principal and the deputy principal, along with Zhang Juanhu's furious yet pleading gaze, his heart sank. "Do you know why you were called here?" The principal maintained a stern demeanor, testing him first. "No, I don't know." Wu Yi's timid posture indeed resembled that of a guilty thief. "Zhang Juanhu from your class reported that you attacked me in the restroom of the teaching building. Confess honestly. Did this happen?" Dong Zisheng pointed at Zhang Juanhu and then at Wu Yi. Wu Yi jolted, glancing at Zhang Juanhu, who looked at him with a desperate gaze, as if to say, "Brother, you better confess quickly." Wu Yi returned a resolute look, seemingly conveying, "In this world, the most important thing is loyalty." Zhang Juanhu felt relieved. At a critical moment, his brother was indeed reliable. "Principal, this is absolutely untrue. I was reading in the classroom. I wasn't even there. How could I have attacked you? Don't listen to the nonsense of others." Wu Yi's voice was firm, shaking Zhang Juanhu to the core. "You scoundrel, to shirk responsibility. You even fabricate such nonsense about reading in the classroom. Just look at that mop of yellow hair on your head. If you could read, I could get into Tsinghua or Beida too." Zhang Juanhu was about to rush forward in a fit of rage, but was held back by several people. Wu Yi covered his face, feeling somewhat guilty, and dared not retort. At the principal's gesture, he fled the office in disgrace. "Do you have anything else to say?" Dong Zisheng could no longer tolerate Zhang Juanhu, who not only openly attacked him in the restroom, but also attempted to assault another student in his office. Zhang Juanhu was on the verge of tears, a wave of unprecedented grievance bursting within him. He looked helplessly at his homeroom teacher, hoping Shen Yan would speak a just word on his behalf. Shen Yan seemed to understand his unspoken thoughts and stood up to persuade the principal. Principal, Zhang Juanhu is my student. Although he often smokes, drinks, and styles his hair, frequently getting into trouble with outsiders and bullying other students, I believe he would not. Shen Yan pondered, modifying his words. Shouldn't be the right term. Perhaps he might not attack you. Upon hearing his homeroom teacher's defense, Zhang Juanhu wanted to strangle Shen Yan with his own hands. Principal, let me explain. It wasn't like that. Wu Yi and I originally intended to kick our homeroom teacher, Shen Yan, but somehow it ended up being you. Zhang Juanhu no longer dared to conceal anything, recounting the entire story from the moment he first met Shen Yan to the intended revenge in the restroom. Aside from the troubling matters concerning the external individuals confronting Shen Yan and the malicious actions directed towards him, Zhang Juanhu managed to articulate the events clearly from beginning to end. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in Shen Yan's role as an educator, for he has demonstrated a complete lack of professional ethics by assaulting his own student, causing me significant physical and psychological harm. It was under such duress that I felt compelled to retaliate. In concluding his narrative, Zhang Juanhu was sure to place the entirety of the blame squarely on Shen Yan. Chapter 25. For Juanhu, what is this slight worth? Dong Zixing listened intently, his expression darkening as he absorbed the entire situation, realizing that he had merely been a scapegoat, enduring that kick for nothing. In instances like this, the ultimate recourse for teachers and principals is to call the parents. Shen Yan mused that this approach was quite akin to the methods employed in their cultivation world. When the son fails, the father intervenes. When the father falters, the ancestor steps in, echoing the adage of the gourd baby rescuing his grandfather, delivering the entire family in a neat package. Before long, Tang Yi, having received the call, hurried to the school. She had always placed great importance on her son's education. Otherwise, she would not have invested significantly to enroll him in On-High No. One high school despite being aware of his academic shortcomings. Clad in high heels and carrying a genuine leather handbag, she entered the principal's office with an assertive click of her heels. Upon seeing Tang Yi, Yuxiuli immediately altered her demeanor, and even Dong Zixing rose from his seat. Juanhu's mother, welcome, welcome, Yuxiuli exclaimed, extending a warm handshake. Is Mr. Zhang not here today? Our Mr. Zhang is tied up with a project in the southern part of the city today and couldn't spare the time. I'll ensure he hosts a gathering for the school leadership soon, Tang Yi replied, her voice imbued with an air of aristocratic confidence. After shaking hands with Yuxiuli, she extended her hand across the desk to Dong Zixing as well. Mr. Zhang is indeed a busy man. It's quite understandable. I heard there was a collaboration pending with the government office last month under Mr. Zhang's purview, Dong Zixing remarked, holding Tang Yi's hand for an unusually long moment, his demeanor now markedly different from before. Principal Dong, you are too kind. I shall certainly ensure Mr. Zhang pays a visit to express his apologies. Tang Yi responded with a smile. Shen Yan observed the woman before him, noting her opulent attire. However, he was at a loss regarding the brand she wore, unable to identify even the gold of her necklace. Nevertheless, it was evident that Zhang Juanhu's prominence among the affluent students in Class 8 suggested that his parents were no ordinary individuals, which explained the principal's sudden and excessive warmth upon meeting her. Upon the arrival of his maternal figure, Zhang Juanhu immediately nestled beside her, lamenting, Mom, this is the person who bullied your son. He even slapped me and dislocated my arm. Upon hearing that someone had struck her son, Tang Yi's expression shifted from one of warmth to a stormy frown, her brows furrowing as she turned to the direction pointed by her son. Shen Yan remained composed, quietly observing Zhang Juanhu's accusation without reacting, merely smiling in response when Tang Yi directed her gaze towards him. Principal, what is the meaning of this? Tang Yi's demeanor shifted, embodying the essence of a concerned mother as she confronted the principal. This Dong Zixing was taken aback, not anticipating that the woman who had just been so cordial would turn hostile so swiftly. Yet, considering the wealth and status of her husband, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with her exquisite charm and keen wit, Yuxiuli stepped in to alleviate the principal's predicament. Ms. Juanhu's mother, here's the situation. Class 8 has recently welcomed a new teacher. This new instructor, still in the throes of an internship, lacks sufficient experience in managing class affairs. which may have led to somewhat extreme measures, inciting the displeasure of young Jianhu and resulting in minor frictions between them. While these words ostensibly aimed to elucidate the circumstances to Tang Yi, they were, in essence, a blatant bias, swiftly attributing all responsibility to Shen Yan. The phrases internship, lack of experience, and extreme measures effectively cemented Shen Yan's role as the villain, while the series of retaliatory actions by Zhang Jianhu were merely brushed aside as minor frictions. Yu Xiuli's mastery of linguistic artistry was so profound that even Du Chunhui, who prided herself on her flattery skills, was left astounded. The director of education, indeed, was adept at discerning the opportune moments to flatter the right individuals. It was evident that she had a considerable journey ahead of her. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Yu Xiuli's remarks, Tang Yi's expression darkened further. In her view, her precious son had undoubtedly suffered tremendous injustice at the hands of an excessively extreme new teacher who had bullied him without restraint. Principal Dong, your leniency towards teachers who resort to violence against their students raises serious concerns regarding the ethical standards within your institution. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation for this matter, I believe I must involve my husband, Mr. Zhang, in discussions with the Education Bureau. Tang Yi, being astute, recognized that targeting a teacher was far less effective than directly applying pressure on the principal. Dong Zixing was drenched in cold sweat. Tang Yi's immediate accusation loomed large, and the thought of involving the Education Bureau was overwhelming. Given Zhang Jianhu's father's influence, the repercussions for him as principal would be dire should the situation escalate to that level. Weighing the pros and cons, he swiftly discerned the course of action he must take. Shen Yan, would you kindly elucidate to Mrs. Zhang the true nature of this situation? What gives you the right to lay hands on your students? With so many allies rallying behind him, Zhang Jianhu was brimming with pride. Casting a smug glance at Shen Yan, Shen Yan found the situation amusing. The narrative had come full circle, ultimately pointing the finger back at him. He immediately adopted an expression of innocence and purity, even more so than Ding Jinju, gazing sincerely at Tang Yi, his voice hoarse and choked as he spoke. Ms. Jianhu, you know that Jianhu is an intelligent child with strong opinions, yet he is disinclined towards studying. As a novice teacher, I have endeavored in numerous ways to communicate with him and encourage his learning, but to my dismay. At this juncture, Shen Yan let out a heavy sigh, embodying a poignant lament of helplessness. In his subsequent narrative, he portrayed Zhang Jianhu as a bright and eager learner, regrettably led astray by negative influences outside of school. As the class teacher, he expressed profound sorrow at the thought of his student's potential demise, striving to guide Jianhu back to the right path, only to be met with resentment and unjustly accused of harming his student. As an ancient being with countless years of experience, Shen Yan's profound life lessons and exceptional acting abilities could easily earn him a few Oscars. His heartfelt gaze, in stark contrast to Zhang Jianhu's strikingly conspicuous golden hair, painted a vivid picture of sincerity and dedication. One is a devoted educator, striving to awaken the passion of wayward students. The other is a wayward student, indulging in smoking, drinking, and flamboyant hairstyles. It is evident whom one should trust. After listening to Shen Yan's account, Tang Yi could not help but mentally slap herself twice. Was she truly unaware of her son's character? How could she almost wrongfully accuse a teacher who genuinely cared for her son? Teacher Shen, you have suffered an injustice. It is all due to my son's unruliness. Tang Yi grasped Shen Yan's hand, filled with remorse. For the sake of the students, what is a little hardship? As long as Jianhu can turn over a new leaf. Even if he were to unjustly accuse me of murder and arson, what does it matter if I endure some grievances? The fragrance of tea wafted from Shen Yan, almost permeating the office. No, Mom, don't believe him. He really hit me. P.S. lying. Zhang Jianhu, seeing his mother on the brink of falling into the enemy's trap, was in a frenzy. Child, how can you accuse such a devoted teacher? If he has struck you, where are the injuries? Where are the bruises? Tang Yi was displeased. It seemed she had indulged her son too much, fostering his habit of deceit. Zhang Jianhu rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, desperately searching for evidence of Shen Yan's supposed assault, but after a long search, he found nothing. His desperation grew, nearly leading him to strip bare to prove his injuries. Jianhu, you need not go to such extremes. Just consider it a misunderstanding, as though the teacher has wronged you. Shen Yan approached with concern, her eyes filled with compassion. What do you mean consider it a misunderstanding? You did it. Zhang Jianhu's heart screamed in protest. Chapter 26. Market examination. Seeing Shen Yan so unjustly accused by her son, yet still concerned for him, deeply moved Tang Yi. Teacher Shen, you need not defend this ungrateful child. My son has been spoiled by me, leading to his lack of respect. The failures in teaching stem from us as educators. It must be my inadequacies that led Juanhu to contemplate attacking me in the restroom. Thankfully, Principal Dong stood up for me. Shen Yan continued her gentle yet effective approach. He dared to assault a teacher? Tang Yi was alarmed by this revelation. Alas, I had no desire to mention it, but since you inquired, I cannot conceal the truth. Thus, Shen Yan recounted the incident of Zhang Juanhu's intended assault in the restroom, albeit with slight alterations. She framed the principal as a heroic figure who intervened to protect her, taking the blow meant for her. Principal Dong, listening nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is precisely how it transpired. Du Chunwei had thought that Yu Xiuli's flattery was unparalleled, only to discover there were still greater talents. Principal, is this true? Tang Yi sought confirmation. If this has caused you any loss, we are not unreasonable people. We shall ensure compensation. Hearing of the potential compensation from the Zhang family, Principal Dong's heart soared. Even disregarding the compensation, it would be a significant favor from the Zhangs, greatly aiding his future prospects. As principal, is it not my duty to protect the teachers of this school? Dong Zixing began to adopt a righteous demeanor once again. He even took the initiative to show Tang Yi the video of the phone that had been thrown on the ground, merely to verify the authenticity of the incident. Tang Yi, a woman of high society, accustomed to having her daily needs attended to by dedicated staff and frequenting upscale venues, had never encountered such a sordid scene. Was that excrement on the principal's clothing? She felt a wave of nausea, and when the principal, holding the video, approached her with concern, she instinctively recoiled. Hadn't her hand just been clasped in his? The very thought nearly made her retch, prompting her to retrieve a wet wipe from her bag and scrub her hands vigorously. The principal, noticing her blatant discomfort, felt acutely embarrassed, realizing she clearly harbored disdain for him. I have bathed, nearly an hour. He thought to defend his cleanliness, yet ultimately, he remained silent. I apologize. My hands are sweaty. Let me wipe them, Tang Yi offered, perhaps sensing her actions were inappropriate. But this only compounded the principal's awkwardness. Had he known, he would have refrained from showing her the video. Teacher Shen, please take extra care of this child in the future, Tang Yi requested as she departed. Patting Shen Yan's hand. The child's issues are inevitably tied to parental guidance, Shen Yan suggested. Understanding the implication, Tang Yi replied, rest assured, when I return home tonight, my husband and I will certainly give him a thorough talking to, and his allowance will be drastically reduced. Their farcical encounter concluded with laughter and lightheartedness. Though Zhang Juanhu remained discontent. That evening, Zhang Juanhu posted on his social media, "You will never know what I have endured. Death, betrayal, not just once. Those who have not experienced the pain I bear, how dare you claim to empathize with me? I hope you never come to understand the meaning of this statement." The comments below included Tang Yi's, "Lao Zhang, I told you he was smoking outside," and Zhang Junyu's, "That little rascal is smoking now. Just wait until I deal with him." Ultimately, a classmate observed Zhang Juanhu deleting the post. When Shen Yan returned to the office, he was approached by his colleague, Zhuang Xian, who inquired with concern, "Teacher Shen, are you all right? How could I possibly be fine? I heard he actually struck a student, which is an utter disgrace to our profession." Zhang Juanhu's parents have come to the school, with his father's status as one of the city's top entrepreneurs. Being dismissed would be the least of his worries. He might even end up in prison. Han Yong, standing nearby, relished the drama. Ever since he learned that Shen Yan had spent the night with Zhuang Xian, he had been consumed by jealousy. After confirming that they merely resided in the same vicinity, his envy only intensified, and he now eagerly awaited Shen Yan's misfortune. Shen Yan, undeterred by Han Yong's gloating, responded casually, "It's nothing. Zhang Juanhu's parents are quite understanding. Under my guidance, he has recognized his mistakes, not only admitting to his assault on the principal, but also vowing to become an exemplary student." "That's wonderful," Zhuang Xian beamed. Having previously contemplated asking her grandfather to intervene on Shen Yan's behalf upon hearing about Zhang Juanhu's parents' visit, she was pleasantly surprised by their reasonableness. "But that can't be right. The Zhang family is notoriously difficult to deal with," she remarked. Moreover, regarding Zhang Juanhu, that unruly individual who must create a ruckus even during physical education, how could one expect him to engage in profound self-reflection? Han Yong, upon hearing such absurdity, could hardly believe it and sought validation from another party involved, Du Chunhui. However, Du Chunhui was already in a foul mood, having failed to garner favor with the principal and nearly being misunderstood. She was not inclined to entertain Han Yong's inquiries. If you seek confirmation, go ask the principal yourself. Han Yong, having met with indifference, prudently refrained from pressing further. In the afternoon, as school dismissed, the entrance was teeming with vehicles for pickup and drop-off. Shen Yan had previously expressed a desire to explore the city center to Zhuangxian, so he decided to stroll there, as the distance was quite manageable. The modern world was indeed vastly different from their realm of cultivation, with towering skyscrapers lining the streets, electronic billboards flashing advertisements, and the myriad of products displayed in shop windows overwhelming Shen Yan's senses. His primary objective was to investigate commercial ventures, seeking lucrative opportunities that could yield substantial profits. Ideally one that would allow him to live comfortably for life after a single endeavor. He was inherently lazy. The complexities of cultivation were already taxing, and the thought of labor was doubly burdensome. If he could strike it rich with one successful venture, it would be nothing short of splendid. He examined numerous business prospects. Yet whether in dining, electronics, or fashion, all demanded considerable initial investments. Even in the more affordable locations, monthly rental costs soared into the thousands, typically requiring annual payments up front. Additionally, the beverage industry, particularly bubble tea, which he initially presumed would entail minimal costs for a small establishment, had become fiercely competitive, with emerging brands struggling to survive and franchise fees reaching exorbitant figures. What disheartened Shen Yan most was the grueling work intensity, observing 2 employees tirelessly shaking tea. He resolved to steer clear of that industry. Clearly, conventional storefront ventures were ill-suited for him, prompting a search for opportunities with lower upfront costs. However, finding a truly risk-free and highly profitable business was significantly more challenging than merely lucrative ones. Besides those mentioned in criminal law, Shen Yan found himself at a loss for any methods to swiftly amass wealth. "Kind sir, please spare some change," came the voice of an unkempt old man, clad in a tattered cotton coat, with disheveled hair and beard, extending a filthy bowl towards Shen Yan. "A good-hearted person, please bestow a little generosity." The old man's face broke into a smile, the wrinkles on his forehead folding like a blooming chrysanthemum. Suddenly, Shen Yan's eyes sparkled. Was this not the very profitable, risk-free venture he had been seeking? A celestial emperor reborn as a beggar, while it might not bring glory to his ancestors, it would surely leave a mark through the ages. "Old man, how much do you earn each month?" Shen Yan gazed intently at the scattered coins in the old man's bowl, already resolved that should the revenue exceed 500 yuan monthly, he would embark on this side enterprise. Without enough to eat, how can one even discuss earnings? The old man, misinterpreting Shen Yan's inquiry as pity, shifted from joy to sorrow, attempting to elicit sympathy. "That doesn't seem right," Shen Yan mused, observing how he had just begged from 10 individuals, and 1 or 2 would undoubtedly offer some change. Even if each person contributed merely $1, by diligently approaching 200 people in a day, he could amass around $40. If he ventured to a more crowded area, begging from 500 individuals in a day would surely not pose a challenge, would it? The old man finally noticed Shen Yan's intense gaze fixed on his tattered bowl. This was no benevolent soul. He clearly suspected Shen Yan of being a rival intent on usurping his means of livelihood. Cursing under his breath, the old beggar shuffled away. Shen Yan felt a tinge of regret. He had yet to inquire about relevant techniques before the man departed. Just as he was feeling disheartened, he passed by an electronics store, which was quite expansive, showcasing televisions of various sizes outside. The screens displayed a single scene, a replay of a concert. Shen Yan paused in front of the store, captivated by the footage. He recognized the individual on the screen, who was none other than his fiancée, Xiao Ran's cherished figure, Xia Zimo, if he recalled correctly. The concert had taken place the previous week, with a multitude of enthusiastic fans waving glow sticks. Given the venue's vastness and the crowd size, Xia Zimo's popularity was indeed substantial. Each song he performed elicited waves of fervent screams from the audience. Shen Yan was not well versed in contemporary music. In his previous world, there existed a sect dedicated to the mastery of melodies, known as the Xianin sect. For that sect, music was both a means of enlightenment and a form of offense. Unfortunately, the Xianin sect paled in comparison to Shen Yan's former sect, and he had little opportunity to engage with its practitioners. Otherwise, pursuing a career as a songwriter might have been quite promising. Chapter 27. The first bucket of gold. Strangely enough, since the day Xiao Ran fled from the wedding, the Xiao family had not reached out to him, as if this engagement had never existed. The only instance of contact was when Shen Yan himself sought financial assistance, which, unsurprisingly, yielded no results. Given the Xiao family's apparent stance, it was understandable that Zhao's parents would not contact him, but the absence of a call from the elder Xiao was somewhat unreasonable. Wasn't he supposed to value Shen Yan? Could it be that this was merely a figment of the original owner's imagination? Shen Yan felt uncertain. His inherited memories were far from complete, and many of his perceptions stemmed from the previous owner's self-deception. For instance, the original owner believed he and Xiao Ran were destined for each other, yet the locks had been changed, and even his phone number had been blocked. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Shen Yan resolved to take the initiative. After all, this was a family worth billions, and maintaining a good relationship was paramount. Earning money was arduous. It was far easier to live off someone else's success. The first step, naturally, was to make a few phone calls and nurture the relationships. He first considered the elder Xiao. Regardless of any misunderstandings, this marriage had at least received the elder's approval. However, after searching through his contacts for quite some time, he realized he did not even possess the elder's phone number. Well, as a fallback, he decided to call his future mother-in-law, Shen Yan. The phone rang for a good 3 to 4 minutes, but there was no answer. Shen Yan tried once more, yet still, no response. Never mind. He would call his future father-in-law instead. This time, the call was answered swiftly, and a voice on the other end inquired, "Who is this?" "Jamming, it's me." Why did the call drop? Shen Yan dialed his father-in-law's number once more. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later." Blocked. Shen Yan felt increasingly frustrated. Among the 4 members of the Xiao family, 1 was unreachable, 2 had blocked him, and the last wouldn't even pick up the phone. "Am I still considered your obedient son-in-law?" As he wallowed in his discontent, a figure brushed past him. Shen Yan immediately sensed the pocket of his wallet had been slashed, and his wallet was now in the hands of the thief. Narrowing his eyes, he glanced at the figure, a man clad in a black windbreaker, casually striding forward with his hands in his pockets. The man's calm demeanor suggested he was a seasoned pickpocket. Shen Yan deliberately waited until the man had walked a few paces away before feigning panic. "My wallet. It's missing. Someone has stolen my wallet." With his hands still in his pockets, the man felt a wave of disdain. He was confident that his thieving skills would remain undiscovered. As long as he maintained his composure, he believed he would evade suspicion. Thus, he simply pretended to be an intrigued bystander, drawn in by the commotion. To his surprise, Shen Yan pointed directly at him, exclaiming, "It's that man in black. I saw him steal my wallet." The man's heart sank. Having stolen countless times without ever being caught, he could no longer feign innocence and took off running. Other bystanders quickly realized what was happening. Some called the police, while others chased after the thief. Shen Yan did not pursue. He understood that in such a crowded marketplace, escaping was nearly impossible, especially with the mall's robust security. Indeed, before long, 2 security personnel escorted the man back to Shen Yan, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. One of the security guards produced a brown wallet from the man's possession, asking, "Is this your wallet?" Shen Yan, filled with gratitude, nodded vigorously. "That's my wallet. My ID is inside." The guard inspected the wallet and confirmed it contained Shen Yan's ID and social security card, returning it to him. "Please check it. We need to take this individual to the police station, and you will likely need to assist with a statement." Shen Yan hurriedly began to check his wallet. Something was amiss. Where had the money gone? The documents were intact, but the cash was missing. Shen Yan said nervously, "Where's the money?" A concerned bystander pointed at the thief, asking, "Did you hide the money?" "I didn't hide anything. There was no money in it. I hadn't even had a chance to look after I stole it," the thief replied, hands bound behind his back, unable to resist. Still trying to argue? The crowd around them grew larger, voicing their accusations against the thief. "How much did you lose?" The security guards pressed down harder on the perpetrator. 1,000. Shen Yan replied casually. One of the guards began to search the thief again. When another wallet was discovered, the thief panicked. Hey, that is my wallet. Not his. You didn't claim it was yours before. Just return the money you stole to the rightful owner," the guard retorted. The security personnel retrieved 1,000 yuan from within and returned it to Shen Yan, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Simultaneously, he silently thanked the thief for the unexpected gift. "This money is also mine," the thief struggled. Thank you. Thank you all for your kind assistance. There are still good people in this world." As Shen Yan collected the money, he extended his thanks to the passers-by and the security staff. Witnessing his funds being pocketed by Shen Yan, the thief struggled even more fiercely, nearly breaking free from the grasp of two security guards. "Behave yourself." With a stern shout, more individuals joined in subduing the thief. Ultimately, he could only watch helplessly as his money transformed into someone else's possession. He was left in despair, having stolen from a pauper, only to be caught and unwittingly contribute to a charitable act. Amidst the crowd's wrangling, the thief was escorted to the police station. Shen Yan, with fervent enthusiasm, counted the 1,000 yuan repeatedly, each time amplifying its significance to 1,000,000. How could this not be regarded as his first pot of gold? At the Shuiyan Manor, within the Xiao family villa, the elderly patriarch Xiao Liye was assisted back to his room by the butler Wang Shouqing and the medical staff. Xiao Liye had been in poor health, his mobility compromised. Following the distress caused by Xiao Ran's elopement at the engagement ceremony, he had fallen ill and spent several days in the hospital, prohibiting visitors. Today, he finally agreed to return to the Xiao family villa. "Father, are you feeling any better?" Xiao Jiaming stood awkwardly beside the bed. His father had always been quite stern with him, and despite his efforts to take over the family business, he still felt like a child in the presence of a strict parent. "If you two would stop upsetting me, I would feel much better," Xiao Liye replied bluntly. The moment his father spoke, Xiao Jiaming felt like a child caught in wrongdoing, unable to utter a word. It was his wife, Qin Yan, who could no longer bear the tension and spoke up. "Father, please do not speak to Jiaming and Ranran this way. Ranran hasn't even returned home these past few days because of this incident." "What? Does she still have the nerve to throw a tantrum? Should I, an old fool, go and invite her back?" Xiao Liye, who usually doted on his granddaughter, was clearly enraged by her public elopement. His words were less than kind. "Father, that is not my intention," Qin Yan said gently upon noticing her father-in-law's displeasure. "In modern society, we advocate for free love. How can there still be arranged marriages like yours? Ranran does not even like that Shen Yan. Why force her? Are you implying that I am stubborn and clinging to feudal traditions of parental matchmaking?" Xiao Liye's tone grew sharp when discussing Xiao Ran's engagement, directed not only at his son but also at his daughter-in-law. Qin Yan thought to herself how the old man was aware of his own antiquated views. But as a daughter-in-law, she dared not confront him directly. Instead, she gently touched her husband's arm, encouraging Xiao Jiaming to speak with his father. Chapter 28. The Xiao Family Men. Xiao Jiaming engaged in a long internal struggle, but ultimately did not dare to voice his thoughts. Old Master Xiao watched his son's indecisive demeanor and felt a surge of irritation. "Speak plainly. You are already a director of the Xiao Group. How can you lead the company if you lack conviction?" Provoked by his father's words, Xiao Jiaming finally mustered the courage to speak up, his voice resolute. "Father, I shall be direct. I oppose the marriage between Ranran and that Shen Yan." Xiao Liye maintained a stern expression and gestured for Wang Shouqing to take the others out, leaving only the three of them in the room. "What is your reasoning?" he inquired, without displaying anger at his son's dissent. Xiao Jiaming took several minutes to organize his thoughts before responding. Firstly, Ranran does not harbor feelings for Shen Yan. Forcing her into marriage with him would jeopardize her happiness. Secondly, Shen Yan is merely a poor boy. I have conducted an investigation into him. Aside from decent academic performance, he possesses hardly any commendable qualities and is entirely unworthy of Ranran. Thirdly, Ranran has someone she truly likes, Xia Zimo. While I need not extol the virtues of the Xia family, they are undoubtedly superior to Shen Yan. As the third young master of the Xia family, he manages their media company and is a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry. Father, you are surely aware of the immense influence a leading star holds in today's society. This could greatly benefit both the Xia and Xiao families. In an effort to persuade his father, Xiao Jiaming laid out his points clearly. Xiao Liye did not respond immediately, but instead addressed Qin Yan, saying, "Qin, you may leave for now. Jiaming and I need to speak privately." Concerned for her daughter's happiness, Qin Yan wished to remain. But the old man's command left her no choice but to exit. Once Qin Yan had left, Xiao Liye urged, "Son, the current business landscape is not what it used to be. The Xiao family has faced difficulties in recent years, and so have you. If Ranran were to marry into the Xia family, it would be a powerful alliance. With their support, the Xiao family's financial troubles could be alleviated, potentially revitalizing our enterprise. Moreover, the two children are mutually affectionate. A union with the Xia family would surely bring joy to Ranran. You must let go of past grievances with old man Xia and consider the present. Xiao Liye lay on the couch in silence, observing his rather ordinary son. Truth be told, while his son was filial and diligent, he lacked the innate talent for business. After taking over the family enterprise, he had struggled significantly. And with the economic downturn, the Xiao family had been in decline for years. It was understandable that his son sought to leverage the Xia family's strength. Jamming. Do you believe my opposition to the marriage between Ranran and the Xia family's third young master is solely due to past grievances with Xia Haichang? Xiao Liye countered. Is it not? Xiao Jiaming replied, puzzled. It was widely rumored that the elder patriarchs of the Xiao and Xia families had been adversaries in their youth due to competitive business dealings, and in their later years, they would rather see their granddaughters wed unworthy partners than allow them to marry into the Xia family. Not only was this a common belief among outsiders, but Xiao Jiaming also held this perspective. However, his father's words today suggested otherwise. Xiao Liye shook his head, realizing his son still viewed matters too superficially. The world perceives our Xiao family as a prestigious clan in Anhai. We may be considered affluent, but we are hardly a respected lineage. Do you understand the distinction between the two? Xiao Liye turned his gaze towards his son and posed a question. Xiao Jiaming shook his head, perplexed as to why the old man had diverted the conversation from discussing his daughter's marriage to this topic. You should engage your mind more when faced with matters. Xiao Liye said, I built my fortune from the ground up, and you are my only son. The Xia family in Anhai has amassed wealth over generations. With a vast lineage, Xia Haichang has numerous children, all of whom excel in their respective fields. Even the younger generation thrives in various domains. They are the true aristocracy. But isn't that a good thing? Xiao Jiaming countered, increasingly confused. With so many talented individuals in the Xia family, wouldn't Xiao Ran's marriage to them benefit our family even more? If our family were as prosperous as the Xia family, it would indeed be a blessing. However, we are not. Have you considered that if Xiao Ran marries into the Xia family, our industries will inevitably intertwine? The Xia family's influence could gradually permeate the Xiao family's enterprises. You would find yourself isolated, devoid of allies. Would the Xiao legacy still bear our name? Xiao Liye looked at his only son, posing this pivotal question. Xiao Jiaming found himself at a loss for words. His previous concerns revolved around the company's decline, and he had never contemplated this issue. Xiao Liye continued, the Xiao family's foundation is too fragile, and you have not lived up to expectations. You have not even given me a grandson. Regardless of which tycoon from Anhai we ally with, the outcome will be that the Xiao family's assets become someone else's dowry. Then we could seek alliances with families of better standing, albeit not as powerful as ours, rather than resorting to someone like Shen Yan, a mere commoner. Xiao Jiaming retorted defiantly. What difference does it make? We disdain small companies and enterprises. If Xiao Ran truly marries him, it will merely be an exploitation of the Xiao resources. It would be better for her to marry an ordinary person. Do you really believe that as a grandfather? I would not consider my granddaughter's future and would simply marry her off to anyone. Xiao Liye remarked, sensing his son's dissent. Xiao Jianming inwardly mused. Isn't that precisely what you are doing? He sees no redeeming qualities in Shen Yan. Xiao Liye perceived his son's reluctance and elaborated. Firstly, Shen Yan comes from a respectable background, having grown up in an orphanage. There will be no familial burdens or scandals to worry about for Xiao Ran and the Xiao family. Secondly, Shen Yan genuinely cares for Xiao Ran. Even if he were to change his heart later, as a man of no power or influence, he would have no choice but to treat her well. Thirdly, he is willing to join the Xiao family, ensuring that the future children will still carry the Xiao surname. Xiao Liye countered his son's arguments with these 3 points. In truth, there was another aspect he did not mention. Shen Yan's admission to a prestigious university ensured that he possessed at least a certain level of intelligence. Therefore, when he eventually marries his granddaughter and they have children, the genetic lineage would be secure. Having been preoccupied with his career in his youth, he had not properly nurtured his son. However, once his granddaughter gives birth to a great-grandson, he will ensure proper upbringing, allowing the Xiao legacy to transition beyond the union of Shen Yan and Xiao Ran, directly into the hands of his great-grandson. Xiao Jianming struggled to fully digest his father's words, while Xiao Liye, feeling fatigued, said, once Xiao Ran has calmed down and returns to the villa, let Shen Yan move in as well. Familiarity will breed affection. Dad, matters of the heart. Enough, I am a bit tired now. You may leave. Xiao Liye interjected, dismissing his son. The elder spoke, and thus, Xiao Jianming had no choice but to exit the room. Chapter 29. a small libation outside the elder's bedroom. Shen Yan had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing her husband emerge, she hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "How did it go? What did the elder say?" Xiao Jiaming, feeling vexed, replied, "The elder has suggested that we bring Shen Yan over to live with us after some time." The moment Shen Yan heard that Shen Yan was to be brought in, she exploded. "What do you mean? Xiao Jiaming, have you lost your manhood? Are you truly considering allowing Ran to marry that rustic fellow?" "Absolutely not. I must speak to the elder." Xiao Jiaming grasped Shen Yan firmly, impatiently stating, "What is there to discuss? The elder has just returned from the hospital, and you wish to provoke him further?" Shen Yan fell silent. "Then what do you propose we do? For now, let us acquiesce to the elder's wishes. After all, Ran has been living elsewhere for some time. We can revisit this matter later." Xiao Jiaming decided to adopt a strategy of delay. Despite her reluctance, Shen Yan understood that this was the only course of action, hoping that the elder might change his mind in due course. Shen Yan had spent the day exploring, sampling various modern delicacies. In summary, he found the so-called culinary delights of this world to be rather mediocre, far inferior to those from his homeland. This was not solely due to differences in ingredients. The disparity in spices and techniques was also significant. After all, cultivators enjoy extended lifespans, allowing them to dedicate considerable time to mastering particular skills. Even an ordinary person, given enough time, could ascend to the pinnacle of their field, let alone a cultivator whose comprehension abilities far surpass those of mere mortals. Thus, in a certain sense, even in the absence of spiritual energy or magical powers, cultivators could still be said to exert a dimensional advantage over ordinary individuals, a truth that holds in both past and present lives. With a substantial sum of money in his possession, Shen Yan indulged himself slightly, hailing a taxi to return to the Zhuang family's vacation villa. Although he had acquired wealth, he remained prudent, spending wisely and seeking out opportunities for complimentary services. He had inquired and discovered that the villa accommodations were quite costly, with the cheapest room fetching over 8,000 per night, translating to significant savings on his part. Since Zhuang Xian's villa was situated atop a mountain, access was restricted, compelling Shen Yan to call Uncle Yun for assistance. Fortunately, despite the late hour, Yun Fei was still awake and soon arrived in his patrol vehicle to collect Shen Yan. "Where did young master venture today?" he asked. "The elder and miss have been waiting for you to return until after 10 o'clock. During their ride, Yun Fei and Shen Yan engaged in conversation. "Did the elder summon me for something?" "He was simply craving your delectable cooking. I haven't seen him eat so heartily in days." Yun Fei chuckled, his robust frame resembling a cartoon bear when he smiled. Ever since he had tasted Shen Yan's cooking, he eagerly anticipated his return each night for supper. "If that's the case, I shall prepare a grand feast next time, inviting the elder and Uncle Yun as well." "That sounds splendid. To be honest, I too look forward to your cooking every day, but I tend to eat so much that the elder often calls me away for patrol before I am satiated." Just the thought of Shen Yan's culinary creations made Yun Fei salivate. Since Uncle Yun desires a meal and the elder has retired for the night, why not prepare a few dishes for Uncle Yun to savor? Shen Yan was quite proactive in suggesting this. "Then I must trouble you, my dear brother," replied Yun Fei, who was of the same mind. With Shen Yan's initiative, he felt no hesitation, fearing the other might reconsider. In the Zhuang family villa, although the master had turned in for the night, the lights remained aglow. As Zhuang, he preferred to sleep with illumination. Yun Fei mentioned he would fetch his prized liquor to share a drink with Shen Yan, while Shen Yan made his way to the kitchen. For the past few days, the elder had skipped dinner, awaiting Shen Yan's return to prepare a late-night snack, leaving Chef Wang and the other cooks feeling quite disgruntled. Upon seeing Shen Yan, they looked at him as if they were aggrieved wives, sending a shiver down his spine. With the elder having retired, the chefs also departed, allowing Shen Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. Since they were to indulge in drinks, Shen Yan prepared several appetizers: soy sauce beef, braised duck feet, cold pig ears, accompanied by a plate of peanuts. These dishes were not particularly labor-intensive. The essence lay in the mastery of the sauces and the timing. Even for the peanuts, Shen Yan had crafted a special dry seasoning. Fortuitously, the Zhuang kitchen was well stocked with various condiments, enabling him to showcase his skills. When Shen Yan brought the dishes to the dining room, Yun Fei had already uncorked a bottle of wine, awaiting his arrival. "Should we call Miss Zhuang to join us?" Yun Fei pondered, thinking of Zhuang Xian. He wished to share the delectable food with her, while regarding the elder with respect. Yet, The thought of the elder's voracious appetite made him wonder if he would be summoned for exercises after only a half-hearted meal. "All right, Uncle Yun, wait a moment. I'll fetch Zhuang Xian," Shen Yan offered, placing the dishes down as he volunteered to call her. The villa where Zhuang Xian resided was quite expansive, comprising 3 stories. The first floor primarily served as the living area and housed some of the staff. The second floor contained several guest rooms, typically unoccupied, where Shen Yan had been staying these past few nights. The third floor was reserved for the Zhuang family, currently home to only Zhuang Xian and Zhuang He. Gently knocking on Zhuang Xian's door, he received no response, prompting him to softly call her name a few times. Zhuang Xian emerged, still somewhat dazed, dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown and adorning bear-shaped slippers. The top button of her nightgown was undone, revealing her fair swan-like neck and exquisitely defined collarbone, exuding an indescribable allure. "Mr. Shen, you're back," she murmured, rubbing her sleepy eyes, still a bit disoriented. "I've prepared a few dishes. Would you care to join me?" Shen Yan asked succinctly. Upon hearing that Shen Yan had cooked, Zhuang Xian felt a surge of energy, but the thought of indulging nightly left her hesitant, fearing weight gain. However, this momentary hesitation lasted but 2 seconds before she relinquished her resistance. "I shall simply exercise a bit more in the coming days. The weight can be shed," she reassured herself. Shen Yan's appetizers were delectable, and Yun Fei, while awaiting their arrival, found it increasingly difficult to contain his appetite. As they descended, he eagerly urged them to begin their feast. "Brother, are you able to partake in the wine? With food and drink, I shall elevate my address to you," Yun Fei declared. Shen Yan, of course, was more than capable. Even cultivators appreciated fine wine, with some even attaining enlightenment through it. Though he was not particularly fond of alcohol, he possessed a remarkable capacity for it. He promptly pushed the small cup in front of Yun Fei, indicating his ability to drink. With enthusiasm, Yun Fei filled his glass and couldn't resist quickly grabbing a piece of cold mixed pig ear to savor, paired with the liquor. The flavor was so exquisite that he felt as if he might soar to the heavens. This dish was indeed a perfect accompaniment to the drink. "Brother, your culinary skills are exceptional," Yun Fei exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. He was a straightforward man, yet he found it difficult to articulate how extraordinary Shen Yan's cooking was. He had never tasted such delightful dishes in his life. Zhuang Xian had just eaten a slice of braised beef and was left utterly speechless, nodding vigorously at Yun Shu's praise for Shen Yan's culinary prowess. As a language teacher, she found herself at a loss for words to describe the flavors dancing on her palate. Shen Yan smiled lightly and took a small sip from his glass. "Brother, how does this wine taste?" Yun Fei asked, pride evident in his voice. "This is a military district wine, aged for over a decade by my older brother. I wouldn't have brought it out today if not for this splendid spread," he continued. "I can vouch for it. This wine was procured by my grandfather through special means. And there are only 8 bottles in total, one of which was gifted to Yun Shu." Zhuang Xian raised her chopsticks high, her appearance in her pajamas adorably childlike. Shen Yan merely smiled in response, clinking his glass with Yun Fei's before continuing to sip. In truth, he was dissatisfied with the wine. To him, it was inferior to plain water. Compared to the celestial nectar of the immortal realm, it was a stark contrast. The disparity was even greater than that between culinary delights from different worlds. Perhaps one day, he might take the time to brew some wine himself. Otherwise, he would have nothing to indulge in when craving struck. Naturally, he refrained from expressing his thoughts on the wine's quality, as he did not wish to dampen Yun Shu's enthusiasm. "What on earth is the secret to these peanuts? How can they be so delicious?" Yun Fei exclaimed, astonished as he picked one up. These were ordinary peanuts, yet they bore some unknown seasoning that made them melt in the mouth. Zhuang Xian was equally fond of these peanuts, and tasting Shen Yan's creation made her, a girl who typically abstained from alcohol, tempted to enjoy a drink for the occasion. "The sauce and seasoning are simple to prepare. I've made quite a bit today, and there are still plenty of peanuts and braised beef in the kitchen. If you like, you can take some home. Both can be preserved in the fridge for a while," Shen Yan mentioned, knowing well Yun Fei's hearty appetite and having prepared extra for the occasion. Delighted, Yun Fei immediately considered going to the kitchen to pack some. But feeling it might be impolite, he sat back down, saying, "I'll pack some later." As the 3 indulged in their meal, they began to chat about family. "Teacher Zhuang, why haven't I seen your parents? Is it just your grandfather managing this vast resort?" Shen Yan inquired, having spent several days there and only encountering Zhuang Xian and her grandfather. "My parents don't reside in On High. They hardly visit throughout the year," Zhuang Xian replied, chewing on a peanut. Doesn't Shen Laodi know? The young master and his wife usually reside in Liaoning province. The Zhuang family's main enterprise is actually there. This resort was built by my grandfather for retirement purposes, with profit being a secondary concern. Yunfei observed the close relationship between Shen Yan and Zhuang Xian, and he assumed that Shen Yan was aware of everything. The primary business was based in Liaoning province. Was the resort with dozens of villas merely for retirement? Was making money secondary? Was this even a coherent statement? Shen Yan admitted to feeling envious. He silently declared in his heart, Zhuang Xian, you will undoubtedly be my first consideration for a future spouse. Why not simply construct the resort in Liaoning province, where the elderly gentleman and his children could conveniently care for one another? Shen Yan inquired further. That's not something I can answer, Yunfei responded, glancing at Zhuang Xian. Aware that discussing the elder's family matters was a delicate subject. There was no particular reason, as the grandfather mentioned. He preferred to distance himself from the chaotic affairs over there. The farther away, the better. Zhuang Xian curled her legs beneath her, embodying the comfort of a northern dweller sitting on a heated bed. However, her appearance and demeanor diverged from the boldness typical of northern girls, exuding instead the gentleness of a southern woman. Earlier, it seemed she had heard the elder grumbling about her father. What? Is their relationship strained? Shen Yan asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity about the intrigues of the affluent. He was eager to discover whether the lives of the genuinely wealthy resembled the tumultuous narratives found in romantic novels. Yunfei chuckled lightly. The elder is a daughter. Daughter? So, is teacher Zhuang's father. My father married into my mother's family, but they share a harmonious relationship. My father oversees the Zhuang family's enterprises in Liaoning province. Yet, for some reason, my grandfather seems perpetually dissatisfied with my father's endeavors. Zhuang Xian preferred to distance herself from family business matters, finding fulfillment instead in her role as an educator, thus only possessing a vague understanding of the divergence between her grandfather and father. Your father is quite a talent, living off his wife's family. Shen Yan mused. I must seek him out in the future to learn how he accomplished such a feat. How is it that, as a son-in-law, his familial standing is so vastly different from mine? He has already ascended to the position of chairman, while I am still merely a sensible early riser. Shen Yan silently noted that he would visit the city library soon to search for instructional books on the art of living off one's spouse. What does your family primarily engage in within Liaoning province? Real estate, finance, and a bit of industrial involvement. Aren't you going to take over the family business? Will you not become a cool, domineering female CEO? Shen Yan's impressions of the wealthy mainly derived from the romantic novels he perused in the school library. A cool, domineering CEO? Zhuang Xian laughed lightly, finding Shen Yan's question amusing. Nevertheless, she answered earnestly, I am not particularly fond of corporate affairs. Managing a company entails numerous responsibilities, endless meetings, and countless social engagements. I find teaching far more relaxed and fulfilling. Shen Yan understood. It appeared that even the elite CEOs did not spend their days solely engaged in romance. The duties of a company owner seemed akin to those of a sect leader in his past life, where he had to manage everything from sect development to the breeding of divine beasts. He had resigned from the position of sect leader multiple times, only to be dissuaded by the elders. Thus, in this lifetime, he intended to save enough for retirement, allowing him to recline in ease. Why do I feel so fragrant in this room that I cannot sleep? It turns out that you lot have been indulging behind my back. A commanding voice echoed from the staircase. The three of them peered through the glass of the restaurant window to see the venerable Mr. Zhuang, brandishing his dragon-headed cane, glaring at them in indignation. Upon hearing this voice, Yunfei stood upright from his chair, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Grandfather, Zhuang Xian sweetly called out, playfully wrapping her arms around one of her grandfathers, leading him down the stairs. You. Initially irked by the trio's covert indulgence, Zhuang He's ire dissipated entirely at the sight of his granddaughter's affection. Old master, Yunfei awkwardly greeted as Zhuang he entered the living room. Zhuang he shot him a glance, his tone authoritative. Why haven't you prepared a pair of chopsticks for me yet? Realizing the old man was not genuinely angry, Yunfei hurried to the kitchen to fetch the utensils. Old master, Shen Yan also offered a greeting. Please, be seated. Let us not engage in excessive formalities while dining. Once they were settled, Zhuang he voraciously devoured several mouthfuls of the dishes. He had resolutely refused to eat any of Shen Yan's cooking, preferring to forego dinner altogether. Although he had previously possessed a poor appetite, he would at least manage a few bites of dinner. Yunfei worried that should Shen Yan depart, the old man might once again lose his appetite. Nevertheless, the benefits were evident. The old man had noticeably gained weight during this period, his previously emaciated frame having filled out somewhat. Chapter 31. An invitation to dance. What were you discussing just now? Alcohol often ignites the desire for conversation, and after relishing a hearty portion of Shen Yan's appetizers and sipping some liquor, Zhuang He's spirits lifted. We were discussing the gossip surrounding your family, Shen Yan candidly replied. Zhuang He paused, slightly taken aback by the bluntness of the young man. Did he truly not feel the need to veil his comments regarding others' affairs? Oh, and what precisely did you discuss? Shen Yan inquired further, eager to hear the sumptuous tales of the wealthy and the secrets that Zhuang He and his son-in-law could not help but share. Zhuang Xian, equally intrigued, glanced at her grandfather, wishing to comprehend why he always seemed discontent with her father, who had been performing admirably at the company. The secrets between my son-in-law and me? The old man echoed, finding the notion amusing. I have little to conceal regarding Qi Yuanhao. He possesses considerable ability. However, his cunning and ambition are excessive. If left unchecked, he will inevitably lead the Zhuang family into irrevocable ruin. The old man referred to Zhuang Xian's father by his name alone, indicating a strained relationship, at least one devoid of warmth. Grandfather, the young master manages the various affairs of the Zhuang family. It is only natural for him to possess a measure of cunning and ambition. Yunfei defended his family as young master. To his surprise, Zhuang He did not appreciate the defense. You need not speak well of him. I am well aware of what sort of person he is. While ambition and shrewdness can be advantageous, excess can be detrimental. Qi Yuanhao believes himself the sole intelligent being in the world, regarding everyone else as fools, oblivious to the fact that there are always greater talents beyond his own. Grandfather Zhuang Xian, upon hearing his grandfather continuously speak ill of his father, placed his hands on his hips and, with a displeased expression, remarked, "If you continue to speak this way, I shall become quite upset." His granddaughter, Zhuang Xian, being the sole weakness of Zhuang He, immediately sensed her anger and hastily apologized, saying, all right, I shall refrain from further comment. Grandfather, I apologize to you. You are the best, grandfather, Zhuang He replied, shifting the mood with a playful quip. If the son-in-law at home were as straightforward as Shen Xiaoyu, I would have far less to worry about. Shen Yan promptly straightened his posture. In truth, it would not be impossible for me to marry Yan. I find Aunt Zhuang to be quite charming. Should she desire to leave now, we could arrange the paperwork immediately. Observing Shen Yan's serious demeanor, Zhuang Xian was left utterly perplexed. I consider you a friend. Do you wish to assume the role of my father? The group enjoyed their meal thoroughly, finishing a bottle of wine, after which the elderly gentleman produced a bottle of his own aged wine. Ultimately, as the hour grew late, it was the old man who could no longer endure the evening, thus bringing their midnight feast to a close. Before retreating to his chamber, he reminded them, earlier, you mentioned there was beef with sauce and fried peanuts in the pot. Do ensure to pack it up and place it in the refrigerator in my room. Yunfei turned pale and stammered, Old master, that was the leftover from Brother Shen. You see, I never claimed it all for myself. Ah, thank you, old master. Yunfei said cheerfully, content to share the meal with him. You should grab a handful of peanuts later, but do refrain from the sauced beef. Young men should be cautious, as excessive meat consumption can lead to fatty liver. The old man wore a look of genuine concern for his well-being. Ah? In Yunfei's astonishment, the old man returned to his room, and he nearly shed tears. Zhuang Xian had also consumed some wine. Her tolerance was low, and after merely sipping a few times, she stood unsteadily, inadvertently knocking over a bowl from the table, which shattered upon hitting the floor. She intended to tidy up the mess. Miss, please do not pick it up. Let the maid handle it tomorrow and dispose of it then, Yunfei implored. Do not throw it away. Shen Yan interjected, stepping forward to retrieve the broken porcelain bowl, inspecting it under the light. It is exquisite. This bowl has merely a small chip on its rim. I shall keep it. He was also contemplating his side venture from earlier that day. There was nothing more suitable than this bowl for his plans. Zhuang Xian and Yunfei were perplexed by Shen Yan's interest in the damaged bowl, but as he desired it, they obliged. Feeling drowsy from the wine, Yunfei excused himself to rest. Zhuang Xian, having taken a brief nap earlier, now felt less fatigued after her meal. Would you care to join me for a dance? Shen Yan unexpectedly proposed. His sudden invitation left Zhuang Xian momentarily speechless. Images of elegantly attired couples waltzing under the crystal chandelier in the late hours of the night flooded her mind. The warm glow of the yellow lights illuminating their graceful movements, accompanied by the gentle swell of a symphony. She was taken aback by Shen Yan's romantic gesture. He truly possessed a remarkable charm. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she felt bashful, uncertain if she should accept his invitation. Noticing the rosy hue that crept to her ears, Shen Yan mused, was the wine particularly potent today? How could Zhuangxian react so strongly after such a modest amount? Shall we? Shen Yan inquired once more. Zhuangxian's cheeks were suffused with a rosy hue, and she felt as though her eyes were spiraling in confusion. This seemingly simple question had exceeded her cognitive capacity. She buried her face deeply into the ground and stiffly nodded her head. Then let us proceed. However, the envisioned scene of a prince leading Cinderella to the center of the ballroom did not materialize. Shen Yan merely walked ahead, guiding Zhuangxian to a street lamp within the estate. Zhuangxian looked around in bewilderment. Where were the crystal chandeliers? Where was the dance floor? Where was the melodious symphony? Nothing of the sort existed. The only resemblance to her imagination lay in the warm glow of the street lamp. Puzzled, she gazed at Shen Yan. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, opened a short video platform, and navigated to a personal homepage. Teacher Shen, what is this? Shen Yan entered the personal page of Su Yu Ichi Xingmeng and selected her most liked dance video, explaining to Zhuangxian, this platform, known as Douyin, allows a dance video with over 10 million likes to generate a six-figure income. Zhuangxian felt a pang of disappointment at the disparity between dreams and reality. I am aware, but weren't we supposed to dance? The resort has a dedicated center with a dance floor for guests. We could go there. No need for a dance floor, Shen Yan replied with confidence. I have thoroughly researched the videos from Su Yu Ichi Xingmeng these past few days. This dance, performed under the street lamp at night, closely resembles the ambience here. We shall dance right here. Zhuangxian responded with a soft "oh," feeling an inexplicable sense of loss in her heart. In contrast, Shen Yan was brimming with excitement. His inquiry extended beyond the venue depicted in the video. He had meticulously studied Su Xingming's dance videos, concluding that the choreography was remarkably simple. After viewing it just twice, he felt he had mastered it completely, assuring himself that he could replicate every movement flawlessly, without a trace of error. Teacher Zhuang, we can perform this dance as well. In just a few minutes, we could achieve tens of thousands, or even millions, of views. This is the simplest method of earning money I can conceive. With a hint of mystery and a dash of audacity, he leaned in close to Zhuangxian, his lips gently brushing against her ear. Zhuangxian shivered, her body stiffening for the second time that day. Feeling the warmth emanating from Shen Yan beside her, her mind went blank once again. What is Teacher Shen planning? Could it be that everything he has done so far was merely to summon me? If Teacher Shen were to confess, should I agree or not? No. We must remain friends. We can start from there. Countless answers swirled in her mind. Then, with a mischievous smile, Shen Yan whispered into her ear, I usually do not share this with just anyone. Instantly, the image of the prince in her mind transformed into that of the northeastern accented teacher Fan Wei, and her dreams seemed to shatter at that moment. Zhuangxian, you should first learn a segment of the dance. I will record it on my phone, and later you can upload it to Douyin. Then I will jump again. You can help me record it, and we can upload it together to earn money. Shen Yan felt a strong sense of camaraderie, thinking of the opportunity to earn a six-figure income, and the first person who came to mind was Zhuangxian. I can't. I won't jump. Zhuangxian exhibited considerable reluctance in response to Shen Yan's enthusiastic invitation, retreating several steps back. It's all right. This dance is quite simple. I'll guide you from the side, and I assure you, after a few practices, you will master it, Shen Yan encouraged. I truly cannot. Teacher Shen, you go ahead. I'll just watch from the side. The two of them bent over, tugging at each other. Shen Yan believed that Zhuangxian, like him, could not fathom that such an easy opportunity to earn a six-figure monthly income existed. He reiterated, Zhuangxian, you have been impoverished for too long, lacking long-term vision. You must trust me. Once we complete this, you can afford to add 2 eggs to your instant noodles. Zhuangxian looked around in confusion at the grand villa. Was it true that she had been impoverished for so long and lacked foresight? Under Shen Yan's persistent persuasion, Zhuangxian reluctantly followed along with a segment from the video. No, that is not how you do it. You need to raise your hands, Shen Yan frowned, shaking his head, clearly dissatisfied with Zhuangxian's movements. Zhuangxian could only comply and try again. Still not right. Your movements are too quick. You must synchronize with the music. Try again. No. How is it that this time your movements are even stiffer than before? I told you to hit the beats. Once more. Sigh. Let us just leave it at that. Teacher Zhuang, you really need to practice more. Your dancing is lacking. By the 7th attempt, Shen Yan conceded defeat. Zhuang Xian's dance was either too stiff or overly dignified. The timing was lacking, and the connection between the dance and music was misaligned. He had learned that the dance style Xue Xingming performed was called, which is distinct from traditional dance. The movements are lively, and the music has a strong rhythm. Zhuang Xian's approach leaned too much towards tradition, making it appear clumsy in the context of, your dance lacks allure. The judge's 1T turn for you. Watch me. Shen Yan handed the phone to Zhuang Xian, intending to demonstrate. Zhuang Xian numbly nodded, and then she witnessed Shen Yan, illuminated by the streetlight, executing the movements with finesse. Seamlessly synchronized with the music, his performance surpassed that of the video featuring Xue Xingming. If one were to judge who executed the better between Shen Yan and Xue Xingming, Zhuang Xian would undoubtedly choose Shen Yan. So did you learn it? Shen Yan retrieved the phone, reviewing the recently recorded video, pleased with his performance. Zhuang Xian nodded, sincerely complimenting, Teacher Shen, you truly excel. Would you like to try again, following my movements? Shen Yan urged. After all, with short videos being so lucrative, he did not wish for his good friend to miss this chance for wealth. Zhuang Xian vigorously shook her head, adamant, I can't dance as well as you. Teacher Shen, I want to do it. Shen Yan, feeling helpless, recognized that he could not force her. There are several other highly rated dance videos by Xue Xingming. Could you help me record those as well? Shen Yan handed the phone to Zhuang Xian. Su Xingming's short videos primarily feature cross-dressing and dancing, with a notable collection of motorcycle riding clips, while the dance content predominantly consists of, for Shen Xiandi, merely watching a video once is sufficient to master the moves. If one video can generate such substantial revenue, he is more than willing to record several more. Although the likes on his other videos did not match the peak of the first, they still garnered several million likes. Zhuang Xian assisted Shen Yan in recording 10 videos in total, and with each dance, Shen Yan executed the movements with remarkable precision. She found herself perplexed as to where Shen Laosher found the time to learn such an array of. It is worth noting that while it is somewhat easier to learn than conventional dance styles, achieving this level of proficiency requires considerable time and effort. After completing the dances, Shen Yan meticulously reviewed the recordings on his phone to ensure everything was flawless before posting their respective dance videos on both accounts. Zhuang Xian observed Shen Yan biting his tongue, his fingers flying across the screen as he demonstrated a masterful command of the editing software. The music, transitions, edits, and effects were all executed with impeccable timing. Here you go. I have enhanced your video with some editing and music, but your dancing is quite clumsy. No deity could salvage that. You'll have to make do with it, she remarked. Rather than feeling offended by Shen Yan's critique of her dancing, Zhuang Xian was taken aback by his editing prowess. With numerous business ventures requiring promotional advertising, she had enlisted various editing teams in this new media era. Yet, she confidently asserted that none could rival the editing skills Shen Yan had just displayed, especially considering he was using a mobile editing application. Shen Yan, you are truly remarkable. Zhuang Xian exclaimed. This is merely the beginning. Shen Yan assumed Zhuang Xian was praising his dancing. The thought that his awkward movements could potentially earn him a six-figure income filled him with elation, as he felt he had already achieved a significant portion of his life goals. Why haven't there been any likes, comments, or saves yet? 10 minutes after posting the videos, Shen Yan grew anxious, frequently checking his analytics. None of the 10 videos had received a single like, although the view count indicated a few dozen. Perhaps it's because it's late and everyone is asleep. I only have a handful of likes too, Zhuang Xian reassured him. Maybe we should check again in the morning. After all, tomorrow is Sunday, and we can enjoy a lazy morning. Resigned to this notion, Chapter 33, Evaluations from Online Viewers. Shen Yan experienced insomnia. After returning to his room, he found himself refreshing the Douyin analytics every couple of minutes. Each refresh brought disappointment as the like count remained stubbornly at 0, and it wasn't until the early hours that he finally succumbed to a deep sleep. Despite sleeping late, he awoke early and resumed checking the analytics. By 9 in the morning, the total likes across all 10 videos amounted to a pitiful single-digit figure, accompanied by a scant few comments. Shen Yan opened the comments section, and the first comment nearly shattered his composure. Not a fan of cilantro, rabbit version ah. A guy dancing this kind of dance, and doing it so smoothly. There's just something rather nauseating about it. It was accompanied by a disdainful emoji. Shen Yan's face twitched as he continued scrolling through the subsequent comments. The comment section displayed a plethora of offensive remarks, with one particularly egregious comment stating, "Who dares to challenge my eyesight? I feel nauseated. You and your pretentiousness." The system automatically filtered out the numerous inappropriate words. Shen Yan, stifling his frustration, continued to peruse the comments. The most prominent remarks included, "I am a top-notch steed. Grant me Tianji. Though he looks decent." The greasy aura practically oozes from the screen. The Chinyu garden is selling for 180. I'm about to regurgitate last night's meal. Little Guogua loves to eat grass. One cannot say the performance was entirely lacking, but it did make me feel somewhat queasy, aspiring to be a terracotta warrior. As it is quite delightful to guarding Zhang, I suggest the host find a factory job and spare our eyes. These comments garnered more likes than his video, which peaked at a meager 4 likes, while the most popular comment received a staggering 13. Shen Yan scrolled through several of his videos, discovering that the most vocal critic was this killer panties individual. Almost every video was met with a barrage of insults, accusing him of being disgustingly vile, and demanding compensation for the nausea they claimed to endure from his content. To add insult to injury, his sole follower was also this killer panties. Frustration nearly compelled Shen Yan to hurl his phone to the ground. He had yet to acquire a genuine fan, yet a detractor had already emerged. Of course, there were some commendations, such as one from a sudden search for Ling. "Brother, your performance was splendid. I am here." Following this comment was a geolocation and a pair of white socks. Reluctantly, he clicked on a pool of star dreams to examine their videos. No matter how superior his filming, editing, music, or even dance moves were, the disparity in comments and likes was stark. The commentary in a pool of star dreams was overwhelmingly filled with, "Wifey moi. So beautiful. Stargate is the best in the world. Little Star Dream is simply adorable. I adore her." The most infuriating aspect was that this killer panties was also a regular in Su Xingming's comment section, showering her with affection and praises, often interspersing classical poetry to extol her beauty, a stark contrast to the crude persona he exhibited in Shen Yan's comments. Bot accounts. Undoubtedly purchased bots. Shen Yan felt a surge of jealousy rising within him. It was Sunday, and after a late night, Zhuangxian did not awaken until 10 in the morning, yawning as she emerged from her room. Upon exiting, she found Shen Yan seated in the living room, his face marred by resentment as he fixated on his phone. For a fleeting moment, she sensed that his ire was almost palpable, as if a shadowy mist surrounded him. This aura of discontent was decidedly off-putting. Seeing Uncle Yun in the hall, she approached him and quietly inquired, "What has happened to Teacher Shen?" Yun Fei cupped his hand over his mouth and whispered back, "I have no idea. Young Master Shen has been up since dawn, and the longer he stares at his phone, the more his expression darkens." The elder initially intended to invite him for breakfast, but upon noticing young Master Shen's foul mood, he refrained from approaching and had already taken his leave. "Miss, why not go upstairs and check on him? I must head out for my patrol now," Yun Fei remarked before departing, deliberately avoiding the living room to evade any encounter with Shen Yan. Zhuangxian, feeling somewhat anxious, ascended to greet him. After calling Shen Yan's name several times, he finally reacted. He mechanically turned his head, and Zhuangxian observed him resembling a disgruntled husky, radiating an indescribable aura of dread. "Teacher Shen, what troubles you?" she inquired, her unease intensifying. "My dance video only garnered a mere dozen likes, and I've received a multitude of criticisms," Shen Yan replied, his gaze hollow and his tone robotic. As Zhuangxian stood beside him, the palpable aura of his burgeoning sorrow seemed to expand, threatening to envelop the surroundings with its ominous tendrils. "It's all right. Receiving a dozen likes for a single video is quite impressive. Today is Sunday, and the likes are bound to increase," Zhuangxian attempted to console him. "It's a total of merely a dozen likes across 10 videos." Shen Yan redirected his dark, vacant stare back to the app's backend, then turned to Zhuangxian again. "Moreover, my likes have not increased for over an hour. Only the negative comments continue to rise." He proceeded to show her a newly updated comment. "Wow, so smooth. Look, Teacher Shen, someone is praising you." Zhuangxian pointed at the comment, striving to rekindle Shen Yan's confidence. Shen Yan urged her to read the comment in its entirety. Leaning in closely, Zhuangxian scrutinized it. "Wow, so smooth. Where did this loser come from?" Dancing so flamboyantly is bound to make me nauseous. Zhuang Xian's forehead twitched with 3 lines of frustration. Shen Yan, furiously typing a response, remarked, "How absurd. What is wrong with being a homebody?" He then told Zhuang Xian, "They compliment my dancing while simultaneously expressing their disgust." At a loss for how to console him, Zhuang Xian had wished to express yesterday that perhaps the high like count on a pool of starry dreams was partly due to her ethereal beauty. Moreover, several of the dance moves in a pool of starry dreams were rather provocative, and her emulating them might indeed appear somewhat. However, she couldn't bring herself to undermine Shen Yan's self-esteem. Suddenly, Shen Yan seemed to have an epiphany. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on Zhuang Xian, making her feel a tad uncomfortable. "What is it, Teacher Shen?" she asked. His gaze intensified, almost as if he intended to devour her, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. "Quick, take out your phone and let me see," he urged, seizing her arm, eager for her to reveal her phone. At that moment, if someone else had equally dismal statistics, it would greatly balance his inner turmoil. Indeed, the depths of Shen Yan's psyche were rather shadowy. He had even formulated words of comfort for Zhuang Xian, who was drowning in negativity. "Teacher Shen, please don't do this. I'm feeling a bit frightened." Shen Yan's expression undoubtedly heightened Zhuang Xian's anxiety. Trembling, she extracted her phone from her pocket, avoiding her own gaze, and handed it directly to Shen Yan. Chapter 34. Worlds apart. Shen Yan received the latest model of the fruit phone and immediately navigated to Douyin. Upon viewing the back end, he was taken aback to see over 99 comments. Shen Yan was startled, although Zhuang Xian was not as adept as he was. Surely she did not deserve such vitriol from so many individuals. He even noticed dozens of private messages. It seemed that the public shaming was insufficient. They had to pursue her in private as well. A sense of sympathy washed over him, while he had only received a handful of scathing comments. Zhuang Xian was faced with a barrage of criticism from 99+ people. He could scarcely fathom the immense pressure this would impose on a young woman in her 20s. He let out a heavy sigh and patted Zhuang Xian on the shoulder, encouraging her to hold strong. Thus, Shen Yan eagerly opened the comments section, curious to see how these deranged netizens articulated their disdain. The first comment read, "Fried noodles superhero. Where did this goddess emerge from? New wife, new wife." Shen Yan furrowed his brows. This type of commentary felt oddly familiar. Dismissing it, he moved to the next comment. "Salted egg yolk superhero. Your performance was astounding. I declare you the one I love most in every love I encounter." Another compliment? This was unexpected. Zhuang Xian's dance moves bore little distinction from those of an elementary school student. How could this elicit praise? Yet he quickly reconciled himself to the fact that with so many comments, a few eccentric opinions were to be expected. As he continued to scroll down, his frown deepened. Noticing Shen Yan's serious demeanor, Zhuang Xian tensed with concern. What's wrong? Are the comments that harsh? This was her first time posting a video on Douyin. Although she had registered an account previously, she had only used it to pass the time and had never considered uploading her own content. Shen Yan swiped down to the very bottom of the comments section, only to discover that every single one of the hundreds of remarks was complimentary. He couldn't find a single negative comment. Many praised Zhuang Xian's adept camera work and splendid editing. Damn it! Why had he never seen anyone commend his own videography and editing beneath his videos? Even more perplexing was the fact that more than 80% of the commentators were either deluded or simply lying, extolling Zhuang Xian's dance as exquisite and declaring her a celestial being descended to earth. This left Shen Yan feeling somewhat insecure. He exited the backend to revisit Zhuang Xian's dance video. To his dismay, it was still the same clumsy performance, with several moves out of sync. Only the editing salvaged it somewhat. Wait, Shen Yan had been so engrossed in viewing the video that he had only just noticed the likes had already surpassed 900,000, with saves and shares each exceeding 800,000, and the numbers were skyrocketing. As he scrolled up and refreshed the video, the likes were poised to breach the million mark within mere minutes. Zhuang Xian leaned in to peek and noticed the rapid ascent of her like count. Shen Yan's expression had morphed into one of profound incredulity. The sting of personal failure is indeed painful, yet the success of a friend can be even more disheartening. He, in a state of despair, returned his phone to Zhuang Xian and quietly sank into the sofa in the living room, lost in thought. Zhuang Xian harbored a wish that negative comments would flood in, providing some solace to Teacher Shen. Perhaps the private messages she had yet to read contained criticisms of her performance, specifically aimed at berating her. Zhuang Xian found herself at a loss when it came to comforting Shen Yan's wounded spirit. Shen Yan remained unresponsive, still seated in silence. Left with no other option, Zhuang Xian opened the private messages herself. Surely, they must be filled with harsh words. Any insult would suffice to rescue teacher Shen. As she opened the messages and scrolled through the comments, her brows furrowed deeper, mirroring Shen Yan's earlier expression. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Yan caught a glimpse of Zhuang Xian's demeanor, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. Is it praise? He inquired. Zhuang Xian shook her head, and Shen Yan's hope swelled as he leapt from the sofa to check the messages. Beautiful lady, seeking collaboration, prices negotiable. Guarantee a unit price above 10 for each promotional piece. Are you a broadcaster? Absolutely the highest rebate standard in the industry. Please contact me if interested. Beautiful lady, interested in entering the entertainment industry? Director Su's new film is still looking for a second female lead. Would you be available for an audition? Shen Yan's heart sank once more. He retrieved the broken bowl with a chipped corner. It seemed that the realm of short videos was not suited for him. Perhaps this side venture was more aligned with his circumstances. The entire morning passed with him sitting vacantly on the sofa. As noon approached, Zhuang Leoi returned after a stroll outside. His appetite had always been poor, and recently, Shen Yan had spoiled his palate further. Typically, he would settle for a simple bowl of congee at lunchtime, but today, with Shen Yan present, he hoped to have him prepare a meal. Upon entering the villa, He was taken aback to find Shen Yan still languishing on the sofa. He turned to Zhuang Xian, asking, "What has happened to Shen Xiaoyu?" Zhuang Xian recounted the events in detail, expressing her concern. "Grandfather, what if teacher Shen remains like this?" Experience proved valuable. He stroked his white beard and quickly devised a plan. "This is simple enough. Yunfei's security team has at least 100 members. Let us rally them to offer some encouragement for Shen Yan's videos." Zhuang Xian's eyes lit up, and she promptly texted Uncle Yun, sharing her grandfather's idea. Yun Fei acted swiftly. Upon receiving the message, he immediately relayed the request to his security team. However, a new dilemma arose. Most of Yun Fei's team were rugged individuals who had previously roamed the underworld alongside the old master, leaving them uncertain about what to say. Yun Fei, equally unrefined, typically consumed content focused on fitness and melodramatic shorts without engaging in commentary. When his subordinates inquired about how to respond, he too was at a loss. He decided to pass the question to Miss Zhuang, asking her for guidance on what to send. Zhuang Xian, not a frequent viewer of short videos herself, pondered briefly before replying, "Just send something like, 'Brother, you dance so well, I really liked it, perhaps.'" Yun Fei responded with an emoji and promptly forwarded the message to his team. Soon, a large group of burly men simultaneously sent uniform messages to Shen Yan's account. "Brother, your dance is fantastic, I truly adore it." Their lack of variation, even in punctuation, was striking. Within a few minutes, Shen Yan's phone notifications began to sound incessantly. Zhuang Xian feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, Teacher Shen, your phone is buzzing. Could it be that someone is showering you with likes and comments?" Her exaggerated expression and poor acting skills could easily compete for a Golden Broom Award. Shen Yan, lost in thought and lacking enthusiasm, retrieved his phone to check Douyin. Chapter 35. Skewers. His Douyin personal account had turned gray, with a line of red text beneath his profile stating, "Account under review due to irregularities, awaiting unblocking." Truly, misfortunes seldom come alone. With such little engagement, how could his account be suspended? He hurriedly opened the notification. This account has received a large number of uniform comments in a short period, suspected of containing homosexual insinuations, violating community guidelines. Content is under review. If you have questions, please apply for reconsideration within 24 hours. Shen Yan was at a loss for words. His content, while not necessarily uplifting, was at least a standard, legitimate dance video. How could it be flagged for homosexual insinuation? "If I find out how this happened, I assure you, there will be consequences." Zhuang He and Zhuang Xian, the grandfather-granddaughter duo, leaned in to take a look. Zhuang He seemed to revel in the situation, saying, "So, Shen, it seems many enthusiastic netizens have come to like and comment on your videos." However, when they saw the suspension notice on Shen Yan's phone, both were taken aback. Zhuang Xian gazed at her grandfather in confusion, silently questioning what had transpired. Zhuang He's face flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze. Pretending nothing had happened, "I'm getting old. My digestion isn't what it used to be. I think I'll take a stroll." "Grandpa, you haven't even had lunch yet." Zhuang Xian thought to herself, bemused. Shen Yan's feelings of frustration lingered until the afternoon. Xian seized the moment to suggest taking him out for a breath of fresh air. Shen Yan was not one to dwell on the past. While it was somewhat regrettable that he could not achieve a laid-back lifestyle through short videos, it was merely a minor setback. He could always seek other paths to fortune. As he strolled through the Zhuang family's resort with Xian, he discovered that this resort was named Taoyuan Yazuz. Previously, he had only traveled in Xian's car through a private underground passage, never having seen the entrance sign. Xian informed Shen Yan that there were a total of 36 villas at the foot of the mountain, along with a publicly accessible hotel for profit. The villas on the mountainside, including the one they resided in, amounted to 5 and were not open to the public, reserved solely for high-profile guests and officials. The rear mountain housed a hot spring resort, primarily intended for the leisure and entertainment of resort guests. As Shen Yan walked and observed, he noted that the overall quality of the Zhuang family's resort was quite high, with comprehensive facilities, yet the occupancy rate seemed rather average. In the entire villa area at the base of the mountain, only a few villas had guests, while the parking lot of the resort hotel was largely empty. It seems that not many people visit your resort. Is it truly viable to turn a profit? Shen Yan voiced the doubts that lingered in his heart, and Xian did not shy away from the truth. The resort was primarily designed as a retirement haven for her grandfather. Consequently, considerations regarding location and cost were rather lenient. Many aspects were configured with the utmost quality in mind, targeting a wealthy clientele. The accommodation prices were rather steep. Thus, the actual profitability was less than ideal. While she was not privy to the exact figures, it seemed they were barely breaking even. Nodding in understanding, Shen Yan continued to walk forward. The resort sprawled over a vast expanse, with substantial distances of nearly 100 meters between each villa, ensuring ample privacy for its guests. However, it was evident that the occupancy rate was quite low. One could only remark on the extravagance of such a grand resort, constructed solely for the purpose of providing comfort to an elderly gentleman. After wandering through the hot spring resort in the back hills, they made their way back to the Zhuang family villa as dusk approached. Winter evenings descended rapidly into darkness. Do you think setting up a stall in the resort would attract customers? Shen Yan pondered, reflecting on his recent failures with short videos. He began to contemplate new avenues for income. He needed to save money for medicinal herbs and had also promised to create incense for the elderly gentleman. This led him to recall the bustling commercial street, where vendors hawked snacks from their carts. Perhaps he could do something similar, as he was left with little choice but to pursue low-cost ventures. The wealthy guests at the villas primarily traveled as families and might not be inclined to indulge in street food. However, it was possible that some patrons from the Taoyuan Resort Hotel might venture over for a bite, albeit in modest numbers. Xian's words were diplomatically phrased. In truth, whether from the villas or the hotel, the clientele was invariably affluent. Although they might stroll about in the evenings, they would undoubtedly look down upon roadside snacks. Many of these individuals might never deign to eat from such stalls, as it could tarnish their social standing. Of course, there were exceptions like the wealthy second generation who might bring their girlfriends to street vendors, but they were indeed the minority. Unperturbed by Xian's considerations, Shen Yan pressed on. Is setting up a stall permitted in the resort? In principle, it is not allowed, she replied, but if you really wish to, I could have a word with Uncle Yan. Xian was quite thoughtful towards Shen Yan. The Taoyuan Iju was well equipped with dining facilities, and in truth, street vendors would detract from the resort's ambience. Nevertheless, she was willing to make an exception for Shen Yan, having just witnessed his morning setbacks and wanting to bolster his confidence. Then let us prepare now, Shen Yan declared with determination. His execution was swift. Preparing at this hour would allow them to set up their stall by nightfall. He intended to sell barbecue, a dish that was both aromatic and easy to prepare, with the added advantage of low costs. With that, he took Xian's hand and dashed towards the Zhuang family kitchen. Feeling a slight flush as Shen Yan held her hand, Xian eventually did not pull away, allowing him to lead her forward. Initially, she had informed him that the resort boasted a dedicated supply center for ingredients. However, upon learning that many of the kitchen's provisions were regularly rotated for freshness and that discarded items were simply thrown away, Shen Yan resolved to procure his ingredients on site, adhering to the principle of minimizing waste. He currently has over 800 left, all of which he gave to Xian, intended for renting a cart and purchasing ingredients. Xian modestly declined, and Shen Yan promptly pocketed the money again. Another 800 saved. Those who frequently indulge in free offerings know that while purchased items are certainly useful, those obtained without cost are far more delightful. The old man, initially hopeful about Shen Yan searching for ingredients, was dismayed to learn that Shen Yan was not preparing dinner for him and stormed off in a huff. Knowing that Shen Yan intended to set up a barbecue stall at the resort, Yun Fei remained skeptical. Little brother Shen, it's not that I doubt your culinary skills, but the people at the resort won't patronize roadside stalls. They dine for the ambience, for the elegance. Having encountered numerous dignitaries, he understood that for these individuals, flavor is secondary. The dining environment must be upscale, and the ingredients must be extravagant to reflect their status. Is caviar necessarily delicious? Not always, but it is expensive. It is precisely this price tag that draws the wealthy. In Yun Fei's rough estimation, these people are pretentious and ostentatious, yet they adhere to this standard, leaving one with no recourse. Shen Yan was undeterred by such remarks, focused instead on skewering the ingredients. Thanks to the well-equipped kitchen, he had everything he needed: skewers, meats, and vegetables for grilling, even a grill and a cart, eliminating the need for additional purchases. Since all the materials were obtained at no cost, selling them would yield joy for all, and if they remained unsold, he would incur no loss. Brother, heed my advice and stay here, preparing dinner and supper for the old man. Let him pay you a salary. Isn't that better than braving the cold to set up a stall? Yun Fei continued to persuade. What? You have a salary? Why didn't you mention this earlier? I've already made so many late-night meals these past few days, and I didn't see you offering any payment. Shen Yan replied, almost finished with his skewering. Chapter 36. Setting up a stall in the end. Shen Yan decided to set up his stall. He could not let down the effort he had put into skewering the ingredients and the hard-won materials he had acquired. Concerned that he might feel disheartened if sales were slow, Zhuang Xian donned a hat and mask, accompanying him as he ventured out. At 8 in the evening, a considerable number of guests were out strolling. Taoyuan Yazoo's had ample outdoor facilities, allowing guests to enjoy a delightful experience outside the villas. Particularly, those staying at the resort enjoyed taking their families through the villa area to soak in the hot springs at this time. Observing his surroundings, Shen Yan noted that the flow of people heading to the hot springs was at its peak, so he chose to set up his stall at the entrance. He erected the stall, set up the grill, and began grilling a few skewers of beef and lamb. Zhuang Xian set up a small stool beside the stall to watch him. Shen Yan was cautious not to grill too many at once, as these few skewers were primarily to release enticing aromas to attract customers. In his previous life, he was a master of fire, often employing spells like burial fire and heavenly thunder, yet he never anticipated that his first encounter with fire in this world would be through barbecuing. Nonetheless, in Shen Yan's view, the two experiences were not so different. Before long, the delightful aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Shen Yan was quite pleased with his mastery over the grilling technique. After generously sprinkling his specially crafted cumin seasoning, a delectable skewer of barbecued meat was born. He awaited the arrival of customers with eager anticipation, yet after a considerable time had elapsed, not a single soul had approached his stall. The aroma of the grilled meat was undeniably enticing, yet the visitors to the hot spring resort seemed to shy away, as if fearing that the essence of the smoke and fire would taint them. A lavishly dressed woman, upon passing by, even pinched her nose, as if the delicacies were nothing more than foul-smelling refuse. How could anyone dare to set up a stall in such a prestigious establishment as the Taoyuan Yazoo's? Surely the security should intervene. It appeared that the Zhuang family's resort had fallen into disrepair. Poor management should not permit such petty vendors to seek illicit gains. What kind of high-end resort allows such a thing to occur? With room rates exceeding 10,000, it was outrageous to subject patrons to such an experience. As visitors strolled past his stall, many expressed disdain and contempt, while others exhibited sheer bewilderment. In the eyes of these affluent patrons, such street vendors had no place in their midst. Zhuang Xian could hear the murmurs of discontent. She felt powerless to silence them. Instead, she raised her arms and made a fist, offering Shen Yan a gesture of encouragement. Unfazed by the unkind remarks, Shen Yan remained focused on his goal, earning a profit. If their scorn could be transformed into currency, he would welcome their presence with open arms. He handed the freshly grilled skewers to Zhuang Xian and proceeded to prepare 2 more. Here, enjoy these. They'll burn if left any longer. Zhuang Xian was overjoyed, the aroma of Shen Yan's barbecued skewers wafting through even her mask. The rich, unctuous fat enveloped the crispy meat, and with a single bite, A burst of flavor exploded on her palate. The tender, juicy texture was utterly intoxicating, and the perfectly balanced spiciness enhanced the skewer's natural essence, each mouthful bringing forth immense joy. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her mouth filled with meat. In no time, she had devoured the 2 skewers, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed longingly at the 2 remaining skewers still sizzling on the grill. Shen Yan, seeing the lack of customers, resigned himself to handing over the freshly prepared skewers once more. Zhuangxian cradled the new skewers carefully, determined to savor this indulgence rather than rush through it. The surface of the meat, glistening with a layer of oil, emitted a gentle sizzle. As she took a delicate bite, her intention to savor was thwarted by her own eagerness, and she found herself unable to resist stuffing more into her mouth. With her eyes shut tight and her chin resting on her hand, she was utterly entranced. Perhaps it was her adorable manner of eating that caught the attention of a little boy who had just emerged from the hot springs. He tugged at his parents, eager to approach the stall. "Xiaoji, don't go over there. It's dirty, and be careful of the oil splattering," cautioned his mother, clad in fur. Fearful of her attire absorbing the scent of grilled meat, and, even worse, being splattered with grease, she tugged at her son, trying to redirect him. "I want to eat. I want to eat." The boy, no more than 7 or 8, threw a tantrum on the ground, determined to indulge in the grilled delicacies. The boy's mother immediately changed her expression. "Lang Jing, how have I taught you? Have you forgotten all manners? Do you have any idea how much this outfit costs? Lying on the ground like that? Get up." Her gaze was authoritative, embodying the formidable essence of motherhood. The boy remained unfazed, stubbornly refusing to rise. Noticing that scolding was ineffective, his mother shifted her approach. "Xiaoji, would you like to enjoy some delicious food? Mommy will take you to a fine restaurant later, where they serve steak and foie gras, exquisitely cooked. The food here is unsanitary. Eating it will give you an upset stomach." Hearing his barbecue labeled as unsanitary, Shen Yan remained silent, instead using a small fan to waft the enticing aroma towards the boy, causing him to salivate profusely. "I don't want that. I want to eat here. I want skewers." The boy threw a tantrum. His mother's anger flared again. "All right, if Xiaoji wants to eat, let us buy him a couple of skewers. These things are just for a taste. If you don't let him try, he'll remember it forever. If you let him have it once, he'll realize it's just that, and next time he want it." The boy's father, displaying a rational demeanor, interjected with a soothing voice. The woman was swayed, falling silent, though she still hesitated to lower herself to buy from such a humble stall. With no other option, the man approached the barbecue stall and inquired, "How much for these?" 80 for a meat skewer, 40 for a vegetable skewer," Shen Yan replied. "What? 80 for one? Why don't you just go rob someone?" Upon hearing the price, the woman exploded. They were affluent, but not naive fools. They knew the market rates for skewers. Shen Yan wasn't trying to exploit them. He believed his pricing was quite reasonable. He utilized large iron skewers, and even in the market, a skewer of beef or lamb typically cost around 15. Moreover, the ingredients he used were of the highest quality, and the cost was not trivial. Although he was enjoying a free meal, he felt it was only fair that he alone benefited from it. Most importantly, his culinary skills warranted such a price. Selling at 80 was already a fair deal. The man's expression soured as well. He didn't mind spending a little money, but he disliked being taken for a fool. It was clear that the owner of the barbecue stall had noticed his child's commotion and was seizing the opportunity to take advantage of them. "Daddy, I want to eat." The boy, oblivious to the concept of expensive versus inexpensive, was only aware of how delicious the skewers looked, especially since the girl nearby was enjoying them so much. "All right, I'll buy you some." The boy's father eventually relented, pulling out 120 yuan for a beef skewer and a potato skewer. The woman still seemed ready to protest, but ultimately held her tongue. At this moment, she simply wished for her son to eat well and leave this unpleasant barbecue stall behind. This dreadful resort. Even if they offered me a free stay next time, I wouldn't return. What a mess. The woman was thoroughly displeased. Shen Yan moved with efficiency, turning the beef and potato skewers on the grill, sprinkling a blend of spices, brushing on a layer of oil. The skewers danced in his hands, and soon a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, captivating the attention of those nearby. The parents of the young boy felt somewhat reassured upon noticing that the vendor's skewers appeared relatively clean. Afterward, Shen Yan handed 2 freshly grilled skewers to the boy, who eagerly brought the meat to his mouth. The exquisite flavors of the skewers burst on his palate, intoxicating him to the point where he nearly swallowed his tongue. Before finishing one bite, he was already reaching for another. The mother disapproved of her son's lack of table manners. Lang Jihing, how many times have I told you to eat properly? Let him enjoy it. He loves the food. The father interjected, surprised by his son's voracious appetite. Typically, the boy was quite picky and would require coaxing to eat. No matter how delectable the meals prepared by their chef. What could possibly be different today? Was it truly the case that street food was more appetizing than home-cooked meals? After the boy devoured the beef skewer, he moved on to nibble at potato slices, leaving only the final piece before remembering his parents. Reluctantly, he held up the last slice on the skewer, gazing at it wistfully before offering it to his father. Dad, here, have this. Although the man was not fond of greasy foods, he could not refuse his son's heartfelt gesture. He leaned down and took a bite of the remaining potato slice. Expecting it to be oily and lacking in flavor, reminiscent of the greasy potatoes he had encountered elsewhere, he was utterly mistaken. Upon tasting it, he discovered a delightful crispness and tenderness that surpassed his expectations, the texture melting in his mouth like liquid. He dared to proclaim it the best potato he had ever eaten. No, not merely the best potato, but the finest food he had ever tasted. The young boy smacked his lips and, with a sweet voice, expressed, "Dad, I want more." The father, with a generous wave of his hand, readily agreed, "Master, let us have 10 more meat skewers and 10 vegetable skewers." The boy's mother, however, was displeased, as she awaited her son to finish and return to their villa for some rest. "Old Lang, why are you indulging him? We should hurry back. We're never coming to this roadside place again." As she spoke, she prevented Shen Yan from retrieving more skewers. "We won't take any more. You needn't grill any further." Shen Yan, understanding her intent, refrained from pressing the matter. Though the price of 12 skewers was tempting, he had no inclination to engage in hard-selling tactics. "Master, don't heed her words. 10 meat skewers and 10 vegetable skewers." The man declared with a commanding authority that might have suggested he was negotiating a land deal rather than ordering food. The woman, incensed by her husband's disregard for her wishes, turned away with a huff. Shen Yan swiftly prepared 20 skewers and presented them to the man, who paid and handed 4 skewers to his son. He also remembered his wife, offering her 4 meat and 4 vegetable skewers. With her arms crossed, the woman inhaled the savory aroma, unable to suppress a swallow, yet she remained obstinate. "Who knows how sanitary this roadside food is? You can eat if you wish, but I certainly will not." With that, she turned her back to the father and son. "Dad, if Mom wants to eat, then give me those skewers. I can enjoy a few more." The tender voice of the young boy reached the woman, igniting her irritation further. "This little rascal, how could I have pampered him so much? When we return home tonight, I shall ensure he learns a lesson. How can he treat his mother in such a manner? Has he forgotten the filial piety taught by his teachers?" The man stated with gravity, "I'm sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have taken Mom's skewers. I'll give these few to her." The boy replied, eliciting a wave of emotion from the woman. In crucial moments, her husband always knew how to show compassion. If it had been their son asking her for a taste, she wouldn't have been averse to indulging, for the aroma was undeniably tempting. However, the man's tone shifted abruptly. "Your mother can't appreciate the finer things, so if she cannot honor her, what about your father?" Indeed, he did not offer any more skewers, leaving the woman's face contorted with anger. "You two are incorrigible. After all the kindness I show you, tonight I shall ensure you are unable to rise from your beds." The woman seized the majority of the skewers from her husband's hand, declaring, "I must see what bewilders you both so completely." With that, she took a bite and could scarcely stop. Shen Yan observed the family of 3, repeatedly checking the 1,300 that had just been deposited into his account. They say that wealth breeds ease, and this was indeed the case. Was this not preferable to performing online dances, earning nothing and facing relentless ridicule? Remembering the dancing, Shen Yan opened his Douyin account to find it had been unblocked nearly a day ago, yet the likes remained a pitiful few, although the comments had increased significantly. Upon inspecting the comments, he discovered they were once again filled with derision. As more people emerged from the hot springs at the resort, many avoided Shen Yan's food stall, though a few, noticing the family enjoying their meal, could not resist approaching to inquire. Upon hearing the prices, they assumed the trio were hired actors. This proprietor is certainly generous, employing actors clad in furs, they speculated. In the world of small business, one must understand consumer behavior. At 80 yuan, surely 70 must have gone to hiring these pretenders. Honestly, I've had foie gras and blue lobster. Yet nothing compares to the exaggerated performance of those 3. Their acting is truly commendable. The wealthy were not simpletons. Upon hearing such prices, they recognized the proprietor was attempting to take advantage of them, staging a performance before their eyes. The woman, currently enjoying her skewers, was of a fiery temperament and had been completely won over by the deliciousness. Upon hearing someone question whether they were actors, she erupted in fury. Her method of expressing outrage was straightforward. She pulled out her phone and informed Shen Yan that for every onlooker present, each would receive a skewer, regardless of meat or vegetable, and the cost would be on her. Throwing a tantrum was the domain of common women. Someone of her status would never resort to such crudeness. Once these individuals tasted the skewers, they would certainly discern whether she was indeed an actor. The man, observing his wife's extravagant behavior, did not intervene. Rather, he welcomed it. Most delighted was Shen Yan, who noted a total of 13 spectators present, anticipating another 1,000 in earnings. Since it was indiscriminate between meat and vegetables, he would certainly offer only meat skewers to maximize his profit. Chapter 38. The boisterous stall. The crowd surrounding the stall was thoroughly captivated by the skewers, their eyes gleaming with delight and their expressions one of sheer ecstasy. Several individuals, having devoured their meat skewers, did not even spare the remnants clinging to the metal sticks, eagerly licking them clean. Their manners far more uncouth than that of a typical family. Humph, you doubted I was treating you all. Initially, I offered you a taste, and some pretended to refuse. Yet in the end, they licked their sticks spotless. A sense of secret satisfaction filled the woman, as if the barbecues were her own creation. Boss, bring me 10 more skewers, and 5 vegetarian ones as well. Me too. I want another 10 skewers. Make sure to add extra spice. Same here. Those who had previously maintained a deliberate distance of 3 or 4 meters from the stall now surged forward, clamoring to place their orders. Shen Yan emerged from the small compartment with a generous handful of skewers, bustling about with great enthusiasm. Zhuang Xian, too, found herself unable to sit idly by, assisting Shen Yan in collecting payments and keeping track of the orders. The throng around the barbecue stall grew increasingly dense. Nearly everyone emerging from the hot springs resort couldn't resist the allure of purchasing a few skewers, and once they tasted them, they were utterly hooked. Such is the nature of humanity. Stalls that attract no attention remain vacant, while establishments that require hours of queuing become a must-try. The affluent patrons of the resort were no different. Initially, they might hold themselves aloof, reluctant to approach, yet upon witnessing their peers, of equal or even superior status, indulging in the delicacies, they could not help but join in. Behind Shen Yan, dozens of skewers were being grilled simultaneously, the grill too small to accommodate a larger batch. As the skewers began to sell out, Shen Yan's arms grew weary from the constant motion. We've sold out for today. Please, everyone, head home early and don't wait any longer, Zhuang Xian called out to the crowd. Yet the throng showed no signs of dispersing, still shouting their demands for more skewers. Zhuang Xian, exasperated, displayed the empty container of ingredients for all to see. There truly aren't any left today. Please, go home and rest early. How can this be? I just joined the queue. And had I known to order more when I first arrived, at least you managed to eat some. I emerged from the hot springs too late and only savored the aroma, without tasting a single skewer. Me too. I didn't get even one. Why didn't the boss prepare more? Fortunately, a kind-hearted lady had offered me a skewer, or else I would have truly missed out. That evening, those who had savored the skewers were in high spirits, while those who had not felt a heavy weight of regret. A young boy and his family, having arrived early and purchased generously, reveled in their bounty, while others stood in line, enviously watching them relish their skewers, saliva practically dripping from their mouths. Boss, will you be here tomorrow? Someone in the crowd called out. Zhuang Xian glanced at Shen Yan, equally curious about his plans for the following day. Probably, I suppose. Shen Yan's use of probably stemmed from his uncertainty about his own fleeting enthusiasm. He enjoyed making money, but he preferred the prospect of wealth flowing effortlessly toward him rather than through relentless labor. If fortune demanded toil, then Shen Yan would much rather recline in leisure. With their questions answered, the crowd gradually began to disperse. Zhuang Xian glanced at the time, noticing it was nearly 11:30. It was indeed a remarkable feat to have this group of affluent individuals, who prided themselves on their appearance, lingering at a barbecue stall at such a late hour. Assisting Shen Yan in tidying up the stall, there was little to organize. The ingredients had all been sold, and apart from the small cart and the grill, everything else could easily be packed away. Teacher Shen, Will you really come back tomorrow evening? During their time together, Zhuang Xian had come to understand Shen Yan's character, recognizing him as someone who greatly disliked trouble. Perhaps, Shen Yan replied, glancing at his phone, where his account balance approached 20,000. For the sake of the money, he was willing to put in a bit more effort. Receiving a WeChat transfer of 5,000 yuan, Zhuang Xian was taken aback. Why did you send me 5,000? Teacher Shen, you helped quite a bit today. This is what you deserve. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. One must know when to take advantage and when to be generous. Earning money is not the goal. Enjoyment is. I do not require it. Zhuang Xian attempted to return the money. Keep it. Perhaps I will need your assistance again tomorrow. Shen Yan refused to let her transfer the money back, pushing the cart towards the villa, while Zhuang Xian hurried to keep up. Inside the villa, Zhuang He was surprisingly still awake, sitting unhappily at the dining table. Yun Fei stood beside him, motionless, resembling a statue. Despite Shen Yan having spent the entire day at the resort, he had not managed to enjoy a single meal. Returning late from his stall, grandfather, Zhuang Xian greeted politely. Zhuang He nodded, turning his gaze to Shen Yan. As I have told you, this is a wealthy district. Those affluent individuals would never lower themselves to eat your humble barbecue. However, do not be disheartened. I still enjoy barbecue. You can, grandfather. Shen Yan's skewers are all sold out. Zhuang Xian whispered in her grandfather's ear, feeling embarrassed for him. Sold out. Zhuang Lao stared wide-eyed. When had the guests of their resort become so accommodating? They constantly complained about the five-star hotel meals. Now they were flocking to a small stall for barbecue? Yun Fei was equally astonished, taking a look at the small cart and confirming that not a single skewer remained. Today's labor intensity was extraordinary. Old master, Uncle Yun, I will take my leave to rest. Shen Yan bid farewell and retreated to his room. Though it was supposed to be a day of rest, he had done quite a bit of work. This reminded Shen Xiandi of the exhausting days in his previous life, where he would also have to work overtime to assist his disciples in dealing with their romantic entanglements with members of rival sections. The old master grew more frustrated. He had waited all day and had not even had a bite of Shen Yan's cooking. On Monday morning, especially during the winter, the bed felt particularly cozy, and the blankets seemed exceptionally warm. Shen Yan lingered in bed, unwilling to rise, having resolved to reclaim all the sleep he had forsaken in his previous life. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Xian who forcibly dragged Shen Yan from his slumber, warning him that if he slept any longer, he would truly be late. The pink beetle sped towards the school, arriving just in time to clock in a minute before the start of class. The academic focus of third-year high school students primarily revolves around revision, as the majority of the coursework is essentially completed during the first 2 years of high school. The remaining fraction of their studies will be wrapped up in the early half of the first semester of their final year. Instead, they engage in several scheduled mock examinations each semester, with one such examination, the joint examination of 8 schools, taking place this Friday. This event not only includes schools from Anhai, but also invites participation from institutions in other counties. Consequently, the atmosphere of learning at Anhai No. 1 high school has become notably more urgent this week. Naturally, this heightened atmosphere is absent in Class 8. A few days ago, after experiencing a significant setback under Shen Yan's supervision, Zhang Juanhu has been considerably more subdued during class, and his friendship with Wu Yi has become precariously fragile. Each time Wu Yi attempts to initiate a conversation, Zhang Juanhu has chosen to ignore him. Such is the fragility of camaraderie among men. It cannot withstand a single act of betrayal. In light of this, the classmates in Class 8 have humorously dubbed Zhang Juanhu Betrayal Brother, inspired by a certain post in a primary school social media group. Fortunately, Zhang Juanhu has yet to enter university. Otherwise, he would have immediately forfeited 4 years of potential romantic prospects. The absence of these two pivotal figures has also resulted in a calming effect on the other more boisterous students in Class 8, who have begun to concentrate on their studies. Zhuang Xian is pleasantly surprised by these changes in her students, and Shen Yan finds himself relieved by this newfound tranquility. Chapter 39. The crowded hot spring resort with Class 8's studies finally on track. Shen Yan seizes the opportunity to venture out during the midday break and procures a library card from the Anhai Library. Having read through all the available materials in the school library, he feels compelled to seek additional literature. For merely 100 yuan, he can borrow from the entire city library, which Shen Yan considers a worthwhile investment. Life at school has been relatively pleasant. Aside from occasional grievances from the head of the teaching department, Yu Xiuli, while matters at work have settled, his marital situation remains less than smooth. Adhering to the basic etiquette expected of a son-in-law, Shen Yan has made several phone calls to the Xiao family under the guise of nurturing relationships. His current record stands at, the elder of the Xiao family remains oblivious to his number, and he has been blocked by 4 individuals. Initially, only Xiao Ran and her parents had blocked him, but after several attempts to connect with the family steward, and under the adamant insistence of Xiao Fu and Xiao Jiaming, the steward Wang Shouqing has also permanently added Shen Yan's number to the blacklist. Shen Yan feels his status as the Xiao family's son-in-law is precarious at best. He wonders if the words of the elder Zhuang still hold any weight, and whether Zhuang Xian would be amenable to having another father figure. To successfully navigate the complexities of life, one must hold a bowl of soft rice in hand while having a spare in the pot, thus ensuring a future of financial freedom and leisure. After evening study sessions, Shen Yan typically rides back with Zhuang Xian. In recent days, he has noticed Han Yong glaring at him with a displeased expression whenever he gets into the car, though he remains unfazed. Those who bask in the joy of life often share similar experiences, while the humble admirers each have their unique approaches. Mr. Han, he muses, as a devoted admirer. Harboring a secret crush leads nowhere. One must, like me, showcase one's charm and finesse, lest one be met with the cold shoulder from the goddess. Evening study concludes around 9:30, and by the time he returns to Taoyuan Yanzhou, it is nearly 10 o'clock. To his astonishment, guests at the resort are still awaiting the appearance of their barbecue stall owner at such a late hour. Truth be told, Shen Yan has grown increasingly reluctant to continue his stall business. He views himself as a servant of wealth, not a mere laborer. After a long day at school, though he had not engaged in much, he found himself utterly drained. Having worked all day, the thought of toiling again in the evening filled him with discontent. Shen Yan longed for the day when the Xiao family would reclaim him, when Xiao Ran would disdainfully inform him, "From now on, you shall obediently fulfill your role as my son-in-law. I shall ensure your every need is met." Alternatively, he envisioned Zhao's mother tossing a hefty stack of cash at him, coldly declaring, "Here is 10 million, leave my daughter." He yearned for a reality far removed from his current predicament, wherein he, a delicate soul, was forced to endure the winter chill while grilling skewers. Nonetheless, in light of monetary incentive, Shen Yan acquiesced, pushing his cart towards the hot spring resort. Following the events of last night and the entirety of today, word had spread among the guests of Taoyuan Yaju and Taoyuan Hotel about the delightful barbecue stall at the hot spring resort. These patrons, affluent and leisurely, had come to indulge in a vacation, and upon hearing the fantastic reviews from those who had sampled the skewers, they could not resist the temptation to taste for themselves. Many waited in line from 7 to 9 in the evening, while some, unable to bear the wait, had already returned. Those who had dined yesterday, and those who merely caught a whiff of the delicious aromas lingered outside the resort, reluctant to depart. With no sign of the stall opening, they returned to the hot springs, some having soaked 4 times already. At last, the barbecue stall owner arrived. Some guests on tiptoe spotted Shen Yan pushing his cart up the path and erupted with excitement. Suddenly, the once quiet lobby of the hot spring resort buzzed with energy as people rushed to announce the arrival, and others called friends and family to join. Even those who had retired to their villas and hotels upon hearing the stall owner had returned began to make their way back. Zhuang Xian was taken aback by the throng of people gathering around the modest barbecue stall, which seemed to have attracted nearly all the guests of the resort. However, they had returned late from their evening classes, leaving little time for skewering meat, and the available ingredients were fewer than the previous day. With the growing crowd and dwindling supplies, Zhuang Xian could only discuss limiting purchases with Shen Yan, suggesting a 2 skewer maximum per person. Yet, despite their attempts to communicate this to the raucous crowd, their voices were drowned out by the clamoring guests. In her frustration, Zhuang Xian had no choice but to notify Uncle Yun for assistance. When Yun Fei received the alert, he was startled, fearing a disturbance at the hot spring resort, and promptly organized over 20 security personnel to respond. Upon arrival, he was bewildered to find a gathering of elegantly dressed affluent individuals clamoring around a small stall, demanding skewers. "Miss, what on earth is happening?" Yun Fei asked, perplexed. Zhuang Xian, preoccupied with assisting Shen Yan in collecting payments, had little time to elaborate. She instructed Yun Fei to quickly organize the staff to maintain order and inform the guests of the 2 skewer limit. Yun Fei was even more confounded. Questioning the reason why over 20 security personnel were needed to maintain order at a mere 2 square meter stall, and why they were imposing purchase limits. Were these wealthy patrons truly so idle as to abandon five-star dining for the sake of a small stall? However, given the young lady's orders, he dared not disobey and immediately began to coordinate with the security team to maintain order. Upon learning that each person could only purchase 2 skewers, many in line expressed their dissatisfaction. Yun Fei, mindful of the wealthy clientele, whose fortunes began at millions, could only pacify them with kind words, tirelessly explaining the rationale behind the restriction. Fortunately, after savoring Shen Yan's skewers, all were left with expressions of contentment, and they ceased to contest the owner's purchasing limit, which greatly relieved Yun Fei. Business at the barbecue stall commenced late today and concluded early due to limited supplies. They managed to sell out within half an hour. This prompted numerous patrons to voice their grievances, questioning the owner as to why more ingredients were not prepared. Nevertheless, thanks to the purchasing limit, nearly everyone was able to partake, averting any chaos. However, as the crowd departed, they vehemently insisted that for the following evening, a greater quantity of skewers must be prepared, ensuring at least 5 skewers per person. The sudden prospect of overtime left Shen Yan disinterested in further discussion. Alas, any form of overtime was bound to cast a shadow over Shen Yan's spirits. With the principal remaining silent, Yun Fei could only assure them that he would convey the concerns, promising to increase the supply. Upon seeing Shen Yan return to his room, clearly fatigued, Old Master Zhuang understood that his hopes for a late-night snack had again been dashed. Zhuang Xian, equally exhausted, exchanged greetings with her grandfather before retreating to her room. Although the quantity of ingredients had not increased, the number of diners had, thereby intensifying her responsibilities regarding payments. As Yun Fei prepared to take his leave, he was called back by the old master. "Xiao Yun, please wait a moment. What transpired tonight?" Zhuang He pinched his dragon-headed cane. Thus, Yun Fei relayed the bustling scene at the entrance of the hot spring resort that evening. "You mean to say that a group of discerning, affluent patrons lined up at Shen Yan's stall to snatch up skewers?" Zhuang He inquired. "Indeed. Had I not been there to maintain order, it would have indeed devolved into a scramble to acquire young Master Shen's skewers," Yun Fei replied candidly. "Is it worth the trouble? It would be better to have young Shen return and grill them for me. I can easily afford such trifling sums," Zhuang He mused, his interest piqued by Yun Fei's description of the vibrant scene. Yun Fei chuckled awkwardly in response. "I'm afraid that may not be feasible." Surprised by Yun Fei's rebuttal, Zhuang He regarded him with curiosity. "Please don't misunderstand, old master. It's not that I object," Yun Fei hastily clarified. "It's just that the manager of the resort's operations department reported that many guests expressed a desire to extend their stay or invite friends and family to our Taoyuan Iju, on the condition that young Master Shen's skewers would be sufficiently prepared in the coming days. Taoyuan Iju is a high-end resort where several managers are on duty around the clock, devoted to serving the guests. The operations manager had received numerous similar requests from guests that evening, leaving him perplexed, prompting him to report to Yun Fei at the earliest opportunity. Yun Fei, ostensibly the captain of the security team, is in reality the trusted aide of Zhuang He. Whenever his subordinates are uncertain, they report to him first, who then conveys the information to the elder. Given the requests of the guests, I find it inappropriate to interfere excessively, so I shall leave matters to the discretion of the young friend. Zhuang He is quite perceptive in such matters. The Taoyuan Yazuz is officially designated for his retirement. Yet he cannot act recklessly, as many residents here are dignitaries from on high. The Zhuang family, while not fearful of them, would not wish to offend them lightly. The actual revenue situation of the resort is even worse than what Zhuang Xian is aware of. During its construction, inadequate consideration led to exorbitant costs for supporting facilities, resulting in exceedingly high maintenance expenses. The resort's income is fundamentally lacking. Although it is not devoid of business, the meager revenue pales in comparison to labor and maintenance costs, making it hardly noteworthy. Only the Taoyuan Resort Hotel manages to achieve a feeble balance between income and expenditure, while the villa area continues to operate at a loss. Zhuang Xian's father has long sought to cut this unprofitable project, which is a frequent source of conflict between the two men. Zhuang He is reluctant to see the resort project fail, as it is not only his residence, but also a sanctuary for the old friends who once toiled alongside him. Otherwise, a modest resort would not warrant the employment of over 100 security personnel. Understanding the elder's intentions, Yun Fei realizes how to proceed. Meanwhile, In the visitor chat community of Taoyuan Yazoo's, discussions arise. Has anyone provided feedback to the manager? I have. So have I. I mentioned that the resort has prepared too few skewers for the barbecue. They are simply insufficient. What did the manager say? He mentioned he is currently unclear about the matter and will report it to his superiors. However, he also hinted that this barbecue stall does not seem to be an activity organized by their operating department, and he is still confirming. Isn't it a unique activity arranged by the resort? I stayed in the hotel yesterday without venturing out, and today I only received 2 skewers, which is hardly enough. When I called the service hall, they too said there was no such thing. Indeed, I was left wanting more and even called the dining department to request additional skewers. They did bring some, but they were entirely different in flavor. The disparity was shocking. My goodness, I have tasted many delicacies from all over the country, but I have never encountered skewers as delightful as these. Not to mention that I have indulged in Western, Japanese, and French cuisines. None can compare to these 2 skewers. They are simply otherworldly. I have already booked a stay here for my wife, hoping she too can savor these flavors. I wish they would increase the number of skewers available, as having only 2 per person is rather disappointing. My friend happens to be free these days, and I have encouraged him to reserve a villa at Taoyuan Yazoo's as well. Their remarks resonate with many in the community, as quite a number share their sentiments. Having invited friends and family to stay at the resort, at their level, typical entertainment or culinary pleasures no longer excite them. Only uniquely special experiences can pique their interest. Clearly, the barbecue at the entrance of the hot spring resort represents such a distinctive indulgence for them. What appeared to be a mere barbecue was, in fact, a culinary experience that exceeded their expectations, leading them to believe it was indeed a gastronomic marvel crafted by human hands. Unbeknownst to Shen Yan, his barbecues had stirred quite a sensation among the affluent circles of Taoyuan Iju, with some individuals going so far as to check into the resort solely to savor his culinary skills. He continued his routine of teaching students, supervising evening study sessions, and catching a ride back with Zhuangxian. However, to Shen Yan's surprise, upon his return today, Yunfei had brought along several staff members from the resort to assist with preparing skewers. Shen Yan was bewildered. Had the resort staff truly become this idle? Upon seeing Shen Yan arrive, Yunfei greeted him with enthusiasm. Brother, you've finally returned. The skewers are all ready for you. Just head over. Shen Yan was filled with confusion. You prepared these for me? He asked. But why not just prepare them in the kitchen of the dining department and bring them over? No, that is not the main point. Why are you all helping me with the skewers? Staring at the mountain of skewers, Shen Yan's mouth fell open in disbelief. You expect me to grill all of these? He had planned to take a day off from the hot spring resort today, but instead, they had even prepared the skewers for him. Why is that? He voiced his curiosity. Yunfei, looking a bit embarrassed, replied, Brother Shen, to be honest, the resort's business has not been great, but in the past couple of days, the number of guests and villa bookings has skyrocketed. Do you know why? Is it because of me? Shen Yan ventured uncertainly. Exactly. It's due to your barbecue stand. Many people have come specifically to try your skewers. Yunfei exclaimed with excitement. Shen Yan was at a loss for words. These wealthy individuals were indeed frivolous. Booking a villa for 10,000 a night just to enjoy a couple of skewers. No wonder celebrities were seen feeding pigeons at London Square. Even Zhuang, he seemed to have an expression suggesting that the future of Taoyuan Iju relied on him. Yunfei's enthusiastic invitation left Shen Yan with little choice but to accept. After all, he had stayed at the resort for so many days without charge. It would be unreasonable to deny such a modest request. To save time, Yunfei loaded the barbecue tools onto the patrol car and took Shen Yan and Zhuangxian to the venue. Chapter 41. Igniting the resort. As they arrived at the entrance of the hot spring resort, a considerable crowd had gathered, consisting not only of diners but also security personnel and staff assisting in maintaining order and providing basic services. The resort had done an excellent job. To ensure guests did not waste their waiting time, they thoughtfully announced the approximate time Shen Yan would finish his work. Shen Yan glanced around and noticed that today's crowd had doubled compared to yesterday. Clearly, Yunfei was not exaggerating. Many people had come out of curiosity. He rolled up his sleeves and began his work. Since no purchase limit had been announced today, the first in line were ordering 20 skewers or more, while a single grill could accommodate only about 30 skewers at a time, resulting in extended waiting times for those at the back of the line. Ultimately, a purchase limit had to be instituted, with each person allowed a maximum of 10 skewers at a time, ensuring that everyone could have a chance to buy. Even so, The waiting time stretched considerably, with many customers immediately rejoining the queue after making their purchases. Shen Yan's hands were in constant motion, to the point where he began to question the meaning of his existence. Despite his profound aversion to overtime, he found himself enduring this hardship. He could only repeatedly assure himself that he was a noble entrepreneur earning money for his own benefit, not a humble worker toiling for capital. Zhuang Xian, on the other hand, had a much easier time, with the assistance of other resort staff in handling payments. She merely needed to oversee the operations and occasionally lend a hand to Shen Yan, resulting in a manageable workload. As midnight approached, the queue of customers showed no signs of dissipating, with some even intent on entering a third round. While the patrons could withstand the wait, Shen Yan was nearing his limit, not from physical fatigue, but rather from mental exhaustion. This unexpected overtime drained the spirit of Shen Xiandi. Yun Fei, perceptive to the situation, promptly organized the staff to inform the diners that the establishment was closing for the night, subsequently packaging the skewers Shen Yan had been grilling. "What are you up to now?" Shen Yan inquired, puzzled. "If you want to eat, just take a couple of skewers here." "Hee. The old man has specifically requested me to bring him a few skewers to taste," Yun Fei replied with a smile. Some observant customers noticed that the remaining skewers had been taken away by Yun Fei and began to voice their complaints, demanding that he leave the skewers behind. With a forced laugh, Yun Fei retreated under the cover of security. "Boss, could you grill a few more skewers?" "I'm still hungry," a young man pleaded. "Indeed. Grill a few more. I came all the way from another province. You've already devoured over 30 skewers and queued 3 times. Are you still not satisfied?" "These are substantial iron skewers." Shen Yan ignored the plea and hastened his cleanup. Upon returning to the villa, Zhuang Xian noticed that although Uncle Yun had packed 16 skewers, only 8 remained when handed to grandfather. In the following days, Shen Yan continued his routine of attending classes during the day and grilling skewers at night. The number of customers at the hot spring resort increased daily, prompting Yun Fei to deploy nearly 80% of the resort's security personnel to maintain order. This hectic lifestyle momentarily transported Shen Yan back to his previous life as a sect leader. In his past existence, he served the sect, and in this life, he grilled skewers for the powerful. Was he truly destined to be a mere beast of burden? At the Taoyuan Yazoo Conference Center, the resort's executives gathered in unison, with Zhuang He occupying the seat of honor at the round table, while Yun Fei stood beside him. Typically, the old man did not engage in management. The operational principles and management strategies of the resort were set by several supervisors and executed downwards. Zhuang He merely needed to confirm the financial reports at the end of each year. However, this time, the supervisors insisted that the old man attend, summoning nearly the entire management team of the resort. Accustomed to a hands-off approach, Zhuang He was somewhat bewildered by the request for his presence at this meeting. "Has something gone awry with the resort?" he quietly asked Yun Fei, who was equally uncertain. "I haven't heard anything on my end." Furrowing his brow, Zhuang He pondered why he had been summoned if nothing was amiss. The resort's general manager, noticing the old man's confusion, hurriedly presented a report detailing the recent operational status. "I have previously mentioned that I am not well versed in matters of management. It is best left to you talented individuals." Although Zhuang He serves as the chairman of the resort, he firmly believes in the principle that professionals should handle professional tasks. Consequently, he has consistently adopted a strategy of delegation in the resort's operations. "Chairman, please take a look first," the general manager said respectfully, indicating that the elder should review the report. The elder, puzzled, nonetheless raised the document to examine it. The further he read, the more astonished he became, until he exclaimed, "The entire villa area of the resort is fully booked for the entire month?" His astonishment was understandable. The resort had previously suffered from dismal operational conditions, experiencing daily losses and monthly deficits. It was only through the continuous financial support from Zhuang's other ventures in different provinces that it had managed to stay afloat. He recognized that the issue did not lie with the managers. Rather, it stemmed from inadequate planning and insufficient research during the initial construction, compounded by his desire to accommodate the old friends and their families, which had resulted in an overstaffed situation, leading to the resort's financial woes. Yet now, astonishingly, the resort had turned a profit. After enduring such prolonged losses, the managers had been under considerable pressure, and now, with profitability finally achieved, they could take a breath of relief. The general manager smiled and remarked, "Not only this month, the resort's bookings are already filled for the next 3 months. Some affluent patrons have even reserved for a whole month, and the occupancy rate at Taoyuan Resort Hotel has also surged in tandem. How has the resort suddenly become so popular? Zhuang he was overwhelmed with joy, his mind racing. The ongoing losses had been a significant concern, although not to the extent of causing him sleepless nights. Yun Fei appeared contemplative, likely grasping the underlying reason, yet he chose to await confirmation from the managers. The general manager, hesitant to take credit, stated, "All of this is due to the chairman's astute decision to introduce a specialty barbecue at the Hot Springs Resort. The guests booking these villas have come specifically for that." He had already inquired with subordinates and learned that the barbecue stall's owner, Shen Yan, was a friend of Chairman Zhuang, leading him to naturally assume it was an intentional arrangement by the chairman. Zhuang he was greatly surprised. Just a few days prior, Yun Fei had mentioned that many guests were booking rooms specifically for Shen Yan's barbecue. Yet he had never imagined that such a modest venture could propel the resort to such heights of popularity. He immediately declared the need to seize this influx of visitors by enhancing the quality of service provided by the resort staff, ensuring that guests felt at home, thereby securing the resort's ongoing profitability. The entire management team was invigorated, fully aware of the chairman's generosity toward them. They were determined to capitalize on this opportunity and demonstrate their capabilities to the chairman. After the meeting, Zhuang he continued to scrutinize the operational report, a smile almost reaching his ears. He resolved to express his heartfelt gratitude to young Master Shen. Seeing the chairman in such high spirits, Yun Fei interjected at the opportune moment. Zhuang he set down the report and sighed. "I must truly thank the friend that Xiaoxian brought back. If only my son-in-law could be as worry-free as he." Chapter 42. Su Xingming Chairman, Qi Danjia. Yun Fei contemplated saying something complimentary about Zhuang Xian's father. But as soon as he mentioned the name, Zhuang He's expression shifted, prompting him to swallow his words. "Let us not speak of him." Zhuang He resumed his gaze at the watch and remarked, "Xiao Yun, what do you think of Shen Xiaoyu being my little Xian's boyfriend?" "Old master, have you forgotten? Young Master Shen has a fiancée," Yun Fei reminded him. The Zhuang family was not an ordinary household. From the very first day Shen Yan was brought to the villa by Zhuang Xian, Zhuang he had discreetly inquired into his identity and background, discovering that he had a fiancée named Xiao Ran. However, at that time, Zhuang he merely assumed that Shen Yan and Zhuang Xian were just ordinary friends and did not intervene further. I wonder how that Xiao Lia manages the Xiao family. Not only did his daughter publicly flee from her wedding, but she also neglects her own fiancé, occupying the space without contributing. Zhuang he scowled. The old gentleman still carried some of his former bravado when angered. Yun Fei chose not to respond to this remark, fully aware that even if Shen Yan were not engaged, the current young master would likely not consent to marry his daughter to him. At long last, Thursday arrived, heralding the day of the 8th school joint examination. The atmosphere at the school was tenser than usual, with some students eager for good results arriving early. On the eve of the mock exam, the school typically refrained from scheduling classes, dedicating the entire day to self-study, with teachers available for questions. For instance, in physics class, the teacher would simply sit at the podium while students reviewed independently, raising their hands to ask questions as needed. Class 8, however, was not up to par. These mischievous students had scarcely attended any classes previously, let alone review. For them, this was akin to previewing. Thus, Shen Yan persisted in teaching them mathematics as usual, with class discipline stabilizing and Shen Yan's teaching prowess far surpassing that of other instructors. The students in Class 8 began to show steady progress in mathematics. Su Xingming has arrived at school. Someone outside the classroom shouted, capturing the attention of all students engaged in class. A few restless students from Class 8 disregarded the ongoing lesson and rushed out, leaning over the corridor railing to catch a glimpse, with one leading the charge. Those who had been diligently listening to the lecture began to fidget. After all, it was Su Xingming. They hesitated, considering whether to join their classmates outside, mindful of their mathematics teacher at the front. "Wait, where is our math teacher?" The students turned their heads back from the window, only to find that Shen Yan had vanished. Just moments ago, he had been lecturing, and now he was nowhere to be seen. They searched the classroom in confusion for any sign of him. Eventually, they spotted him at the railing in the corridor, alongside other students, peering at the spectacle. With their teacher leading the way, the students of Class 8 felt no burden and surged out of the classroom to witness Su Xingming. Not only Class 8, but students from other classes engaged in physical education or other electives also gathered around, eager to catch a glimpse of Su Xingming's charm. The classroom of Class 8 was located on the 4th floor of the teaching building, allowing them to overlook the entire school landscape from the railing. Shen Yan, curious about this internet celebrity student who rarely attended school, was keen to see what made this campus flower such a sensation. Soon, a Ducati roared into view, accompanied by a thunderous growl. Its rider, clad in a black helmet obscuring their features, nonetheless showcased a figure that was undeniably alluring. Shen Yan had encountered this motorcycle on Su Yiqing's Douyin account. The Ducati sped away swiftly, disappearing from sight in no time, presumably heading towards the school's bike shed. Such a flamboyant display. Does no one in the school mind students riding motorcycles? Shen Yan couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Just days prior, he had witnessed a teacher reprimanded for riding an electric scooter too fast on campus. Today, however, it seemed even motorcycles were overlooked. Teacher, you don't know what Su Yiqing's family does, do you? A student beside Shen Yan, grinning mischievously, remarked, the leaders of the discipline office wouldn't dare touch her. Is that so? Shen Yan retorted. Perhaps you should inquire directly with her, the student suggested, but as Shen Yan pressed for answers, the boy cast a furtive glance over his shoulder and hastily retreated to the classroom. Following his gaze, Shen Yan turned to see the disciplinary director striding toward him, her expression filled with ire. Upon noticing Shen Yan's turn, Yushili rolled up her notebook and pointed at him, admonishing, as a teacher in this school, you neglect your duties, allowing your students to misbehave, even joining in on the spectacle yourself. What sort of example are you setting? The students of Class 8, startled by her reprimand, scattered like birds, fleeing back to their classroom. Aware of his fault, Shen Yan could only force a smile and greet, Director Yu. Do you even realize you are a teacher, a homeroom leader? Are you fulfilling your role as an educator at all? If you can't handle it, then leave. Shen Yan muttered under his breath, if I say I want tea, can you replace me? Unfortunately, Yu Shioli overheard. You dare to retort? No wonder the principal always says Class 8 lacks organization and discipline. It seems the root of the problem lies with you as their teacher. Wasn't Class 8 already a mess? Why am I the one left holding the bag? Shen Yan thought, feeling somewhat bewildered, considering he had only been in charge for less than 2 weeks. Yu Shioli stammered in frustration. Regardless of the class's actual condition, a responsible homeroom teacher would not openly acknowledge their class's shortcomings. They would typically humbly attribute any failings to their own teaching. Yet, Shen Yan was an exception, entirely unwilling to shoulder any blame. This left Yu Shioli momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Hello, teacher. Hello, Director Yu. A sweet voice chimed in just as Yu Shioli was contemplating further reprimands for Shen Yan. Both turned toward the sound. A young girl appeared before them, illuminated by the winter sun, which cast a soft glow on her delicate features. Her eyes resembled a pristine spring, clear and deep, like a starry night, sparkling with allure. In her gaze, there was an innocence untouched by the world. However, despite wearing the school uniform, she had tied the blue and white attire around her waist. Clad in a motorcycle jacket that exuded a bold, spirited aura, she contrasted sharply with her youthful visage, yet radiated a unique purity. Upon seeing her, Shen Yan understood why many online referred to her as the pinnacle of innocence and allure. In short, Su Yiqing's first impression on Shen Yan was that of a school beauty, exceedingly innocent yet undeniably edgy. Yu Shioli appeared momentarily stunned by the girl before her. At a loss for words, Shen Yan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Director Yu, this is the student who rides a motorcycle to school and skips classes. Aren't you going to reprimand her? At this, not only did Yu Shioli appear taken aback, but Su Xingming was also stunned. It was quite unconventional for a teacher to encourage the disciplinary head to take action against a student right upon her arrival. However, she quickly regained her composure, offering a serene smile toward the director. Yu Shioli, noticing the girl's gaze, felt a twinge of panic and took a moment to collect her thoughts before responding to Shen Yan. This is a student from your class, so you should handle her properly. With that, she hurriedly departed, not sparing another moment to confront Shen Yan. Su Xingming then turned her attention back to Shen Yan, curious to observe the teacher who had just reported her to the disciplinary director. Unfazed, Shen Yan adopted a warm demeanor and approached her with an outstretched hand. You must be Su Xingming. Welcome. I am Shen Yan, the new homeroom teacher for Class 8. Yet, Su Xingming did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, she adjusted her bag from one shoulder to two, clutching the straps with both hands, signaling with her expression that she had no free hand to shake. Shen Yan, undeterred by the slight, proceeded directly into the classroom, with Su Xingming leisurely following behind. Chapter 43. A pool of star dreams. The scene at the classroom door was witnessed by all the students of Class 8. As the two entered, the entire class sat up straight. Shen Yan noticed Zhang Juanhu tremble slightly, akin to a feline confronted with something terrifying, before he slumped over his desk, clearly intimidated. Su Xingming chose not to greet her classmates, but returned to her seat and placed her bag down. As you can see, Su Xingming has returned to class today, Shen Yan announced, even before the bell rang, acknowledging the interruption of their mathematics lesson. The students erupted in enthusiastic cheers at Su Xingming's return. Shen Yan conceded that with Su Xingming's striking appearance, it was indeed a catalyst for igniting the youthful fervor among the boys in the school. Though he was taken aback by the excitement displayed by the girls, whose expressions of exhilaration rivaled that of their male counterparts. Throughout the remainder of the mathematics lesson, nearly all attention in Class 8 was fixated on Su Xingming. The boys pretended to focus on the lecture while occasionally sneaking glances at her, while the girls remained wholly engrossed in her presence. In contrast, Su Xingming maintained her focus on the podium, attentively engaged in the lesson. Finally, when the bell rang, the girls flocked around Su Xingming, while the boys divided themselves into two groups, one that boldly approached her and another that hesitated, unsure of whether to join. Shen Yan observed Su Xingming interacting amiably with her classmates, enthusiastically discussing topics of mutual interest. Su Xingming, please come by my office for a moment, Shen Yan called out after organizing his teaching materials. As one of the two major troublemakers in Class 8, he had many questions he wished to pose to Su Xingming. Sure, teacher, she replied, but did not immediately follow him. Instead, she turned to her nearby classmates and inquired, what is this new homeroom teacher like? What else could he be? A novice teacher, uncertain of how long he can endure, certainly should not follow in the footsteps of the previous instructor, who departed after merely a month of tenure. A male student eagerly interjected. He.s. a man. He shouldn't be capable of becoming pregnant, another boy jested. Yet, I noticed your cooperation during class, Su Xingming inquired with a smile. That's simply us showing him respect. If we wanted him gone, it wouldn't be difficult. One of the boys replied, laughter erupting among them, as if they believed it was a trivial matter to expel a teacher from Class 8, eager to assert their presence. The boys' statements lacked credibility. Thus, Su Xingming turned her gaze to the class monitor, asking, Linger, what do you think of Teacher Shen? Ma Linger adjusted her glasses and pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. To speak honestly, Teacher Shen's mathematics lessons are quite commendable. Furthermore, I've observed a good rapport between Zhang Juanhu and Wu Yi with him. Linger's words hinted at something deeper, prompting Su Xingming to glance at Zhang Juanhu. Perplexed by the seemingly unusual behavior of both him and Wu Yi during today's lesson. In the past, these two would hardly pay attention, often lighting cigarettes during class, even under the stern gaze of the once strict teacher Shui, for whom they displayed a blatant disregard. Yet today, they sat quietly as if they were quail, readily engaging when Shen called upon them, a stark contrast to their usual demeanor. Zhang, could you share your thoughts on Teacher Shen? Su Xingming beamed at Zhang Juanhu. I don't know. Please don't ask me, he stammered, retreating a few steps toward the door before fleeing the classroom. Why is Zhang acting so timid? A female classmate wondered aloud. They had all noticed Zhang Juanhu's recent transformation, struggling to comprehend his newfound apprehension towards the mathematics teacher. And what about Wu Yi? Can you tell me? As Zhang Juanhu dashed away, Su Xingming directed her question to Wu Yi, who had been trailing closely behind him. Me? I wouldn't know anything. Please don't ask me, Xingjia, Wu Yi replied, his voice flustered, and he too escaped the classroom. What is going on with them? They hardly resemble the Zhang Juanhu and Wu Yi we know, the girls whispered amongst themselves. Has Zhang even dyed his signature blonde hair back? The boys also noted Zhang Juanhu's recent peculiarities, initially attributing his behavior to a temporary mood swing, but now sensing it was more profound. With no one in the class able to provide information about the new homeroom teacher, Su Xingming decided to investigate herself. She gestured an apology to her peers and proceeded to Shen Yan's office. Inside, Shen Yan was massaging his shoulders, having spent the past few days indulging in barbecued meat, leaving his arms feeling sore. Su Xingming knocked on the office door and announced her presence before stepping inside. Aren't you Su Xingming? It was not Shen Yan who first reacted, but rather Zhuang Xian, who was grading assignments in the office. She had previously watched Su Xingming's video on Shen Yan's phone and now seeing her in person left her utterly astonished. Unlike other internet celebrities who rely on heavy makeup and filters, the real Su Xingming was even more beautiful than her video portrayal. Su Xingming was equally taken aback upon meeting Zhuang Xian. Had it truly been so long since she last attended school? When had the institution acquired such a stunning teacher? Hello, teacher. I am Su Xingming from Class 8. The one online is indeed Su Yu Ichi Xingming. Su Xingming greeted Zhuang Xian with utmost politeness. You are Su Xingming? Zhuang Xian was even more surprised. She had recently taken over this class, and since Su Xingming had been absent for an extended period, she had naturally never encountered her student. I am your Chinese teacher, Zhuang Xian. I look forward to your guidance. Zhuang Xian responded with great courtesy. Teacher Zhuang, you are truly beautiful. Would you be interested in becoming a video blogger? With your looks, I believe you would attract a considerable following, Su Xingming suggested suddenly. Zhuang Xian recalled the dance video Shen Yan had shown her over the weekend, which had garnered over 5 million likes. As the first video of a newcomer, such figures were undoubtedly striking. She had received numerous invitations from advertisers requesting her to create promotional content, all of which she had declined. Thank you, but I do not have any plans in that direction for the time being, Zhuang Xian replied earnestly. If teacher Zhuang ever changes her mind, feel free to contact me. I have an excellent team that can assist you with the relevant operations, Su Xingming said, undeterred, still offering the possibility of collaboration. After conversing with Zhuang Xian for a while, Su Xingming approached Shen Yan's workstation. Shen Yan was curious about Su Xingming, and she, in turn, was intrigued by this homeroom teacher who had managed to tame Zhang Juanhu. Chapter 44. Conversation to Su Xingming's disappointment. The gaze of the homeroom teacher before her was somewhat intense, which made her uncomfortable. From a young age, she had been exceptionally beautiful, and not only students, but many teachers had admired her as well. Yet, the admiration from teachers was not always benign. Her middle school instructor had looked at her with a fervent, almost predatory intensity. It eventually escalated to verbal harassment, culminating in the teacher sending her ambiguous text messages. Fortunately, thanks to her father's influence, this teacher was swiftly dealt with, spending a few days in confinement and ultimately being dismissed from the school. She had never seen him again. If this homeroom teacher were to behave similarly, she would not hesitate to employ subtle tactics to ensure he reflected on his actions for a few days. Shen Yan cautiously glanced around to ensure no one was observing them before lowering his head closer to Su Xingming. This gesture further displeased her, solidifying her belief that this teacher harbored ulterior motives. Shen Yan cupped his hand over his mouth and whispered, "Do you really earn a monthly income of 1 million from short videos?" Huh. Su Xingming wondered if she had misheard. She had anticipated questions from Shen Yan regarding her academic performance or her previous absence from school, and even considered the possibility of him feigning concern to engage in verbal harassment, but she had never expected his first inquiry to be about her income. As Shen Yan observed Su Xingming lost in thought, he assumed she had not heard him clearly. He pulled out his phone and opened the Douyin app to her personal profile, inquiring once more, "Do you truly earn a monthly income of 1 million through short videos?" This time, Su Xingming comprehended the question posed by her teacher. Upon glancing at Shen Yan's phone, she noticed he was indeed one of her followers, a fan of hers. A smile graced her face as she refrained from directly answering his query. Instead, she retrieved her own phone from her pocket and displayed the back-end data of Douyin to him. Shen Yan gasped as he counted the balance on the screen. The 8-digit figure nearing 9 digits left him astounded. It turned out that Chengzhe had indeed underestimated her earnings. "Would you like to see the balances of my other bank accounts?" Su Xingming asked with a smile. The realization that this was merely a fraction of her earnings further astonished Shen Yan. Could it be that short videos are truly this lucrative? He recalled his own dance videos, which garnered few likes and were met with scathing comments from viewers, alongside a barrage of enthusiastic remarks from male users declaring their admiration. "Could you possibly teach me how to earn such a substantial income through short videos?" During this period, Shen Yan had also made a decent profit from barbecuing. Yet compared to Su Xingming, his earnings felt utterly trivial. Moreover, these past few days, his arms had been worn out from grilling. For him, it was merely a means to scrape by, lacking the ease of earning a fortune with just a few dance performances. "Shouldn't you be advising me instead? I am still a senior in high school, with the college entrance examination approaching. My studies should take precedence, and I ought to postpone other matters until after the exams," Su Xingming inquired, locking her gaze onto Shen Yan's eyes. Shen Yan, perplexed, retorted, "Why not? If I possess such earning potential, I would resign on the spot and not linger here." Besides, your grades are excellent, and they still refuse to raise my salary. Su Xingming found herself momentarily speechless by Shen Yan's words. Instinctively, she felt that such a response was uncharacteristic of a teacher, but upon realizing it, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This was a teacher who could not be evaluated by conventional standards. She searched for Shen Daoyu just wants to lie down in the Douyin search bar. She had just seen Shen Yan's profile and was surprised to discover that he was also a bit of a dreamer. After watching all 10 videos on Shen Yan's profile in one breath, Su Xingming laughed even harder, nearly clutching her stomach. It was evident that he was imitating her video content, yet the thought of a male imitating her work was amusing, especially since she prided herself on not being an overly provocative broadcaster. Otherwise, she could hardly imagine how visually enchanting that would be. Your editing and sense of rhythm are commendable. You must have either hired a team or sought out skilled individuals online to create this content. However, the material itself could use some fine-tuning. Su Xingming offered her assessment. She wrote down a number on a piece of paper and handed it to Shen Yan, saying, "If you have an interest in this field, you may contact this person. Just mention that you are a friend of mine, and she will assist you with the packaging." As she spoke, she took a photo of the two of them with Shen Yan's phone and posted it on his platform. Shen Yan carefully saved the contact information. Although he had recently faced harsh criticism from netizens and would likely refrain from creating short videos for the time being, he understood the value of having more connections and opportunities. In the future, should he choose to pursue a career as a male idol, this contact might prove invaluable. During this period, he diligently sought to acquire knowledge about contemporary societal norms, realizing that the most popular trends revolve around boy and girl bands. He even conceived a name for his debut group, which he whimsically decided would be Candy Truly Sweet. If the teacher has no further matters to address, I shall take my leave, Su Xingming thought, as she began to perceive the nature of the instructor before her, self-serving and yearning for fame and fortune. Naturally, she understood that few could withstand the allure of such ambition, yet at this moment, the teacher's intentions were glaringly transparent. "Wait a moment," Shen Yan said, reclining against the chair. "There is one more thing." Su Xingming, who was already poised to depart, found herself compelled to turn back. "Will you attend class regularly from now on?" At last, the conversation returned to Su Xingming's expectations, and she replied with a hint of indifference, "Rest assured, my previous leave of absence was solely due to work commitments. For the foreseeable future, I shall attend classes regularly. However, the timing of my next leave remains uncertain." "You misunderstand," Shen Yan interjected, fingers interlaced as he spoke slowly. "If possible, I would prefer you to continue your absence." For a fleeting moment, Su Xingming sensed a shift in Shen Yan's demeanor, an almost palpable pressure emanating from him. Yet she quickly regained her composure, perplexed. "Why?" "For no particular reason," he replied. "Your presence tends to disrupt the order that our class has recently regained." Unlike Zhang Juanhu, Su Xingming's temporary absence did not contravene school regulations, particularly under the tacit approval of the school leadership. Thus, Shen Yan found himself unable to discipline her in the same manner as he did Zhang Juanhu. Nevertheless, her very presence undeniably complicated the management of Class 8, whether due to her striking beauty, her influencer status, or her unique charm. In short, as long as she attended classes in Class 8, it would be exceedingly difficult for the students to concentrate on their studies. "I did not expect you to be so considerate of the class," Su Xingming remarked, slightly reassessing Shen Yan. "However, attending class is my prerogative, and I trust you do not possess the authority to expel students." "No, you misunderstand," Shen Yan clarified. "A chaotic class will adversely affect my performance evaluation and consequently, my bonuses." This was the second time Shen Yan had conveyed such sentiments to Su Xingming. It was during his discussions with Xiuli that he discovered the disciplinary aspect was a significant criterion in the bonus assessments for teachers at Anhai No. 1 High School. Xiuli had informed him that for this month, he had already lost his bonus due to poor class discipline. Shen Yan vehemently opposed this, asserting that while she could insult his character and trample upon his dignity, she must not encroach upon his bonuses. Yet, in the face of unyielding regulations, he ultimately conceded. It was no wonder that other teachers were hesitant to take on Class 8. Su Xingming found herself at a loss for how to respond to Shen Yan. She perceived him to possess a rather unconventional mindset, and perhaps it was best not to apply conventional logic to his reasoning. Chapter 45. The Fortunate Girl. How much was deducted? Su Xingming inquired. "A staggering 800. Shen Yan exclaimed with indignation. Su Xingming, with her straightforward approach to problem-solving, added Shen Yan on WeChat, and promptly sent him 4 red envelopes. How could you do this? What do you take me for? Shen Yan expressed his frustration. This is an affront to my character. I am a teacher who has transcended trivial pursuits, nurtured in the gentle embrace of spring. Su Xingming gazed at the 4 received payments on WeChat, enveloped in profound silence. No more of this, Shen Yan remarked, tucking his phone back into his pocket. Is there anything else? He encouraged, signaling her to take her leave. What kind of student do you think I am, teacher? Su Xingming, reluctant to depart, noticed that the rhythm of their previous conversation had been entirely dictated by Shen Yan and sought to reclaim some dignity with her inquiry. Wealthy, Shen Yan replied succinctly. Wealthy? Is that all? Such a response scarcely qualifies as a teacher's proper appraisal of a student. What do you think of my grades then? Upon hearing this question, Shen Yan deemed it insignificant. However, out of respect for the benefactor, he deliberately reviewed the student records, which chronicled her academic performance over the past 3 years. To his surprise, Su Xingming had entered Anhai High School with the highest score in the entire school and had maintained her top position until the first half of her second year, after which her grades had suddenly plummeted. He had heard from Changzhe that her decline was precipitated by her parents' divorce. As if she had pierced through Shen Yan's thoughts, Su Xingming asked, Do you also believe my grades slipped significantly because of my parents' separation? Isn't it so? What if I were to say that I found it uninteresting and deliberately performed poorly? It is quite normal for a child of your age to harbor such thoughts. Do you not occasionally feel, when alone at home, as though you have awakened some dark power? Su Xingming was taken aback, feeling as though she had been labeled a typical adolescent. I speak the truth. Everything has come easily to me since childhood, be it piano, dance, calligraphy, or various academic subjects. Initially, I held teachers in high regard, but gradually, as I discovered that they too were confined by rigid frameworks, unable to transcend their limitations, I realized that their teachings were often merely a matter of rote learning. When acquiring knowledge becomes too effortless, one will inevitably lose interest, leading to my subsequent lack of engagement in examinations. Shen Yan grasped the underlying implication. Su Xingming believed he had nothing to impart to her. A humble child is truly endearing, he mused. Su Xingming tilted her head and smiled. But I do not yearn for everyone's affection. Shen Yan sensed that conversing with her would no longer be enjoyable, merely stating that he awaited the results of her mock examination. However, just as she was about to exit his office, he posed one final question. Do you find everything you do exceedingly easy, or do you find that everything goes smoothly? Is there a difference? Su Xingming was perplexed by the distinction. There is, Shen Yan replied, withholding the reason. After much contemplation, Su Xingming responded, If I must choose, I would say that things go smoothly. After her departure, Shen Yan lifted his cup and sipped the lukewarm water. Since the moment he first laid eyes on Su Xingming, he sensed her uniqueness. She was a person of remarkable fortune. Such individuals, regardless of their location, are undoubtedly favored by the divine. Were she a practitioner in the realm of immortality, she would surely encounter a series of extraordinary fortuities, effortlessly acquiring various rare techniques and elixirs. Each descent from the mountain would lead her to esteemed mentors or ancient secret realms, and she would experience no hindrances in her breakthroughs. In this world, her fortune manifests as an uncanny ability to accomplish tasks with remarkable ease, mastering skills with minimal effort. Perhaps even a lottery ticket would yield her a windfall. In response, Shen Yan could only utter 2 words, envy. However, it struck him as amusing that she would discuss her learning prowess in the presence of an adept. Shen Yan stretched languidly. Since earlier, notifications from his phone had been incessantly chiming. Upon unlocking the screen, he discovered it was the background of Douyin. Previously, when Su Xingming had borrowed his phone, the number of likes on their collaborative photo had astonishingly surpassed 100,000 in mere moments. Goodness, it was only a single photo, devoid of any editing, special effects, or cinematic techniques. Shen Yan felt his confidence wane. Why was it that his diligent dancing paled in comparison to Su Xingming's solitary image? A netizen with the moniker Killer in underwear re-emerged, but instead of berating him, this time they requested to add him as a friend. They left a comment. Brother, why didn't you mention you knew Xiao Xingming earlier? I might have spoken too loudly before. Let us reintroduce ourselves. This only fueled Shen Yan's irritation, leading him to decisively reject the friend request. Time flowed to Friday, the day of the mock examination at Anhai No. 1 High School. The joint examination of 8 schools did not entail gathering students from all 8 institutions in a single venue. Rather, The completed papers were sent to one school for grading, followed by a unified compilation of results and ranking. Such mock examinations were tightly scheduled, demanding completion of all subjects within a single day, significantly more compressed than the actual college entrance examination. Su Xingming did not skip class. She arrived at school punctually. Her eye-catching motorcycle continued to generate considerable excitement. Shen Yan wondered when the school authorities had become so permissive, selectively overlooking the students arriving on motorcycles. The examination classes were randomized. Students merely needed to proceed to the designated class corresponding to their assigned student number. As Shen Yan was merely an intern teacher, lacking even the qualifications to supervise, he was relegated to patrolling the campus. Su Xingming faced challenges in her examination class. As a campus idol, her long absence from school drew considerable attention upon her entrance into the examination hall, prompting the invigilators to issue multiple warnings, urging other students to refrain from fixating their gazes solely on her. The examination lasted throughout the day, with no evening study session. Shen Yan had anticipated an early departure that day, yet Yu Shioli approached him with a notification that he was required to assist in grading the papers the following day. "Director Yu, doesn't this seem a bit inappropriate?" Zheng Wensheng, who shared the office, expressed some discomfort. He was the head of the mathematics subject group for the senior year, responsible for coordinating the grading of the mathematics papers for this joint examination. The joint examination had only been instituted in the county over the past 2 years, initially involving just 3 schools. Following its success, the number of participating schools had steadily increased, culminating in the present scale of 8 schools. The grading responsibilities for this joint examination were rotated among several schools, and this time it fell to Anhai No. 1 High School. Due to the presence of 8 schools, the grading workload has become exceptionally burdensome, with teachers required to complete their tasks within 2 days off. This poses a significant challenge to the professional capabilities of the educators. In previous instances, when other schools undertook grading, there were teachers whose skills were inadequate, thereby slowing down the entire process. Ultimately, the hastily completed work was riddled with errors, leading to severe criticism from both faculty and students of other institutions. Consequently, the reputation of the entire school suffered considerably. This incident had merely involved a joint examination of 5 schools, with a significantly smaller number of exam papers compared to the current situation. Director Yu and Xiao Shun are still in their internship period, and their involvement in such a demanding task, coupled with their lack of experience, makes it highly probable for mistakes to occur. The repercussions would not only affect them personally, but could also impact the school's reputation. There has been no precedent for involving teachers with less than 2 years of experience in such grading tasks across several schools. Zheng Wensheng is perplexed as to why Yu Shioli has decided to proceed with this arrangement. It is precisely because of the heavy workload that new teachers have been brought in to share the burden. Although Shen Yan is still in his internship, he has assumed the role of class supervisor. Yu Shioli asserts, moreover, this is not solely directed at Shen Yan. Look at Du Chunhui, who has also recently joined the faculty. She is included in this grading list as well. Director Yu's point is valid. We ought to express gratitude to the school leadership for providing us young teachers with an opportunity for growth. Du Chunhui immediately seized upon this sentiment, smiling broadly while harboring resentment towards Yu Shioli for her underhanded tactics. She is aware of the underlying motives. Teachers with less than 2 years of teaching experience were originally excluded from the grading personnel list. It was Yu Shioli's desire to curry favor with the principal that led to their inclusion. The principal was already troubled by this matter. Given the scrutiny from the Education Bureau regarding the joint examination of 8 schools, previously, the Bureau had commended Chongming University for its swift and effective grading. Upon hearing Yu Shioli's proposal to increase manpower and alleviate the pressure on veteran teachers while also expediting the grading process, the principal, without a second thought, acquiesced. Thus, this initiative has mobilized the entire school, including those still in their internship. As for Shen Yan, Du Chunhui surmises that it is clear Yu Shioli harbors a bias against him, which is why he has been included in the list. She questions the claim of neutrality, noting that it is indeed peculiar that he is the only intern on the list. However, as it does not directly concern her, she chooses to remain silent. Zheng Wensheng, who is also privy to the truth, harbors different concerns than Du Chunhui. The task of grading the exams from 8 schools within 2 days is undoubtedly daunting. While the inclusion of new teachers ostensibly increases manpower, Yu Shioli fails to consider that few of these novice educators possess experience with large-scale grading. They typically struggle to manage the grading of their own class's exam papers. Throwing them into a workload encompassing 8,000 students will ultimately create more complications for the veteran teachers. Director Yu, perhaps you could convey to the leaders that new teachers should merely assist in learning, and if we require additional support, we could enlist experienced teachers from other schools. Zheng Wensheng implores, hoping to make one last effort. Upon hearing this, Yu Shili became incensed. She had already reached an agreement with the principal. Would she truly undermine her own position? Old Zheng, you have been at the school for quite some time now, and you are well aware of the matters concerning Chongming High School. How is it that the esteemed Chongming can complete the grading work in merely 2 days without external assistance? Yet we, at the prestigious First High School, cannot manage the same? Must we seek outside help? What will that reflect on the principal? What will it say about our school? Zheng Wenshun sighed heavily. The truth in Yu Shioli's words was undeniable. In recent years, Chongming had continuously overshadowed Anhai First High School. At several upper-level meetings, leaders from the Education Bureau had showered praises upon Chongming, which had long been a source of discontent for Principal Dong. If he were to provoke this situation now, he could only imagine the reproach he would face from Principal Dong later. He had no choice but to accept this reality. At worst, the school could organize other teachers to assist in regrading the papers for Shen Yan and his peers. While this would consume additional time, it was undoubtedly better than allowing poorly graded papers to circulate among other schools. Teacher Shen, you have no objections, I presume? Yu Shioli's cold laugh sounded more like a command than an inquiry. Shen Yan certainly had no objections. He found the high school questions exceedingly simple, and grading the papers was merely a matter of a cursory glance. His greater concern lay in whether Su Xingming could truly achieve an astonishing score after such an extended absence from school. On Saturday, the first day of grading, the weather was rather gloomy. Zhuang Xian, who was not required to be at school, was summoned by Yu Shioli to assist with some trivial tasks. Shen Yan remarked that the director of education had indeed found an easy target. Knowing Zhuang Xian would not refuse, she was burdened with all manner of chores. It was uncertain what expression would cross the director's face upon learning of Zhuang Xian's family background. Papers from 8 schools were gathered in one place, sealed in numerous thick bags. To avoid interference with the grading efficiency, the school designated several multimedia rooms for the teachers to grade. Shen Yan found himself in a room with 4 other mathematics teachers, including Zheng Wenxin. Each teacher began with 3 stacks of papers, to be replenished upon completion. Shen Yan worked swiftly, his eyes scanning the pages as if he were a machine, finishing a paper in mere seconds. Zheng Wenxin observed him pick up a paper only to set it down again, mistakenly believing Shen was still reviewing it. In less than 10 minutes, Shen Yan had completed grading all 3 stacks. He then proceeded to retrieve additional stacks. Xiao Shen, do not touch the new ones until you finish what you have. Zheng Wenxun hastily cautioned as he noticed Shen Yan reaching for more papers. 3 stacks? I have already finished them. Shen Yan pointed to the stacks in front of him. Do not speak nonsense. Just refrain from touching the new ones for now, Zheng Wenxun replied, agitated. These young teachers were so impulsive. He had only graded a handful. Yet Shen claimed to have completed all 3 stacks. What am I supposed to do with no papers left? As Zheng Wenxun saw Shen Yan genuinely returning the open stacks to their bags, he felt quite displeased, thinking to himself, although you were brought in as a mere assistant, you cannot be so irresponsible. If you grade carelessly, it may reflect poorly on our school. What will others think of our teachers at First High School? Claiming we are merely haphazard in our work? Do as you wish. I shall not be concerned. Zheng Wensheng felt a sense of discomfort and decided to disregard Shen Yan, reasoning that once the sealed bags were graded, they would require the signature of the correcting teacher. Should any issues arise, the school leadership would naturally seek him out. Shen Yan then gathered the numerous stacks sprawled across the floor, completing the task with remarkable swiftness in about half an hour. After stretching lazily, he piled the sealed bags back onto the floor and exited the room. Zheng Wenxing and several other teachers were engrossed in the papers and did not notice Shen Yan's departure. The mathematics paper contained several challenging questions, each with non-unique solutions, resulting in intricate problem-solving steps by the students. It was not sufficient to award full marks for merely arriving at the correct answer. They had to discern the correct steps amidst the overwhelming details. This was particularly challenging given some students' illegible handwriting, which further complicated their task. After nearly an hour, they had barely completed half a stack. At this rate, it would take them 2 days to finish. As Shen Yan strolled through the campus, he spotted Zhuang Xian in a small classroom, also grading papers. Intrigued, he approached her and inquired, "Didn't you say you were assisting with miscellaneous tasks? Why are you grading papers as well, and in a room all to yourself?" Zhuang Xian looked up at Shen Yan and continued grading while replying. "Director, you mentioned that the language arts group was falling behind, so I was asked to help with some of the grading." Shen Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was this the fate of the kind-hearted? Observing the mountain of language arts papers, he decided to lend a hand. Grading language papers proved to be more time-consuming than mathematics. While the latter had fixed answers for multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, with answer sheets that could be scanned by machines, the language papers required extensive evaluation, particularly in reading comprehension and essays, resulting in a slower pace for the language arts group. However, having recently reviewed all high school teaching content, Shen Yan found his speed in grading language papers comparable to that of mathematics. Zhuang Xian was somewhat astonished to see Shen Yan assisting with the language papers. Did teacher Shen possess proficiency in language instruction? As she quietly picked up one of the papers Shen Yan had graded, she was surprised to find his corrections flawless, with scores for reading and essays aligning with mainstream educational standards. This indicated that Shen Yan not only had a strong awareness of language instruction, but also possessed commendable aesthetic sensibilities. While Zhuang Xian was momentarily lost in thought, Shen Yan had already completed a stack of papers. Not one to be overly sentimental, she welcomed Shen Yan's assistance, particularly given his evident skill in the subject. After approximately half an hour, Shen Yan finished grading her papers as well. With the task nearly complete, he inquired, "What are your plans for the afternoon? Is that it?" Zhuang Xian stared at Shen Yan in disbelief. In comparison, her own pace seemed like a bicycle trying to catch a rocket, while he had already soared into outer space. She had only just managed a few pedaling motions. Zhuang Xian found herself questioning her own abilities. "I plan to request more papers to accumulate experience and practice my speed," she replied. The task of grading papers is both time-consuming and laborious, yet it undeniably serves to hone a teacher's skills. Shen Yan gazed at Zhuang Xian as if she were a fool, pondering the extent of her affliction. Why seek out trouble when there was none? "I shall head to the library," he declared, rising to dust off his sleeves. With ample time at hand, he could easily spend an entire day at the municipal library. Outside, a gentle drizzle began to fall, yet this did nothing to dampen Shen Yan's spirits. He hailed a taxi, making his way directly to the library. The municipal library dwarfed the school library, boasting 3 expansive floors. The first floor was dedicated to social sciences, the second to reference materials and literature, while the third housed magazines, newspapers, and novels. During this period, Shen Yan would often sneak out during lunch breaks to indulge in reading. Having already devoured all the books on the first floor and a portion of those on the second, he resolved to shift his mood today by exploring the novels on the third floor. The selection of novels at the municipal library differed significantly from those at school, where romance predominated. Here, the focus was on fantasy and martial arts. Currently in Shen Yan's hands was a fantasy novel, and with each page he turned, his eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart fluttering with an indescribable thrill. The authors of this world possessed remarkable talents, weaving intricate and captivating plots. "Goodness, it can be this way," Shen Yan exclaimed in astonishment. The protagonists were increasingly flamboyant, their eloquent dialogues opening a portal to a new realm for him. Phrases such as 30 years in Hunan, 30 years in Hebei, "Do not underestimate the impoverished, and at the end of the celestial path, who shall be the pinnacle?" resonated profoundly. Even more striking was the line, "How dare you dine in my presence? You have chosen the path to your demise." Such formidable words left Shen Yan reflecting on his years of cultivation, feeling as if he had squandered his efforts. What was the point of fighting without a touch of flair? He resolved to jot down these remarkable expressions. So he made a special trip to the nearby convenience store to purchase a pen and notebook, documenting these powerful phrases as a gesture of respect. Such gems of knowledge would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Meanwhile, at Anhai No. 1 High School, the grading work was progressing under considerable pressure. "Mr. Zheng, all these sealed bags have been marked. They have already been opened," remarked a young male teacher, lifting a stack of bags from the floor. Zheng Wensheng furrowed his brow. "Whose names have been marked?" The male teacher replied, "It is that teacher named Shen Yan. He has already graded these." Zheng Wensheng was taken aback, realizing that Shen Yan had departed unbeknownst to him. In a panic, he hastily picked up several stacks of papers to inspect them. Shen Yan was known for his audacity, unafraid to confront school leaders. However, in matters such as these, he could not afford to act recklessly. If the papers were hastily graded or altered, it would constitute a significant teaching mishap, especially since this involved 8 schools. Quickly, set aside your current tasks and thoroughly inspect all the bags on the floor, Zheng Wensheng urged, anxious that if Shen Yan had merely glanced at them, it would be acceptable, yet if he had marked them in red ink, it would be irreparable. Red ink leaves a mark, and rescoring would taint the papers, potentially causing unforeseen complications when returned to the other schools. Teacher Zheng, all these papers have been graded, and the scores have been assigned. Zheng Wensheng felt as though struck by lightning, nearly collapsing. It was over. A true teaching fiasco had occurred. The principal and the leaders from the Education Bureau were already scrutinizing the joint examination among the 8 schools, and now, with such an incident occurring under his leadership of the mathematics team, as the head of the mathematics research group, he could hardly escape responsibility. This Shen Yan truly had the audacity. He must have deliberately graded carelessly out of spite for the academic director who had assigned him this task. Teacher Zheng, I believe there are no issues with my paper. All the major errors have been circled, one teacher remarked, reviewing the paper in hand and cross-referencing Shen Yan's grading. Zheng Wensheng seemed to glimpse hope in the darkness and hurried over to snatch the paper for inspection. This one is fine, this one too, and this one. All are without issues. After checking several papers, he astonishingly found no errors in the grading. Even several mistakes that he himself could easily overlook had been circled. Hurry, you all, open up those stacks on the floor, draw a few papers from each pile to check for any scoring discrepancies. Zheng Wensheng directed the others to thoroughly examine all the papers graded by Shen Yan. Half an hour later, I have no issues here. Neither do I. All of mine are fine as well. As Zheng Wensheng listened to the reports from the 3 teachers, he set down the paper he had been examining, confirming that those he checked were also flawless. The 4 of them collectively gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom how Shen Yan had accomplished this. They had spent nearly an entire morning only just finishing a single stack. Yet Shen Yan had managed to complete not only his 3 papers, but also the numerous stacks on the floor in that brief span. You slowly moved through the various grading rooms, assessing the progress of each group. The humanities subjects were evidently lagging behind the sciences, but overall, the pace of both disciplines was below expectations. At this rate, even with an additional day, they would not meet the deadline. It was imperative to inform the grading teachers to work overtime tonight and expedite the process. Yu Shili contemplated how to deliver this notice without inciting too much backlash and entered Zheng Wensheng's grading room. She found the 4 members of the mathematics team standing idly, holding several papers without marking them. With such a tight schedule, how can you afford to dawdle? Yu Shili's ire ignited. And where is the 5th person? She quickly realized that there were only 4 individuals in the room. According to her arrangement, there should have been 5. Shen Yan was missing. Where has Shen Yan gone? Off to slack off again, Yu Shili demanded, her expression stern. Little Shen must have stepped out, but he is already. Zheng Wensheng began to explain. But upon hearing that Shen Yan had actually left, Yu Shili's anger flared even more, and she erupted. What is wrong with this Shen Yan? He shows no regard for protocol, leaving as he pleases. He lacks any sense of the bigger picture, while the other teachers are working overtime. He sneaks out without a word, not even providing a report. Does he think he can act as he wishes in this school? Or does he still believe he is the esteemed son-in-law of the Xiao family? What an insufferable fool. No, Xiao Shen interjected. As Zheng Wensheng attempted to defend Shen Yan, only to be interrupted by Yu Xioli. It's not a matter of no. As the head of the research group, you should have intervened when someone left. If issues arise with the progress later, your group will be held accountable. Chapter 48. A Call from the Xia Family. Zheng Wensheng fell silent, the director of education bombarding him with words, leaving no opportunity for a response. Shen Yan was pleasantly engrossed in his reading when suddenly his phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a strange male voice greeted him. Hello, Mr. Shen. I am He Liang, the agent of Xia Zmo, the white moonlight who accompanied Xiao Ran at the wedding. What can I do for you? Shen Yan was perplexed. Well, Mr. Xiao wishes to discuss matters concerning the Xiao family with you. He Liang's tone was gentle yet devoid of emotion, merely a perfunctory formality. Discussing the Xiao family? Why doesn't he speak to me directly? Shen Yan found it odd. He Liang smiled, wishing to convey that someone like Shen Yan was unworthy of a conversation with the illustrious young Master Xia. In truth, Xia Zmo had never regarded Shen Yan with any significance. He recognized Shen Yan merely as a pawn of old Master Xiao. a peace meant to prevent Xiao Ran from falling into the Xia family's grasp. Had it not been for Xiao Ran's fiancé status, Xia Zmo would never have interacted with someone of Shen Yan's standing, nor would Shen Yan have ever been afforded the opportunity for a calm conversation with his agent. However, fate had its own designs. He Liang politely concocted an excuse for Xia Zmo. Mr. Xia is quite busy with work and has been unable to find the time, which is why it has taken so long for me to reach out to you. It was true that Mr. Xia was occupied, but it was hardly the case that he lacked time for a simple phone call. The delay had been substantial, but it was not solely due to work commitments. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that the boss had been infuriated by the press coverage of Shen Yan during the engagement ceremony, where Shen Yan's ability to distort the truth had left him furious, which accounted for the prolonged silence. Shen Yan was aware that the other party was fabricating excuses, yet he refrained from exposing the ruse. He was curious about what would be revealed. So, what exactly do you wish to discuss? I presume you are aware of the relationship between Mr. Xia and Miss Xiao. I am not aware. Perhaps you could enlighten me. Shen Yan genuinely lacked clarity, as many of his memories were inherited from the original owner, whose strong subjective consciousness often led to misinterpretations. He Liang was momentarily taken aback, feeling that Shen Yan was engaging in self-deception, but his professional demeanor compelled him to respond calmly. Very well, let me elucidate. Mr. Xia and Miss Xiao have been childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. Were it not for old Master Zhao's biases against the Xia family, they would have long since become a legendary couple. As for you, Mr. Shen, if I may speak candidly, you are merely a pawn utilized by old Master Xiao to shield him from scrutiny. Should you cease to be of use one day, I believe the Xiao family would readily discard you. Furthermore, while the Xiao and Xia families currently appear to be at odds, the financial situation at the Xiao family is dire. Your future father-in-law, Xiao Jianming, has been seeking external assistance, and the Xia family undoubtedly represents the most advantageous support. Should the Xiao and Xia families reconcile one day, your position, Mr. Shen, would be exceedingly precarious. So what does that imply? Shen Yan inquired. At this juncture, gracefully withdrawing and proactively dissolving the engagement with the Xiao family may not be an unfavorable outcome for young Master Shen. Do you have anything else to convey to me? Shen Yan felt that the other party had rambled on for quite some time without addressing the crux of the matter. He wondered if He Liang had not been sufficiently clear. He had almost gone so far as to proclaim that Xia Zmo and Xiao Ran were a match made in heaven, with only an anomaly like you opposing it. Could the other party truly be so obtuse? From what you've said, the Xia family should be quite affluent, correct? Young Master Xia is indeed a remarkable figure, and I imagine he is quite magnanimous as well. Am I right? Shen Yan gently prompted. Indeed. Young Master Xia is an impressive individual and a rising star in the entertainment industry. It is merely a matter of time before he claims the title of a superstar. His media company is performing exceptionally well and is poised for public listing within the next couple of years. He and Miss Xiao Ran are a pair destined for each other. Seizing the opportunity to flatter his boss, He Liang also took the chance to extol Xia Zmo's virtues. Shen Yan clicked his tongue in frustration, wondering why the other party could not comprehend straightforward speech. Who wants to hear you extolling your foolish boss? What a lunatic! Shen Yan cursed under his breath, preparing to hang up the call. If Mr. Shen could take the initiative to withdraw from the engagement with the Xiao family, the Xia family would be willing to present a token of sincerity that would surely meet Mr. Shen's expectations. Just as Shen Yan was about to disconnect the call, He Liang continued. Here it comes, the most exhilarating scene of money being thrown about. Although the protagonist is not the mother-in-law, it is of little consequence. In such a moment, one ought to vociferously declare to remove your filthy money, as it insults the bond between Xiao Ran and myself. However, Shen Yan decided to wait a moment longer. Just how much sincerity could this entail? 1 million? Gasp. The Xia family's young master is indeed formidable. Shen Yan pulled out his phone to check his balance. Having hastily spent on barbecuing these past few days, he had barely managed to earn a mere 100,000. Meanwhile, the other party casually mentioned a sum of 1 million. I had intended to rebuke loudly, but their offer was simply too generous. I wonder how Mr. Shen feels about this. In reality, Xia Zmo was offering 3 million. He Liang planned to test the waters with 1 million first. Very well, will it be cash or a bank transfer? Fearing the other party might retract their offer, Shen Yan hurriedly agreed. He Liang was taken aback. Was it truly this smooth? Hadn't it been said that Shen Yan was an ardent admirer of Miss Xiao? Deeply infatuated? How could 1 million suffice to send him off? Do you genuinely consent? Overwhelmed by the unexpected ease of the transaction, Liang began to suspect a trick. Shen Yan, too, pondered whether he had been too unreserved. Such matters typically required some measure of reluctance and negotiation. Thus, he tentatively inquired, should I perhaps feign some reluctance? This left Liang flummoxed, and he quickly responded, Mr. Shen's ability to cut losses promptly is indeed commendable. On behalf of Miss Xiao and my employer, I extend our gratitude for your generosity. Then, it would be troublesome for Mr. Shen to promptly approach old Master Xiao to dissolve the engagement so that I may properly report back to my employer. Have you forgotten something? Forgotten what? Liang was bewildered, believing everything had been settled. The money. Are you transferring it or providing cash? The persistent deviation from the main point left Shen Yan quite displeased. Oh, my oversight. Kindly send your bank account number to this phone number, and I will arrange for the transfer immediately. Liang, while expressing his apologies verbally, secretly blamed Shen Yan for being overly impatient, finding his eagerness rather distasteful, as the entire phone conversation revolved around monetary matters. Nevertheless, he could only transfer a deposit of 100,000 for the time being, assuring that the remaining 900,000 would be arranged upon successful completion of the deal. Wealthy individuals tend to be meticulous in their dealings. After ending the call, Shen Yan promptly sent over his bank account details, and the other party exhibited remarkable efficiency, transferring the 100,000 into his account in less than 5 minutes. Shen Yan was in high spirits. Earning 100,000 from a single phone call felt far more rewarding than selling barbecues. Chapter 49. Purchasing medicinal herbs with funds at his disposal. Shen Yan resolved to prioritize the acquisition of medicinal herbs. Besides the sleep-inducing herbs for Elder Zhuang, he also aimed to concoct some elixirs to enhance his own capabilities, or perhaps some intriguing potions from the realm of cultivation. After borrowing several books from the library, he disregarded the ongoing rain and hailed a taxi to the ancient street adjacent to the first high school. He returned to the same herbal shop as before. Although the proprietor had a rather brusque demeanor, the prices were reasonable, and the variety of herbs available was quite comprehensive. Since he could not afford the more precious herbs at present, he opted against visiting the provincial herbal specialty store. Nonetheless, the everyday medicinal needs were sufficiently met. And with his expertise in pharmacology, Shen Yan could substitute expensive herbs with more affordable alternatives, provided the medicinal properties remained unchanged. Any minor reduction in efficacy was inconsequential. As he stepped into the herbal shop, the owner immediately recognized him. Isn't this the same brat who asked a myriad of questions last time without making a purchase? What brings you here again? The shop owner, clearly irked, remarked, last time, you inquired endlessly without buying anything. Are you attempting the same trick again? Let me assure you, I won't fall for it. Upon receiving a notification of 4,000 yuan, Shen Yan commanded, wrap up that 30-year-old wild ginseng, not the 10-year cultivated one. Now that Shen Yan had become significantly wealthier, his words carried a newfound confidence, and the mention of 30-year-old wild ginseng emanated a commanding aura. The shop owner, upon witnessing the tangible transaction of 4,000 yuan, underwent a swift transformation, from an irritable merchant to an obsequious shopkeeper. Esteemed guest, please step inside, he welcomed. Shen Yan wasted no time and presented a comprehensive list to the proprietor. This time, the list was longer and more detailed than before, including not only the calming incense herbs for Elder Zhuang, but also several items he intended for himself. Although Shen Yan had little interest in the path of cultivation in his previous life, he had a particular fascination with alchemy, as he often managed to create peculiar concoctions. In this life, however, the absence of spiritual energy rendered the creation of elixirs impossible, as they could not be infused with spiritual energy or refined with spiritual flames. Thus, the notion of crafting cultivation elixirs was futile. Even if he could somehow produce gathering energy or foundational elixirs, the essence of cultivation remained the absorption of spiritual energy, which was unattainable in a world devoid of such energy. Nevertheless, alchemy was not entirely without merit, at the very least. Shen Yan was aware of several formulas for potions that could be successfully concocted without the need for spiritual energy or flames, although these were not conducive to enhancing one's cultivation. The shopkeeper, eyeing the nearly 1-meter-long list, was already elated at the prospect. However, this time he was astute. After calculating the total, he insisted on payment before preparing the package. The total amounted to 189,300, but he offered a discount of 500, bringing it to 188,800. for good fortune. The pharmacy owner rubbed his hands together, eagerly anticipating the transaction. Is it really that expensive? Shen Yan thought to himself, already aware that such a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs would not come cheaply, but he was still taken aback when the price was revealed. This single purchase drained all the earnings he had accumulated over the past few weeks. For the first time, he felt the fleeting nature of money in this world. After settling the payment, Shen Yan received 2 large bags filled with herbs. The owner, pleased with the hefty sale, regarded Shen Yan with newfound admiration. With such a large order of traditional Chinese medicine, do you intend to use it personally or for wholesale? Personal use, Shen Yan replied. If he were to speak candidly, these herbs would not last long. The art of alchemy was indeed a costly pursuit. It seemed the owner was also an enthusiast of traditional medicine. Upon hearing personal use, the owner could only surmise that Shen Yan came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners or was a practitioner himself. I have a box of silver needles here, which are of little value. Consider it a gift. Should you require more herbs in the future, I hope you will support my business, said the pharmacy owner, skillfully handing him a wooden box containing silver needles. Shen Yan opened it to find that the quality was commendable, although not pure silver. They were made of a type of alloy, likely worth 500 to 600 on the market. In his previous life, Shen Yan had little knowledge of traditional medicine. Most cultivators were similarly uninformed, as those who practiced cultivation, once reaching the 5th or 6th level of qi refining, rarely fell ill. Without demand, there was little market for medical knowledge in the realm of cultivation, leading to few individuals specializing in the field. After arriving in this world, Shen Yan had read numerous medical texts, and with his extraordinary capacity for comprehension, he had long since integrated the knowledge, though he had yet to find the opportunity to practice. As he returned to school, night had fully descended, and the rain intensified. Zheng Wencheng and a few others were surprisingly still grading papers. Like Zhao Xian, they had sought additional sealed bags of papers from other groups, despite Shen Yan having already exceeded their expectations. Upon seeing Shen Yan, Zheng Wencheng expressed his delight and inquired how he had managed to grade so many papers in such a short time without any errors. However, his expression soon shifted to concern as he recounted his earlier encounter with Yu Xiuli, who had not seen Shen Yan during her inspection and had attempted to contact him multiple times, only to receive a busy signal, leading her to confront the principal out of frustration. Calculating the timing of the calls, Shen Yan realized he had likely been engaged in pleasant conversation with Liang Heyou at that moment. Nevertheless, he did not intend to return the calls. After all, whether or not he called back, the director would always find a reason to critique him. It would be better to let her borrow the book he had taken from the library to help ease her emotions. Old Zheng, I believe my grading for today is sufficient. If there is nothing pressing tomorrow, I want to be coming in. Although grading was not troublesome, Shen Yan was determined to avoid working on his days off. Not a problem. Your workload today has already equated to the efforts of 5 or 6 teachers over 2 days. Zheng Wencheng was quite agreeable. Shen Yan had resolved a significant dilemma for their mathematics group, so it was only natural for him to oblige. Departing from the mathematics classroom in search of Zhuang Xian, she, like several other mathematics teachers, was still engrossed in grading papers. Truly, a diligent and commendable educator, Shen Yan silently enhanced Zhuang Xian's image in his mind. Upon returning, Shen Yan, hauling 2 large bags filled with medicinal herbs, called out. Zhuang Xian looked up and replied, mentioning she needed to inform the head of the Chinese department. The head of the Chinese department was a woman in her 40s with short hair. Zhuang Xian bid her farewell, and she smiled in agreement. Even rising to see Zhuang Xian off, Zhuang Xian was well-liked among her peers. Her diligent and selfless nature endeared her to the seniors, especially since Shen Yan had assisted her in grading those papers, which bore her name when anonymized. As the pink Volkswagen Beetle exited the school grounds, the rain had transformed into a torrential downpour. Despite the car's headlights illuminating the road, visibility remained exceedingly poor, and even with the windows tightly shut, the pitter-patter of rain was audible. Fortunately, Taoyuan Yaju was situated in the suburbs. After leaving the city, the road conditions were smooth, and only a few other vehicles could be seen. Otherwise, given the intensity of the rain, the traffic in the city would likely be severely congested for an indefinite period. Chapter 50. Rainy night. Zhuang Xian glanced at the back seat, filled to the brim with 2 large bags of herbs, and couldn't help but inquire. Why did Teacher Shen purchase such medicinal materials? To prepare some soothing incense for my grandfather, aiding him in achieving a more restful sleep at night, Shen Yan responded. Zhuang Xian felt a swell of gratitude. She was touched that Shen Yan remembered her grandfather's insomnia. Regardless of the incense's efficacy, the thoughtfulness behind it was deeply appreciated. Did Teacher Shen spend the afternoon reading in the library? Zhuang Xian recalled that Shen Yan had mentioned his intention to visit the library after helping her with the papers, and she was aware of his fondness for reading. Indeed, speaking of which, I encountered some fortunate news. The thought of the 100,000 yuan that He Liang had transferred to him filled Shen Yan with joy. Zhuang Xian listened attentively. Do you know Xia Zimo? The one online who is associated with my fiancée, Xiao Ran, as a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. Though Zhuang Xian was not particularly invested in the entertainment industry, she was familiar with Xia Zimo. His marketing presence was ubiquitous online, making it nearly impossible to avoid. However, she refrained from commenting, as she had seen reports suggesting that Shen Yan's fiancé had fled during the engagement ceremony with her childhood sweetheart. She feared that mentioning Xia Zimo's name might cause Shen Yan distress. Perhaps he was secretly heartbroken beneath his facade of indifference. Shen Yan continued. This Xia Zimo had his agent offer me 1 million yuan, requesting that I withdraw my engagement with the Shao family, although they have only provided 10,000 thus far. Zhuang Xian gasped in surprise, taken aback by Xia Zimo's audacity. Not only had he snatched Shen Yan's fiancée at the engagement banquet, but he also sought to insult him in such a manner. Surely, Teacher Shen did not agree to this. Shen Yan appeared perplexed. Why would I refuse? That is 100,000 yuan, equivalent to an entire year's salary for a teacher. Zhuang Xian emitted a gentle sound of surprise. Upon hearing Shen Yan's response, she was astonished, her heart fluttering with an unbidden excitement. Could it be that Teacher Shen does not actually harbor feelings for Xiao Ran, and has merely acquiesced to Xia Zimo's request as a convenient means to dissolve the engagement with the Shao family? When does Teacher Shen intend to formally withdraw from this engagement? Zhuang Xian inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. Withdraw from the engagement? But why would one do such a thing? Did not Teacher Shen receive a substantial sum of 100,000? Money is one matter, while the fulfillment of obligations is another. These are two separate issues. The Shao family is a formidable force in Anhai City, boasting a multitude of luxury vehicles and villas. How could a mere 1 million affect my genuine affection for Xiao Ran? Zhuang Xian found herself once again astounded by the man's perspective. Her upbringing had instilled in her the importance of honesty and integrity. Even her grandfather, a man who navigated the gray areas of morality, placed immense value on credibility. He often reminded her, better to lose a fortune than to break a promise. Yet, these principles seemed entirely absent in the man before her. Nonetheless, this very quality was oddly characteristic of Teacher Shen, prompting Zhuang Xian to chuckle softly. What are you laughing at? Nothing. I merely find this very much in line with Teacher Shen's character. The rain continued to intensify, enveloping the world in a curtain of downpour. The visibility under the headlights diminished to less than 2 meters, compelling Zhuang Xian to drive at a more cautious pace. Concerned for her safety amidst the torrential rain, Zhuang he called her. Grandfather, there's no need to worry. Both Teacher Shen and I are in the car. The suburban roads are deserted and with fewer vehicles. Driving slowly ensures my safety. That's good to hear. Take your time, drive slowly. I will have Uncle Yun come to pick you up. Zhuang he wished to send someone to escort her, as an unsettling feeling had been nagging at him all day. There's no need for that. Uncle Yun's presence would be unnecessary. I will be home in half an hour. Zhuang Xian declined, not wanting to trouble Uncle Yun. In that case, drive cautiously, and call me if anything arises. Zhuang he understood his granddaughter's temperament. Sending someone over might genuinely upset her. All right, I shall focus on driving now. Grandfather, please don't worry. Just after hanging up, the Beetle car experienced a slight jolt, accompanied by a sound of impact, and she could faintly hear a cry for help. Zhuang Xian hurriedly halted the vehicle. Did we just hit something? She was uncertain, as the rain drowned out many sounds, but she thought she heard a person's cry. Surely not, Shen Yan replied dismissively. I'll go take a look. Teacher Shen, please wait for me in the car. Zhuang Xian grabbed an umbrella from the passenger seat and rushed out to assess the situation. Shen Yan, with a sigh of resignation, retrieved another umbrella from the glove compartment and followed her. The deluge obscured the streetlights, casting a dim light that barely illuminated the contours of the road. Help me. My leg feels broken. I cannot move. With the car's headlights illuminating the scene, Zhuang Xian spotted a middle-aged man with a crew cut lying on the roadside, his face twisted in agony. Nearby, a gray umbrella lay discarded, and, overwhelmed by pain, He paid no heed to the rain that drenched him. Clutching his right knee in a desperate crouch. "What happened to you?" Zhuangxian rushed to his side, crouching down to provide shelter from the rain with her umbrella while examining his injuries. "I was struck by your vehicle, and now my right foot is completely immobile. Please take me to the hospital." The man's face contorted in agony, his forehead glistening with an indistinguishable mix of sweat and rain. Could this be a case of staged injury? Such incidents have been frequently reported lately. Shen Yan alighted from the car. "I am not staging anything. I was genuinely hit." The man insisted, as if desperate to validate his claim, rolling up his pant leg to reveal his knee. The night was shrouded in mist, and the torrential rain made it difficult for Zhuangxian to discern the extent of the man's injury. However, his expression seemed sincere, and the sound of impact from the car further convinced her of the situation's authenticity. "Teacher Shun, please help me lift this gentleman into the back seat. I must take him to the hospital," Zhuangxian urged, her concern evident as she realized she had struck someone. Upon hearing that he would be taken to the hospital, a barely perceptible smile flickered at the corners of the man's mouth. Shen Yan surveyed the surroundings and approached Zhuangxian. "I noticed there are no cameras here, and it seems deserted. Let South just drive away," he suggested with a hint of amusement. The man instantly became alarmed at the prospect of their escape. He gazed incredulously at Shen Yan, who was holding an umbrella not far away. Damn it, to encounter such shamelessness. They planned to flee after hitting someone. Even more unscrupulous than my own group. If that were to happen, their plan would be thwarted. He began to wail in a bid to elicit sympathy from Zhuangxian. "Please don't leave me behind. It's pouring rain, and it's night. I would perish here alone. Teacher Shen, please stop joking. Let us assist him into the car and expedite his trip to the hospital," Zhuangxian insisted, knowing that although Shen Yan often thought differently than most, he was not one to abandon a person in need. Moreover, since she was responsible for the accident, she felt compelled to see it through. Even if the man later attempted to extort her, she had to remain true to her conscience. "Yes, I implore you to take me to the hospital. I assure you. I will not extort you," the man pleaded once more, attempting to allay Shen Yan's concerns. "Very well," Shen Yan acquiesced, stepping forward to assess the man's injuries. "How serious?" Shen Yan crouched down, examining him closely, and gasped. "If this injury is not treated immediately, there is a risk of amputation." "Is it truly that dire?" Zhuangxian panicked, unable to see the man's injuries clearly, but trusting Shen Yan's judgment. "Let us quickly lift him into the car and head to the emergency room." Chapter 51. The gynecological virtuoso, the divine healer. The man was equally startled. He was well aware of his own condition. How could the man before him exaggerate to such an extent, claiming that without immediate medical attention, amputation was imminent? He bore not even a scratch on his foot. Nevertheless, he seized the opportunity to play along. "Then hurry and take me to the hospital, otherwise I will lose my leg." In an apparent effort to substantiate his injury, the man struggled to rise but failed repeatedly. "Do not move just yet. We will assist you into the car. Any sudden movement may exacerbate your injuries," Zhuangxian cautioned as she prepared to help him. Shen Yan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Zhuangxian. "I have already stated that your grievous injuries require immediate attention, otherwise you risk amputation. What are you planning to do?" The man paused, observing Shen Yan extracting a box from the vehicle. "Today, fortune favors you, for you have encountered a skilled physician." Shen Yan retrieved a slender silver needle from the box, but shook his head. "This won't suffice. It is too thin and pliable." He then placed the delicate needle back into the wooden box and selected the thickest and longest needles instead. The stoutest among them, known as the giant needle, boasted a needle tip of 2 millimeters, typically employed for treating acute conditions such as multiple nerve root inflammation and sciatica. Coincidentally, the box gifted by the pharmacy owner contained just such needles. "My family has practiced medicine for generations, and I have further elevated our ancestral healing traditions, becoming a renowned gynecologist and a savior in the realm of medicine." Shen Yan grasped all the silver needles in one hand and reached to remove the man's shoes with the other. Zhuangxian's small head was filled with questions. Wasn't Teacher Shun raised in an orphanage? How did he become part of a medical lineage? "What are you planning to do?" "Don't come any closer," the man stammered, glancing nervously at the needles, which were scarcely thicker than chopsticks, drenched in cold sweat as he instinctively scooted backward. "Please, just take me to the hospital. I'm not that severely injured. I can endure. Do not shy away from medical treatment. You must trust in my skills." "Teacher Shun, do you truly possess medical expertise?" Zhuangxian couldn't help but ask, her fear mounting at the sight of the thick needles. "I assure you, I can handle it. As the silver needles drew nearer, the man felt cornered and was about to lash out. However, he was met with an overwhelming force pressing down upon his shoulder, rendering him immobile. With a reassuring smile, Shen Yan placed a hand on his shoulder. Relax, relax. The needles are substantial. It may sting a bit, but you must endure. Before the man could react, the 4 robust silver needles, gripped firmly in Shen Yan's hand, swiftly pierced the soles of his feet. Ah! The man's piercing scream echoed through the stormy night, adding an eerie ambience to the torrential downpour. As the needles were withdrawn, droplets of blood seeped from their tips, while the man cradled his punctured right foot, hopping on one knee in a somewhat comical manner. There's blood. Xian averted her gaze from the brutal scene unfolding before her. At that moment, blood flowed profusely from the man's foot, mingling with the rainwater pooling on the ground. Fear not, this is merely stagnant blood. Releasing it facilitates smooth circulation. See, he can stand again, Shen Yan declared confidently. Yet, Xian instinctively sensed that the amount of blood lost seemed excessive. Nevertheless, the man, despite his evident pain, appeared much more lively than just moments ago when he seemed on the brink of death. Stagnant blood, letting some out is beneficial, Shen Yan continued, attempting to grasp the man's hopping foot. Your condition is quite severe. It would be wise to administer several more needles to avoid delaying treatment. The man, already balancing on one foot, lost his equilibrium when Shen Yan gently seized his hopping foot and tumbled into the puddle. He had just collapsed when the silver needles arrived, aimed directly at the bleeding sole of his right foot. In the man's eyes, only the approaching silver needles remained. No, 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 please, no. A heart-wrenching scream escaped his lips, though it lacked the vigor of his previous cries. After 2 rounds of acupuncture, the man's lips had turned pale, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. If the perspiration before had been akin to rainwater, this time it was genuine, devoid of pretense. Are you all right? Xian inquired. The man weakly shifted his gaze to her, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, I beg you, do not let your friend continue with the needles. I cannot endure any longer. Please, just take me to the hospital. Good medicine is often bitter to the taste, and while the needles may hurt, they are beneficial for healing. Look, after just 1 needle, you were able to stand. Endure a little longer, and you shall soon recover. But after 2 rounds, I feel as though I might perish, the man internally lamented. Upon hearing Shen Yan insist that he endure further, contemplating a 3rd needle, he could no longer bear the intense pain in his right foot. His mind was consumed with the urge to flee. In a swift motion, he attempted to crawl off the road. I do not want this. I cannot endure another needle. Please, have mercy. Shen Yan, with a steadfast resolve to save him, did not allow him to escape but instead dragged him back to administer the 3rd needle. This time, the man did not scream. He had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. Essentially, this has cured him. All he needs now is a good night's rest, and come morning, he shall be lively and well. Is he truly healed? Why is there so much blood on his foot? Xian's eyes widened as she belatedly realized the man seemed to be in a worse state than before treatment. He is bandaged, Shen Yan replied, pulling Xian towards the car. Are we not taking him to the hospital? Xian questioned as Shen Yan guided her into the vehicle and seated her in the driver's seat. Returning to the passenger seat, Shen Yan fastened his seatbelt and instructed, drive. Xian glanced back at the man lying unconscious in the rain, confused as to why Shen Yan would abandon him on the road. Just drive. I will explain shortly. Trusting Shen Yan, Xian turned on the ignition, sensing an air of peculiarity, yet unable to articulate what felt amiss. I have inspected the impact points in the car. The indentations are substantial, not marks one would expect from a collision with a person. It appears to be the result of a stone striking the vehicle, and the other party is uninjured. Shen Yan's senses were remarkably acute. Others may struggle to discern the situation in such inclement weather, but he was not among them. Is that person attempting to scam us? Xian recalled Shen Yan's initial remarks. Yet, even if it were a scam, she believed the individual did not deserve such a fate. That seems unlikely. We are already outside the city. The remote location of Taoyuan Yazuzi has yet to be developed. The only individuals traveling in this direction are either guests seeking accommodation or construction vehicles. To find a solitary individual in such a desolate area, especially in these extreme weather conditions, suggests ulterior motives beyond mere scamming, Shen Yan reasoned coolly. If such a person is indeed scamming, it could only mean they have taken up scamming as a vocation, disregarding costs and benefits, simply to provide new breakthroughs in the world of deceit. Moreover, The position where the man collapsed was right in the center of the road. Only those with extraordinary skill and audacity would dare to stage an accident at such a location. Shortly after the pink beetle departed, the man lying on the ground gradually regained consciousness, struggling to retrieve his mobile phone and dial a number. Hello, I failed here. The car just passed Ching'an Avenue. You still have time to intercept. Also, please call an ambulance. I feel I might not make it. Chapter 52. Pursuit. The beetle raced along the road. As Shen Yan urged Zhuang Xian to accelerate, aware that their adversaries might still possess a backup plan. The vehicle surged to a speed of 140 km/h, but alas, visibility was severely compromised, nearly resulting in a rollover. Ultimately, they stabilized the speed at around 90 km/h, only slightly reducing it on the curves. This was the utmost limit Zhuang Xian could achieve under such weather conditions. Shen Yan surveyed the roadsides, discreetly extending his consciousness to grasp the surrounding situation. This marked the first instance since his arrival in this world that he employed his mental faculties. His current physique was too frail, and utilizing such powers drained his energy significantly. Hence, he had been striving to avoid this method. It appeared necessary to enhance his physical strength. Otherwise, certain techniques would be hindered far too evidently. Oncoming traffic, Shen Yan alerted. A black sedan was moving slowly in the opposite lane, yet Shen Yan sensed something amiss. The headlights of the black sedan blazed intensely, blinding Zhuang Xian's eyes even amidst the poor visibility of the rainy night. As the black car approached the pink beetle, it suddenly accelerated, barreling straight towards them. Shen Yan seized the steering wheel and sharply veered to the right, narrowly avoiding a collision with the black sedan, which shattered the rearview mirror on the left side of the beetle. Zhuang Xian, shaken to the core, realized that had it not been for Shen Yan's quick reflexes, they would have already collided with the black car. The black sedan, thwarted in its attempt, abruptly braked and turned around to pursue the beetle once more. Behind it, a Jinbei van and a Crown sedan overtook on either side, forcing the beetle into a tight spot. The two vehicles positioned themselves alongside the beetle, joined by the black sedan behind, forming a pincer movement as they slowly closed in on Zhuang Xian and Shen Yan. "For the accelerator and don't let up. I'll handle the rest," Shen Yan commanded, extending his consciousness to gauge their proximity before taking control of the steering wheel with one hand from the passenger seat. Zhuang Xian nodded, dismissing any thoughts of danger, and pressed the accelerator to the maximum as instructed. Just as the three vehicles were about to envelop the beetle, it suddenly accelerated, breaking free from their encirclement. Inside the Crown, one individual commanded via walkie-talkie, "Catch up, even if the vehicle is wrecked. As long as the person is still breathing, it's fine." For vehicles chased through the rainy night, the suburban roads were expansive and sweeping, alternating between endless straightaways and a series of curves. Upon seeing a curve, Zhuang Xian instinctively wanted to reduce speed. "Do not slow down. Keep the accelerator pressed. If you're frightened, you may close your eyes." Shen Yan casually maneuvered the steering wheel, finding this mode of transportation far more gentle and soothing than riding a sword. Each turn of the beetle was a sharp pivot, leaving deep tire tracks etched upon the road. The compact vehicle struggled to withstand such speed several times. Zhuang Xian felt as though the car might lift off the ground. It was only when the vehicle seemed on the verge of losing control that she heard Shen Yan instruct her to tap the brake. "Mr. Shen, do you possess a driver's license?" she inquired, surprised to learn that driving required such credentials. Shen Yan rummaged through his memories, astonished that in this world, operating a vehicle necessitated a license, unlike his previous life, where piloting a flying sword required no such formalities. Zhuang Xian was not intimidated by the swiftly receding scenery, but was taken aback by Shen Yan's remarks. His deft driving skills led her to mistakenly believe he was a seasoned driver with years of experience. The trio of pursuing cars watched helplessly as the beetle navigated the curves with alarming precision, nearly colliding with the roadside barriers, yet managing to slip past each time. Gradually, they found themselves distanced from the beetle, realizing that catching up had become increasingly unlikely. They dared not unleash their full power on the turns. Doing so could lead not only to failure in pursuit, but also to being thrown off course. As he gazed at the distant taillights of the beetle, the man at the wheel of the Crown car slammed on the brakes and struck the steering wheel in frustration. He quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number to report the situation. A grim voice on the other end responded, "Are you saying that 3 modified cars failed to catch up to a mere Volkswagen?" The man in the Crown hesitated before replying. The opposing vehicle was simply too fast. "We couldn't keep up." "Useless," came the disdainful retort. "Having escaped danger, Shen Yan did not instruct Xian to reduce her speed. They continued on to the resort's garage, where Yunfei awaited their return each day with punctuality. Upon noticing the alarming scratches on the left side of the beetle and the missing rear-view mirror, he was overcome by a sense of foreboding. He hurried to check on Xian's condition. "Uncle Yun, miss, what happened?" Yunfei inquired, his concern evident. Based on his experience, he suspected that the scratches indicated an accident. After Xian recounted the events of the evening, Yunfei's worry deepened. "I must report this to the old master immediately." Understanding the gravity of the situation, he promptly called Zhuanghe to inform him. Upon hearing about the night's occurrences, Zhuanghe instructed Yunfei to escort the two back to the villa. When Shen Yan and Xian arrived at the Zhuang family villa in Yunfei's car, they found Zhuanghe waiting at the entrance, leaning on his dragon-headed cane. Several servants held umbrellas over the old master and under the glow of the lights. Half of his face remained shrouded in shadow. Shen Yan could sense the formidable aura emanating from Zhuanghe, as if he were capable of taking a life at any moment. Upon seeing the trio return, the old master first checked to ensure his granddaughter was unharmed. Once he confirmed her safety, his demeanor softened slightly. After inquiring about the details of the incident and listening to Xian recount the events firsthand, he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Shen Yan. "Today, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, young friend Shen. Had it not been for your intervention, my dear Xian." The old master could not finish his sentence, for his beloved granddaughter was his utmost treasure. The thought of her encountering peril left him at a loss for words. Shen Yan remained unperturbed, finding little thrill in the events of the evening. To him, it was a trifling matter. After all, having stayed with them for so long, such occurrences were to be expected. Recognizing the necessity of formalities, he felt compelled to extend courtesy, especially since the Shao family had not been in touch for a while. His dream of marrying into a prestigious family was on the brink of collapse, and it was prudent to leave a backdoor for his path to nobility. Who knows, there might still be an opportunity to become Zhang Xian's stepfather in the future. Great favors need not be explicitly acknowledged. Zhang He did not indulge in excessive pleasantries. He would remember the favor in his heart rather than merely pay lip service. He instructed his servants to escort Zhang Xian and Shen Yan back to their quarters for rest while he, with a somber demeanor, took Yunfei to a private chamber. Having previously listened to Yunfei's report, he mentally replayed the events of the night, the roadblock, the pursuit by 3 vehicles, all pointing towards Zhang Xian, indicating that someone was targeting the Zhang family. "Yunfei, what is your perspective on this matter?" Zhang He inquired, settling into a chair, his cane striking the ground with a thud. "This incident is directed at the young miss," Yunfei replied. "I share your thoughts. Who do you suspect?" Zhang He pressed on. "In Anhai, we have no enemies. It seems the issue lies with the young master," Yunfei stated, cautious yet straightforward. As this concerned the Zhang family, Zhang He's expression darkened. He was well aware of the implications. He had brought his granddaughter from Liaoning to Anhai to escape past disputes and had long since washed his hands of them. Prior to their arrival in Anhai, all lingering grievances had been decisively severed. The fact that someone dared to target his granddaughter now led him to suspect that his associate in Liaoning had stirred up trouble once more. Chapter 53. Calling Father Danzhong, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. After a brief series of beeps, a deep, resonant voice answered. "Father." "Do not address me as father," Zhang He retorted brusquely. "What are you involved in over there?" "Nothing, father." The voice on the other end clearly showed no inclination to elaborate, responding with curt phrases. Zhang He had tempered his temper over the years, yet each conversation with this son-in-law ignited his ire. Raising his voice a notch, "I do not care what you are up to. Do not let your conflict spill over into Anhai. If my precious granddaughter is entangled in this, I will not spare you. There will be no such occurrences." The man's dismissive tone only fueled Zhang He's fury. "What do you mean by there will be no such occurrences?" "Today, Xiaoxian was schemed against on the road and nearly did not return. What assurance do you provide that such incidents will not recur? Tonight, book a plane ticket. I expect to see you and Zhang Wen before me tomorrow." "Understood, father." After hanging up, Zhang He's chest heaved violently as he cursed vehemently. What a scoundrel! How could Zhang Wen choose such a man? Is he blind, or have all the good men in the world perished? Yunfei, hesitant to interject, waited until the elder's emotions had somewhat calmed before offering comfort. The young master possesses exceptional abilities and is diligent. It is only natural that the young mistress would be drawn to him. Do I need him to be exceptional? If he could just remain unobtrusive and avoid causing trouble, that would suffice. Zhang He exclaimed, his agitation unabated. Diligent? I would prefer he were lazier, like Shen Yan. When mentioning Shen Yan, Yun Fei could not help but chuckle. This young master Shun possessed many admirable qualities, yet his laziness was undeniable, as he often shied away from the trouble of tasks. He had thought that the old master had not noticed, but it turned out he had long since been aware. Shen Yan unwrapped 2 large bundles of medicinal herbs and requested several jars from the servants of the estate, then borrowed the kitchen of the villa. The process of refining elixirs does not necessarily require a cauldron. Those of lesser quality can indeed be concocted using common pots and pans. Naturally, this method of alchemy was unique to Shen Yan. His innate talent for cultivation rendered him unnecessary to rely on elixirs to break through bottlenecks. Thus, he practiced alchemy purely as a hobby. In his leisure time, he would experiment with various unconventional methods, including the use of ordinary cookware for refining medicines. Should legitimate alchemists witness these techniques, they would undoubtedly criticize them, for the arts of talisman, instrument, and formation are considered sacred among cultivators, with a strong emphasis on orthodoxy. Shen Yan's approach would certainly be categorized as a mere trick or deviation, and if encountered by a pedantic fanatic of alchemy, he might even be branded as a heretic. Hence, he had previously only dared to practice in secret. Zhuangxian followed closely behind Shen Yan, initially believing he was about to prepare some delicacies. However, after observing for a while, she gradually realized that he seemed to be concocting medicine, albeit in a manner that appeared somewhat unconventional. Having witnessed the traditional process of brewing Chinese medicine, she knew that one typically controls the heat and sequentially stews the herbs to achieve the desired outcome. Yet, Shen Yan's current method was significantly more complex. He adjusted the gas stove's flame every few seconds and employed an excessive number of pots and utensils, rendering the procedure overwhelming. Despite this, every step taken by Shen Yan was methodical and calm, without an ounce of chaos. Zhuangxian refrained from interrupting Shen Yan. Although she did not comprehend his work, she quietly sat on a small stool, resting her chin on her hand, accompanying him in silence. Without the use of a cauldron, the steps became more cumbersome. Shen Yan expanded his consciousness, observing the transformation of the herbs within each vessel throughout the brewing process. He needed to extract various herbs from different containers at the opportune moment, while simultaneously mastering the subtle variations in heat for dozens of herbs. Were it not for the spacious kitchen and the abundance of tools at the villa, such methods might not have been feasible. After nearly 4 hours of diligent work, the first batch of simplified elixirs was finally produced, though the yield was rather disappointing. Zhuangxian watched as Shen Yan combined all the processed herbs and repeatedly sought Ed and fried them, leaving her bewildered as to whether he was cooking or brewing medicine. Ultimately, from a heap of medicinal residue, he extracted 2 round items. It was a success. Although the loss rate was somewhat high, it was not entirely in vain. Shen Yan pinched the 2 elixirs between his thumb and index finger, inspecting their quality under the light. He had expended nearly half of the herbs, yielding only 2 elixirs of mediocre quality. It seemed he would need to acquire a proper alchemical furnace in due time. What is this? Zhuangxian, nearly dozing off on her small chair, could not contain her curiosity as she saw Shen Yan finally finish his work. The elixir known as Dad Dan, when crushed into powder and inhaled, will lead the user to perceive you as their father within 2 days. The name was whimsically coined by Shen Yan, for such an unconventional concoction lacks a formal title. In the realm of cultivation, no alchemist would bother crafting such peculiar items. Their time is far too precious. With the hours spent on these oddities, one could instead produce several qi-gathering pills, yielding a handsome profit. Only Shen Yan would invest effort into such eccentric pursuits. When Zhuangxian heard of this astonishing effect, it seemed like a fantastical tale. Common sense dictated that such a medicine could not exist. This potion may not serve you well. Once you acquire wealth, I shall create a rejuvenating elixir for you, ensuring your youth remains eternal. Shen Yan remarked as he stowed the potion away. It was his first attempt at concocting Dad Dan using conventional kitchen tools, and he was uncertain of any potential side effects, deeming it unsuitable for gifting. Zhuangxian, though somewhat skeptical, chose to trust Shen Yan's word. Subsequently, Shen Yan prepared several incense sticks and herb pouches, a task that proved much simpler and was completed in approximately an hour. The incense was intended to aid Zhuang He's sleep, while the herbal pouches were for his own physical fortification. He entrusted the incense to Zhuangxian, instructing her to deliver it to the elder and advising, just light a small segment before bedtime. It will ensure your grandfather sleeps soundly and awakens refreshed. Should you have trouble sleeping, You may also light some. Even if you have no issues, lighting a segment in the evening can promote health and enhance beauty. Should you run out, seek me out for more. Zhuangxian carefully placed the incense in a box, determined to honor Shen Yan's thoughtful gesture, regardless of the outcome. With that done, Shen Yan eagerly retreated to his room to prepare for his herbal bath. The concept of washing tendons and marrow has long been held among practitioners. Such spiritual medicines do not pertain to spiritual energy, but rather fall within the realm of physical cultivation. In theory, they could be concocted in this world. However, the reality is that acquiring the necessary materials is exceedingly costly, and many precious herbs are unavailable in Anhai. With Shen Yan's current financial and energetic resources, he cannot procure all the required ingredients. Thus, he must settle for a simplified version, which, while it may not achieve the full effect of washing tendons and marrow, could still significantly enhance his physical constitution. Paired with appropriate exercise, this herbal pouch could yield remarkable results. As he reclined in the bathtub, sprinkling the prepared herbal pouch, Shen Yan found himself drifting into a comfortable slumber. Previously, he had harbored a strong aversion to physical cultivation, as it emphasizes the unity of body and mind. Nearly all formidable body cultivators are ascetics, a lifestyle Shen Yan could ill afford. He perceived physical cultivation as a form of self-torture, where practitioners derive pleasure from inflicting pain upon themselves. Concepts like thunder-forged bodies and blood-soaked training could easily inspire a horror film in this era. Consequently, he had resolutely refused to engage in physical cultivation, and after repeated pleas from the elders in his sect yielded no change, they eventually despaired. This decision rendered him a glass cannon within the cultivation community, boasting high offensive capability but low defense. Yet, circumstances have shifted. To thrive in this world devoid of spiritual energy, physical cultivation has become imperative. Very well. I shall commence my training tomorrow morning with a brisk run along the mountain path. Shen Yan motivated himself. Chapter 54. Incense. Zhuangxian gently knocked on her grandfather's door. The old gentleman was still engaged in conversation with Yunfei. Recently, Zhuanghe had been experiencing increasingly restless nights, and the therapeutic treatments had ceased to yield any benefits. He had decided to relieve the attending physician from making special visits. Yunfei would stay with the old man a little longer, aware that once Zhuanghe fell asleep, he would be plagued by pain, and remaining awake might provide him with a modicum of comfort. Zhuanghe's spirits were considerably low. His granddaughter's nighttime tribulations and his son-in-law's indifferent demeanor contributed to his discontent, overshadowing the pleasant mood he had previously enjoyed. As a tall and robust man standing at nearly 6 feet 3, Yunfei was not particularly adept at offering emotional support. Typically, he stood by the old man's side, responding only when prompted. Upon Zhuangxian's arrival, Yunfei fetched a chair for her and stepped outside, closing the door behind him to afford the grandfather and granddaughter some privacy. "Grandfather, are you feeling unwell?" Zhuangxian inquired. Zhuanghe had managed to suppress his discontent in her presence, yet she could still perceive it. "Is it about father?" she ventured, sensing the underlying tension. The relationship between her grandfather and father had always been strained, placing her in a difficult position. Zhuanghe hesitated to voice his thoughts, as he did not wish to speak ill of her father in front of her, knowing it would surely upset Zhuangxian. "Next week, let Yunshu take you to work. I have already spoken with him," he suggested. Fearing rejection from Zhuangxian, he added, "Your car has been damaged, and repairs will take time. Besides, you might not be comfortable driving another vehicle." Understanding her grandfather's concern for her well-being, Zhuangxian did not refuse, but merely asked, "What about Shen Yan?" "He will naturally accompany you," Zhuanghe replied. Leaning back in his chair to find a more comfortable position, he inquired, "Xiaoxian, what do you think of Shen Yan? He cooks wonderfully, is intelligent, humorous, and quite engaging. He has been immensely helpful to me," Zhuangxian responded without hesitation. Zhuanghe noted the positive remarks about Shen Yan from his granddaughter and, after a moment's reflection, asked, "Do you have feelings for him?" "There is a certain fondness," Zhuangxian candidly acknowledged. Shen Yan was different from other boys. He neither pursued her for her looks nor flattered her due to her family background. Although she often struggled to keep pace with his thoughts, being with him brought her genuine comfort. Moreover, whenever she was with Shen Yan, she was treated to exquisite culinary delights that felt almost otherworldly, leaving her in a state of bliss. The old man held a high regard for this young friend. "He restored my appetite, assisted the resort, and now he is helping you. If you truly like him, I would not oppose your feelings. I can speak to the Xiao family on your behalf. Rest assured, your grandfather is not an archaic man." With the contrast of Zhuang Xian's father, Zhuang he found himself adopting a more relaxed perspective. In his youth, he admired capable and assertive individuals, believing his daughter should marry someone who, while perhaps financially struggling, should never be a coward. Yet, the outcome was contrary. His daughter chose Zhuang Xian's father, Qi Yuanhao, a man whose capabilities, determination, and courage far exceeded his expectations. Yet it also meant that his own appetite for such qualities had evolved beyond what he had envisioned in his youth. If we speak of capability, Zhuang he firmly believes that Qi Yuanhao possesses the means to realize his ambitions. However, the world is replete with heroes, and the unfolding of events is seldom governed solely by ability. This is a lesson Zhuang he has gleaned from his years in the tumultuous realm of martial arts. Yet, there lingers an unsettling sense of unpredictability regarding this son-in-law. He fears that the grand vessel of the Zhuang family may either flourish under his stewardship or plunge inexorably into the abyss. Zhuang he acknowledges his own transformation, having grown timid and now yearning solely for stability. Nevertheless, what does it matter? As long as his daughter and granddaughter are well, is not a tranquil existence the ultimate pursuit? Grandfather's inquiry left Zhuang Xian pondering for quite some time before she earnestly replied, "No, teacher Shen has a fiancée, and he does not seem to harbor any aversion towards the Shao family. I find great joy in our friendship." Zhuang Xian spoke the truth. She cherished the moments spent with Shen Yan, yet she remained considerate of his feelings. Were there no betrothal, perhaps her thoughts would have wandered, but for now, friendship sufficed. Observing his granddaughter's demeanor, Zhuang he discerned no signs of distress. Thus he refrained from probing further, believing that many matters are best left to unfold naturally. "By the way, grandfather, this is a sleep-inducing incense made by Shen Yan. He said that lighting a small piece at night will ensure a restful slumber." Zhuang Xian retrieved a small segment from the box. The resort was well equipped, and a small bronze incense burner was readily available. Shen, the young friend, had shown thoughtfulness, and she resolved to express her gratitude when the opportunity arose. Shen Yan had previously mentioned procuring some incense for him, a promise Zhuang he had not taken to heart. Yet it seemed the young man had kept it close. However, the ailment of sleeplessness had become a part of him. Even doctors had declared it beyond remedy, attributing it to the myriad hidden injuries of his youth that had now manifested as part of the ailments of old age. He had tried numerous remedies in the past, consuming countless sleeping pills with negligible effect, and had since relinquished hope. He had grown accustomed to drifting into slumber amidst pain, only to wake after a fleeting hour or two. As Zhuang Xian lit the incense and placed it in the bronze burner, a delicate fragrance began to waft through the air. Unlike other incense, which may be overpowering or subtle, the incense gifted by Shen Yan bore little scent. Yet its essence was palpable. It was a delightful aroma that enveloped one in a soothing embrace. "I shall not disturb your rest any longer," Zhuang Xian said, bidding her grandfather good night as she stepped through the door. Zhuang he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was nearing 11 o'clock. Yet, this was not his customary hour for sleep. Typically, he would endure until the early hours of 2 or 3, only to succumb to a fleeting rest before being roused once more by the pain that plagued him. Yunfei opened the door slightly, inquiring whether the elder required company for a while longer. "You should retire early as well. There's no need to constantly think of accompanying me." "You are well aware of my condition," Zhuang he replied. "Grandfather, I assure you I am fine." Yunfei harbored deep concern for the elder's health. Had it not been for the delightful dishes prepared by Shen Yan during this period, the elder's previous state of eating and sleeping might have led to a serious decline in health. Zhuang he waved his hand dismissively. "Go on. Let me be in solitude for a while. Should you need anything, do call for me," Yunfei said, reluctantly departing. If only young Master Shen possessed a remedy for sleep as well, Yunfei sighed. Zhuang he continued to fixate on the clock. For reasons unknown, he felt less pain tonight. He stifled a yawn, unexpectedly succumbing to a hint of drowsiness. Chapter 55, Treatment for Insomnia. The following morning, Shen Yan was roused by the blaring of an alarm, set specifically to accompany his exercise regimen with the herbal supplement. The pre-installed ringtone on his phone was exuberantly loud, disrupting any semblance of restful slumber. Shen Yan groggily sat up, fighting to open his bleary eyes, and swiftly silenced the alarm before sinking back into bed. Rising early was a torment, especially in winter. Perhaps he would postpone his morning workout until tomorrow. After all, the herbal pouch was still available, and there was no rush. Shen Yan had long since cast aside the ambitious resolve to diligently cultivate his body and instead aspired to be a dashing gentleman who could sleep until well past noon. It wasn't until 10 in the morning that he finally awoke. His spirit was remarkably robust, and even without any cultivation, a few hours of lost sleep had little impact on him. He simply relished the act of sleeping, finding it immensely pleasurable. Sleep had become one of the significant meanings of his life since his reincarnation. Upon entering the hall, he found Zhuang Xian and Yun Fei already present. Aware of Shen Yan's penchant for late rising, the weekend breakfast was prepared by the villa's housekeeper, with Yun Fei occasionally bringing food from the dining department for the elder and Zhuang Xian. The housekeeper, referred to as Wu Ma by Zhuang Xian and her family, had prepared a breakfast for Shen Yan as well, a plate of fruit salad, a poached egg, a slice of toast, and a glass of milk. The Zhuang family's breakfast was not particularly extravagant, as the elder had previously suffered from poor appetite and could not consume much, a habit that Zhuang Xian had also adopted. Shen Yan settled into a seat and began to eat a piece of bread. The luxury of being served was truly delightful. It further solidified his aspiration to lead a life supported by a wife. Has grandfather gone for his morning exercise again? Zhuang Xian inquired, sipping her milk and addressing Wu Ma. The household chores in the Zhuang villa were quite manageable, and the staff were amiable, receiving generous wages. However, there was one issue. The elder had poor sleep quality and woke up very early each day. Therefore, Wu Ma had to prepare breakfast before the elder arose. But over time, she had grown accustomed to this routine. Today, I did not see grandfather for breakfast, nor did I notice him leaving, Wu Ma replied truthfully. Both Zhuang Xian and Yun Fei were taken aback, glancing at Wu Ma. The elder had always maintained a strict routine for meals, and his morning exercises had been unwavering for over a decade, regardless of the weather. The deviation from this pattern prompted immediate concern. Unaware of their anxiety, Shen Yan stuffed a poached egg into his mouth and remarked, "What are you worried about? It's likely just that grandfather is indulging in a bit of extra sleep today." The elder's sleep issues were not new. It was a miracle if he could sleep until 6 o'clock, let alone linger in bed. Shen Yan's words did little to alleviate their tension, and Yun Fei voiced the severity of Zhuang He's condition. He sprang up and hurried to knock on Zhuang He's door, with Zhuang Xian nervously trailing behind him. "Grandfather, are you awake?" Yun Fei grasped the doorknob, only to find it locked. "Grandfather, are you in there?" Zhuang Xian twisted the knob several times, but it would not budge. "Wu Ma, please fetch the spare key," Yun Fei instructed with a somewhat serious expression. Wu Ma, feeling the tension, responded affirmatively and hurried to retrieve the spare key. Shen Yan remained remarkably composed, continuing to enjoy his breakfast. He calculated the time, considering that his incense should ensure 8 hours of deep sleep, although individual variations in physique could lead to slight discrepancies. For someone like old Master Zhuang, who had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in over a decade, the duration might be even longer. What is all this noise? Can one not enjoy a peaceful slumber? Just as Wu Ma approached the door with the key, it swung open from within. Zhuang He, clad in pajamas and exhibiting a hint of morning irritability, complained, "Old master, are you all right?" Yun Fei stepped back 2 paces, scrutinizing the old man from head to toe. "What could be wrong with me? I finally managed to sleep well, and you woke me." Yun Fei scratched his head and quickly apologized. "Old Master Zhuang, I thought something had happened since you awoke so late." Zhuang Xian observed her grandfather's rosy complexion and curiously inquired, "Grandpa, did you sleep from last night until just now?" Zhuang He's appearance was not merely rosy, he radiated vitality. Typically, while he interacted with others, one could discern that his demeanor was sustained by sheer willpower, but today he seemed rejuvenated, exuding an unparalleled vigor. Even Yun Fei, usually oblivious, noticed that the old man's skin appeared significantly improved. "Indeed, after you left last night, I began to feel drowsy and slept soundly until just now. I haven't enjoyed such restful sleep in decades. Last night was truly exceptional, and my mood has brightened considerably." Zhuang He stretched his limbs, feeling an invigorating comfort that dispelled the burdens he had carried for so long, rejuvenating him by several years. "Really? That's wonderful," Yun Fei exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The old man treated him as a son, and the thought of his sleepless nights had always troubled him. There were times he could hear the old man groaning in pain after finally succumbing to slumber at the villa. "Old master, did you take any medication last night to achieve such a peaceful rest?" Yun Fei was genuinely concerned about the old man's health. Given the prolonged sleep disturbances, he felt compelled to uncover the cause of this sudden improvement in sleep quality, hoping to find a permanent remedy for the old man's ailments. No, I did not take any medication last night. I simply began to feel drowsy after chatting with Xiao Xian and fell into a deep slumber until now. Could it be that chatting with the young lady put you in a better mood, thus facilitating your good sleep? Yunfei proposed another hypothesis. Was your mood good last night? Zhuang He pondered, recalling that, despite his granddaughter's recent peril and Qi Yuanhao's indifferent demeanor, his spirits had been quite low. Typically, such emotional fluctuations would rouse him from sleep within half an hour due to pain. Could it be that Teacher Shen's incense had an effect? Zhuang Xian queried. Incense. Yunfei was unaware that Shen Yan had prepared incense for the old man the previous night, hence his confusion. Zhuang Xian nodded. It was the same incense Shen mentioned when he first arrived at the villa. Yesterday, he specifically bought 2 large bags of herbs to prepare this incense for Grandpa. Zhuang He also recalled that just before falling asleep last night, he had been enveloped by the fragrant aroma of incense, which made his body feel remarkably light, leading him gently into slumber. Indeed, it was true. Zhuang He became solemn. He had not paid much heed to Shen Yan's incense the previous night, but now he realized its profound effects. This was not a trivial matter for him. Only those who have endured sleepless nights can truly comprehend his suffering. Insomnia inflicted not only physical torment, but also mental anguish. Years of relentless torment had left him physically depleted. Now, with a glimmer of hope for healing, how could he not feel exhilarated? Even a mere alleviation of his plight would be immensely gratifying. The 3 of them turned their attention to Shen Yan. Chapter 56. An unexpected guest. Shen Yan was diligently finishing the last remnants of salad on his plate. During his time here, he had gradually acclimated to the rather unpalatable fare. Mainly, it was the fact that he did not have to labor for his food. Enjoying the fruits of another's hard work was undeniably more delightful than his own efforts. The trio silently observed as Shen Yan completed his breakfast, then exchanged glances with them. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. Shen Yan, absorbed in his meal, had not caught their previous conversation. Now, faced with their gaze, he felt somewhat perplexed. What was the matter? Was he expected to wash his own plate? He timidly inquired, raising the plate. Initially, the trio intended to explain the benefits of the incense to him, but they were taken aback by his question. Yunfei, compelled to respond, said, "No need. Wuma will take care of it." Shen Yan felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny and stood to retreat to his room for a brief rest. "Wait a moment, Shen Xiaoyu. Didn't you mention that the incense you gave to Xiao Xian promotes better sleep?" Zhuang He hurriedly stopped him as he attempted to leave. After enduring years of torment, he had resigned himself to fate. Now there was hope for peaceful nights ahead. How could he not be anxious? "Indeed, is there a problem?" Zhuang He continued. "So, if I light this incense at night, I shall no longer suffer from sleeplessness?" His excitement was palpable. "It's not necessary to do so continuously. I've already mentioned that this isn't a serious issue. Once you finish using the incense I provided, you will be able to sleep soundly without lighting any more." Shen Yan replied, having never regarded this as a significant matter. He had merely purchased some incense-making herbs while acquiring medicine. Is that truly the case? Zhuang Xian also grew animated. She had sought numerous doctors and folk remedies for her grandfather's ailment, with the best solutions only alleviating symptoms for a fortnight at most. Now, Shen Yan seemed to offer a simple remedy, and judging by her grandfather's sleep quality last night, it was no empty promise. Shen Yan could not fathom their excitement over something as trivial as curing insomnia. Zhuang He solemnly bowed to Shen Yan, expressing his gratitude. "I thank you, young friend, for your assistance." Following this, Zhuang Xian accompanied her rejuvenated grandfather for a stroll. Shen Yan returned to his room for a nap, sleeping soundly until the afternoon. Missing lunch entirely. When he finally awoke, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Rising from his bed, he intended to find something to eat. However, upon opening his door, a swift gust of air struck him, and he narrowly dodged it with a swift turn of his head. The palm swiftly transformed into a claw, lunging toward him. Shen Yan took a step back, evading the grasp. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the assailant was a young man in his 20s with a buzz cut, who now regarded him with a predatory gaze. Not far away, on the sofa, another youth clad in leather sat, propping himself up on one thigh. Observing the scene with keen interest, Shen Yan scanned the surroundings, noting that Zhuang Xian and the elder had yet to return from their stroll, and Yunfei was also absent. At this hour, the servants of the Zhuang family were occupied elsewhere, leaving the expansive villa with only the 3 of them. Shen Yan confirmed that he did not recognize this young man, his confusion deepening from the unprovoked assault. "Who are you?" Shen Yan inquired, irritation evident in his tone. The buzz-cut youth did not respond. Instead, he took a running leap and swung a powerful punch towards Shen Yan. Shen Yan did not dodge. He stood his ground, expertly grasping the man's fist with his left hand and delivering a resounding slap to the young man's face with his right. The sharp crack of the slap echoed. The man stumbled back, destabilized, bending forward as he lunged several steps ahead, nearly toppling over. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Shen Yan repeated his question. The buzz-cut youth, clutching half of his face, straightened up and gazed incredulously at Shen Yan, unable to comprehend how he had been struck. Soon, astonishment morphed into fury. He clenched his fists tightly and leaped again to strike Shen Yan. Growing increasingly impatient with this unrecognized assailant's relentless attacks and his refusal to answer, Shen Yan swiftly retaliated with another slap to the other side of the youth's face as he descended. The young man, reeling from the two slaps, was left dazed. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he had seldom faced such embarrassment among his peers. Shen Yan, unbound by any sense of martial ethics, seized the moment of confusion to unleash a flurry of slaps, denying the young man any opportunity to respond. Having undergone a medicinal bath just the day prior, the herbal concoction, though trivial in Shen Yan's eyes, held substantial efficacy when viewed from the perspective of an ordinary person, capable of transformative effects. Moreover, Shen Yan's combat experience could be deemed eons ahead of this world. The young man, who had trained in martial arts since birth, could hardly be considered at even an elementary level in comparison to Shen Yan. Before long, the buzz-cut youth had been reduced to a swollen visage, both cheeks severely puffed, nearly obscuring his line of sight. The leather-clad youth, who had been observing calmly from the sofa, was taken aback by the rapid turn of events and sprang to his feet. "Zhuang Xiao," he exclaimed. The leather-clad youth moved swiftly, more decisively than the buzz-cut youth, interposing himself between Shen Yan and the beleaguered young man with a deft maneuver, rescuing the latter from the barrage of slaps. "And who might you be?" Shen Yan met the gaze of the leather-clad youth, who appeared several years older, likely in his late 20s, exuding an air of martial prowess. However, the disdainful hostility in his eyes contrasted sharply with the buzz-cut youth's earlier aggression. "Where are the security guards? There's a thief in the house." Shen Yan, uninterested in further entanglements with the two, raised his voice, calling for help. This is, after all, a villa district, and the resort employs a substantial number of security personnel. Should an issue arise, there is no need for personal intervention. How dare one call for aid? The leather-clad youth's expression grew increasingly disdainful. Shen Yan refrained from engaging in a verbal dispute. Unnecessary conflicts are best avoided, and if a confrontation is to occur, it is preferable to observe rather than partake. The security presence at Taoyuan Yazu's is significantly superior to that of similar resorts, with patrolling personnel visible at all times throughout the grounds. Upon Shen Yan's call, a contingent of over 10 security guards swiftly arrived. The head of the security team, upon recognizing Shen Yan's voice, jogged over to his side. Recently, Shen Yan had often set up a barbecue stall at the entrance of the hot spring resort, and Captain Yun had organized them in shifts to maintain order, occasionally treating them to skewers saved for his personal enjoyment. The taste was truly exquisite, an unforgettable delight for the guards. Hence, they were familiar with Shen Yan and knew him to be a distinguished guest of the estate. "Young Master Shen, what brings you here?" The head of security inquired with utmost respect. "Do you recognize these two individuals?" To prevent any misunderstandings, Shen Yan decided to confirm the identities of the two youths. The head of security followed Shen Yan's gesture and scrutinized the two young men. The leather-clad youth, upon noticing the guard's gaze, stood with arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance, while the crew-cut youth straightened his posture, appearing unperturbed. Shen Yan found himself momentarily intimidated by their demeanor. Could he have genuinely misidentified them as intruders, when they were, in fact, associated with the estate? The head of security carefully examined the two. The leather-clad youth did not ring a bell, but the one with a somewhat pig-like visage seemed vaguely familiar. However, given the state of his face, the head of security struggled to place him and ultimately shook his head in resignation. "Young Master Shen, I do not recognize these two." He then turned to the other guards, who similarly shook their heads, indicating they too were unfamiliar with the pair. Chapter 57. What pretense are you putting on? How absurd. If they are not acquaintances, what pretense are you two attempting? You nearly led me to believe I had mistaken the wrong individuals. If you are unrecognized, then you must indeed be here to thieve. Shen Yan was left speechless, bemused by the audacity of such pretentious thieves who brazenly flaunted their presence. Arrest them. Upon his command, the guards swiftly surrounded the two, wielding batons, and prepared for action. The two youths, taken aback by the guards' lack of recognition, quickly adopted a hostile demeanor. The leather-clad youth's attitude turned overtly aggressive. "Open your eyes, you curs. Your master stands before you, and you dare to bite?" The crew-cut youth mumbled something indistinctly, his swollen cheeks making it difficult for Shen Yan to discern any words, save for a few that sounded like me. The guards, incensed by the youth's brazen attitude, could hardly believe the audacity of thieves in this day and age. In a collective surge, they advanced, and the electric batons swung down heavily towards the two. The leather-clad youth, however, demonstrated a measure of skill, remaining stationary while lifting one leg high to deflect all incoming blows, subsequently sweeping his leg to incapacitate several guards on the ground. Perhaps sensing the formidable nature of the leather-clad youth, the security personnel astutely redirected their focus towards the youth with a pig's head. The once confident buzz-cut young man suddenly found himself under immense pressure. His skills were already inferior to those of the leather-clad youth, and after having just endured a beating from Shen Yan, he was significantly drained of energy. Faced with a dozen security guards wielding nightsticks, he gradually began to falter. These guards were not merely random hires. Many had previously been affiliated with the venerable Master Zhuang, trained fighters in their own right. When a nightstick slipped past the young man's defenses and struck him hard, his rhythm was thrown into disarray, leading to a flurry of blows raining down upon him. With a cry of distress, he abandoned all pretense of defense, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head to shield it from further assault. Despite his mastery of hard qigong, which had afforded him considerable resilience, he was unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of blows from the security personnel. Shen Yan observed the scene with keen interest, noting that the young man's instinct to protect his head indicated he was no stranger to physical confrontations. One fundamental principle of fighting is to safeguard vital areas when one's strength pales in comparison to the opponent's, and escape is not an option. For a man, these areas are primarily the head and the groin. Now that the buzz-cut youth was protecting his head, Shen Yan promptly gestured to the guards, instructing them to target the lower region, where he was most vulnerable. Two of the guards were taken aback, astonished by Shen Yan's ruthlessness, questioning his disregard for martial ethics. The guards, awakening from their stupor, raised their clubs, directing their attention downward. The leather-clad youth grew anxious. If the buzz-cut young man were to suffer any serious harm, he would face repercussions upon returning. He prepared to intervene, but Shen Yan positioned himself in front, evading the leather-clad youth's attempts to strike, akin to an eagle toying with a chick. Whenever the opponent lunged, Shen Yan would deftly evade, only to leap back into position, preventing any forward movement. The mockery incited the leather-clad youth's fury, his blood pressure soaring, yet he found himself powerless to act. As the buzz-cut youth recognized the futility of receiving assistance, he weighed his options and chose to abandon his head defense to protect his groin instead. The guards, having learned from earlier encounters, quickly shifted their focus to strike at his head. His already swollen visage, resembling that of a pig, became even more grotesque, marred by an array of bruises. "You seek death." The leather-clad youth was utterly enraged, his demeanor transforming dramatically. "Do you even know who he is?" he shouted. But the guards were too engrossed in their assault on the buzz-cut youth to heed his words. "Stop!" A thunderous voice suddenly rang out, halting all actions in an instant. Yun Fei, his countenance stern, cast a sharp gaze upon the crowd. Behind him, Zhuang Xian quietly supported the elder, observing the unfolding events within the room. Captain, the head of the security team, upon seeing the captain's arrival, immediately ceased the assault, retracting his nightstick to report. "These two individuals trespassed into the villa without cause, and we suspect they intended to commit theft. Young Master Shun discovered them and summoned us to apprehend the intruders." "Thieves." Yun Fei expressed skepticism, incredulous that anyone would dare to attempt theft in broad daylight at the Zhuang residence. Old Master Zhuang was also present. Yun Fei did not dare to take matters into his own hands and first conveyed the bodyguard's words to the old master, awaiting his instructions on how to handle the situation. He considered approaching the two young men to see if they were familiar faces. Zhuang He, however, found it hard to believe that a thief would dare to invade the Zhuang residence in broad daylight. After Yun Fei agreed, he swiftly approached the two young men for identification. The young man in the leather jacket, upon seeing the Zhuang family members, suppressed some of his anger and stood defiantly. allowing Yunfei to scrutinize him closely. The crew-cut young man rose from the ground, his face swollen to an alarming degree. The previously swollen area had obstructed his vision, and now his eyes could barely open enough to discern anything. Yunfei did not recognize the young man in the leather jacket, but the crew-cut young man seemed vaguely familiar. Yet, with his face so disfigured, it was nearly impossible to identify him. After a prolonged examination, Yunfei reluctantly reported back to Zhuang He, stating that he could not recognize either of them. The short-haired one seemed somewhat familiar, but his face was so distorted from the beating that it would be difficult to identify him without the swelling subsiding. Upon hearing this, the old master lost interest in further inquiries and waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that since they were indeed intruders, they should be taught a lesson and handed over to the police. Zhuang He, who seldom ventured out, noted that anyone wishing to see him would typically schedule an appointment in advance. However, no one had requested a meeting recently. Thus, it seemed these two had come uninvited, possibly as audacious thieves. Upon hearing the mention of being handed over to the police, the two young men lost their composure. The crew-cut young man began to babble in a desperate attempt to prove something, but his words were unintelligible. Seeing this, the young man in the leather jacket abandoned any pretense of superiority and knelt before Zhuang He, exclaiming, "Master Zhuang, please recognize me. I am your grandson, Zhuang Feng." Feigning madness, I will play the fool, Shen Yan thought to himself, suspecting that the two were not mere thieves but rather con artists. Upon hearing this revelation, Yunfei and the other bodyguards calmed down and hurriedly surrounded the swollen-faced youth for a closer examination. Zhuang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the grotesque visage of the young man before her. Could this truly be her brother? Yet, he bore the visage of a pig, lacking any resemblance to her brother's handsome features. Zhuang He attempted to reconstruct his grandson's likeness from the young man's distorted face, studying him for a long while, but found no resemblance whatsoever. His brow furrowed as he struggled to recall his grandson's appearance, trying to match it with the grotesque figure before him. "Sister, it's me," the crew-cut young man finally managed to utter after a prolonged struggle. It truly was Xiaofeng. Only upon hearing the young man's words did Zhuang Xian dare to confirm that the distorted figure was indeed her beloved brother. Chapter 58, The Rise of a Scoundrel. "Yet a scoundrel I am, Xiaofeng. What has happened to you?" Zhuang Xian looked upon her brother, now unrecognizable, with a pang of sympathy. Zhuang Feng's voice trembled, filled with emotion. He had grown up in a privileged environment and trained in martial arts from a young age. He had never faced such adversity, having either bullied those weaker than him or been given leeway by those stronger. In ordinary circumstances, he considered himself quite tough, but today, he had endured a great humiliation. His handsome face had been beaten into a grotesque form, and he had narrowly escaped being sent to the police station by his own grandfather. Now it is the security guards who find themselves in an awkward predicament, akin to a deluge flooding the Dragon King's temple, where can no longer recognize one another. "Do not weep. Sit down first, and let us clarify the matter." Zhuang He, unable to bear the sight of his grandson weeping, directed everyone to take their seats in the hall. The group of security guards, having erred, hesitated to sit, standing uncomfortably to one side as they awaited their fate. Zhuang He occupied the main seat, glaring at the two individuals before him. The youth clad in a leather jacket solemnly bowed before returning to his seat. Zhuang Feng sat beside Zhuang Xian, both flanking Zhuang He, wearing expressions of grievance. "Did I not instruct your father and mother to come? Why have you alone arrived?" Zhuang He's voice resonated with authority, tinged with displeasure. Zhuang Feng struggled to articulate his thoughts, resorting to gestures. Zhuang He could not decipher a single word, exasperatedly waving his hand. "Yunfei, take Xiao Feng to the infirmary to tend to his face." Yunfei complied, assisting Zhuang Feng to receive medical attention. Zhuang He then turned his attention to the leather-clad youth, inquiring, "And who might you be?" The youth clasped his fists respectfully, reporting to you, Master Zhuang. "I am Qi Ye's adopted son." Qi Zixing possessed a striking visage and an imposing demeanor, exuding an air of the martial world in his speech and actions. "Qi Yuanhao's adopted son?" Zhuang He's brow furrowed deeper. "Why have I never encountered you before? Did he take you under his wing in these past 2 years? I have been under Qi Ye's tutelage for over a decade, yet I often operate from the shadows. It is only natural that Master Zhuang has not seen me." "Over a decade?" Zhuang He's eyes narrowed, one hand absently rubbing the dragon head cane. Qi Yuanhao had taken this adopted son over 10 years ago, and he had never laid eyes on him. How many secrets did his son-in-law still keep from him? "Why has your adoptive father not come?" I made it quite clear in our conversation yesterday that he and my daughter were to come see me. Zhuang He expressed his growing dissatisfaction. Am I so old and ineffective that I can no longer summon Qi Yuanhao and my daughter, those two revered figures? Please, Master Zhuang, do not be angry. Qi Zixing, sensing Zhuang He's displeasure, hastily replied, my adoptive father truly has pressing matters to attend to, and he specifically sent me to apologize on his behalf. As for my adoptive mother, she has been abroad for several months and cannot return in the immediate future. Abroad? Zhuang He was taken aback. His daughter had not informed him, her father, of her departure. Even in their recent conversations, she had failed to mention her travel plans. Well, it seems my daughter has wholeheartedly devoted herself to Qi Yi, no longer feeling the need to consult with this old man about anything. Zhuang He's ire was no longer concealed. Qi Zixing refrained from further comment, merely raising his clasped hands higher and bowing his head lower. Is Qi Yuanhao truly unable to come? Zhuang He felt a surge of indignation, his discontent now directed at Qi Yuanhao's adopted son. My adoptive father indeed has business to attend to. He cannot come at present, but once he completes his urgent affairs. Spare me the details. I simply wish to know, will Qi Yuanhao be coming or not? He will not. Humph. His own flesh-and-blood daughter has been attacked, yet he is absent. What matters could possibly outweigh the importance of family? Zhuang He rapped his dragon-headed cane against the ground several times. Zhuang Xian, noticing her grandfather's agitation, gently patted his back to soothe him. Grandfather, I am unscathed. Father likely has a genuinely important matter to attend to that prevents him from returning promptly. You still defend him? Zhuang He felt a pang of sorrow for his granddaughter. Qi Yuanhao, engrossed in the affairs of his gang for many years, exhibited little concern for his own children. After reaching adulthood, Zhuang Feng followed in his father's footsteps, managing to see him only a few times a year, while Zhuang Xian hardly caught a glimpse of her father all year round. Unable to bear this neglect, he decided to take his granddaughter to on high. Indeed, for a father to remain indifferent to his daughter's plight, failing even to make an appearance, is utterly unworthy of the title. With the rapid travel of modern flights, is it not possible to spare a day or two? Shen Yan, standing nearby, fanned the flames of discontent. He discerned that the old Master Zhuang was genuinely displeased with this son-in-law, presenting him with an opportunity. Given the long-standing enmity between himself and Zhuang Xian's father, this was the perfect moment to stoke the fire further. Qi Zixing shot Shen Yan a scornful glance and retorted angrily, what business is it of yours, an outsider, to meddle in the affairs of the Zhuang family? Look, old master, he glaring at me, Shen Yan promptly reported. Zhuang He immediately reprimanded Qi Zixing. Young Shen is a valued guest of the Zhuang family. How can he be silenced? Moreover, has he spoken any falsehood? Just observe Qi Yuanhao. Does he resemble a father in the slightest? Shen Yan wore a smug expression as he regarded the unfolding drama. Qi Zixing, witnessing Shen Yan's delight, felt an overwhelming urge to silence him. Let us not dwell on that individual any longer. What transpired earlier? How did the conflict arise? And what caused Xiaofeng to end up in such a state? Qi Zixing implored. We merely sought to visit the Zhuang family villa and pay our respects to the master. Unexpectedly, this individual displayed an arrogant demeanor, inexplicably targeting young Master Zhuang. The young master, wishing to avoid conflict, was relentlessly pressed upon, and ultimately suffered severe injuries due to the assailant's ruthless actions. This band of vile servants, failing to recognize their master, acted as accomplices, assaulting young Master Zhuang. Should this matter not be dealt with severely, what remains of the Zhuang family's authority? The servants may rise in rebellion against us. Qi Zixing, astute as he was, refrained from mentioning his own grievances, instead bringing Zhuang Feng into the light. He understood that, given Zhuang He's temperament, he might not advocate for an estranged outsider like himself, but would certainly seek justice for his own grandson. The assailant's indiscriminate aggression was twisted into a narrative where it seemed as if he had unjustly provoked them. Shen Yan stroked his chin, bemused by the existence of yet another person as shameless as himself. Is there truly such a situation? Zhuang He harbored doubts regarding Shen Yan's propensity for unwarranted violence. Their recent interactions had provided him with some insight into Shen Yan's character. Furthermore, his grandson had trained in martial arts from a young age. Could Shen Yan genuinely have inflicted such harm? Nevertheless, Zhuang Feng did indeed bear the marks of a brutal altercation, leaving Zhuang He momentarily indecisive. Rather than hastily siding with his grandson based on Qi Zixing's account, he turned to Shen Yan and inquired, Young Shen, Please elucidate what transpired. Feigning difficulty, Shen Yan recounted, earlier this afternoon, I was peacefully resting in my room. Upon stepping out, I was ambushed before I could even react. Struck down by a sudden blow. Subsequently, I saw your grandson lunging towards me. As a mere frail teacher, I possessed little strength and could only muster all my energy to evade him. Alas, your grandson missed his mark and collided with the wall, resulting in a rather unfortunate array of injuries. Fearing that thieves might be attempting to pilfer the proprietor's belongings, I summoned the security personnel. During this ordeal, I was cautious not to err in my judgment, even going so far as to inquire about their identities and requesting the security to verify them. However, the two intruders offered no explanation and resorted to violence instead. Thus, the security guards were left with no choice but to defend themselves. This incident can be corroborated by several security personnel. The audacity of the assailants was only surpassed by that of Shen Yan, who shamelessly positioned himself as the victim. Upon hearing Shen Yan's words, Qi Zixing was immediately incensed and pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yan. What nonsense are you spewing? Young Master Zhuang was clearly assaulted by you. When did it become a case of him falling by himself? And when have we ever struck without provocation? Shen Yan remained silent, feigning innocence. Chapter 59. The Inversion of Truth. Zhuang he turned to the assembled security guards and inquired, is it true? As young friend Shen has stated? The guards exchanged glances, each hesitant to respond. It was the head of the security team who finally stepped forward and reported, respectfully, Master Zhuang, we did not witness the events leading up to our arrival and thus cannot make any rash assertions. However, it was indeed young Master Shen who called upon us to apprehend the thieves. He did inquire if we recognized the two individuals, but by that time, young Master Zhuang had sustained considerable injuries and we were unable to identify them. Furthermore, the assailants did not disclose their identities, compelling us to act in accordance with our duties. While the head of security did not overtly favor Shen Yan, his remarks inadvertently lent credence to Shen Yan's account. You all conspired together, these vile servants daring to distort the truth. I ask you, if you claim not to have seen the prior events, how can you assert that young Master Zhuang fell of his own accord and was not assaulted? Qi Zixing's anger mounted. They were the ones who had been attacked, yet now found themselves cast as the aggressors. The security personnel felt equally aggrieved. When they arrived, young Master Zhuang had already been rendered unrecognizable, and the chaos made it difficult for them to discern the truth. Shen Yan had indeed inquired about their identities, yet why did they not introduce themselves? Qi Zixing was momentarily stumped. Initially, they had dismissed Shen Yan, believing it would be effortless to teach him a lesson, thus feeling no need to engage in conversation with him. By the time the security intervened, confusion reigned, and there was no opportunity to clarify their identities. Observing Qi Zixing's inability to respond, Zhuang he became convinced that Shen Yan's words held merit. It was evident that Zhuang Feng and his accomplice had unjustly attacked Shen Yan, and their lack of skill had led to their own downfall. Discontent with Qi Yuanhao, Zhuang he cast a disapproving glance at his adopted son. Now, with the audacity to frame another, it was clear that none under Qi Yuanhao's command were worthy of respect. The situation had become apparent. The security acted out of duty, and the fault did not lie with them. You may leave, Zhuang he declared, his sense of justice unwavering. He would not punish the guards simply because they had injured his own grandson, which was a testament to why he was so revered by those beneath him. Qi Zixing, feeling helpless, recognized that Zhuang he harbored no fondness for him and that further discourse would be futile. Just as the security personnel were about to depart, a voice rang out from the entrance, halting their exit. Zhuang Feng had received treatment in the infirmary, and although his face was still swollen, he could articulate his thoughts more clearly. What further matters do you wish to discuss? Zhuang he felt a slight headache regarding his beloved grandson. Much like his father, this grandson yearned for the thrill of vengeance and conflict. However, in comparison to Qi Yuanhao, his grandson's capabilities were rather mediocre, falling into the category of those who are overly ambitious yet lack skill. When Qi Zixing saw Zhuang Feng return, he sighed in relief. Surely, Zhuang he would not doubt his own grandson. As long as Zhuang Feng spoke up, he was keen to observe how Shen Yan would justify his actions. The group of security guards had acted against him, yet he bore no grudge, recognizing that they did not identify him. However, his indignation towards Shen Yan was insurmountable. First, explain why you chose to confront young Master Shen, he demanded. Qi Zixing discerned that this question was a trap laid by Zhuang he. Any admission would imply that they had struck first, just as he was about to caution. He heard Zhuang Feng respond. We received word that Shen Yan was pursuing my sister, constantly clinging to her. I could not tolerate this and sought to teach him a lesson. Zhuang He's gaze sharpened, and with an impassive demeanor, he remarked, "You are far away in Liaoning province, a great distance from Anhai, yet you seem quite well informed about local affairs, even knowing who your sister associates with." Zhuang Feng, believing his grandfather was praising his awareness, replied, "Indeed, Grandpa, you often say my father neglects my sister, but he is quite concerned for her. This time, he urged me to return and investigate who Shen Yan truly is, to prevent my sister from being deceived." Qi Zixing internally berated his ally. This statement was tantamount to a confession, not only admitting that they had struck first, but also revealing to Zhuang He that his adoptive father had deployed spies at the resort, monitoring Zhuang He's every move. As expected, Zhuang He's expression soured. "It seems your father is quite invested in my affairs, having planted numerous eyes upon me." Realizing he had misspoken, Zhuang Feng could only respond awkwardly, "Well, he is merely concerned for you and my sister." "Humph," Zhuang He scoffed, displeased that Qi Yuanhao had extended his reach too far. Zhuang Xian felt discontent with her father's unilateral decisions, yet sought to prevent further deterioration of relations between her grandfather and father. Thus, she intervened diplomatically, "Grandpa, please do not be upset. Father is merely worried about your well-being here. I will call him shortly and request that he cease his actions." "Enough. You have come. You have seen. If there is nothing further, you should book a flight and return to Liaoning province promptly. Since Qi Yuanhao is unwilling to come, he need not concern himself with my movements anymore." Zhuang Feng was taken aback by his grandfather's insistence for his early departure. "Grandpa, I am your own grandson. I have been here for less than half a day, and you want me to leave? Moreover, your grandson has been treated this way, and you do not demand an explanation?" Zhuang Feng's frustration grew as he pointed at Shen Yan. "What explanation do you seek? You struck first, showing disrespect to a guest of the Zhuang family. You deserve to be punished, and now you dare to ask for an explanation? If I were Shen, it would be a kindness not to leave you half dead." Zhuang Feng felt quite aggrieved. He had only sought to probe the intentions of the stranger who persistently lingered around his sister at the behest of his father. However, instead of uncovering anything, he ended up receiving a beating and now faced reprimands from his grandfather. He felt more wrong than doughy. "Sister, please say a few words for me. I don't wish to return so soon." Zhuang Feng placed his last hope in his sister. Throughout his life, she had been the one most affectionate towards him. Whenever their parents punished him, it was always his sister who shielded him. "Xiao Feng, if there's nothing pressing, as grandfather suggested, it would be best for you to return to Liaoning province soon." "Sister, do you want me to leave as well?" Zhuang Feng felt even more aggrieved. "It's over. My sister might truly be taken away by that wild man. Young Master Zhuang, let us descend first. We shall discuss the rest later." Qi Zixing grasped Zhuang Feng, who wished to continue speaking, and bowed to Zhuang He. "Zhuang Yi, today's incident is indeed our fault. We apologize sincerely. I will heed your advice and ensure young Master Zhuang returns promptly, but Qi has entrusted me with certain matters that must be resolved in Anhai. I hope for your understanding for a few more days." Zhuang He scrutinized Qi Zixing. The adopted son of Qi Yuanhao was far more astute than his own grandson, exhibiting a semblance of Qi Yuanhao's shrewdness in his dealings. Ultimately, being his grandson and son-in-law's adopted son, Zhuang He did not press them too hard and nodded in acquiescence, allowing them to leave. "I apologize for the disturbance, my young friend." Zhuang He offered his apologies to Shen Yan once the two had departed. Shen Yan, of course, bore no grievances, having suffered no loss and even having had the opportunity to strike the two men. Chapter 60. The Call from Xiao Zixing. "Why did you pull me? This matter is clearly the wild man's fault. Father instructed me to ascertain his background and keep him away from my sister." Zhuang Feng protested, feeling indignant. Indeed, Qi stated such, yet he also advised us to refrain from overly aggressive tactics. Now that old Master Zhuang favors the outsider, persisting in our argument would only lead to our downfall. It would be wiser to wait until his anger subsides and then proceed with caution, Qi Zixing advised, displaying a level of prudence absent in Zhuang Feng. He had perceived Zhuang He's esteem for the young man. "So, we should simply allow that wild man to seduce my sister?" Zhuang Feng was still displeased. "Young master, we cannot rush this matter, at least not at this moment. Zhuang Yi intends to protect his own. If we press too hard, it will only provoke his displeasure," Qi Zixing counseled. "Surely, you do not wish for Zhuang Yi to truly cast us aside. Let us not forget the important matters entrusted to us by Qi Yi." Mentioning the pressing matters from his father finally quieted Zhuang Feng. In comparison to that, Shen Yan was indeed a trivial issue. Having spent most of his money on medicinal herbs yesterday, Shen Yan now found himself with only a modest sum left. He contemplated setting up a stall over the weekend to earn some extra income. With the recent success of the delectable barbecue, business at the resort had flourished. Yanfei informed him that bookings for the next 3 months were already full, and to avoid disrupting future clientele, they had temporarily halted new reservations. Yesterday, the rain fell outside, rendering the pathways of the resort quite slippery. The operations manager of the hot spring resort personally approached Shen Yan to inform him that he could utilize the resort's dining services at any time, should he require assistance with staff, ingredients, or other necessities. All he needed to do was notify the dining department, and they would prepare everything in advance. Shen Yan had long desired to relocate his grilling activities indoors. The facilities were well equipped, the heating ample, and he would be shielded from the chilling winds. However, that group of affluent individuals seemed to possess a peculiar penchant for standing in line at the entrance of the hot spring resort, eschewing the comfort of the indoors, claiming it was all about creating an ambience. It was utterly nonsensical. After merely half an hour of grilling, Shen Yan decided to conclude his shift. Recently, he had prepared incense for the old master of the estate and had procured his own medicinal tonics, harboring no grand aspirations, which naturally led to a more relaxed approach to his work. This decision incited considerable dissatisfaction among the queuing customers, nearly sparking a riot. Fortunately, several resort supervisors managed the situation promptly, communicating with Shen Yan and pleading with him to extend his service for another half an hour to quell the unrest. Reluctantly, Shen Yan acquiesced and worked an additional 30 minutes. Upon completing this extension, he felt utterly drained. Extra hours always seemed to stretch interminably. He even began entertaining thoughts of withdrawing from the grilling business entirely, contemplating a future devoid of barbecuing. Shen Yan had considered imparting his culinary skills to other chefs at the resort, intending to oversee them while collecting a fee or a share of the profits. However, after attempting to teach them, he discovered they simply could not grasp the techniques. Even when learning through frame-by-frame video tutorials, the results were markedly inferior. It was akin to teaching a parrot to speak. While it could mimic the sounds, it lacked comprehension of their meaning. The chasm between mortals and practitioners was sometimes as vast as that between humans and animals, if not greater. Ultimately, he relinquished the idea, settling for teaching the resort chefs only the basic culinary skills that mere mortals could master. Even so, this endeavor significantly elevated the culinary standards of the Peach Blossom Retreat, to the extent that rumors of On-High's delectable offerings began to circulate. Shen Yan was unaware of this. He was eager to reward himself for the hour of diligent overtime he had put in, planning to indulge in a lengthy afternoon nap until dinner. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Instinctively, he considered silencing it to avoid disturbing his impending slumber, but the caller ID displayed an unexpectedly familiar number, his estranged father-in-law, Xiao Jiaming, who had long since blocked him. This call was imperative. After all, his future prosperity depended on the Xiao family's goodwill. "Hello, father." Shen Yan greeted him without a trace of apprehension, devoid of any airs of a celestial being. He was a pragmatist. Whoever offered financial support was his benefactor. In his previous life at the sect, the elders had deemed this trait a potential harbinger of treachery, fearing that if he did not ascend to leadership, he might betray the sect, and if he did, he might sell it out entirely. Fortunately, in the end, Shen Yan had neither sold the sect nor found anything substantial enough to sway him into doing so. Upon hearing the word father, the person on the other end fell silent for a moment, plagued by doubt as to whether they had dialed the wrong number, perhaps reaching some fraudulent establishment. Anxious that Shen Yan's next words might be a declaration of being kidnapped, with demands of $1 million for his release. He felt a wave of relief as Shen Yan had called several times before, leaving little room for error. Why had he not addressed me as jamming this time? The tone of the caller was laced with a mixture of indignation at being called by his given name and a hint of pride in being called father. After all, which man does not relish the title of dad? "It appears you still prefer me to call you Jiaming," Shen Yan mused, nodding as he noted. "So, Jiaming, what matter brings you to call me today?" Xiao Jiaming found himself utterly at a loss for words, unable to fathom the other's inability to grasp the rhetorical nature of his inquiry. But the thought of being called father again felt somewhat awkward. He had no qualms when others referred to him as such, yet this peasant calling him dad stirred an unsettling notion that his daughter might truly be swept away. Just call me Uncle Xiao, he suggested, unwilling to linger on the matter of titles and opting for a more straightforward approach. Engaging in convoluted business-like dialogue with someone of such background would surely lead to his own exasperation. What brings you to contact me, Uncle Xiao? Is it about hastening my marriage to Xiaoran? Shen Yan inquired. This young man seems to be dreaming. If I were truly pressing for a swift union between you and Ran, would I have kept you at arm's length for so long? Xiao Jiaming ground his teeth in frustration. Nonetheless, he could not entirely dismiss Shen Yan's speculation, as his father indeed harbored hopes for a prompt marriage between the Xiao and Shen families. Not long ago, Qin Yin had revealed a hint of this desire to Xiaoran, causing her to avoid returning home for half a month, only recently coaxed back for a brief stay. Moreover, his father had urged several times for Xiao Jiaming to bring Shen Yan to stay with them, with implications that were unmistakable. After several attempts to evade the topic, he ultimately found himself making this call. Xiao Shen, you've been rather busy lately. Your grandfather wishes for you to come live with us. He continued, of course, if you are too occupied, there is no rush. After all, youth should prioritize career over all else. His initial words were slow and measured, while the latter part quickened in pace, revealing a subtle urgency for Shen Yan to decline his suggestion. Yet, to Xiao Jiaming's dismay, Shen Yan's response was immediate agreement. Uncle Xiao, I also miss Grandpa Xiao. When do you plan to bring me over? I would like to prepare. For Shen Yan, while the Zhuang family was pleasant, he could never truly assume the role of Zhuang Xian's father. He was merely a transient figure within the Zhuang household. Conversely, the Xiao family offered an officially recognized position as the son-in-law, and now that the 3-year period had concluded, it was time for the wayward son-in-law to return. Chapter 61. He simply desired a warm home from every wealthy matron. My intention seems to have eluded you, young man. One ought to prioritize their career. Achievements in one's profession will naturally lead to success and love, Xiao Jiaming reiterated, still reluctant for Shen Yan to move in, hoping he would voluntarily decline the proposition. I understand, Uncle Xiao, your intention is to focus diligently on one's career and not to be encumbered by the emotional ties of family. Indeed, that is precisely my sentiment. Xiao Jiaming was overjoyed. At long last, this simpleton had gained some insight. Shen Yan was deeply moved, astonished that Uncle Xiao, despite his advanced age, maintained such a youthful mentality and ambition. Rest assured, once I move into the Xiao residence, I shall strive to encourage Uncle Xiao to diligently pursue his career, ensuring that you are not hindered by familial affections, and endeavor to create a better living environment for both you and Ran. Xiao Jiaming's expression immediately soured. After all this discussion, did you think I was merely expressing my determination? You expect me to create a better life for you? Have you no shame? He left with a curt remark, just wait, and hastily ended the call. Initially, his father had asked him to consult Shen Yan and expedite arrangements for the latter to move in. However, given his dynamic with this simpleton, he felt that Shen Yan's presence would disrupt his peace, and a mere conversation could leave him vexed for days. Perhaps it was best to postpone for another couple of days. After all, he had already delayed for so long. Being reprimanded by the old man was far preferable to enduring the frustrations brought by this simpleton. Xiao Jiaming felt utterly exhausted. The affairs of his company had already drained him, and now he faced a mountain of domestic issues. At times, he truly wished to lament. Men crying is no sin. Shen Yan, on the other hand, was elated. In both his past and present lives, he had never harbored particularly deep feelings for any woman. The sweet romance he once fantasized about during Xiao Chunnan's youth was but a fleeting whim for someone like Shen Yan, who had existed for millennia. Indeed, in his previous life, Shen Xiandi had no partner. The more a cultivator practices, the more their emotions tend to fade. In the realm of wealth, companionship, and spiritual cultivation, relationships often devolve into mere tools for mutual advancement rather than emotional bonds. Shen Yan had never encountered any bottlenecks in his cultivation and thus had no need for a partner. Alas, he had suffered from the consequences of advancing too swiftly in his practice. Ultimately, he did not care who held the position of county magistrate. He merely aspired to be the wife of the magistrate. What wrong had Shen Yan committed? He simply desired a warm home from every affluent woman. When Monday arrived and Shen Yan entered the office with Zhuang Xian, they were struck by an eerie silence enveloping the entire space, where even the usually chattering Du Chunwei was unusually subdued, preparing her lesson plans at her desk. Shen Yan greeted Zheng Wensheng and quietly inquired about the situation. Zheng Wensheng first rose to close the office door before returning to his seat and softly replied to Shen Yan, There has been a teaching incident during the grading process. Shen Yan was instantly captivated by the gossip, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What happened? He asked eagerly. In this round of grading, our school did not enlist external help. Yet this time, several subjects had an overwhelming number of questions, placing considerable pressure on the grading teachers. Completing the papers from 8 schools in 2 days was already an arduous task, and Director Yu had brought in a batch of inexperienced newcomers. The veteran teachers were too busy assisting the novices to allocate time for thorough grading. Ultimately, as time ran short, the teachers hastily graded the papers without even a review, sealing them up and submitting them. The results, as one might expect, were less than satisfactory. Mistakes in grading were merely minor issues. Some even had their scores incorrectly entered into the system. Zheng Wenxin revealed a meaningful smile as he continued to prepare his lesson plans. Why do you appear so calm and composed, old Zheng? Shen Yan, observing the seemingly untroubled demeanor of Zheng Wenxin, the head of the mathematics research group, expressed his curiosity. Zheng Wenxin chuckled. In this round of grading, only the Chinese, chemistry, and our mathematics papers have encountered no issues. The absence of problems in the Chinese and mathematics assessments is attributable to Shen Yan single-handedly undertaking nearly a third of the grading workload, with the process proceeding flawlessly, requiring no second review. Chemistry, on the other hand, benefits from being a strong subject at Anhai No. 1 High School, supported by several capable chemistry teachers. Although they too were nearly pressed for time. Although they had ostensibly been allotted 2 days for grading, in reality, it amounted to merely a day and a half, after which the grades needed to be uploaded to the network and the papers distributed back to the original schools for verification. It was during this verification process that numerous grading issues were discovered by Chongming University, leading to a formal complaint to the Education Bureau that very day. Currently, the verification results from other schools have yet to be released, and when they do, further complaints are anticipated. In the principal's office, Dong Zixing had been pacing back and forth in front of his desk for half an hour. Yu Xiuli, seated in front of the coffee table, clasped her hands tightly in her lap, refraining from any unnecessary movements. Principal, perhaps you should take a break. You've been walking for nearly an hour, she finally suggested after enduring another half hour of his restlessness. She refilled Dong Zixing's teacup, but he received it with disdain, snapping. This mess is all your misguided idea. Bringing a bunch of new teachers into the grading process has resulted in a slew of problems. And now that rascal Lu Yi has caught us by the short hairs. Lu Yi was the current principal of Chongming University, which had begun to surpass Anhai No. 1 High School in performance under his leadership. Yu Xiuli felt aggrieved. It was evident that the principal's pride had led him to insist on competing with Chongming without seeking external assistance, thereby amplifying the grading pressure. Yet he had shifted the blame onto her. However, understanding that it was unwise to provoke Dong Zixing further at this juncture, she chose to remain silent and endure. Chongming is truly relentless. They even worked overtime on a Sunday for the verification, and they did it so swiftly, leaving me no time to react, Dong Zixing fumed. Chongming University seemed intent on competing with Anhai No. 1 High School in every aspect, and the prospect of losing the prestigious title of a key institution was looming ominously. It wasn't that he was overly attached to the title itself. Rather, the administrative rank of a principal at a key university significantly overshadowed that of a regular institution. Moreover, allowing Anhai No. 1 High School to lose its status as a key institution during his tenure would mark a dismal conclusion to his career. The best he could hope for was to retain his position as principal, resigning himself to the idea of no further promotions. Lu Yi is clearly intent on undermining you. After their review, they could have communicated with us, yet they chose to escalate the matter directly to the Education Bureau, Yu Xiuli interjected, keen to align her thoughts with her superiors during this critical moment. Dong Zixing's frustration only intensified at her words, and he picked up the teaching board on his desk, hurling it down with a resounding crash. And you, were you not tasked with overseeing this grading process? Is this how you supervise? A multitude of errors in the grading process has surfaced, with some papers receiving a mere 20 points out of a possible 120, hastily entered into the system without even a cursory review. What purpose do you serve? Yu Xiuli fell silent, unable to comprehend the unreliability of these novice teachers. It was not as if they had never graded papers before. How could they falter so drastically under a bit of pressure? Speak up. Why the sudden silence? Were they not usually so vocal? Dong Zixing, in desperate need of an outlet for his frustration, found Yu Xiuli to be the perfect target. as she bore the brunt of the responsibility for this debacle. Chapter 62. Diverting blame. If you cannot articulate a coherent explanation today, your position as an assistant principal is forfeit. Dong Zixing's fury burned intensely, threatening to consume his rationality. Following a complaint from Chongming to the Education Bureau, he was summoned for an emergency meeting where several officials chastised him for over 2 hours. He remained silent, feeling utterly subservient. Now, he sought to unleash all his pent-up anger. Yu Xiuli, sensing the urgency of the situation, understood that while she could negotiate other matters, her role as an assistant principal, which she had held for over 6 months, was crucial for her aspirations to ascend to vice principal. She could not afford to be dismissed. Her mind raced as she concocted various strategies. Principal, the recent oversight falls partially on my shoulders, she began, taking a measure of responsibility, before swiftly pivoting. However, there are extenuating circumstances. During the grading process, some individuals deliberately disrupted my supervisory duties, significantly hindering the overall progress. Indeed, Yu Xiuli resolved to deflect the blame. For if someone had to shoulder the consequences, it must not be her. Dong Zixing was, predictably, drawn to her narrative, already in a state of agitation. The notion that someone had intentionally sabotaged the grading process, thereby delaying the entire operation, only fueled desire. Who? He demanded, his eyes widening, his sparse hair standing on end, his demeanor becoming menacing, as if he intended to devour the perpetrator whole. It was Shen Yan, Yu Xiuli declared emphatically. At this juncture, it was imperative to clearly delineate responsibility, casting all blame on his Shen Yan, who had persistently opposed her. It was only fitting that he now bore the consequences. He had been assigned to grade the mathematics papers, but abandoned his post within 10 minutes, carelessly marking papers and causing considerable distress to his fellow mathematics teachers, who had to rectify his errors. Furthermore, he had exhibited a complete lack of discipline, failing to return, and his phone was unreachable, severely damaging the morale of the grading team and complicating her supervisory efforts. Many teachers, witnessing Shen Yan's nonchalant demeanor, followed suit, neglecting their own grading responsibilities. Under Yu Xiuli's embellishments, Shen Yan morphed into an irredeemable rebel, the primary culprit behind the significant oversights in the recent joint examination grading. Dong Zixing's expression grew increasingly grim. Seizing the moment, Yu Xiuli delivered her final blow. Principal, do you not think that Shen Yan might have been sent by Chongming specifically to sow discord? This remark extinguished the last vestige of Dong Zixing's composure. He was thoroughly exasperated by the mere mention of Chongming. He bellowed a command to Yu Xiuli. Summon Shen Yan to me at once. Yu Xiuli hastily fled the principal's office, her head bowed. Yet an involuntary smile graced her lips. Just as Shen Yan emerged from his mathematics class, he was intercepted by Yu Xiuli. Shen Yan, you are to accompany me to the principal's office, she declared with an air of arrogance, rolling her eyes and striding away without waiting for a response. Director Yu, what seems to be the matter? Shen Yan mused over his recent activities, finding nothing that might warrant a summons from the principal. When I say go, you go. There's no need for so much chatter, Yu Xiuli retorted impatiently, clearly disinterested in further conversation. After walking for a while, she turned to find Shen Yan lagging behind. Just as she was about to express her annoyance, he came running towards her, a book in hand. Director Yu, this is a book I borrowed from the library a couple of days ago. You may read it for a few days, he offered, hoping to mend their relationship, as the daily antagonism had become quite tiresome. Yu Xiuli adjusted her glasses and turned the brown cover towards her. Reading aloud the elegantly inscribed title, From Irritable Aunt to Composed Matron, A Survival Guide for Menopause. Upon finishing the title, veins throbbed on her forehead. She struggled to suppress her anger and replied through clenched teeth, Thank you, but I just turned 40 and have yet to reach menopause. You may keep it for yourself. Director, you are 40? You hardly look it, Shen Yan expressed, surprised by her admission. Yu Xiuli's irritation lessened slightly. After all, what woman does not relish being told she appears youthful? Even if she was not particularly fond of Shen Yan, compliments were always welcomed. If only you had spoken so charmingly before, perhaps I would not have had to shoulder the blame. A sense of smugness filled Yu Xiuli's heart. Director, you appear to be in your 50s. You truly do not look 40 at all. Besides, I have read that those over 40 are at the peak of menopause. So you ought to peruse it, Shen Yan insisted, eager to promote the book. Yu Xiuli's veins pulsed even more violently. Impudent boy, if you cannot speak wisely, do not utter such nonsense. What do you mean I look like I'm in my 50s? I can endure this. She consoled herself. realizing that Shen Yan was about to face the principal's wrath, and whether he could continue as a teacher was uncertain. It was not worth her while to argue with him. With that thought, her mood lightened considerably, and she continued towards the principal's office without further contention. Upon entering the principal's office, Shen Yan was greeted by the familiar greasy scent mixed with a hint of smoke. This marked his second visit. He had recently been called in regarding Zhang Juanhu and was surprised to find himself summoned again so soon. As they were now acquaintances, Shen Yan greeted the principal warmly, oblivious to the pallid hue of the man's complexion. "Do you know why you have been called?" The principal's familiar opening line echoed, as he continued to relish intimidating others. Shen Yan sighed internally. "I do not know," he replied with a relaxed demeanor. Last time, he had feigned ignorance regarding Zhang Juanhu's situation. This time, however, he was genuinely bewildered, as Yushioli had yet to provide any explanation. "May I inquire whether the school has assigned you the task of grading this mathematics examination?" "Indeed. Did you not sneak away after merely a few minutes of reviewing?" "It was not merely a few minutes. It was nearly an hour." Shen Yan was straightforward in his response. "Are you quite proud of that? Let me ask you again, did you fail to participate in the grading the following day?" "Yes." At this point, Dong Zixing was convinced that Yushioli's claims were indeed accurate, and the issue lay squarely with Shen Yan. He could no longer contain his fury and shouted at Shen Yan. "Do you comprehend the significance of this joint examination for Anhai No. 1 High School? Are you aware that this major problem is your responsibility? Do you possess any sense of professional ethics as a teacher? When the school assigns a task, you cannot simply refuse to fulfill it and take a day off as you please. Do you think this school is your family business? Speak up. Why are you silent?" Dong Zixing's furious outburst aimed to transfer the entire burden of this educational mishap onto Shen Yan. Shen Yan was bewildered, unable to grasp the connection, making it difficult for him to respond. Only Yushioli secretly chuckled, knowing that the blame had effectively landed on Shen Yan's shoulders. Chapter 63. Inquiry after unleashing his tirade. Shen Yan exhibited no reaction, even feigning interest in the scenery around him, which left Dong Zixing feeling as though he had struck a fist into a cloud. Gradually, he calmed himself and resumed his questioning. "Why did you leave after grading only half of the papers?" Observing the principal's mood stabilizing, Shen Yan took a seat on the guest chair, responding, "I completed my assigned task. Upon realizing that only a small portion of the work remained, I took my leave." Shen Yan's reply was resolute. He had single-handedly graded nearly a third of the mathematics papers from the 8 schools, and if that did not qualify as completing a task, then no one could claim to have fulfilled theirs. "What nonsense are you spouting? You yourself stated that you worked for less than an hour. How dare you claim you completed your task? By your logic, other teachers would only need to grade for an hour to finish their work." Before Dong Zixing could interject, Yushioli had already jumped in. "Perhaps my work efficiency is simply higher." Yushioli had never encountered anyone so audaciously boastful. Dong Zixing had previously witnessed Shen Yan's disregard for authority, and this time, he was somewhat immune to his attitude. He pressed on. "If you dare assert that you completed your task, do you realize that there were no fixed quotas for anyone? Other teachers graded a stack of papers and then continued to collect new ones to keep pace. Do you think that having graded 1 or 2 papers suffices as completion?" Shen Yan mentally reviewed the situation and reported a figure. "I believe I graded a total of 3,412 papers." Our mathematics department was divided into 5 grading teams, comprising a total of 18 individuals. I graded nearly a third of the total, so by any measure, I should be considered to have completed my task. Shen Yan was factual and believed he had done nothing wrong. Both Dong Zixing and Yushioli were taken aback. They had encountered boastful individuals before, but none so audacious. "In half an hour, 3,412 papers? Do you possess eyes like a scanner, able to derive answers with merely a glance?" "No, the scanner is certainly faster than you. It can operate continuously, though it may overheat and restart." Dong Zixing, suppressing his anger, continued to inquire, "Why did you take an unauthorized leave the following day? Are you aware of how your actions may be perceived by other teachers? The entire grading process could be significantly delayed due to your capriciousness." "I did not take an unauthorized leave. I requested permission from the head of our mathematics group. And the other teachers were aware. They had no objection," Shen Yan replied. Of course, the other teachers in the mathematics group had no objections. They were well aware that Shen Yan had efficiently and accurately completed over 3,000 exam papers, which was a source of great satisfaction for them. For such a commendable individual, taking a day off was entirely reasonable. Should one expect him to finish grading all the papers before being deemed acceptable? However, Dong Zixing was unconvinced and retorted in an irritable tone. Did the head of your mathematics research group approve your leave? Yes, Shen Yan nodded. Utterly irresponsible. Dong Zixing slammed the table, uncertain whether he was criticizing Shen Yan or the head of the mathematics group. At such a critical moment, granting leave was questionable. Who was this head of the mathematics group? It was Zheng Wensheng from class 32 of the third year, Yu Shili answered. Immediately call him. I refuse to believe that Zheng Wensheng, an experienced teacher nearing retirement, could not discern the gravity of the situation. Dong Zixing was familiar with Zheng Wensheng, knowing him to be a veteran teacher who would not likely grant leave at such a crucial time, as it would directly oppose the interests of the school. Yu Shili quickly located Zheng Wensheng's phone number in her contacts and placed a call on speakerphone, intending to publicly expose Shen Yan's deceit. After 3 rings, the call connected, and Zheng Wensheng's thick Su Bei accent came through. Director Yu, what can I do for you? Yu Shili glanced at Shen Yan before speaking. Teacher Zheng, Shen Yan claims that you approved his leave for Sunday. Is that true? It was I who approved it. Zheng Wensheng replied without hesitation. Dong Zixing and Yu Shili exchanged glances, taken aback by this unexpected response, momentarily thrown off their game. Yu Shili steadied herself and continued. So, did Shen Yan disregard instructions and cause a disturbance on site, forcing you to acquiesce to his leave? Not at all. Teacher Shen grades swiftly and effectively. And with the upcoming workload, I felt confident that the others could manage, so I approved his leave. Yu Shili abruptly ended the call. Feeling she had made her insinuations sufficiently clear, how could this old Zheng be so dense? After the call, both Dong Zixing and Yu Shili felt quite awkward. Noticing their silence, Shen Yan cautiously suggested, if there is nothing further, may I take my leave? You cannot leave. Yu Shili, having finally found a scapegoat, was unwilling to let him slip away so easily. Shen Yan looked at her, uncertain of what further remarks the director might have. Dong Zixing also turned to Yu Shili. Realizing that he might have been misled, her statements did not align with what Zheng Wensheng had just conveyed. Upon catching the principal's skeptical gaze, Yu Shili quickly composed herself and turned to Shen Yan, stating, even if your leave was approved, according to school regulations, such approval must come from the school leadership. Zheng Wensheng is merely a head of a teaching research group. He lacks the authority to grant such permission. I ask you, did you obtain my consent for your leave? Did you secure the principal's approval? Working on weekends constitutes overtime, does it not? I have also inquired, and historically, for weekend grading. Merely the consent of the head of the teaching research group suffices. Yu Shili found herself momentarily at a loss. She had assumed that Shen Yan, being a novice teacher, would be oblivious to such customary practices, intending to intimidate him. In truth, Shen Yan had meticulously studied the various leave regulations of the school from his very first day, as the distinction between finishing work and taking leave was of paramount concern to him, followed closely by matters of salary. Let us set this aside for now. But the fact remains that you barely worked your first day before you absconded, which is undeniable. Your actions reflect a lack of organization and discipline. While other teachers diligently engaged in their responsibilities, there were those who disregarded the collective effort and abandoned their posts, inevitably demoralizing their colleagues and hindering the progress of grading. Shen Yan comprehended the situation. It seemed he was destined to bear the brunt of this blame, regardless of his innocence. He felt that if the conversation continued, Yu Shili might ascribe to him the blame for global warming and geopolitical turmoil. I previously stated that I left only after completing my assigned tasks. Shen Yan reiterated his earlier assertion. Is it truly credible to claim that you graded over 3,000 papers in merely an hour? Do you think the principal and I are fools? Yu Shili retorted, exasperated. Shen Yan found himself at a loss for words. If they did not believe him, why continue the inquiry? Isn't it evident that every teacher's grading status is documented by signatures on the plastic bags containing the papers? I recall that the final grading details are all interconnected within the system. One can simply verify the information on the platform, Shen Yan queried, propping his chin on his hand. Each instructor must return the graded papers to their respective plastic bags and sign their names on them to prevent any instances of teachers hastily grading in a reckless pursuit of speed. I will ensure you understand this clearly. Dong Zixing, too, found it implausible that one individual could grade over 3,000 papers. Upon hearing Shen Yan's intention to check the platform information, he turned the computer screen towards him. He then entered the grading details for this joint examination involving 8 schools into the educational network platform. The system was notably comprehensive, displaying not only the candidates' information but also detailed records of grading times, scores, and the names of the graders. It was apparent that while scores for each student had been recorded, only those from Chongming University had been finalized, with all other schools' results still pending review. However, the names of the graders were already logged, making it clear who had graded which papers. Dong Zixing performed a series of operations to filter for Shen Yan's name in the grading column, revealing a plethora of information, with the total spanning over 100 pages. Dong Zixing and Yu Xiuli were taken aback, initially suspecting a system error. After refreshing multiple times, they confirmed the astonishing figure of over 100 pages. "See, I did not deceive you," Shen Yan remarked, pointing at the information displayed on the screen. The expressions on their faces were as grim as if they had tasted something foul. Dong Zixing wearily flipped to the last page, revealing a staggering count of 412 entries, precisely matching Shen Yan's report. Their dismal expressions stemmed not from the sheer volume of papers Shen Yan had supposedly graded, but rather from the conviction that he must have carelessly marked them. "You graded them haphazardly," Dong Zixing asserted, not as a question but as a definitive statement. In their understanding, even the most exceptional teacher would find it impossible to evaluate over 1,000 papers in just 2 days. How could one possibly reach a tally exceeding 3,000, especially in under an hour? The only plausible explanation was that Shen Yan had graded indiscriminately, assigning scores at random. This alone could account for such an outrageous number. It was conceivable that he had not even examined some of the papers, merely signing off on the yellow plastic covers as if he had completed the evaluations. The mathematics department, pressed for time, had been duped by Shen Yan. The more they pondered, the more anxious they became, realizing this was no ordinary teaching mishap. Once other schools completed their reviews, they would undoubtedly uncover significant discrepancies in the grading of the mathematics papers. A cold sweat beaded on Dong Zixing's forehead as he gazed at the alarming number of entries on the screen, desperately retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe away the perspiration. "Do you dare to tamper with the grading of the joint examination from 8 schools?" His tone had shifted from fury to exhaustion, his body wavering unsteadily. He could already envision an avalanche of complaints burying him, the Education Bureau officials stripping him of his position as principal. "Dong Principal," Yu Xiuli exclaimed, rushing to support the faltering headmaster. Shen Yan regarded the two with a bemused expression. Hadn't Zheng Wenqing mentioned that there were no issues with the grading of Chinese, mathematics, and chemistry? Why did the two appear so oblivious? In truth, Shen Yan had misjudged. They genuinely lacked awareness of the overall grading situation. Their understanding was based on private discussions among the subject leaders, and the actual review results would rely on evaluations from other schools. However, given the years of experience among the subject leaders, their personal assessments would likely not deviate significantly from reality. Naturally, such personal judgments would not be communicated to the school leadership, leaving Dong Zixing and Yu Xiuli in the dark. "Principal, you must hold on," Yu Xiuli urged, her forehead beaded with sweat. The hefty Dong Zixing leaned heavily against her, leaving her in a state of panic, unable to either release him or support his weight. "Shen Yan, why aren't you coming over to lend a hand? Are you pleased to see the principal so distressed?" Yu Xiuli's arms ached under the strain, and she hastily called for Shen Yan to assist. "Oh," Shen Yan responded with a slight acknowledgement, leaning in to observe the principal's lethargic demeanor, and gently struck a pressure point situated between his chin and neck. "What are you doing?" Yu Xiuli exclaimed, alarmed. "Are you seeking personal revenge?" Following the gentle blow to his pressure point, Dong Zixing regained a semblance of clarity, slowly rising from Yu Xiuli's embrace and taking a seat. Recently, Shen Yan had delved into numerous medical texts and ancient manuscripts, gaining considerable insight into traditional Chinese medicine, and this technique was one he had learned from his readings. Upon witnessing Dong Zixing revive from the gentle strike, Yu Xiuli hastily set aside her reproach and rushed to pour water for the principal. After drinking, Dong Zixing seemed to come back to life, addressing Shen Yan with a steely resolve. "If you do not wish me well, do not expect to fare better yourself. Once your probationary period concludes, you shall pack your belongings and depart. The school will not extend a formal employment contract to you." Dong Zixing, in a fit of anger, uttered words that a principal would ordinarily never express. Such sentiments, if merely hinted at to subordinates, would surely prompt action. By maintaining a facade of propriety and offering a few diplomatic remarks, he could garner gratitude from others. Shen Yan remained silent. Now that his identity as the son-in-law of the Shao family was firmly established, he spoke with newfound confidence, contemplating the possibility of having Zhao's father secure him a position within the company. Thus, the principal's threat of non-renewal held little terror for him. As the atmosphere grew tense, the phone in the principal's office rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Dong Zixing's lips began to tremble once more. The call was from the Education Bureau, and he surmised that several other schools had completed their reviews and lodged complaints with the Bureau. Trembling, he answered the call with a tentative hello. The fury emanating from the other end was palpable. Even from a distance, Shen Yan could discern the barrage of insults. Dong Zixing hastily covered the receiver, attempting to muffle the cacophony, then glanced at Shen Yan and Yuxiuli before turning away to place the receiver back to his ear. The conversation persisted for nearly half an hour, during which Dong Zixing bowed his head submissively, incessantly responding with yes, yes, and you're absolutely right, leader. Eventually, noticing that the caller had yet to address the issue of the mathematics exam, he could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Leader, what about this mathematics exam?" He anticipated a scathing reprimand regarding the mathematics paper, but to his surprise, the voice on the other end proclaimed, "The mathematics, language, and chemistry assessments were well graded. With no issues. This demonstrates that your school is diligent and capable of achieving commendable results. Why, then, did the other subjects descend into chaos? Mathematics without issues?" Dong Zixing jolted, unable to believe his ears. "What? Are you hoping for mathematics to also present problems? Or do you believe you deserve praise for your grading?" The caller detected the subtle shift in Dong Zixing's tone and assumed he was shamelessly seeking accolades. No, leader, we will certainly learn from this experience." Dong Zixing hastily denied. After hanging up, Dong Zixing remained in a daze for quite some time, simultaneously grappling with the dread of an escalating teaching crisis and the relief of having narrowly escaped disaster. The notification regarding the issues that arose during the joint examination of the 8 schools has been released, and the Education Bureau has issued him a warning reprimand. Compared to his initial fears of losing his position entirely, this reprimand feels remarkably lenient, almost as if he has narrowly escaped a dire fate. Moreover, he and Yuxiuli overheard the criticisms directed at Shen Yan by the leaders of the Education Bureau, indicating that there were no significant problems with the mathematics grading. In fact, the mathematics evaluation can even be deemed commendable when compared to other subjects that faltered. Although he remains unaware of how Shen Yan managed this, it can be said that he inadvertently assisted himself. It is precisely because the grading in mathematics was relatively satisfactory that the Education Bureau refrained from imposing a more severe penalty. Consequently, he feels somewhat awkward in Shen Yan's presence, especially after having just threatened him. Having argued only to discover he was in the wrong, Dong Zixing finds himself in a rather uncomfortable position, feeling quite embarrassed when he looks at Shen Yan. Nevertheless, as a principal, he quickly rationalizes the situation, attributing the source of the confusion to the misleading words of the director Yuxiuli, who misguided his judgment. After all, it cannot be the principal's fault if someone makes a mistake. "Little Shen, this matter has nothing to do with you. You may return to your class." Dong Zixing's tone softens considerably. Naturally, he has no intention of apologizing to Shen Yan for his earlier misjudgment. A principal should not apologize to an intern. Allowing Shen Yan to leave unscathed is already an act of great benevolence on his part. So, does this mean I will not be held accountable for the teaching incident? Will I still face dismissal? Shen Yan cheekily inquires. His biting words cause Dong Zixing's embarrassment to deepen. This young man, Shen, surely does not know the importance of preserving the principal's dignity. Go. Dong Zixing's face flushes with shame as he urges Shen Yan to leave promptly. "Principal, if there's nothing else, I also." Yuxiuli, aware of the principal's gaze upon her, realizes the gravity of the situation and hurriedly wishes to escape. Dong Zixing's expression turns cold. "You stay right there." Subsequently, the entire administrative building reverberates with Dong Zixing's ire. Upon returning to his office, Shen Yan powers on his computer, logging into the educational platform using his teacher credentials to check academic performance. As a homeroom teacher, he should indeed take some interest in his students' grades. The review of the 8 schools has been completed. The scores from several universities in Anhai City are interconnected, allowing access not only to students' rankings within their own school, but also their overall standings within the city. Unsurprisingly, Class 8's average score languishes at the bottom of the school. And among all the senior classes in the 8 schools, it is similarly ranked at the very bottom, with every subject serving as a testament to their poor performance. In comparison to some vocational schools, this performance is hardly commendable, potentially designating them as the absolute lowest. However, it must be noted that under Shen Yan's tutoring, mathematics has seen some improvement. While still occupying a lowly position, it appears more favorable than the other subjects. After all, Shen Yan has only been teaching for a few days, and given that the students were previously left to their own devices, achieving this level of performance is quite commendable. To Shen Yan's astonishment, Su Xingming, who had been on a hiatus from school for more than half a year, had truly secured the top position in her class, achieving the highest score in the entire school. In the rankings of the 8-school joint examination, she was merely 2 points shy of the top scholar from Chongming University, placing her second in the city. It was unfathomable to consider the potential waves this young girl could create if she were to attentively engage in her studies. Who knows? She might even become the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination. However, Shen Yan did not intend to follow the lead of other teachers by advising Su Xingming to abandon her aspirations of becoming an internet celebrity and focus solely on her studies. With such lucrative opportunities at hand, why not seize them? Shen Yan himself was someone who often contemplated marrying into a wealthy family and living off their fortunes, leaving him with little authority to counsel others on the virtues of diligent study. On the first day following the mock exam results, it was customary to review the papers, and Shen Yan could not escape this tradition. He had a mathematics class scheduled for the afternoon. As the homeroom teacher, it was indeed necessary for him to discuss the overall performance of the class. However, given the disheartening situation in Class 8, he surmised that the students were unlikely to be interested in hearing any platitudes about their poor performance and the need for future efforts. Thus, he bypassed this segment and directly distributed the math papers to commence the lesson. Under Shen Yan's guidance, the atmosphere in the math class was relatively pleasant, with students paying attention. Yet, Su Xingming stood out as an anomaly. Upon glancing at the score in the upper right corner of her math paper, she set it aside and began applying lip balm from her makeup kit. This conspicuous action quickly captured the attention of her classmates, who shifted their focus entirely away from Shen Yan's explanations to Su Xingming. This was precisely the aspect that troubled Shen Yan. Su Xingming's presence had disrupted the previously balanced teaching environment. The fact that her academic performance was exceptional rendered any criticism about her behavior ineffective. Su Xingming seemed to sense Shen Yan's dilemma, raising her chin in a provocative manner and bestowing him with a sweet smile. With her exquisitely sculpted chin and milk-white skin, her smile resembled that of a fairy gracing the earthly realm, eliciting a chorus of exclamations from the boys in the class. Shen Yan closed the exam paper. When classroom efficiency waned, he often chose to disengage. Allowing the students some respite also served to alleviate his own burdens. Noticing Shen Yan's withdrawal, Su Xingming continued to capture his attention throughout the lesson, and indeed, he refrained from discussing any further math problems, opting instead to pull out a novel and immerse himself in its pages. As the bell rang to signal the end of class, Shen Yan closed the book and departed without lingering for a moment. To his surprise, Su Xingming followed him. "Shall we chat?" she inquired. Today, she was not clad in her motorcycle gear, but rather adorned in an expensive-looking denim outfit. Very well. Shen Yan did not wish to prolong the matter, hoping to resolve it swiftly, just as he had with Zhang Juanhu. This time, their conversation did not take place in the office. Instead, they strolled along the banks of the school's artificial lake, where the sparse presence of students facilitated a private dialogue. Neither of them spoke as they circumnavigated the lake, until Su Xingming finally remarked, "This exam went rather well." In the end, it was Shen Yan who spoke first. "Thank you." Su Xingming expressed her gratitude succinctly. Yet the conversation fell silent afterward. Although it was the other party who had initiated the chat, she offered no further words. Did she merely seek companionship for a leisurely stroll around the lake? Shen Yan found Su Xingming's behavior incomprehensible. "Do you now believe that I can effortlessly handle all subjects?" Finally, as they neared the completion of their circuit around the artificial lake, Su Xingming broke the silence. Chapter 66. Kuan City Bar. I do believe. In truth, upon sensing the extraordinary fortune surrounding Su Xingming, Shen Yan had already been convinced of her capability to master various learning materials with ease. "I have mentioned before that what appears insurmountable to many is not a challenge for me." Su Xingming raised her chin proudly, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. "Has anyone ever told you that you're quite narcissistic?" Shen Yan shot her a sidelong glance. To be unaware of one's limitations is narcissism. To possess an ability and acknowledge it is mere reality. Su Xingming was unfazed by Shen Yan's critique, responding with an air of certainty. "But you often behave this way in class, causing your peers to lose focus. That is a reflection of their lack of self-discipline, which is not my concern. Alternatively, your teaching may lack engagement, rendering it less captivating than my presence." Shen Yan found himself at a loss for a retort. To some extent, Su Xingming's assertion held merit. A teacher's inability to engage students could indeed shift their attention elsewhere. However, this was also a form of sophistry. For most, gaming is undeniably more enticing than studying, making any comparison of attraction inherently unfair. If you wish for me to lead by example in paying attention in class, I could consider it. As they continued walking, Su Xingming proposed a suggestion. Shen Yan eyed her warily. If you're looking to ask for a red envelope, I'm not giving you one. He suspected she intended to solicit money for attending class. Su Xingming looked at him incredulously. She had no interest in the meager offerings he possessed. She decided to reveal her proposition without further delay. This Saturday, there will be a race at the car enthusiasts meeting. If you participate and win against me, I promise to pay attention in your class and assist my fellow classmates in their studies. What do you think? Is this suggestion not enticing? Shen Yan regarded her with suspicion. What kind of vehicle? A car or your motorcycle? Of course, it's a motorcycle. A motorcycle? I don't own one. Su Xingming shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to herself, as if owning a car makes you any better. That is not my concern. I've made my suggestion. Whether you rent or buy a motorcycle, it's up to you. Just find a way to participate. But I don't know how to ride a motorcycle. I don't even have a license. No, you can, you absolutely can. Su Xingming asserted with unwavering confidence, even more assured than Shen Yan himself. Shen Yan studied her, sensing that this girl harbored an inexplicable confidence in him, as if she were eager to challenge him. Was it the allure of his previous life as a cultivator that attracted her to a person of destiny? Not only did Shen Yan feel this way, but Su Xingming shared the sentiment as well. For reasons unknown, she developed a peculiar desire to compete with the man before her, yearning to triumph over him. Very well. Shen Yan acquiesced. This indeed seemed the most effective means to address Su Xingming's concerns. She is unlike Zhang Juanhu, an exemplary student whose outstanding appearance captures the attention of her peers, not one who deliberately stirs trouble like Zhang. If, as Su Xingming suggested, she could take the initiative to attentively engage in class and inspire her fellow students to learn, it would indeed be a commendable approach. With Shen Yan's affirmation, Su Xingming wasted no time. After exchanging WeChat details, she swiftly departed, reminding him not to forget, Saturday evening at 7:30, at Sherman Reservoir. Shen Yan stroked his chin, pulling out his phone to glance at his modest balance of just over 1,000. He pondered whether such an amount could procure a motorcycle. Meanwhile, within the confines of Kuancheng Bar in Anhai City, Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng lounged on the plush sofa of their private booth, savoring the red wine served by the bartender. The bar, situated underground, remained dimly lit even during the day, relying solely on the warm, yellowed lights to faintly illuminate their surroundings. The establishment was nearly empty, with only their table occupied. Why hasn't Ma Tai emerged yet? We've been waiting for nearly half the day. Zhuang Feng expressed his growing impatience. After the bar's manager went to relay their presence, they had yet to see him. Zhuang Xiao, please remain patient. After all, we are on their territory. A little more waiting is not a hardship, Qi Zixing reassured him. A short while later, the booth door swung open, but instead of the anticipated Ma Tai, a gray-bearded elder entered. Despite his white hair and beard, the man possessed a robust physique, his clothing revealing well-defined muscles. Apologies for the wait, esteemed guests. Master Ma is unfortunately unable to attend and has sent this old man to negotiate in his stead. The elder greeted them with a respectful gesture, urging the two to resume their seats. Both men felt a twinge of disappointment. Ma Tai's absence suggested that the day's matters might not come to fruition. Nevertheless, despite his absence, proper etiquette remained essential. Qi Zixing produced a small box from his pocket and presented it to the elder. Knowing Master Ma's affinity for Buddhism, this colorful glass bracelet was specially sought by my adoptive father. Please convey this token of regard to him. Upon opening the box, the elder beheld the bracelet's radiant beads, shimmering even in the dim light, clearly a precious and rare treasure. This is far too extravagant. One should not accept rewards without merit. Master Ma would likely refuse. The elder closed the box, attempting to return it. This is merely a gesture from my adoptive father, intended to foster a friendship with Master Ma. I kindly ask you to accept it, Qi Zixing insisted, pushing the box back toward him. After a moment's contemplation, the elder finally accepted the box. Then I shall convey my gratitude on behalf of Master Ma for your kind intentions. With the gift received, the trio transitioned to discussing business matters. There is no need for formality. My surname is Foam, with the single character Dong. I am fortunate to serve under Master Ma. The elder introduced himself. Oh, I have heard of your formidable reputation in Liaoyuan province. It is indeed an honor. Qi Zixing responded respectfully upon recognizing the elder's name. Zhuang Feng, too, acknowledged the name. Following suit in greeting, Feng Dong was quite pleased by the flattery, humbly replying that it was merely a superficial honor bestowed by friends in the industry, not worthy of mention. After exchanging pleasantries, Qi Zixing inquired about the matter his adoptive father had discussed with Third Master over the phone, wondering how Third Master had considered it. Feng Dong, feeling somewhat troubled, remarked that Third Master had indeed broached the subject with him. While Third Master was eager to assist Qi Yi, the vast distance of Liaoyuan province made it challenging, and Anhai was merely a small temple. Thus, Third Master was well-meaning, yet powerless. Zhuang Feng was irked, as his father had entrusted him with this formal task, and being met with such resistance was disheartening. Who is this? Qi Zixing, already well known in their circle as Qi Yuanhao's right-hand man, found Zhuang Feng, the son of Qi Yuanhao, less recognized. Consequently, Feng Dong recognized Qi Zixing, but was unaware of Zhuang Feng's identity. Qi Zixing introduced, "This is my adoptive father's biological son, Zhuang Feng, also the biological grandson of Old Master Zhuang." Although his adoptive father had stated that matters should be led by him, it was important to honor Zhuang Feng's status. Chapter 67. Confidential discussions in the bar. Who might this be? So, it is Qi Ye's biological son. No wonder he carries himself with such arrogance. Given that the other party had not accorded his master the respect he deserved, Feng Dong felt no obligation to extend courtesy to this young heir. Despite Qi Yuanhao's reputation surpassing that of his own master, Ma San, they were in Anhai City, his master's territory, and thus, he felt no trepidation. As the atmosphere grew tense, Qi Zixing stepped in to mediate. Whether successful or not, my adoptive father and Third Master will always remain friends. We must not let this situation sour our goodwill. In truth, Ma Tai had sent Feng Dong instead of coming in person, and Qi Zixing sensed that today's affair was unlikely to yield positive results, which indeed turned out to be the case. However, seeking an alliance with Ma Tai was merely a bonus. If the other party was unwilling, it was of little consequence, allowing him to maintain a tranquil demeanor. Zhuang Feng, however, felt differently, as this was his father's first formal assignment to him, and he wished to demonstrate his capabilities. Yet, with Qi Zixing's declaration, he had no choice but to relent. Business may not have been concluded, but righteousness remains. Young Master Qi has stated that Third Master and Qi Yi will always be friends. Although we cannot assist Qi Yi this time, should either of you require assistance in Anhai in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I shall do my utmost to help. Noticing the other party's softened stance, Feng Dong aimed to avoid causing irreparable offense. Who cares about your assistance? Zhuang Feng was about to retort with some bravado when Qi Zixing interrupted him. Old Feng, there is indeed a matter in need of Third Master's influence in Anhai. Oh, Feng Dong was taken aback that his polite remarks had been taken seriously, and he began to withdraw. Pray, enlighten me. There is a teacher at Anhai No. 1 High School named Shen Yan, who has repeatedly harassed my adoptive father's daughter. My adoptive father, being far away in Liaoyuan, finds it inconvenient to intervene, so we ask Third Master for assistance in teaching this individual a lesson, ensuring he keeps his distance from my adoptive father's daughter. With Zhuang He's protection, Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng found it unwise to confront the old master directly. Thus they sought to utilize Ma Tai's influence to discipline Shen Yan. Zhuang Feng's eyes brightened with an epiphany. He realized he could leverage the local influence in Anhai to compel Shen Yan to distance himself from his sister. It turned out to be such a trivial matter that it hardly required the intervention of the Third Master. The old man could handle it himself, thus offering a form of compensation for not being able to assist Qi Yi. Upon learning that the action would merely involve reprimanding an individual, Feng Dong readily agreed. With the discussion nearing its conclusion, Qi Zixing rose to take his leave. I apologize for my hasty departure. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention in Liaoyuan, and I must return shortly. Otherwise, I would have surely waited until the Third Master's affairs are concluded to cultivate our acquaintance properly. What a pity, young Master Qi. Should you or young Master Zhuang find yourselves in Anhai again, do be sure to inform me. The Third Master would be most delighted to meet two such distinguished talents. Feng Dong replied, not pressing for further delay as he saw them off from the bar. Once they had departed, a middle-aged man with a cigar emerged from the back room of the Kuancheng bar. Upon seeing him, Feng Dong hurriedly bowed in respect. Third Master, since you are here, Why not meet the two gentlemen? Qi Yuanhao holds some weight in the underworld. The middle-aged man was Ma Tai, who had been observing the trio's every move through a pinhole camera from the back room. Flicking the ash from his cigar, he squinted and remarked, Qi Yuanhao has grand ambitions. He seeks to consume the entirety of the 3 eastern provinces. I lack such appetite and capability. It is best we do not meet. Feng Dong nodded in agreement, surprised to hear his master express humility in the presence of others. What do you think of Qi Yuanhao's 2 sons? Ma Tai suddenly inquired. The elder is reckless in his endeavors and has yet to master his skills, falling far short of his father's prowess, Feng Dong scoffed. And Qi Zixing? Ma Tai pressed further. Astute and seasoned in his dealings, he possesses his father's temperament, and I must admit, Feng Dong's expression grew solemn. His martial arts have likely entered the transcendent stage. Ma Tai pondered the significance of that term. To reach the transcendent stage in martial arts signifies an exceptional level of mastery. It was astonishing that this individual, barely in his late 20s, had achieved such profound understanding. Third Master, Qi Zixing has requested my assistance in reprimanding someone. Should we proceed with this? Despite his earlier agreement, Feng Dong felt compelled to consult his master before taking action. Ma Tai, having observed Qi Zixing's request via surveillance, was unaware of the specifics. Who is it? It appears to be a teacher from a school, Feng Dong replied. Investigate this individual's background. If there are no issues, proceed as you see fit, Ma Tai instructed. Exercising caution. Understood. In the following days, Shen Yan took some time to explore the market for motorcycle prices. Anhai City boasted a specialized motorcycle shop, albeit situated in a remote part of the city, on the very outskirts. The shop's facade was modest, yet it offered a comprehensive array of motorcycle sales and modifications within. This was Shen Yan's first visit to such a venue. Had it not been for Su Xingming's recommendation, he would never have discovered this hidden gem. Inside the shop, the selection of motorcycles was limited to a few classic models, with several being the owner's personal collection, not for sale. Shen Yan had heard from Su Xingming that motorcycle purchases in their area were typically made through the shop, where the owner would assist in procuring and assembling the desired configurations. Should you encounter a motorcycle enthusiast, you may opt to have items delivered to the shop and assemble them yourself. Although the storefront appears modest, this industry is indeed a lucrative one, with the proprietor reaping substantial profits from each transaction. Thus, when Shen Yan arrived, the owner greeted him with great enthusiasm. The proprietor, a young man in his early 20s sporting a head of green hair, made Shen Yan ponder the profound experiences that might have led a man to choose such a color. Are you here to browse the motorcycles? Or do you wish to select your own custom parts? The green-haired owner, dressed in a sturdy motorcycle outfit, inquired. I was referred by Su Xingming, Shen Yan replied, invoking the name of Su Xingming. According to her, mentioning her name would entitle him to a discount. Oh, the big sister introduced you. Please, come in, the owner said. His enthusiasm heightened. I am Mao Kale, you can call me Xiao Kai. May I ask your name? I am Shen Yan, he introduced himself, taking a moment to assess the young man before him. You appear to be around 22 or 23. How is it that you refer to Su Xingming as big sister? Su Xingming, if I recall correctly, has only recently turned 18, Shen Yan noted. The term big sister is a respectful title we use for Xingjie here in Anhai. Mao Kale explained. Shen Yan nodded, realizing she indeed had a rebellious streak. Mao Kale ushered Shen Yan into the back room. To Shen Yan's surprise, the small shop contained a hidden chamber that was quite spacious. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed 2 motorcycles on display, even more striking than those outside. Encased in glass, a knowledgeable observer would recognize that every part and paint job on these 2 motorcycles had been custom modified, each valued at over $1 million. Upon realizing that Shen Yan was referred by Su Xingming, Mao Kale felt a flicker of anticipation, hoping that Shen Yan would appreciate his prized collection. However, to his dismay, Shen Yan merely glanced at the motorcycles briefly, nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly impressed only by their flashy appearance. This left Mao Kale feeling somewhat disheartened, akin to sharing a treasured possession only to receive a lukewarm response. What type of motorcycle is Shen boss interested in? Mao Kale asked as he retrieved 2 bottles of cold cola from the refrigerator, setting one on the table in front of Shen Yan and opening the other for himself. Do you have motorcycles priced over 10 million? Shen Yan inquired, causing Mao Kale to choke on his drink, the cola spilling down his shirt as he leapt to his feet in shock. Apologies, Mao Kale exclaimed, hastily grabbing a napkin to clean up the mess. And only after ensuring everything was tidy did he take his seat again. You must be referring to motorcycles in the 10 million range, correct? Those are limited edition models with custom engines and parts. Such vehicles are unattainable in on-high, he speculated, initially believing he had misheard. However, considering that Shen Yan was a friend of the big sister, it was reasonable to conclude that he was someone of considerable means, which explained his apparent disinterest in the two collectible motorcycles. If Boss Shen genuinely desires it, he could first place an order for the configuration, and I could have my overseas friend ship it over. However, shipping would take a bit longer. Mao Kale seemed eager. With over 10 million, one would typically be looking at supercars. Using such an amount to purchase a motorcycle would be akin to acquiring a masterpiece. If one were to possess a motorcycle of this caliber, it would certainly elevate their status in the automotive realm. Shen Yan discerned the misunderstanding and clarified, "It's over 1,000, not millions." Mao Kale momentarily faltered, rapidly calculating in his mind. Over 1,000? So, is that 1,000 yuan? Brother, you must be joking. Unwilling to believe it, he chuckled, urging Shen Yan not to jest. I am not joking. Shen Yan presented his phone to show his account balance. It was indeed just over 1,000 yuan. Mao Kale could no longer maintain his composure. He had just envisioned owning a prestigious luxury vehicle, and now he felt utterly deflated. The youth, brimming with passion and lacking sophistication, could not hide his growing displeasure. Shen Yan observed the change in the green-haired boss's expression, which grew increasingly sour. Mao Kale was making an effort to suppress his anger. Had it not been for Su Xingming's introduction, he would have expelled Shen Yan on the spot. Perhaps Su Xingming had not anticipated that Shen Yan, as a public school teacher, would be so financially constrained, unable to withdraw even 10,000. Boss Mao? Little Kai? Mao Kale? Shen Yan noticed the tension in the other's clenched fists and called out several times, awaiting a recommendation for a model. Yet, there was silence. Mao Kale crossed his arms, his demeanor shifting considerably. Weren't you just telling me you could get a vehicle worth over 10 million? Why is it that you cannot procure a motorcycle for just over 1,000 now? Brother, get your head straight. A simple electric bike starts at 3,000. With your 1,000 yuan, you might struggle to find a decent used bike in the market. Mao Kale spoke, attempting to restrain his frustration. Really? Shen Yan was taken aback by the motorcycle prices. If it comes to that, I could always buy some used parts and assemble one myself. Mao Kale scoffed, gesturing towards the door. Brother, if you step outside and take a taxi, instruct the driver to head right for 20 minutes. You'll find a bicycle specialty store. With your 1,000 yuan, you'd still have options. However, I advise against looking at the innermost row. Those are branded products, with prices exceeding 100,000. A bicycle costing over 100,000? Shen Yan was astonished. The cost of living in this world was indeed extraordinary, where the price of a bicycle could equate to more than a year's salary for an ordinary person. Mao Kale had lost interest in further discussion with Shen Yan, perceiving him as an unsophisticated country bumpkin. Shen Yan felt almost as though he had been unceremoniously ejected. Even the bottle of cola offered to him was reclaimed and returned to the refrigerator. Seeing Shen Yan's naive demeanor, the boss took the opportunity to enlighten him on the current motorcycle market. Presently, the entry-level motorcycles generally start around 10,000. However, such vehicles are merely suitable for casual outings or photo opportunities. To consider them for racing is utterly fanciful. Even taking one to the racetrack would draw ridicule from knowledgeable enthusiasts. Shen Yan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Indeed, every circle has its hierarchy of disdain. Having realized too late the importance of setting aside some funds for medicinal herbs, I now find myself unable to afford anything. There remains, however, a potential solution. I could return to my previous high-intensity endeavor of selling skewers, which could allow me to save enough for a motorcycle within a week. Yet, the thought of working after my regular job to sell skewers leaves me feeling achingly weary. It is what it is. A loss in the competition is simply that, a loss. And the exhaustion I feel is genuine. After some deliberation, I found myself at a specialty store for electric bicycles. The proprietor of the store displayed a markedly more amiable demeanor, understanding that I had just over 1,000 yuan. Instead of dismissing me, he kindly introduced me to a selection of second-hand electric bikes. Nevertheless, as my friend Mao Kale had mentioned, the options available within that price range were quite limited, primarily older models. The sole relatively new one was a charming pink bike, presumably belonging to a woman, adorned with several large stickers on its rear. Weighing the pros and cons, I decided on this little pink vehicle, which at least appeared to be in good condition. After completing the purchase, I rode off on my new electric steed, reveling in the fact that I was now part of the motorized community and felt the urge to flaunt it. Upon entering the underground parking lot of the resort and sharing with Zhuang Xian my intention to compete against Su Xingming, I noticed a hint of pity in her gaze, a kind of condescending sympathy reserved for those less fortunate. Teacher Shen, if you need money for a bike, you can borrow from me. I think the model the shop owner mentioned, costing over 10,000, is quite decent, she offered, producing a card from her small bag to hand to me. What nonsense! A motorcycle for over 10,000? Does she think I am a fool? I was tempted to accept the card, yet I restrained myself. Accepting it would mean I would be indebted to her for a lifetime. I began to grasp the extent of this young heiress's financial capacity and simultaneously felt a renewed resentment towards Qi Yuanhao, vowing that the grievance of having my beloved taken from me would not go unavenged. Take me to the automobile scrapyard when you have a moment. I would like to rummage through some discarded items to modify my little electric steed. With some ingenuity, I believe I could enhance it sufficiently for the competition I proposed. My familiarity with the art of refining tools from my forays into cultivation made me confident. I had previously designed and manufactured a small celestial vessel on my own. I deemed it feasible to modify a vehicle for the competition, as the essence of a motorcycle bears considerable resemblance to the celestial crafts of the cultivation realm. Chapter 69. An outsider's perspective. The grading incident that arose during the joint examination process at Anhai No. 1 High School caused quite a stir, with several institutions lodging formal complaints. However, the resolution was handled rather hastily. The principal, Dong Zixing, faced disciplinary action, yet the Education Bureau managed to suppress the matter. It was a classic case of much ado about nothing, as the Bureau's leaders extended a measure of leniency towards this principal of a prestigious high school, preventing the situation from escalating further. Thanks to Dong Zixing's connections and the relatively favorable grading outcomes in subjects such as mathematics, the matter concluded with mixed feelings among the involved parties. Lu Yi, the president of Chongming University, was in high spirits. He had not anticipated that this incident of paper grading would lead to the downfall of Anhai No. 1 High School. The joint complaints from several schools had significantly tarnished the reputation of Anhai No. 1, garnering substantial political capital for Chongming University in its pursuit of becoming a key institution in Anhai City. Conversely, Dong Zixing was displeased. Although he had only received a minor reprimand, he sensed the rapid escalation of this matter was largely fueled by Chongming's influence, which could not be overlooked. Consequently, he had cultivated numerous connections in response. His mood had soured throughout the week, leading him to reprimand Yu Xioli, the one responsible for the suggestion, for an entire week, to the point where she began to question her own existence. During the flag-raising ceremonies over the past few days, Yu Xioli's face was etched with resentment, frequently casting glances of disdain towards Shen Yan, her eyes nearly rolling back into her head. In the recent joint examination among the 8 schools, Anhai No. 1's performance had been subpar, with the average score of various classes almost 3 points lower than that of Chongming. It was imperative for the senior class homeroom teachers to engage in some serious self-reflection, particularly those in the lower-performing classes, who must promptly devise measures to address the situation. Yu Xioli passionately addressed the microphone from the flag-raising platform, chastising the senior classes, especially Class 8, to the extent that she almost pointed a finger at Shen Yan in accusation. The disappointing examination results were a significant factor contributing to her volatile emotions as the director of education. After nearly a week of reprimands from the principal, she had a great deal of frustration to unleash on the homeroom teachers. With the parent-teacher meeting approaching next week, the school had already informed parents of the results, and Yu Xioli hoped that some teachers would thoughtfully consider how to provide a satisfactory explanation to the concerned parents. At this point, her gaze frantically searched for Shen Yan among the crowd below. Zheng Wencheng, standing behind Shen Yan, quietly advised him and Zhuang Xian, while Director Yu's words may be harsh, there is some truth to them. The parents of Class 8 are particularly challenging. You must strategize for next week's meeting. Zheng Wencheng, a seasoned veteran at the school, understood the high expectations that parents of students at prestigious high schools held regarding academic performance. Many parents from Class 8 had significant backgrounds, and should a situation escalate, even the principal would struggle to manage it. This was also a reason behind the frequent turnover of temporary homeroom teachers in Class 8. Many teachers, after a single parent-teacher meeting, would break down in tears, pleading to be reassigned from the class. Zheng Wencheng would typically refrain from meddling in such matters. But given Shen Yan's assistance to the mathematics department in overcoming recent challenges, he felt compelled to offer a few words of caution. In contrast, Other subject leaders were still being summoned to the principal's office for reprimands. Shen Yan, however, remained unperturbed. He had firmly established his identity as a son-in-law of the Xiao family and had already secured a backup plan. If parents dared to cause a ruckus, he would not hesitate to resign, leaving the mess for his successor to resolve. This newfound confidence stemmed from his role as a son-in-law. Yet he pondered why. After their last phone conversation, Mr. Xiao had yet to take any concrete action. He hoped he had not been forgotten. He resolved to make a call soon to strengthen their relationship. During this time, Shen Yan had been focused on customizing his pink electric scooter. He navigated to a nearby scrapyard and, after slipping a couple of faux Chinese cigarette packs to the gatekeeper, gained entry with ease. Every day, Yunfei would drive him around the factory, allowing him to scavenge for usable scraps to take home. Although Zhuangxian's car had been repaired, the old gentleman was now apprehensive about her driving alone to and from work. During this period, Yunfei was responsible for shuttling both Zhuangxian and Shen Yan. "Brother Shen, are you searching for car parts?" Yunfei inquired, observing Shen Yan return each day with a pile of discarded items. "Indeed, I plan to assemble a motorcycle," Shen Yan replied, gesturing towards his small electric scooter. With the acquisition of the scooter, Shen Yan found his travels considerably more convenient, eliminating the need for taxis or relying on Zhuangxian for rides to the library. Moreover, the scooter's maneuverability spared him from traffic congestion, which he found immensely satisfying. Yunfei glanced at the pink electric scooter, hesitating to comment on Shen Yan's motorcycle project. "Would you like me to procure some parts? I have friends who are into vehicles. While they primarily focus on cars, some of their components might be applicable." "That would be wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Yun," Shen Yan replied, as he was indeed in need of parts. The discarded components from the automotive factory had already undergone a second round of selection, making the chances of finding something useful quite slim. "There's no need for formality. Those parts are merely items my friends have discarded and hold little value. Just don't be too picky," Yunfei reassured him. Not picky at all, Shen Yan gratefully accepted. He had also borrowed numerous books from the library on modern vehicle construction, combining that knowledge with his previous life's experience in crafting. Since the day Zhuang Laojiao warned them, Zhuang Feng and Qi Zixing had settled down considerably. Although they still displayed a poor attitude towards Shen Yan, they refrained from provoking him further. Observing his grandson's newfound composure, Zhuang Laojiao ceased urging him to return home. A delicate balance was established between the two factions at the Zhuang family villa. However, Zhuang Feng could not resist mocking Shen Yan whenever they crossed paths. "Where do you find all this garbage that you keep stuffing into the villa? It's becoming a landfill and polluting the entire resort." After enduring several days of Shen Yan's daily haul from the scrapyard, Zhuang Feng could no longer contain his irritation. The scraps Shen Yan collected were situated 2 kilometers away from the villa, ensuring no unpleasant odor permeated their vicinity, yet Zhuang Feng remained discontented. Shen Yan continued tinkering with his vehicle, paying no heed to the discontented young master. Zhuang Feng, clearly idle, claimed he could not bear the stench of refuse. Yet he would chase after Shen Yan for 2 kilometers daily to voice his grievances, leaving one to ponder his motives. When Zhuang Feng noticed Shen Yan ignoring him, he lost interest and stood with arms crossed, watching Shen Yan labor. After some time, he could discern nothing noteworthy from Shen Yan's efforts. Just then, Yunfei arrived to deliver parts and asked, "Uncle Yun, what is this country bumpkin doing every day?" I failed to comprehend it. Yunfei, too, found it perplexing. Although he considered himself a car enthusiast and had friends who specialized in such matters, he could not grasp Shen Yan's methods of modification. He specifically took several photographs of Shen Yan during his modification process to show his friends who are enthusiasts of vehicles. The conclusion they reached was that this individual is an amateur. His so-called modifications are mere folly. Chapter 70. The Annoying Second Young Master. It is said that experts discern the nuances while amateurs merely enjoy the spectacle. Initially, Yunfei believed Shen Yan's daily tinkering resembled something meaningful. But since his knowledgeable friends had expressed such opinions, he could only deduce that Shen Yan was merely indulging a fleeting passion for modifications. Of course, such sentiments could not be voiced in front of the young master, lest he be met with ridicule. Thus, Yunfei informed Zhuang Feng that young Master Shen was modifying a motorcycle in preparation for a racing competition. Modifying? Racing? Huh. Uncle Yun, surely you jest? Zhuang Feng burst into laughter, pointing to the pink electric scooter in Shen Yan's possession, inquiring, what racing competition is he participating in? A battery-powered vehicle tournament? Or perhaps a children's race? If he can compete, I might as well live stream myself eating excrement. Yun Fei felt quite embarrassed. He disapproved of Zhuang Feng's disrespectful remarks towards Shen Yan, yet he found himself unable to counter his young master's assertions. Who on earth would use a small scooter in a proper racing event? Moreover, was this truly modification? Surely, his techniques weren't learned from building blocks. Assembling a pile of scrap metal and calling it a modified vehicle? Zhuang Feng clutched his belly with laughter. It seemed that the young suitor of his sister was not particularly bright. He couldn't fathom why both his grandfather and sister felt the need to protect him. Yun Fei felt increasingly awkward, as he couldn't refute any of Zhuang Feng's points, eventually muttering, "There are always those more skilled than ourselves. Perhaps young Master Shen's methods are beyond our comprehension." With such capabilities, he would struggle to ride a bicycle, let alone understand motorcycles. I would gladly eat excrement upside down before believing he could modify a vehicle. Shen Yan paused his activities and turned his gaze towards the incessantly chattering Zhuang Feng. "What are you going to do?" Zhuang Feng stammered, suddenly feeling apprehensive. Shen Yan ignored him, finding the situation tedious. He recalled his previous experience being subdued by the other party. Shen Yan had no intention of acting. He merely found the peculiar tastes of some individuals in this world rather amusing. Before, he had perceived certain behaviors as illogical, and now, it seemed that the fascination with excrement had finally made an appearance. Yun Fei, concerned that the two might escalate their confrontation, quickly attempted to defuse the tension. "Young Master Shen, please don't take offense. The second young master is merely careless with his words. Do not let it trouble you." "Uncle Yun, why are you also defending this outsider? As if he would dare to act against me in the villa." Zhuang Feng feigned calmness. "The restroom is over there." Shen Yan suddenly pointed to a direction. Yun Fei and Zhuang Feng were momentarily taken aback, uncertain of Shen Yan's intention regarding the restroom. "Brother Shen, do you need to use the toilet?" Yun Fei asked hesitantly. "Isn't the second young master the one who wishes to eat excrement?" "The restroom is over there," Shen Yan remarked, having heard Zhuang Feng mention the peculiar desire twice in a matter of minutes. Perhaps he truly held an affinity for it. Shen Yan, while perplexed, chose to respect it. Moreover, Zhuang Feng's incessant chatter was distracting him from his work. If he had such a peculiar predilection, it might be best to direct him towards fulfilling it. The two finally grasped his meaning, and Yun Fei discreetly observed the second young master's reaction. At this moment, Zhuang Feng's face flushed with anger. "I was merely using a metaphor. Who would actually want to eat feces?" He believed that Shen Yan was feigning ignorance, deliberately putting him in an embarrassing position. "You, tell me, who wants to eat feces?" Zhuang Feng fixed his gaze on Shen Yan, enunciating each word with palpable indignation. He was inherently impulsive, and the slightest provocation could push him to the brink of explosion. "Are you not going to eat it?" Shen Yan crouched down, tinkering with the vehicle. "I thought someone had such peculiar tastes. Do you prefer it fresh and recently excreted?" The world continuously challenged Shen Yan's worldview. Han Yong, irritable and perpetually seeking mating opportunities, Du Chunhui, who found everything displeasing during her menopausal phase, and Sheng Zhe, who would organize joint self-defense sessions. Compared to these individuals, Zhuang Feng's peculiar inclination to seek out feces seemed less outrageous. Often, Shen Yan felt a sense of incongruity, perceiving himself as not sufficiently bizarre in their company. "I will not tolerate this any longer." Zhuang Feng could bear it no more. If Shen Yan had worn a provocative expression, he might have restrained himself, knowing the other was intentionally goading him. However, Shen Yan's demeanor suggested that it was entirely reasonable for him to be subjected to such indignities, which was unbearable. It felt as if, in the eyes of others, he truly was a feces-obsessed maniac. With a cry, Zhuang Feng lunged at Shen Yan. But Yun Fei was too late to intervene. Shen Yan, without glancing back, swiftly retaliated with a slap, sending Zhuang Feng crashing to the ground. The movement was so quick that Yun Fei barely registered it before noticing that the second young master had already fallen. "My apologies, it's a habit," Shen Yan remarked nonchalantly. He hadn't intended to strike. He merely reacted instinctively as Zhuang Feng charged at him, revealing his vulnerabilities. Zhuang Feng lay on the ground, one hand covering his struck face, looking up at Yun Fei with a pitiful expression. "Uncle Yun, will you not assist me?" Yun Fei stood frozen, uncertain. As the head of security for the Zhuang family, he bore the responsibility of ensuring their safety. Yet, as a friend, he was reluctant to confront Shen Yan, especially since he hadn't witnessed the latter's action. "Young Master Zhuang, might it be that you tripped over yourself?" Yun Fei ventured to suggest. Zhuang Feng, feeling increasingly aggrieved, displayed the red imprint on his face. Look at my face. How could I possibly have fallen by myself? Yunfei found himself in a difficult position. Then this is indeed a fault of Master Shen. Shen Yan immediately apologized. I'm truly sorry, young Master Zhuang. I was simply concerned that you had eaten something unpleasant for breakfast and approached me. Personally, I find such things quite unacceptable. Shen Yan's sincerity only served to infuriate Zhuang Feng further, who felt as though the implication was that he had indeed consumed such detritus. Realizing that Yunfei would not intervene and recognizing that he was outmatched, Zhuang Feng decided to retreat, standing up and running away. Yunfei glanced at Shen Yan, then at the retreating Zhuang Feng, and offered a brief apology to Shen Yan before chasing after the young master. The second young master of the Zhuang family, having been spoiled since childhood, possessed a somewhat childish temperament, and Yunfei felt obliged to keep an eye on him to prevent any foolish actions. Zhuang Feng did not run far. He returned to the house and sought out Qi Zixing. Upon seeing the red mark on Zhuang Feng's face, Qi Zixing furrowed his brow. Was it that Shen Yan again? Zhuang Feng nodded, reflecting on how, since arriving in Anhai, he had faced a series of misfortunes. No longer enjoying the deference he received in Liaoyuan province, where everyone would greet him with respect, addressing him as young Master Zhuang. When are we going back? I do not wish to remain here any longer. I have already booked the flight. In 2 days, we shall embark on our journey. There are numerous matters to attend to in Liaoyuan province. After Qi Zixing reported the attitude of Mat Tai, Qi Yuanhao instructed him to return promptly. Why has Mat Tai not yet taken action? I am growing increasingly impatient. Zhuang Feng is now eager for revenge against Shen Yan. If he does not act soon, I shall hire someone to teach Shen Yan a lesson myself. No. Qi Zixing quickly intervened. We are unfamiliar with Anhai. Any thugs we manage to find will merely be street ruffians, easily traced back by Master Zhuang. Only individuals of Mat Tai's caliber would be difficult for Master Zhuang to track down. Considering his grandfather's stance, Zhuang Feng reluctantly abandoned that notion. When will Mat Tai and his associates make their move? Surely they will not leave us in the lurch. From the very beginning, Zhuang Feng harbored little fondness for Mat Tai, who had spurned their overtures. Qi Zixing, feeling uncertain, pulled out his phone to inquire. Chapter 71. A subtle game of words. The call was answered by Feng Dong, and after exchanging pleasantries, they delved into the heart of the matter. Does Elder Feng recall what he promised us? Oh, my age has dulled my memory. Sometimes, I forget what I said moments ago. Could young Master Qi perhaps remind this old man? Feng Dong feigned forgetfulness. It seemed he truly had forgotten. Upon hearing Feng Dong's response through the speakerphone, Zhuang Feng immediately became animated, needing to be calmed by Qi Zixing as he took a seat. Qi Zixing was equally displeased. What does Elder Feng mean by this? Does he truly believe the Qi family is insignificant? That the Zhuang family lacks influence? In the face of Qi Zixing's veiled threats, Feng Dong merely laughed heartily. I was merely jesting. How could I disregard young Master Qi's words? Everything has been arranged. You and young Master Zhuang may simply await the spectacle. In recent days, Feng Dong had delved into Shen Yan's background, discovering that he was nothing more than an unremarkable high school teacher, with the only noteworthy aspect of his identity being his position as a son-in-law to the Xiao family. If the master of our house looks down upon the Xiao family, how much less regard should he have for a mere son-in-law, especially one whose fiancée reportedly ran off during their engagement festivities? This situation could serve as an opportunity to grant Qi Zixing a favor, easing the prior rejection of Qi Yuanhao. Slowly, Feng Dong unveiled his plan. The previously displeased Zhuang Feng's eyes brightened as he listened, slapping his thigh in approval. Young Master Qi, what do you think of my brilliant scheme? Feng Dong's voice was laden with self-satisfaction, even through the phone. Elder Feng, you are quite astute. Qi Zixing responded, pleased with the other's perceptiveness. I shall remain here, eagerly awaiting news from Elder Feng. Qi Zixing laughed. He held a strong dislike for Shen Yan, and Feng Dong's plan was sufficient to ruin Shen Yan's reputation, which brought him greater joy than merely striking him. This is splendid. With this plan in motion, Shen Yan will not only find it impossible to remain with the Zhuang family, but he will also be subjected to the scorn of others at school. Zhuang Feng clenched his fist, striking his palm, unable to contain his excitement. Moreover, such a commotion would bring shame upon the Xiao family, who had originally been aligned with him. The fate of his engagement with the Xiao family remained uncertain. Let him be a married man who attempts to seduce my sister. He deserves this fate. The memory of being beaten twice by Shen Yan made Zhuang Feng's teeth ache, longing to witness Shen Yan's humiliation at that very moment. I yearn to witness this scene with my own eyes tomorrow. Is that too difficult? Qi Zixing chuckled. Brother Xing, do you have a plan? It can be somewhat troublesome for outsiders to enter the school. Zhuangfeng looked at Qi Zixing with hopeful eyes. With enough money, one can move mountains. This is merely a trifling matter. If you wish to see, little Feng, we shall go to the school tomorrow to witness his disgrace firsthand. Remembering his previous humiliation at the hands of Shen Yan, Qi Zixing felt a surge of interest. The atmosphere at the school this week was destined to be far from pleasant. The grading incident, coupled with the widening gap in academic performance with Chongming, had placed immense pressure on the teachers, leaving them gasping for breath. As the pressure from above trickled down, the students ultimately bore the brunt of it. The students of Yizhong had also grown quiet, even during breaks. The atmosphere was eerily subdued. This stifling ambience, however, had no effect on Shen Yan. He remained cheerful, finishing his math class punctually and later seeking out materials for assembling motorcycles. The art of refining tools was profound, and many parts of magical artifacts could not be replaced by mundane items. Ultimately, he had to rely on the scientific advancements of this world to modify the vehicles. Otherwise, the creations he produced might be so extraordinary that they would attract unnecessary attention, disrupting his current life. At the school gate, the elderly guard was blocking a sobbing woman. The woman, in her 40s, appeared disheveled, resembling a rural aunt who had just arrived in the city. Her waxen skin and the yellowing teeth that peeked through her lips spoke volumes of the years etched upon her. Even her curled, dyed brown hair failed to convey any semblance of style, instead emanating a faint odor. That heartless scoundrel! I abandoned my husband and children to find him, yet he turns his back on me. The woman wailed, her voice powerful enough to make even the guard step back. That scoundrel who toyed with my sister's feelings. Today, I will drag him out and teach him a lesson. Beside her stood a burly man with a crew cut, sporting a bowl-shaped haircut. Bastard! How dare you toy with my woman? Just watch. I will make him pay dearly. Behind them loomed an even larger man, resembling an upright bear from a distance. Wearing a tank top in the frigid winter, his most conspicuous feature being his large tattooed arms. The elderly guard stood before the two men, barely reaching their midsections. Having to look up to meet their gaze, his voice unavoidably lacking in conviction. You cannot enter. The school has regulations. The guard, steadfast in upholding the campus rules, spoke with a tremor, appearing somewhat blusterous. Today, let us see who dares to stop me. The tattooed man gave a light shove, sending the guard sprawling to the ground. The guard stumbled and fell, landing hard. We are here to seek justice against that heartless man. The crew-cut man shouted as he squeezed through the narrow opening of the gate. The middle-aged woman attempted to follow, but her ample figure made it difficult for her to squeeze through in various positions. Growing impatient, the tattooed man simply pushed the gate open with both hands, shoving the woman inside before following suit. The elderly gatekeeper observed the tattooed man pushing the retractable gate, glancing at the two burly figures beside him. He swallowed hard and, with a sense of futility, uttered a feeble warning. You cannot enter. It was merely a token gesture of duty, as he held no hope of actually stopping the trio. However, the tattooed man, seemingly provoked, delivered a slap to the old man's face, exclaiming, "Get lost." As the gatekeeper struggled to regain his footing, he was struck down once more, two of his teeth shattered, leaving a trail of crimson. He dared not intervene further, allowing the three to enter the school, paralyzed by fear. What kind of individuals are these? After they had departed, the gatekeeper whispered softly to himself, tears almost spilling from his eyes due to the pain. Before long, a Porsche approached the school entrance, and two young men emerged, one clad in a leather jacket, the other sporting a short haircut. They were none other than Qi Zixing and Zhuangfeng. Good sir, I am a relative of those three from earlier. A teacher at your school has bullied our aunt, and we seek justice. We hope you can grant us some leniency. Qi Zixing spoke, his demeanor far less aggressive than that of the previous trio. Yet, upon hearing their connection to the earlier ruffians, the gatekeeper was struck by fear and quickly retreated into the gatehouse, shutting the retractable gate with haste. Qi Zixing, realizing the futility of the small gate against their presence, decided against using force, considering the school setting. He retrieved a red envelope from his pocket and slipped it through the gap in the gatehouse window, saying, "Good sir, we apologize for our relative's earlier misconduct. We hope for your understanding." The gatekeeper, noticing the bulging envelope, which surely contained over 2,000 in cash, discreetly pocketed it and activated the gate's opening mechanism, redirecting the surveillance camera to another angle. Your relatives are quite formidable. I lost 2 teeth just by speaking a word, he muttered, gesturing for the two to enter. his speech somewhat impaired by his missing teeth. Chapter 72. The dispute within the school. Qi Zixing presented another red envelope, stating, "Our aunt had no choice. She was bullied by a teacher at your school, and when her husband found out, it was unbearable for anyone." The gatekeeper quickly accepted the envelope, urging the two to enter hastily. "Good sir, it is your duty to report this matter. It would be prudent to inform several school officials and avoid any semblance of favoritism," Qi Zixing insisted, eager for the situation to escalate and for more officials to be aware, thus ensuring Shen Yan's future discomfort. The gatekeeper was taken aback. Initially, he had intended to delay the matter, hoping to suppress it until it became unmanageable. Yet, observing the demeanor of these two, it seemed they were unbothered by the prospect of official intervention. In fact, this would prove advantageous for him, preventing allegations of negligence from the school leadership. With an air of confidence, Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng strode through the school gates, ready to witness the unfolding drama. The woman and the two men entered first, heading directly to the 4th floor of the teaching building. Feng Dong, meticulous in his preparations, had already identified Shen Yan's office. As the three troublemakers had arrived with a grand gift intended for Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng, 3 individuals navigated through the campus. And upon sighting the man's elaborate tattooed arm, students instinctively veered away, sparing the trio some trouble. They swiftly ascended to the 4th floor, where a mere glance allowed them to pinpoint the office of their target. The woman took the lead, dramatically collapsing at the office door and wailing, "Oh, you heartless one. You toyed with me and then ran off. What am I to do now?" Her cries quickly drew a crowd, for the monotony of high school life was palpable, and her outburst added a vibrant splash of color to the otherwise dull routine, prompting many students to halt and gawk. "Let that scoundrel Shen Yan come out. I want to see how he treated my sister." The voice of the man with the tattoo boomed as he directed his call towards the densest throng, ensuring that no one could overlook the commotion. "Yes, let Shen Yan emerge. I shall duel him. He thought he could play with my sweet girl and simply flee, thinking there are no laws to bind him." The tattooed man echoed his sentiments. Just outside Shen Yan's office, the ruckus caught the attention of those within. Du Chunwei, the most inquisitive among them, was the first to rush out. Upon her arrival, she quickly enlisted the help of a colleague, inquiring about the unfolding situation. Hearing Shen Yan's name, Han Yong also emerged, eager to witness the spectacle. Recently returned from an external basketball competition, he had relished the peace and quiet while away. But upon seeing Zhu Xian being escorted to and from work in a Bentley by bodyguards, his interest had reignited, leading him to pursue her with renewed fervor. Much to her annoyance, another young man intent on avoiding the pitfalls of life. As the crowd gathered, the woman intensified her lamentation. "Who was it that once held my hand and vowed everlasting love? You heartbreaker, abandoning me after your whims. What am I to do?" With 2 burly men standing guard, neither students nor teachers dared to approach too closely, forming a circle to whisper amongst themselves. "Who is this? What a peculiar taste. How can one even entertain such a notion?" A teacher remarked, disgusted by the woman's disheveled appearance. "It must be some shameless individual seeking wild pleasures, only to have the repercussions come knocking," he continued. He must be truly desperate, unable to refrain from his baser instincts at the sight of a woman. Many teachers had just arrived and had not caught the name the woman had shouted, speculating about which of the school's more eccentric faculty members or leaders might have ventured out to indulge in such escapades. Standing a short distance away, observing the unfolding events, Zhuang Feng smirked knowingly. This Feng Dong is indeed a talent. Where did he find such an actress? She is quite the nuisance. Qi Zixing also wore a slight smile, pondering how Shen Yan might evade this predicament. Within the bureaucratic realm, nothing instills greater fear than scandalous rumors, particularly when the involved parties escalate matters to their workplace. Regardless of the truth behind the situation, if the accuser remains steadfast, it becomes an unshakable stain, akin to mud soiling one's trousers, impossible to discard. Moreover, the woman Feng Dong had procured was reminiscent of a foul and tattered relic, enough to thoroughly disgust Shen Yan. Even should the school manage to suppress the incident today, Shen Yan would undoubtedly become the subject of daily gossip, losing face among both teachers and students alike. "Shen Yan, how can you lack even the slightest sense of conscience? How am I supposed to live on from now?" The woman continues to wail. "Today, I must seek justice for my sister. Otherwise, we shall not leave." With her hands on her hips, the bowl-cut woman appears indignant. Upon hearing the commotion, Du Chunwei leaps about excitedly, even more animated than the others. "What did I say? I knew Shen Yan was no good. He even dares to mistreat this elderly lady, utterly shameless. Merely speaking to those around her was not sufficient. She seized a teacher and demanded to voice her grievances, gripping several teachers' shoulders painfully, causing them to sidestep. Unrelenting, she declared that she had long suspected Shen Yan's character. Those unaware might think she had been spurned by him. The woman, irked by Du Chunwei's reference to her as an elderly lady, felt displeased but tolerated the situation as this woman fervently defended her. Han Yong noticed Zhuang Xian emerging from the office, recognizing an opportunity to present himself. Summoning his courage, he navigated past two burly men and half-knelt before the distressed woman. "Excuse me, may I ask who has wronged you?" He initially intended to address her as Andy, but changed his words at the last moment. "Sister, who do you say has betrayed you?" Concerned she might falter in her words, he added, "Do not worry. Our school upholds the principles of fairness and justice. Please, share your story, and we shall ensure you receive the justice you deserve." He turned to the teachers behind him, seeking their support, but his attempt was met with silence, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. The woman was eager for an audience to join her performance, and Han Yong's approach only intensified her lament. "It is Shen Yan. Shen Yan, you wretched scoundrel. Toying with my feelings while hiding like a turtle. How am I to live?" The tattooed man quickly echoed her sentiments. "My wife and I had a fine relationship until that Shen Yan from your school intervened, ruining everything." Upon hearing the name he had long yearned to hear, Han Yong could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "You mean Shen Yan, the head teacher of Class 8 in the 3rd year? Shen Yan is an exemplary intern at our school. He would never commit such an error. You must be mistaken." His voice rang out, ensuring that everyone heard the name clearly, repeating it multiple times. Meanwhile, he discreetly glanced towards Zhuang Xian's position, ensuring she too had caught wind of it. Yes, it was indeed the class he mentioned when he once sweet-talked me. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. The woman spoke with unwavering certainty, her words punctuated with fervor. "You are lying. Teacher Shen is not that kind of person." Zhuang Xian interjected, her anxiety palpable. She firmly believed in Shen Yan's integrity, convinced he would never engage in an affair with a married woman. Therefore, upon hearing the trio's allegations, she unhesitatingly stepped forward. "What is wrong with you, young lady? On what grounds do you assert Shen Yan's character?" The two burly men advanced towards Zhuang Xian. Towering over her at over 6 feet tall, their imposing presence resembling two walls closing in, exuding an undeniable intimidation. One bore a fearsome tattooed arm, a sight that would send most retreating in fright. Even Han Yong, a towering figure, took a few steps back, fearing an unexpected attack from the opponent. Yet, Zhuang Xian did not retreat even an inch, boldly allowing the two men to approach her. She continued to assert, "You are all lying. Teacher Shen would never do such a thing. He has been with me during this time and could not possibly have sought you out." Zhuang Xian was the school's acknowledged goddess, the dream girl of countless single male students, her popularity rivaling that of Su Xingming. Upon hearing Zhuang Xian claim to have been with Shen Yan, many hearts shattered. Her fierce presence managed to intimidate the two burly men, rendering them hesitant to advance. Seeing her plans thwarted, the woman quickly scrambled to her feet and lunged at Zhuang Xian, exclaiming, "I know it must be you, the little vixen, who has seduced my Shen Yan into abandoning me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." The woman's movements were swift, and as she reached for Zhuang Xian's hair, several male teachers rushed forward to intervene, only to be halted by the two strong men. Delighted by the obstruction, the woman seized the opportunity to grab Zhuang Xian's hair with one hand while attempting to scratch her face with the other. Zhuang Xian, caught off guard, felt the woman's hand nearly touch her hair, only to be swiftly caught and restrained. Shen Yan appeared, smiling, positioning himself between them to protect Zhuang Xian. Nearby, Zhuang Feng, witnessing the near attack on his sister, felt a pang of anxiety and attempted to step in, only to be held back by Qi Zixing. "Brother Xing, what are you doing? How dare they lay a hand on my sister? I must teach them a lesson." Zhuang Feng was anxious, torn between wanting to see Shen Yan embarrassed and not wanting anyone to harm his sister. Qi Zixing shook his head. "Xiao Feng, your interference will disrupt their entire plan, and we will be exposed. I don't care. They dare to hurt my sister. I will not let this go." Zhuang Feng insisted, still eager to intervene. Qi Zixing pressed him down, reassuring him, "Rest assured, they know how to handle things delicately and will not truly harm Xianmei." Seeing that the woman had been restrained, Zhuang Feng exhaled in relief and settled back down. The woman, realizing her opportunity was slipping away, was halted by a young man. Initially, she intended to lash out, But upon recognizing his face, her anger morphed into sorrow, and she attempted to throw herself into Shen Yan's arms, lamenting, "You heartless one, out there chasing after vixens. You've forgotten your sister." However, Shen Yan sidestepped, leaving her off balance, and she fell to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. The woman had anticipated landing in Shen Yan's embrace, but his swift evasion caused her to tumble unceremoniously, her wrist aching from the fall. The two burly men, emboldened by Shen Yan's appearance, felt their spirits lift. This was the target assigned to them by their boss, and if Shen Yan dared to show himself, they were already halfway to achieving their goal. They intended to hurl some insults, but someone else beat them to it. "Shen Yan, you toyed with that old woman and now refuse to take responsibility. Are you even a man? How could the school produce such a scoundrel?" Du Chunhui pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Yan, stirring the pot before the situation was fully understood. The three individuals exchanged glances, surprised to find that there were allies within the school, which rendered their accusations against Shen Yan all the more compelling. The woman, disregarding Du Chunhui's incessant references to her as Old Auntie, took up the thread of Du Chunhui's words. "I am grateful to this noble lady for speaking out. Shen Yan is no man at all. He has taken up with a little vixen and abandoned me. What a plight I endure, dear Auntie." Du Chunhui's face darkened in an instant. Though she held considerable confidence in her appearance, recent events had left her feeling despondent. Receiving a menopause care guide from Shen Yan, coupled with being referred to as Old Auntie by this woman, had thoroughly dampened her spirits. "What a pity I even attempted to defend you. You cannot even discern my age. No wonder you are so myopic in judgment, choosing a pretty boy like Shen Yan." Humph. Du Chunhui turned her back, deciding to cease her attempts at defense for the woman. The commotion outside the office grew louder, drawing the attention of the head of the department, Yu Xiuli. Overseeing the senior year curriculum and various administrative matters, she was unimpressed by the gathering of students and teachers. "What is going on? Is there nothing better to do after class than to congregate here?" As Yu Xiuli's voice rang out, many students scurried away like mice fleeing from a cat, parting to create a path for her. Noting the two imposing men standing amidst the crowd, Yu Xiuli felt a jolt of fear at their fierce expressions. Instinctively retreating a step, Kan Yong, seizing the moment, quickly introduced the raucous woman to the school leader. "This is our school's administration. Sister, feel free to express your grievances. The school guarantees you justice." Yu Xiuli, taken aback by the men's intimidating stature, was initially reluctant to intervene. While she could manage the powerless teachers and students within the school, dealing with individuals who clearly belonged to the fringes of society filled her with trepidation. However, with Kan Yong's words, she felt cornered into action. "What is the matter? If it has nothing to do with the school, please take it outside." As the two rugged men fixed their gaze upon her, Yu Xiuli's voice trembled slightly. The trio had stirred up this ruckus precisely to attract the attention of the school administration, and with the leader now present, they intensified their performance. "Leader, you must take my side. Shen Yan from your school has entangled himself with my wife, disrupting the peace of my household. He has left us in turmoil and now intends to walk away, leaving my wife suffering greatly." The tattooed man stepped forward, his face a mask of indignation. Yu Xiuli felt her heart race at the sight of the tattooed man's imposing figure as he approached, stripping her of her confidence. The man realized that their aim was to confront Shen Yan, and frightening the school leader would not further their cause. Thus, he took 2 steps back and signaled to the woman. Comprehending his cue, she immediately moved closer to Yu Xiuli, tears in her eyes. "Leader, you must uphold justice for me. Shen Yan has forsaken me for a little vixen, abandoning me while I carry her child." Chapter 74, Defamation once again. A heavy bombshell had been dropped. A single stone can stir 1,000 waves. The educators, who generally possess a higher level of education, initially maintained their composure while observing, refraining from engaging in the discussions among the three. However, upon hearing such a startling revelation, they could no longer contain their voices, erupting into conversation. Can this woman, over 40, truly be pregnant? Surely, it must be a deception. If Shen Yan has indeed fathered a child outside of school, the consequences would be dire. Previously, a vice principal was embroiled in an extramarital affair, and when the mistress caused a scene at the school, he was expelled within days. Regardless of the truth of this situation, it seems Shen Yan's career is effectively over. Listening to the teacher's gossip, Qi Zixing narrowed his eyes from a distance. Feng Dong, known for his meticulousness, clearly deserved his position as Mat Tai's trusted aide. The fact that a woman is indeed pregnant is true. Yet the identity of the child's father remains uncertain. Feng Dong invested considerable effort to unearth the woman expecting at such an age, aiming to thoroughly tarnish Shen Yan's reputation. Again, it revolves around Shen Yan. Yu Xioli frowned, observing Shen Yan, who appeared unfazed and amused amidst the crowd, seemingly oblivious to the impending scandal. Having suffered setbacks involving Shen Yan in the past, she grew wary and inquired, "What evidence do you possess? Why implicate Shen Yan?" The woman hastily produced a pregnancy report from her pocket and handed it to Yu Xioli. Meanwhile, the man with a buzz cut and the tattooed fellow each presented a hotel record, revealing the names of Shen Yan and the woman, Rong Dongqing, prominently inscribed. The pregnancy report was authentic, yet the hotel record was fabricated, blending truth with deception to confound observers. Even if Shen Yan sought to prove his innocence through a paternity test, the results would take months, ample time for his reputation to be irreparably damaged. Indeed, it bore Shen Yan's name. How could there be a mistake? They had come forward with the evidence. Shen Yan's taste seemed rather peculiar. Why not choose someone younger and more attractive? The most pleased among them was Du Chunhui, who held her chin high. Unable to resist a sarcastic remark, the moment Shen Yan entered the school, I knew he was a magnet for trouble. How else could he shamelessly become a son-in-law to the Xiao family? Han Yong then seized one of the hotel records, presenting it to Zhuang Xian to bask in the glory. "Look at this." He slapped his thigh, feigning heartbreak. Alas, how could Shen Yan commit such a blunder? Zhuang Xian's complexion darkened as she snatched the record and tore it to shreds, her tone resolute. Shen Yan would never do such a thing. This must be a fabrication. Her voice was ethereal and melodious, even when angered, yet it resonated with strength. The two burly men, startled by her declaration of the record as falsity, questioned her. "On what grounds do you claim it's false? What evidence do you possess?" "I have no evidence, but I am certain the record is a forgery. I believe in Shen Yan." Zhuang Xian, typically gentle, now wore a stern expression. The men, reassured, tightened their fists ominously, threatening, "Just because you're pretty doesn't mean we want to hit you." Shen Yan gestured for Zhuang Xian to remain silent, choosing instead to continue relishing his slice of gossip. Yu Xioli perused the two documents several times before she could ascertain with certainty that it was indeed Shen Yan. Recently, she had repeatedly suffered setbacks due to Shen Yan, and the authority of the director had been trampled upon. Now, the opportunity for revenge lay before her, igniting a fervor within her. Without further ado, she declared, "I shall summon the school leaders," and hastily made her way to the administrative building. Shen Yan was doomed. Qi Zixing, upon witnessing Yu Xioli's intent to seek out the school authorities, realized the gravity of the situation, leaving no room for retreat. The hotel records were fabricated. Should they pursue the matter with intent, it would be impossible to extricate themselves. Zhuang Feng expressed his concerns. "Xiaofeng, do you not yet comprehend that the truth is never the crux of this scheme? As long as the matter escalates, becoming widely known throughout the school, Shen Yan will have no chance of redemption. Even if, by some fortunate turn, the leadership proves the child is not Shen Yan's, how many would believe that? Rumors will circulate, suggesting the school has deliberately suppressed the truth. From the onset, this plan has been an open conspiracy. The mere act of amplifying the situation renders the scheme a success. As the saying goes, it is easy to spread rumors, but difficult to dispel them. People are ever inclined to believe what they wish to believe." Zhuang Feng nodded, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. Fortunately, he had not crossed paths with Ma Tai, for facing such an adversary would have resulted in countless hidden grievances. "Teacher Shen, are we truly to do nothing?" Zhuang Xian leaned against Shen Yan, anxious. "At this rate, Shen Yan will surely be expelled." Shen Yan, however, maintained a warm smile, finding this world far more intriguing than the realm of cultivation, where individuals performed for their own amusement. He stepped out from the crowd, approaching the woman. The man with the bowl cut and the tattooed individual closely monitored Shen Yan's movements. They were perplexed. Typically, when individuals encountered such predicaments, they would either be furious or desperately defend themselves. Yet, this target remained astonishingly calm. Now that Shen Yan had made a move, they felt justified in acting. The financier had previously stated that if they could tarnish Shen Yan's reputation while simultaneously teaching him a lesson, the rewards afterward would be even more substantial. Thus, from the very beginning, they had been uttering derogatory remarks, attempting to provoke Shen Yan. Yet, he remained impervious, leaving them at a loss. "You scoundrel! Seducing my wife and ruining my family. Just wait until I make you pay?" The tattooed man surged forward as Shen Yan approached, offering him no opportunity to speak. He raised his burly arm to strike at Shen Yan. The bowl-cut man, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed, "You bastard, stop bullying my sister," and charged in as well. Even the woman lying on the ground ceased her cries. With the situation now set in motion, she too decided to join in, hoping that her diligence would earn her additional rewards from the financier. "You heartless wretch, abandoning your own child. I'll fight you to the end." In an instant, chaos ensued. Shen Yan refrained from retaliating. Though he could easily subdue this trifling display of aggression, any action taken within the school would turn the right into wrong. The three tattooed men, fully aware of this fact, acted with unrestrained audacity. As Shen Yan approached, he discreetly retrieved a pill from his sleeve and gently crushed it. A fine white powder wafted through the air, finding its way into the nostrils of the three men. His timing was impeccable, ensuring that the powder was inhaled just as it was released, without alerting the surrounding crowd. Moreover, his movements were so subtle that no one could discern what had transpired in that fleeting moment. As Chapter 75 unfolds, the three men, having inhaled the powder, froze in place as if immobilized by an unseen force. Despite the fist of the tattooed man poised to strike Shen Yan, it could advance no further. "Why aren't you hitting him?" Han Yong fretted internally, witnessing the imminent blow to Shen Yan's head, yet the three remained inexplicably halted. He yearned to intervene and personally deliver a beating to Shen Yan. The paralysis lasted a good 10 seconds, during which the men's gazes briefly lost focus before regaining clarity. Upon reclaiming control of their bodies, they were met with an unforeseen transformation in front of them. The one with the bowl cut rubbed his eyes in disbelief, repeatedly verifying the identity of the person before him, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. The other two mirrored his reaction, with the tattooed man dramatically falling to his knees before Shen Yan. The onlooking teachers and students were bewildered by this sudden turn of events. What on earth was happening? Just moments ago, the three had been ready to engage in a fight, and now they were reduced to this state? "Dad! Dad! Dad!" With each resounding cry, the crowd felt as if struck by thunder, utterly perplexed by the bizarre performance of the once belligerent trio. Zhuang Feng, who had been patiently observing the unfolding drama, was left speechless, filled with questions as he turned to Qi Zixing. "Brother Xing, what is happening? Was this part of the plan?" Qi Zixing was equally confounded. While Feng Dong had briefed him on the overall plan, the details were not disclosed, leaving him uncertain if this was indeed a part of their strategy. "There may be deeper intentions at play, but I cannot ascertain the reason at this moment," he replied vaguely. "Feng Dong is meticulous. Surely he has a purpose." The pill Shen Yan had crushed was the dad pill he had previously concocted. Back in the realm of cultivation, this pill had caused even Golden Core practitioners to call him dad. Although the medicinal herbs of this world were far inferior to the spiritual herbs of the cultivation world, they sufficed to subdue mere mortals. As time ticked by, the expressions of the three men grew increasingly exaggerated. One clutched his pant leg, incessantly crying out "Dad," with tears and snot flowing freely. The curly-haired woman even began singing a rendition of "Where Did Dad Go?" "Dad, Dad, where are we going?" "With you. I fear neither heaven nor earth. My dad is a legend, conquering my mother with unparalleled charm. Even if one day you lose all your teeth, I will still take you to the Red Romance," attempting to evoke Shen Yan's deep paternal affection. Shen Yan, however, was thoroughly repulsed by the cacophony. The singing was truly unbearable. The potency of the dad pill was perhaps too strong for mere mortals. Its intended effect should have been subtle and nurturing, showcasing a scene of filial piety rather than this farcical display. If one is a disobedient child, their demeanor towards others is often indifferent. However, the behavior of the three individuals now appears excessively fervent. Upon inhalation, they have transformed into exemplary filial sons, practically eager to revere Shen Yan. Yu Xiuli has summoned nearly all the influential leaders from the school, with the exception of the principal. During this period, Dong Zixing has taken a disliking to her, reprimanding her at every encounter. She dares not provoke the tiger's lair at this moment. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence, as those who have arrived are all high-ranking and authoritative figures within the institution. As long as they witness the farce unfolding here, Shen Yan will either meet his demise or suffer greatly. Wu Xiao, Secretary Jiang. This is the woman Shen Yan has wronged, and she is even carrying his child. Truly, a disgrace to our school's reputation. As Yu Xiuli led the group of leaders, before they even reached the scene, she pointed out the woman to the two most prominent figures among the leaders. The expressions on the faces of several leaders grew exceedingly grim. The rivalry between Yizhong and Chongming was already fierce, and now this scandal had emerged. It was evident that Chongming would seize the opportunity to exploit this scandal for their own benefit, and in turn, the leaders from Yizhong would also face humiliation. When they reached the center of the crowd, the three individuals continued to call out for their father. Their cries were heartfelt, evoking deep sentiments of filial piety. The warm scene momentarily created the illusion that these four were indeed a loving family. Director Yu, is this the woman you mentioned who was wronged by Shen Yan? It seems rather unlikely, inquired a vice principal responsible for school ethics, watching intently for a long while before hesitantly speaking. Yu Shioli was taken aback. She had only stepped away for a brief moment, yet the intended ethical drama had morphed into a scene reminiscent of a reality show. Who could elucidate for her what had transpired during that short interval? As the leaders gathered, the individuals involved did not continue their performance as planned. Qi Zixing appeared gloomy, bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor of the three, who began to adopt a tone reminiscent of a sentimental reunion. What were Feng Dong's associates doing at this critical juncture? Zhuang Feng, who had initially held some anticipation for the trio's unexpected actions, had completely lost hope. Was Feng Dong deliberately toying with them? Qi Zixing pondered this notion. But why? What motive could he possibly have for such antics? Qi Zixing found it utterly incomprehensible to decipher the meaning behind the trio's current behavior. The only plausible explanation was that Feng Dong had intentionally set them up, seemingly assisting in teaching Shen Yan a lesson, while in reality, he was merely toying with Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng. Han Yong was also anxious. He had long been displeased with Shen Yan's constant attachment to Zhuang Xian. Now that he finally had the opportunity to expose Shen Yan's true nature before Zhuang Xian, he could not afford to let it slip away. Seeing that all the leaders had arrived, he rushed forward, seized the woman's arm, and exclaimed, "Sister, our school's leaders have come. If you have any grievances, feel free to share them with them. They will undoubtedly advocate for you." The woman, momentarily lost in the paternal affection conjured by the elixir, was abruptly interrupted and shaken, igniting her spirited temperament. "What is wrong with you? Do you not see that my father and I have not seen each other in ages?" She retorted, brushing Han Yong's hand away. "If you continue to shake me, I shall report you for harassment. Do not presume that because I am naturally beautiful, you may lay hands upon me." The woman's strength was formidable, even Han Yong. The physical education teacher instantly bore a red mark on his palm from her slap. Unwilling to concede, Han Yong implored the boy with the bowl cut, "You must persuade your sister. She surely refuses to let Shen Yan be expelled because she is carrying his child. You need to confront reality and help your sister seek justice." The boy, who had entirely regarded Shen Yan as a paternal figure, was displeased to hear this. "Your sister is the one who is pregnant. How dare you insult my father? I will tear your mouth apart." The bowl-cut boy was not merely speaking. Enraged by Han Yong's affront to Shen Yan, he released his grip on Shen Yan's pant leg and lunged at Han Yong, aiming to tear at his mouth with both hands. Han Yong was pushed down, landing on his back, and before he could rise, the bowl-cut boy's hands were already at his mouth, prompting him to block with both hands. At the same time, he could only pin his hopes on the tattooed man. The woman's inconsistent stance could be understood as a reluctance to see the father of her child dismissed, while the bowl-cut boy's unusual behavior could be attributed to his concern for his sister. The tattooed man, however, had been genuinely cuckolded, and Han Yong doubted he could remain allied with the other two in their frenzy. "Brother, you must stop him. I will explain the situation to our superiors and ensure Shen Yan is exonerated from the accusation of infidelity." The tattooed man's temperament was even more volatile. He had already been irked by Han Yong's attempts to frame Shen Yan, and was now further incensed by the audacity of Han Yong to slander his father in his presence. He spat on Han Yong's face and swung a punch, landing a blow that left Han Yong reeling, with one bowl-cut boy barely able to hold his own. The addition of another similarly sized brute left Han Yong utterly defenseless, as the two pummeled him mercilessly. Chapter 76. Where Has Daddy Gone? Part 2. The woman wished to join the fray to defend her father, yet after searching for an opening, she found none. One burly man straddled Han Yong's waist, pummeling his upper body, while the other sat on his legs, attacking his lower half, leaving no room for the woman to intervene. Having failed to make a good impression before her father, the woman was as restless as an ant on a hot stove. Suddenly, a figure in the crowd caught her attention. "If I recall correctly, you previously said my father was worthless, didn't you?" Du Chunhui, the one under her scrutiny, trembled. "No, not me. You must have misheard." She desperately squeezed back into the crowd, foreseeing the chaos that would ensue from the three's frenzy reflected in Han Yong's bruised visage. She wished to avoid becoming an unwarranted victim. The woman would not let her escape. Baring her yellowed teeth, she lunged at Du Chunhui's thigh. Du Chunhui stood no chance against the woman, who sank her teeth into the root of her thigh, causing her to cry out in agony. Stop hitting each other. We must resolve this through peaceful dialogue. Shen Yan called out lightly from the side, yet he made no move to intervene. The school leaders, keen to ascertain the situation, hesitated at the sight of the fray. None dared to approach, fearing that a single inquiry could lead to a severe beating. Even Han Yong, with his robust physique, struggled to withstand the assault. The office-bound administrators would likely find themselves in dire straits against the two burly men, who could easily send them sprawling with a single punch. In the heart of Yuxioli, a sense of dread lingered. Fortunately, she had refrained from uttering any disparaging remarks about Shen Yan, or else her name would have undoubtedly been included among the fallen on the ground. The scene had descended into chaos until the police arrived following a call. Managing to restore order, the bowl-cut man and the tattooed assailant had struck with reckless abandon, and by the time the officers intervened, Han Yong lay unconscious, being transported on a stretcher to the ambulance. Du Chunhui fared slightly better, suffering only minor injuries to her leg, though she was considerably shaken. Upon the arrival of the police, her bravado returned, and she hurled insults at the woman, only to provoke her further. The woman's ferocity was astonishing. She broke free from the grasp of two officers and lunged at Du Chunhui once more, leaving a conspicuous bite mark on her right arm through the thick down jacket. Du Chunhui had not anticipated that, despite the situation being under control, she would endure yet another ordeal. Silenced, she quietly boarded the ambulance to seek medical attention. A significant crowd had gathered, and the police took statements from a few witnesses, while a school official accompanied them to the station for a more comprehensive account of the incident. Shen Yan, being a principal participant, was expected to follow suit and provide a statement. However, in light of Han Yong's serious injuries, Shen Yan's predicament seemed trivial in comparison. Mr. Shun, do you confirm that you do not intend to pursue charges against the three individuals who previously accused you? A young officer inquired. They had gleaned the sequence of events from the witness statements and the accounts of Bowl-Cut Man and his accomplices. Under the influence of the medication known as Dadong, the three had outright confessed their intentions to falsely accuse Shen Yan. Yet, what puzzled the officers was the intensity of their remorse. Upon mentioning their near accusation of Shen Yan, they burst into tears and lamented, slapping themselves and declaring themselves unfilial sons for besmirching their own father's name. I confirm that I shall not pursue this matter. They have realized their error and deserve a chance for redemption, Shen Yan replied with a radiant smile. He had merely been a bystander in this affair and had even tested the efficacy of the medicinal pill, thus it did not weigh heavily on his mind. The officers smiled wryly. While Shen Yan chose to forgive, Han Yong had sustained serious injuries, and the trio would undoubtedly face legal repercussions for their actions. However, such details need not be relayed to Shen Yan, as the court would handle the matter according to the law. By the way, officer, may I speak with these individuals for a moment? Shen Yan expressed his curiosity about who had orchestrated this scheme against him. The officer adjusted his cap and acquiesced to Shen Yan's request. Certainly, but you have only 10 minutes, as we must take these three to the station promptly. 10 minutes will suffice. Shen Yan jogged toward the police vehicle where the trio, now handcuffed, sat in the back seat, still regretting their near betrayal of their father. Upon seeing Shen Yan approach, their expressions were filled with agitation. Dad, we are truly sorry. They chorused in unison, their loud voices drawing the attention of several officers nearby. Shen Yan quickly gestured for them to lower their voices. Tell me, who incited you to accuse your father? Shen Yan harbors an unusual fascination with assuming the role of others' fathers, which has led him to concoct the peculiar elixir known as Dad Pill. Naturally, when an opportunity presents itself at a bargain, one would be remiss not to seize it. However, the range of this potion's efficacy pales in comparison to a certain game produced by a rather notorious company, which prompts individuals to scurry about in search of their mothers. Those rascally cultivators truly embody the essence of mischief. Unlike the targeted capture of the Dad Pill, they indiscriminately call out for Mom. Three individuals vied fervently to report to Shen Yan, their clamorous voices rendering his thoughts inaudible. Growing exasperated, he demanded silence, gesturing dismissively towards the tattooed man. You speak. While the others remain mute. The woman and the man with a pot-lid hairstyle immediately drooped their heads like defeated roosters, while the tattooed man puffed out his chest with an air of triumph. Father, this task was commissioned by Lu DePeo from Pingnan County. He has instructed us to tarnish your reputation, ensuring your expulsion from school, and promised us a reward of 300,000 upon completion. Pingnan County, Lu DePeo? Shen Yan mentally sifted through his recollections of this place and name. Pingnan County is a subordinate region of Anhai City, and Shen Yan could not recall ever visiting there. Nor did the original owner's memories yield any encounters with this Lu DePeo. Who is Lu DePeo? Shen Yan inquired. He is a ruffian from the Kuan City area of Pingnan, commanding a considerable following, replied the tattooed man. A ruffian from Kuan City? No recollection surfaced in Shen Yan's mind. Was this yet another manifestation of memory loss? Had the original owner transgressed against this Lu DePeo? Shen Yan promptly dismissed this notion. The ability to offer 300,000 to specifically target him indicated a deep-seated grudge, given the original owner's temperament. An encounter with such a rogue should have left some trace in his memory. Of course, it was also plausible that the antagonist simply possessed an abundance of wealth to squander, turning a minor grievance into a situation warranting such an extravagant response. Having recently indulged in numerous tales of domineering protagonists, Shen Yan was aware that the whims of the affluent can often defy conventional logic. Instances abound where mere casual remarks from passers-by can provoke the ire of a powerful figure, leading to severe repercussions, or where a woman, through unintentional missteps, might inadvertently trigger a chain of events that captures the attention of a suitor. Father, you must not underestimate Lu DePeo. He wields considerable influence in Pingnan, indeed throughout all of Anhai. Much of the entertainment industry in Anhai operates under his aegis, and many individuals toil for him, interjected the pot-lid-haired man. Finally, seizing an opportunity to explain to Shen Yan. Are you in his employ? Shen Yan queried. Indeed, we have known him since childhood, having grown up in the same village. Therefore, as he prospered, he has looked out for our business, assigning us tasks he cannot undertake directly, and compensating us accordingly. Responded the tattooed man. Shen Yan posed further inquiries, but the trio possessed limited knowledge. They occupied the lowest tier of the social hierarchy. Individuals like Lu DePeo would rarely engage with them directly, opting instead to delegate tasks to subordinates. It seemed this time, however, he had placed particular emphasis on their mission, personally summoning them to his entertainment establishment to relay certain instructions. Beyond this, their understanding remained scant. Shen Yan requested the contact number for Lu DePeo, advising them to confess at the Bureau for Leniency and to live a good life, thus refraining from further discussion. He glanced at the contact information in his hand before tucking it away, not intending to dial the number just yet. If time permitted, a personal visit to Pingnan County would be more prudent, as a mere phone call could lead to being blocked immediately upon connection. Shen Yan, that's wonderful, Zhuangxian approached, relieved that the three individuals would not stubbornly cling to their initial stance, ending matters in this unexpected manner. Shen Yan smiled in acknowledgement, briefly responding to Zhuangxian's concern. However, the sudden shift in the trio's rhetoric puzzled her. Their attitudes had changed drastically. It was unsettling for Zhuangxian. Just moments ago, they seemed determined to tarnish Shen Yan's reputation, yet now they were calling him father. Furthermore, upon the police's arrival, they readily provided explanations. Perhaps, she mused, they experienced a moment of conscience, realizing that deceit was unjust. Shen Yan casually suggested a rationale. Zhuangxian, observing his eyes, pondered thoughtfully, recalling that she had been present when he concocted elixirs in the kitchen. Suddenly, she smiled. You are right. It must be that they had an epiphany and recognized their wrongdoings. Shen Yan exchanged a knowing glance with her, a silent understanding shared between them, accompanied by a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Qi Zixing and Zhuang Feng, who had been covertly observing, left in their Porsche with grim expressions once the police car whisked away the three individuals, signaling no further twists in the situation. Xinggu, what on earth happened? Just when things seemed to be falling into place, why did they suddenly turn against us, resulting in this debacle? Zhuang Feng seethed in the car. The promising situation had unraveled due to the trio's collective betrayal, thwarting their plans. Qi Zixing shook his head, equally perplexed. There was only one plausible explanation. This was a directive from Feng Dong. But why would he orchestrate such a scenario? Zhuang Feng pressed for answers. Qi Zixing remained silent, contemplating the possibility that Feng Dong had intentionally toyed with them, only to dismiss the notion later. Their previous encounter at the bar, though devoid of a collaborative agreement, had maintained a congenial atmosphere, and Qi Zixing had even gifted a valuable bracelet. If Feng Dong were disinterested in any association with the Qi family, he could have simply declined their offer to assist in dealing with Shen Yan, rather than crafting an elaborate ruse. It would be counterproductive and could sour relations with the Qi family. Hence, Qi Zixing genuinely could not fathom Feng Dong's motives. At that moment, the Bluetooth phone in the Porsche rang, displaying Feng Dong's name on the central console. Qi Zixing stared at the screen for a long while without answering. Xinggu, should we answer the call? After a moment's silence, Qi Zixing pressed the answer button. The voice on the other end was bright and cheerful. Qi Xiao, how did things go today? Did you witness quite a performance? Feng Dong had the audacity to bring it up. Qi Zixing's expression fluctuated between anger and confusion, unable to discern whether the other was mocking him or genuinely unaware of the situation. Qi Xiao, is the signal poor on your end? Why are you not responding? Feng Dong, having awaited a response from Qi Zixing for an extended period, deliberately distanced his phone to ascertain whether the call had connected. Today's matter was personally overseen by the venerable Feng Lao, was it not? Qi Zixing, suppressing his ire, inquired to confirm whether this affair was indeed directly managed by Feng Dong, or if it was merely a case of subordinates acting without his knowledge. Naturally, as entrusted by young Master Qi, I took it upon myself to oversee the matter personally, with all actions carried out by my most trusted confidants. Even down to the minutiae which I personally scrutinized, Feng Dong proclaimed with a hearty laugh, seeking to claim credit. Qi Zixing fell silent. Knowing that the matter was under the direct supervision of the other party, it was evident that the trio's actions were sanctioned by Feng Dong, eliminating any possibility of deceit. Otherwise, given Master Ma's influence in On High, any subordinate who dared to act in defiance would likely find themselves in dire peril, unaware of their impending doom. Noticing the continued silence from the other side, Feng Dong felt a twinge of irritation. Here I am, toiling on your behalf. And not only do I hear no words of gratitude, but once the task is complete, you disregard me entirely. Is this how the Qi family treats their guests? Zhuang Feng, observing Qi Zixing's darkening expression, took the initiative to respond. Feng Lao, perhaps you should clarify the sequence of events before addressing us further. Upon recognizing Zhuang Feng's voice, Feng Dong noted the unfriendly tone, leaving him perplexed. Young Master Zhuang, what is the meaning of this? Zhuang Feng scoffed coldly before abruptly ending the call. Under ordinary circumstances, Qi Zixing would certainly have reminded Zhuang Feng to temper his tone with local power brokers. However, in his current state of anger, he refrained from engaging in pleasantries with Feng Dong, allowing Zhuang Feng to terminate the call unchallenged. Feng Dong abruptly cut off, seethed with frustration, cursing Zhuang Feng and his companion. Nevertheless, having spent years under Ma Tai's command, he had cultivated a degree of patience. He quickly regained his composure and summoned his subordinates, instructing them to thoroughly investigate what transpired at Onhai No. 1 Middle School today. The chaos within the school soon settled. The trio taken away by the police confessed without reservation, admitting to accepting money to slander Shen Yan, and named the instigator, Liu Depeo. The police acted swiftly, summoning Liu Depeo to inquire about the details of the case. However, progress seemed hampered, as there were indications of an intentional cover-up, leading to Liu Depeo's release within half a day. The trio, however, faced severe penalties and would remain incarcerated for the foreseeable future. Interestingly, their punishment bore no relation to Shen Yan, but was rather a consequence of Han Yang's family's relentless pursuit, ultimately resulting in charges of intentional injury. Han Yang, too, was unfortunate, having sustained significant injuries, requiring at least 3 months of hospitalization. What perplexed the case supervisors was the sudden retraction of the trio's testimonies 2 days later, as they vehemently denied any accusations against Shen Yan. Nevertheless, the evidence remained irrefutable, and no considerable uproar ensued. These developments were relayed to Shen Yan through Zhuang Xian, who had enlisted Yun Fei's assistance in gathering information, but Shen Yan remained unfazed. His focus was firmly set on the upcoming car race on Saturday, with the modifications to his electric scooter entering the final stages. He employed various techniques to enhance the scooter's speed, while adhering primarily to the principles of motorcycle assembly without resorting to excessive measures. On the day of the event, Su Xingming did not attend her morning classes and did not request leave from her homeroom teacher, Shen Yan. The other teachers seemed unfazed by Su Xingming's habitual absences. Chapter 78. Gathering at the Reservoir. Brother Shen, Are you truly going to ride this motorcycle to the competition? Yunfei hesitated, saying, if you desire a better bike, I can lend you one. The bright pink electric scooter was too conspicuous, exuding an overwhelming sense of youthful exuberance. Every time Shen Yan tested the bike at the resort, Yunfei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This will do. Shen Yan had invested significant effort into the small scooter and was reluctant to change vehicles at the last moment. Zhuang Xian, however, found nothing amiss with the scooter's appearance. Its rosy hue was utterly adorable. She had a colleague gathering that evening, which had been planned weeks in advance, making it impossible for her to decline. Otherwise, she would have loved to witness Shen Yan's racing prowess. After dinner, Shen Yan leisurely rode the electric scooter towards Shimin Reservoir, located in Yuyang County. Under the jurisdiction of Anhai City, the reservoir was situated in opposite directions from the suburban resort where Zhuang Xian resided, necessitating a traverse across the entire city. The area surrounding the reservoir was characterized by rugged mountains, and in recent years, a winding mountain road had been constructed under the county government's planning. Due to its remote location, aside from occasional holiday visitors, the reservoir was typically deserted, making it an ideal venue for motorcycle enthusiasts to gather. Periodically, riders from nearby counties would convene at the mountain paths near the reservoir for racing events. Not only from Anhai, but even many motorcyclists from the provincial capital, Qingyuan City, would travel specifically to attend. This evening, 6 teams had gathered at the reservoir. Su Xingming still rode her Ducati, the same one she used for school, which had also been customized. Upon hearing the familiar roar of the Ducati, many people gravitated towards her, all donned in matching deep red striped motorcycle attire, adorned with a team emblem on the right chest. When Su Xingming removed her helmet, a dozen individuals greeted her. Some called her Big Sister, while others referred to her as Xingming, to which she responded graciously. Among those greeting her, Mao Kao was the most enthusiastic. He was an ardent admirer of Su Xingming, not only for her riding skills, but also as a devoted fan of her Douyin account, Su Yu Ichi Xingming. Thus, despite being a few years her senior, he consistently referred to her as Big Sister. Sister, are you searching for someone? Mao Kao inquired curiously as he noticed Su Xingming scanning the crowd. Has Shen Yan arrived? Su Xingming asked. Who is Shen Yan? Mao Kao had forgotten the name. After a moment's reflection, he recalled that it was the peculiar individual who had come to his shop with 1,000 yuan, seeking to purchase a motorcycle. Sister, is he truly your friend? Mao Kao exclaimed in astonishment. He had assumed that Shen Yan was merely using Su Xingming's name to swindle customers at his shop. Sort of, Su Xingming replied lightly. Continuing to inquire, has he not yet arrived? I haven't seen him. He should still be on his way, Mao Kao said awkwardly. Had he known that the individual was genuinely Su Xingming's friend, he would have been more courteous that day. Xingming, you've finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for a while. A young man in deep green striped motorcycle attire approached, leaning casually against his bike upon seeing Su Xingming. The other young men who had previously been vying for Su Xingming's attention fell silent upon the arrival of this individual, instinctively retreating a few steps to create space around her. Only Mao Kao remained at her side, yet he dared not speak. Upon seeing the familiar face, Su Xingming exhibited little emotion, merely offering a brief greeting. Zhou Yao, long time no see. Zhou Yao immediately broke into a smile, reaching out to drape his arm over her shoulder. Su Xingming deftly sidestepped, evading his advance. Zhou Yao, mind your manners. We are not that familiar. She disapproved of his overly familiar demeanor. Mao Kao harbored a deep disdain for Zhou Yao's behavior towards his idol, but felt powerless to express his anger. His face flushed with frustration. Among those present, many admired Su Xingming, yet none dared to oppose Zhou Yao due to his esteemed background. Some even resorted to flattery. Zhou Yao, the son of the provincial capital's top official in Qingyuan province, had been inundated with sycophantic praise throughout his life, finding their compliments merely grating. His attention solely on Su Xingming. We have known each other for years, yet you remain so aloof. Xingming, Zhou Yao attempted again to place his arm around her. At this point, Su Xingming could no longer tolerate his boundaryless behavior. With her arms crossed and taking a few steps back, she replied coldly, Young Master Zhou, please conduct yourself with dignity. Zhou Yao was prepared to make another move when a sharp voice pierced the air. Oh, young Master Zhou, unable to attract women, now resorting to force. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yao's expression darkened instantly. A young man clad in a luxurious white mink coat, adorned with ostentatious embellishments, observed Zhou Yao with a mocking grin from his sports car. The collar of the young man's attire was lavishly trimmed with fur, resembling a white peacock from a distance, while his zipper was adorned with numerous jade accessories. Notably, two youthful and stunning young women were nestled beside him in the car, one draping her arm around his neck from the passenger seat. Despite the vehicle being a two-seater, the two girls squeezed together in the front. Wei Mingyuan, if you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute, Zhou Yao retorted. Try not to be so ostentatious. Be wary of being robbed in some dark corner. Wei Mingyuan dismissed this with a scoff, countering, I have wealth. I will flaunt it as I please, unlike some who, despite their riches, must tread carefully. He had no time to engage in a verbal sparring match. Zhou Yao, having been bested in their exchange, refrained from retaliating. Other motorcycle riders cast puzzled glances. Puzzled by Zhou Yao's unusual restraint, typically, he would unleash his fury at such provocations. Do you think I wish to converse with you? Wei Mingyuan rolled his eyes, adopting a more congenial expression as he turned to Su Xingming. Xingming, should I secure first place in this race, will you be my girlfriend? If Su Xingming was indifferent towards Zhou Yao, she felt outright aversion towards Wei Mingyuan. However, Wei Mingyuan's background was no less formidable than Zhou Yao's, and his behavior was even more unpredictable. Young women from political families like Su Xingming were raised with an understanding of the intricacies of social dynamics, aware that they could not easily offend individuals like him. Thus, she could only politely decline. With two beautiful companions at your side, does young Master Wei truly need a girlfriend? Wei Mingyuan cast a glance at the two youthful maidens beside him and scoffed. How could they possibly compare to you? If you would agree to be my girlfriend, I would send them away at once. The two young ladies tightened their embrace around Wei Mingyuan's arm, playfully protesting, Wei Xiao, how can you treat us this way? Though their beauty was undeniable, they paled in comparison to Su Xingming. Wei Mingyuan, however, was not one to indulge them. He coldly retorted, if you keep acting coy, I'll have you thrown out of the car right now. The girls immediately fell silent, resembling quails, obediently sitting in the sports car without daring to utter a word. To be a woman of Wei Mingyuan was indeed a trivial affair, summoned and dismissed at will. If one day Xingming were to become his girlfriend, she would likely meet the same fate. Zhou Yao finally found an opportunity to retort. Chapter 79. If you come to Dandong, Wei Mingyuan grew anxious, leaping from the sports car to profess his feelings to Su Xingming. That won't happen, Xingming. Don't listen to Zhou Yao's nonsense. If you become my girlfriend, I will certainly treat you with unwavering devotion and organize the grandest wedding for you. Zhou Yao, observing Wei Mingyuan's flustered demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. Wei Xiao, do you believe I won't make you leave sideways tonight? Wei Mingyuan's voice carried a chill, his gaze towards Zhou Yao growing increasingly hostile. Upon hearing Wei Mingyuan's words, many in the convoy revved their engines and positioned themselves behind him, ready to charge at his command. Zhou Yao, undeterred, glanced at his own crew, clad in deep green striped racing gear, who all revved their engines in solidarity, creating a standoff against Wei Mingyuan's team. The atmosphere was tense, as if a single misstep could ignite a brawl instead of a racing competition. Su Xingming felt a headache coming on. These two were too fiery, and a moment's carelessness could escalate into chaos. With no one else of equal standing to intervene, she sighed and prepared to mediate. At that moment, a pink electric scooter unexpectedly appeared in the middle of the standoff, navigating through the narrow space between the two factions. Shen Yan spotted Su Xingming from a distance. There was no helping it. Her beauty was so striking that she stood out even in a crowd. As he approached, he noticed the two rows of riders swiftly aligning themselves around the two central figures, creating an avenue in the middle. Shen Yan was somewhat taken aback. This welcoming ceremony seemed overly grand for merely attending a race. Did it truly require such a ceremonious display? He felt a bit embarrassed. This girl certainly knew how to organize things. However, since everyone was so enthusiastic, he felt obliged to acknowledge their efforts. Thus, as he reached the passage, he deliberately slowed his pace, a smile gracing his face, his left hand guiding the scooter while his right hand waved in greeting, occasionally nodding towards the crowd. It was akin to a leader inspecting a parade. The world fell into a hushed silence, all eyes converging on Shen Yan, their gazes following his every movement. Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan, once adorned with expressions of anger, now twisted their faces into a myriad of emotions, shock, confusion, and a profound sense of bewilderment at the sudden appearance of this man. All eyes were inexplicably fixed on Shen Yan, who was driving the vehicle. Su Xingming, with her right hand shielding her face, sighed in resignation. She had previously perceived Shen Yan as enigmatic and elusive, Now, she realized her assessment had been entirely mistaken. He was merely oblivious to the atmosphere and rather eccentric. Why is no one applauding? Shen Yan pondered, perplexed. He had diligently studied short videos from this world and was aware that at this juncture, someone ought to initiate applause. Otherwise, the ambience would grow cold. With no one stepping forward, he felt reluctant to request it outright and thus lowered the speed of the vehicle, allowing ample time for applause to ensue. Still, there was no leader to begin. Shen Yan grew anxious. If applause did not materialize soon, he might veer off the welcoming path. In desperation, he activated the music feature of his small electric scooter to set the tone. Soon, the sweet strains of music filled the air. If you come from Dandong, return to me a city of snow white. If you wish to savor Cantonese cuisine. The atmosphere became even more peculiar, as if the world had been reduced to the sound emanating from the scooter. Just then, delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Mao Kailai's mouth dropped in astonishment as he turned to Su Xingming for confirmation. Sister, isn't this your friend? You must be mistaken. I do not know him. She replied. Shen Yan waited patiently for the completion of the song, yet the anticipated applause never arrived, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He maneuvered the vehicle to a stop before Su Xingming, kicked off the scooter's footrest, and greeted her. Hey there, lovely lady. Despite the absence of applause during the welcoming ceremony being a slight disappointment, Shen Yan still felt an unprecedented sense of respect. Consequently, his spirits were high. Su Xingming appeared to lose all power of speech in that moment. She desperately wished to feign ignorance of the man before her. With nearly 100 pairs of eyes from various car teams fixed intently upon her, she had never felt so mortified. Yangu, Mao Kailai, noticing Su Xingming's silence, took the initiative to greet Shen Yan. Little green hair boss, you are here too. Shen Yan recalled this miserly boss who had once refused to share even a bottle of cola. Mao Kailai chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond to the moniker. Xingming. Just as the tension thickened, a clear, bright female voice shattered the awkwardness. Compared to previous instances of people calling her name, Su Xingming's expression brightened considerably upon hearing this voice, and she joyfully rushed towards its source. In no time, she was enveloped in a cheerful embrace with a short-haired girl. The girl, clad in a sharp outfit, rode a motorcycle that dwarfed Su Xingming's Ducati. Yao Yao, slow down. The girl, followed by a BMW that only reduced its speed upon reaching the reservoir, admonished her brother, who had been driving too slowly. Brother, you are driving too slowly. The short-haired girl chided the man who emerged from the BMW. Shen Yan focused closely and recognized him as a familiar face. Cheng Zhe, a colleague from his former school, who had once invited him to a gathering. Teacher Shen, are you here to participate in the competition as well? Cheng Zhe exclaimed with delight upon spotting Shen Yan. The latter, maintaining a stoic expression, subtly distanced himself. It was prudent to limit interactions with this man, given his questionable inclinations. Boys must always take care of themselves when venturing outside. Brother, do not forge inappropriate connections. Did you not notice that others are disregarding you? The girl with short hair gave Cheng Zhe a sharp slap on the arm. Haha, perhaps it's been a while since we last met. And teacher Shun has forgotten about me. Cheng Zhe chuckled awkwardly. He was also a physical education teacher at the same high school, recently dispatched for a basketball competition. Hence both he and Han Yong had been absent from school. Xingming, is this your friend? Wei Mingyuan approached, draped in a white mink coat. He recognized the others, but had never seen Shen Yan before. Are you here for the car race as well? Zhou Yao followed closely behind, his tone laced with arrogance. Following Shen Yan's earlier incident, the atmosphere between him and Wei Mingyuan was less tense. Su Xingming introduced, this is Wei Mingyuan, the eldest son of the Wei group. Zhou Yao, the only son of Zhou Qi, should you encounter any issues in the provincial capital, you can seek his assistance, and Cheng Yao, the sister of teacher Cheng Zhe. She emphasized the identities of Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan during the introduction, as both were accustomed to their entitled behavior. Backed by substantial influence, she feared that Shen Yan might unintentionally offend them, inciting their wrath. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Su Xingming was aware of someone who had jokingly introduced a friend to Wei Mingyuan, only for the friend to make a quip that was perceived as an insult. Subsequently, that individual suffered a grievous injury, with reports suggesting they were still hospitalized. Ultimately, the matter faded away, despite everyone knowing who was responsible, as there was no evidence, and the family chose to remain silent. Su Xingming did not wish for Shen Yan to experience a similar fate, hence her caution in highlighting the identities of the two young men. Pleasure to meet you. Shen Yan noted that these two were the leaders who had initially welcomed him, and he approached them warmly to shake hands. Wei Mingyuan crossed his arms, barely glancing at Shen Yan, indifferent to the outstretched hand, and tilted his head high, presenting his nostrils to Shen Yan. Zhou Yao mirrored this attitude, his gaze lingering on Shen Yan only momentarily before losing interest upon noticing his shabby attire. Unfazed by the cold reception, Shen Yan quietly asked Su Xingming, "Where did you find these ceremonial attendants? They are well aligned, albeit not particularly appealing. Their demeanor is rather ordinary, and their performance is lacking. It might be prudent to suggest they pursue other professions." Observing their haughty demeanor, Shen Yan speculated that perhaps they suffered from neck issues, hence their odd postures. Su Xingming stifled a laugh at his remarks. It was indeed the first time someone had spoken so candidly before the two wealthy gentlemen. Yet, a sense of concern soon washed over her. These two were not individuals to be trifled with. Predictably, Wei Mingyuan's anger flared at the comment as he barked, "Who are you saying is not appealing?" Zhou Yao regarded Shen Yan with palpable hostility. In all honesty, while neither Zhou Yao nor Wei Mingyuan could be deemed exceptionally handsome, they were not unattractive either. Wei Mingyuan possessed a naturally delicate air, often clad in flamboyant attire, while Zhou Yao exuded an aura of pompous superiority, wearing a disdainful expression towards anyone he encountered. In Shen Yan's eyes, compared to the dignified array of cultivators from his past life, the current world's ceremonial attendants appeared woefully lacking in aesthetic appeal, hardly deserving of mention. In the past, prominent sects in the realm of cultivation would boast specialized honor guards. During grand festivals, or when hosting other sects, a carefully selected assembly of striking male and female cultivators would form a procession to graciously welcome visiting friends. Of course, there were exceptions, such as the sect to which Shen Yan belonged. The honor guard of Shen Yan's sect was entirely managed by an elder from the External Affairs Hall. This elder was a quintessential example of someone whose lack of physical appeal was matched only by their lofty aspirations, possessing a strong sense of execution. Consequently, the sect's honor guard was composed entirely of elderly individuals, with him leading the troop. As a result, the rate of external visitors to their sect plummeted to a dismal low. It is worth noting that inter-sect discussions typically involved a fee for education. With fewer external cultivators attending, such revenue was inevitably lost. It could be said that this elder singularly diminished the overall image of their sect and significantly curtailed a substantial source of income. Nevertheless, when compared to the majority of cultivators exuding an ethereal charm, these two were decidedly inferior. Moreover, as the leaders of the procession, they displayed a remarkable lack of awareness, even failing to clap appropriately, and possessed rather irritable temperaments. Shen Yan remarked to Su Xingming, "Be sure to lodge a complaint when we settle the bill." Cheng Yao, wide-eyed in disbelief, asked, "You don't recognize them?" Shen Yan scratched his head. "Of course I do. I just introduced them moments ago. One is Master Zhou Yao, and the other is Master Wei Mingyuan." Cheng Yao's astonishment grew. "You've never heard of the Wei Group? You don't know who Zhou Qi is? Are you from Qingyuan Province?" "The Wei Group? Zhou Qi." Shen Yan had not heard of them. He assumed the Wei Group was the welcoming company engaged by Su Xingming and that Zhou Qi was the professional leader within it. Wasn't he that the case? The Wei Group is among the foremost companies in the province, with branches even in the capital. You've truly never heard of them? Shen Yan shook his head. Cheng Yao continued, "As a resident of Anhai, you don't know the names of the provincial leaders? Who are they?" Shen Yan inquired. Cheng Yao glanced at Su Xingming. "Did your friend just emerge from a cave? It's quite normal for someone not in the circle to be unaware of these matters." Su Xingming interjected, attempting to clarify for Shen Yan. Many ordinary individuals do not concern themselves with the names of their city's leaders and seldom encounter local large enterprises. Cheng Yao had made assumptions, presuming Su Xingming's friend to be familiar with their social circle and connections in Qingyuan Province. "I was wondering who spoke so boldly. It turns out ignorance breeds fearlessness." Wei Mingyuan's sharp voice pierced the air, his anger dissipating significantly. Though he had a notoriously bad temper, it was contingent upon whom he directed it towards. Someone like Shen Yan, a mere commoner, lacked the standing to provoke his ire. "Never mind Wei Mingyuan. Xingming, do introduce us to your friend." Zhou Yao's hostility had lessened somewhat. He had initially taken offense at the familiar demeanor between Shen Yan and Su Xingming, but upon realizing Shen Yan was merely an ordinary individual, he dismissed him from concern. "Shen Yan, our mathematics teacher from the first high school." Su Xingming provided a succinct introduction of Shen Yan. Upon mentioning that Shen Yan is a teacher, several individuals turned their attention to the handsome Cheng Zhe, eagerly awaiting Su Xingming's continuation. Cheng Zhe is indeed a teacher, yet he embodies much more than that. His family's background is quite substantial, and teaching is merely a personal passion for him. The others presumed Shen Yan shared a similar story. However, Su Xingming did not elaborate further. Is teacher Shen merely a teacher? Cheng Yao inquired tentatively. What else could he be? Su Xingming responded with an air of certainty. Indeed, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, to the point of being unremarkable. Zhou Yao and the others initially believed that even if Shen Yan were ordinary, he must at least be the scion of a prominent family or a descendant of a notable leader, only to discover that he was simply a teacher. It is understandable why they held such assumptions. Among motorcycle enthusiasts, few are not second-generation wealthy individuals, as the hobby itself is financially demanding, requiring a substantial background to support the costly maintenance and modifications of the vehicles. Only Su Xingming's team included a few riders of modest means but commendable skill, otherwise. In the team of Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan, who among them was not affluent. Upon realizing Shen Yan's true identity, Wei Mingyuan lost interest in casual conversation with him and urged everyone to proceed with the race. If we are to race, you should at least bring out your motorcycle. Are you planning to compete with us on that venom? With the understanding that Shen Yan posed no threat, Zhou Yao shifted his focus back to his primary rival. This time, upon hearing Zhou Yao's retort, Wei Mingyuan did not take offense. Instead, he raised his hands high and clapped twice in triumph. In the distance, a truck approached slowly, responding to a signal. It came to a halt approximately 20 meters away from them. Under Wei Mingyuan's gesturing command, the white container at the back of the truck gradually opened from the side, revealing a magnificent array of motorcycles. Each one, distinct in style, gleamed with a shine that made it difficult to discern whether they were meticulously maintained or brand new. The fervent motorcycle enthusiast Mao Kale gasped in astonishment, rushing under the container to examine the vehicles closely. The collection included models such as the Union Phantom, Augusta IV, Michael Wood, and the Harley-Davidson Dodge Tomahawk 10. Mao Kale named each motorcycle with the familiarity of a connoisseur. These were all luxury vehicles valued at over $1 million, with many exceeding $5 million, and several even reaching into the tens of millions. Just the sight of these machines was an exquisite indulgence for him. If he could possess even one of these motorcycles, even the least expensive, he would wake from dreams with a smile. How about that? Not inferior to your bike, I presume? Wei Mingyuan smirked, casting a mocking glance at Zhou Yao. With such a grand display, one might think you were selling motorcycles. Zhou Yao retorted defiantly, racing is about skill. If you wish to compare prices, you should head to a car show. You are merely stubborn. If it's all about skill, why waste energy modifying your bike? You could simply race on an electric scooter, Wei Mingyuan shot back. As the two appeared on the brink of another argument, Cheng Zhe's gentle voice interjected, let us prepare. The race time is approaching. Only then did they relent. Chapter 81. The race begins. Teacher Shen, where is your motorcycle? Cheng Yao inquired, intrigued by Su Xingming's friend. She believed that being invited by Su Xingming to participate in the race indicated that he must possess some exceptional quality. It was only then that everyone realized that apart from his pink electric scooter, Shen Yan seemed to have brought no motorcycle. Did you also transport your bike here like Wei Xiao? Mao Kale inquired excitedly, anticipating yet another visual feast to indulge his eyes. After all, to be a friend of Su Xingming was certainly no trivial matter. Perhaps his previous visit to her shop was merely an act of feigned poverty. Shen Yan donned a pink Hello Kitty helmet, matching his electric scooter, which he retrieved from the storage compartment of the small vehicle. He then patted the seat of the scooter, stating, isn't this it? The atmosphere fell into a sudden silence as the group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the situation. No, I meant the motorcycle you're entering the competition with, not the one you rode here, Cheng Yao clarified, suspecting her expression might have led to a misunderstanding. This is the one. I'll be riding it in the race, Shen Yan reiterated, giving the small scooter another pat. The seat was springy, producing a crisp sound upon impact. Cheng Yao mechanically turned her head towards Su Xingming, seeking validation and clarity. Su Xingming mirrored her confusion, wearing an expression that conveyed her own lack of understanding. Only Mao Kale seemed to sense something amiss. Could it be that this guy truly lacked the funds to own a motorcycle? Are you really saying you're entering a racing competition on an electric scooter? Zhou Yao remarked, finding it already peculiar enough to arrive at a gathering filled with motorcycles on such a vehicle, let alone attempting to compete with it. Wei Mingyuan was in stitches, disregarding the potential for his white mink coat to become soiled, as he crouched down, laughing uncontrollably. Where on earth did you find such an eccentric friend, Xingming? I can't believe he is actually riding an electric scooter to the competition. Su Xingming felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, whispering, "Let me help you borrow a motorcycle for the race. You should push the scooter aside for now." She was filled with regret for inviting Shen Yan to participate, deeming today the most awkward of her 18 years. "No need, this will do. This little vehicle is quite fast," Shen Yan insisted. With no other options left, Su Xingming conceded, as the competition rules did not explicitly prohibit electric scooters from participating. "Your friend is quite amusing," Cheng Yao teased, pulling Su Xingming aside. "Please, spare me from more comments." Thus, at the starting line of the Sherman Reservoir, a pink electric scooter was added to the lineup. As they were all affluent second-generation individuals, the competition was lavishly arranged, complete with a dedicated camera crew and professional referees. Cheng Zhe was one of the referees, having obtained a special referee certification, and his amiable demeanor made him a popular choice for officiating various competitions. The level of preparation for this race could rival that of specialized events. A total of 6 teams were formed, each consisting of 15 members, with Su Xingming, Zhou Yao, and Wei Mingyuan leading their respective teams, while Cheng Yao's team was headed by a tall, slender man, with the other 2 teams also having their own leaders. Upon closer inspection, those capable of leading a team were often not necessarily the most skilled riders, but rather individuals with exceptionally affluent backgrounds. The riders among the 6 teams were seasoned veterans, well aware of the rules, and within moments, they aligned themselves neatly at their designated positions on the starting line. Only Su Xingming's team found themselves in a state of disarray. They could not comprehend how a rider on a battery-powered scooter had infiltrated their team, particularly one adorned with such a whimsical design. The commotion escalated, swiftly attracting the attention of other teams. Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan, being privy to the circumstances, exchanged knowing glances filled with mockery at the source of the uproar, Shen Yan, while other racers exhibited mere curiosity. "Xingjia, why does our team consist of only 14 members? We are one short," one questioned. "Indeed, Xingjia, all the other teams have 15 members. How come we are lacking one? I distinctly recall us having 15 during the registration. And can we please have this unrelated individual on the scooter leave? Their presence will hinder our start." What were the staff doing to ensure a clear area? Discontent swelled within the ranks, primarily concerning the absence of a member and the inadequacy of the area clearance. Su Xingming was at a loss for words to explain the situation, ultimately delegating the task to Mao Kale. Mao Kale wore a pained expression, uncertain how to articulate this, as he had never witnessed anyone competing on a scooter before. With her small fist raised in a playful threat, Su Xingming prompted Mao Kale to finally murmur, "The one on the scooter is also our teammate." His voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz, leading many to miss his statement. "Speak up," Su Xingming urged. Mao Kale, summoning his courage, closed his eyes and shouted towards the heavens, "The one on the pink scooter is our 15th teammate." This declaration sent ripples through the crowd, igniting a fervor. What a farcical jest. A motorcycle race featuring a scooter? I recall that the latest speed limit for a small donkey scooter is merely 20 kilometers per hour. At that pace, we might as well finish the race before they even reach the starting line. I demand a replacement. This race operates on a team scoring system. Not only must we consider individual rankings, but team scores as well. Having one less teammate is unacceptable. I also demand a replacement. Otherwise, I refuse to participate. Entering a race we cannot win is merely an exercise in humiliation. Replace. 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 The members of Su Xingming's team were aflame with passion, their voices coalescing into a collective demand for a substitution. Other teams, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in. Competing with a scooter? What a novel experience. If your team secures the championship, you will be making history. Haha. God forbid. If that scooter manages to reach halfway up the hill before I complete my course, I shall livestream a naked run around this mountain. Not likely. The battery on that scooter struggles even on an incline. Imagine if it runs out of power halfway through. They would need rescue personnel to assist. Wei Mingyuan and Zhou Yao refrained from joining in the ridicule directed at Shen Yan from their team. Having already had their share of amusement, they now regarded Shen Yan with the gaze of jesters observing a fool. Enough. Silence. Su Xingming interjected, her voice laced with irritation. If you wish to leave, you may do so now. Those who do not wish to compete can exit at this moment. Though Su Xingming was youthful, She possessed an undeniable presence. Otherwise, Mao Kao would not have affectionately referred to her as the big sister. Upon her pronouncement, the dozen or so members within the team fell silent, obediently repositioning themselves to their respective race locations, no one daring to mention withdrawal again. Many had joined Su Xingming's team out of admiration for her, making it inconceivable for them to depart so easily. I apologize. My friends can be rather harsh in their words, but they mean no offense. Please do not take it to heart. Shen Yan stood beside Su Xingming, who was concerned that his mood might be affected by the words he overheard. Just a couple of days prior, she had received notification confirming that the competition would adopt a team format. Had it been an individual race as before, Shen Yan would not have elicited such strong opinions. Nonetheless, having summoned him, she felt compelled to manage the emotions of both Shen Yan and his teammates. Chapter 82. The curved Shen Yan maintained a commendable composure, naturally unfazed by such trivial matters. If he were to become agitated by every insignificant issue, he would have long succumbed to either frustration or exhaustion. While Su Xingming could maintain order within her team, the members of the other 5 teams were less restrained, with numerous teammates continuing to jest at Shen Yan's expense. It was not until several judges waved their flags that everyone returned to their designated positions. Even upon resuming their places, the laughter directed at Su Xingming's team was palpable, as they were derisively referred to as the donkey team. Cheng Zhe glanced at the time. The competition was set to commence promptly at 9 o'clock, with 2 laps of the winding mountain road constituting the race. With only 15 minutes remaining, he directed each team to prepare for the event. In truth, there was little to prepare, as everyone was well acquainted with the routine. The necessary arrangements had already been made in advance. Only Wei Mingyuan required a change of attire. Shen Yan observed the lifestyle of the privileged second generation, noting that Wei Mingyuan was attended to by 2 young ladies as he changed into his motorcycle gear. This truly exemplified a life of ease. Shen Yan found himself questioning whether such individuals possessed any self-sufficiency, and simultaneously felt a pang of frustration that he was not the one enjoying such comforts. At precisely 9 o'clock, the race commenced, with 6 teams lining up in order from front to back, each designated a starting position. Despite the seemingly spontaneous nature of these second-generation racers, a mere directive would prompt a cadre of professionals to swiftly devise a comprehensive race plan, encompassing scoring, regulations, and course layout. This exemplified the allure of wealth and power. As Cheng Zhe waved the checkered flag, the competition officially began. Su Xingming, Wei Mingyuan, Zhou Yao, and 3 other team leaders were the first to accelerate, followed 5 seconds later by the remaining 5 racers upon the judge's signal. Shen Yan found himself at the rear of the final team. The positioning of each team was quite deliberate. Unlike formal competitions, this informal event favored placing skilled and speedy racers at the forefront, while slower participants were relegated to the back to avoid interference during the start. Clearly, Shen Yan was deemed the slowest rider in Su Xingming's team. The other 4 teammates in the last group expressed their disdain for Shen Yan, anxious that his slow electric scooter would hinder their own acceleration at the start. Thus, within the limited space, they deliberately maintained a distance from his vehicle. As anticipated, Shen Yan's pink electric scooter lagged significantly at the outset, quickly disappearing from view within mere seconds due to its sluggish pace. His teammates, feeling helpless, could not fathom why Sister Xing had chosen to include such a clearly disadvantageous rider. The scoring system in the competition transcends mere rankings. It also evaluates the team's completion rate and finishing times. Should a rider take an excessively long time to finish or fail to complete the race altogether, not only would the team forfeit points, but they would also incur penalties. However, the situation has now solidified, and several riders can only resign themselves to their fate, focusing diligently on their performance to avoid a humiliating defeat. The winding roads of Sherman Reservoir consist of 3 mountains, requiring riders to ascend and descend thrice in a single lap. The highest peak, known as Ping Mountain, rises over 1,200 meters, proudly claiming the title of the highest point in Anhai. Wei Mingyuan leads the pack, as the initial stretch of the course is entirely straight, favoring high-performance motorcycles. Zhou Yao trails closely behind. Although his bike is less expensive than Wei Mingyuan's, it has been expertly modified by professionals who specialize in customizing motorcycles for competitive riders. After navigating several sharp turns, the leaders from other teams managed to close the gap between themselves and the 2 frontrunners. Su Xingming, the last of the 6 leaders, maintains a steady pace, keeping approximately 2 meters behind the others. The first two mountains feature relatively gentle slopes, making it challenging to create distance purely based on riding skill. Instead, it is the performance of the motorcycles that prevails. High-performance bikes hold a distinct advantage, and riders occasionally overtake one another, yet Wei Mingyuan's lead remains unshaken. And the gap between him and the trailing competitors continues to widen, as the riders traverse a further stretch of the smooth mountain road. Wei Mingyuan extends his lead even more. A triumphant smile graces his face beneath his helmet. Approaching the second mountain, the path promises to be even more gradual than the first, allowing for greater separation based on vehicle performance. As long as he maintains his advantage on Ping Mountain, victory is assured. Just as Wei Mingyuan basks in his success, an enchanting melody resonates through the air. Daddy's daddy is called grandpa, mommy's mommy is called grandma. The sound booms loudly, akin to someone parading in with a loudspeaker, allowing even the riders enveloped in the rushing wind to hear the song clearly. Then, Shen Yan makes a dazzling entrance on his petite electric scooter, adorned in a vibrant pink hue. His helmet, far from being a specialized motocross model, is a simple round helmet purchased from a local market for merely 30 yuan. The other riders stare in disbelief as this diminutive electric vehicle weaves through the ranks, leaving them in its dust, accompanied by the raucous tune. Wei Mingyuan and the other leaders can hardly believe their eyes. Shen Yan's scooter is nearly half the size of their motorcycles, with wheels that are merely a third of the size. This means that for every rotation of their bikes, Shen Yan's scooter must complete 3 revolutions to match their pace. Yet, astonishingly, he overtakes them one by one, leaving behind only a fleeting pink blur for the trailing riders to glimpse. In no time, Shen Yan catches up to the front-running Wei Mingyuan, slowing his speed to flash a peace sign with his fingers and salute his forehead before darting away. Wei Mingyuan, momentarily taken aback, nearly loses his balance and almost tumbles off his bike, but he quickly steadies himself, regaining control. Zhou Yao and Su Xingming, positioned right behind Wei Mingyuan, witnessed this extraordinary spectacle firsthand. Star Dream, what's up with your friend? Is that a damn electric scooter? The voice crackling through the helmet and headset jolted the group back to reality. Qingyao couldn't help but curse on the public channel. Among them, her driving skills were the most proficient. She had even managed to hold her own against retired professional racers. Initially, she intended to let the others take the lead over the first 2 hills and then unleash her prowess on Ping Shan. However, disregarding her strategy, she twisted the throttle and swiftly overtook from the side. Then, alongside 6 leading racers, she stood in astonishment as Shen Yan cornered the bend with his vehicle. Good grief. Can this wretched scooter really corner like that? Qingyao lost all courage to pursue. Star Dream, where did you find this driver? Is he even human? Qingyao snapped back to reality, staring blankly as she posed her question on the public channel. Confident in her abilities, she now felt a disheartening sense of shattered pride. I don't know either. Su Xingming was at a loss for words. Chapter 83. Lap after bringing Shen Yan into the race, it was merely an instinctive decision. A gut feeling that had accompanied Su Xingming since childhood. She had never anticipated Shen Yan would shine so brightly in the competition. In essence, allowing him to participate was merely a whimsical act born from her intuition. How could she possibly answer Qingyao's inquiry? Witnessing this absurd scene inevitably affected their focus, causing their speeds to wane. Nevertheless, after years of racing, they possessed a foundational mental resilience and quickly recalibrated their mindset. Gearing up to ascend to the peak of an high, Ping Shan. It's just a faster electric scooter. How fast can it really go? Ping Shan was not like the previous 2 hills. Its winding paths would truly test a racer's skill. Perhaps Shen Yan was merely relying on the vehicle's performance. And once they reached Ping Shan, he would be out of steam. However, they had scarcely reached the halfway point of Ping Shan when the referee announced over the public channel, Racer 87, Shen Yan, has completed the first lap and is entering the second lap. Zhou Yao was still processing this when a voice on the team channel shouted, Young Master Zhou, I've been lapped. That person is riding a pink electric scooter. Aze has been lapped too, and Xiao Fei, No, Eagle, and Ergo have also been lapped. I can't see that scooter anymore. Subsequently, more racers reported to their captain that they had been lapped. Silence descended upon Wei Mingyuan, Zhou Yao, and the others. What the hell? There are only 2 laps in this race, and someone got lapped. How accurate is that announcement? Zhou Yao's expression darkened as he listened to his teammates in the rear reporting their continuous defeats to the electric scooter. If those in the circle discovered that they were dethroned by an electric scooter tonight, having been lapped in the process, they would become the laughingstock of the entire community. They wouldn't bother to verify just how fast that scooter could go. They would simply ridicule, saying, "You lot," claiming to be the elite of the motorcycle world. Couldn't he even outpace an electric scooter in a race? With this thought, Zhou Yao gripped the handlebars even tighter. The circle of the wealthy second generation and the offspring of officials is thus. Losing money, cars, or even houses is trivial. However, if anyone dares to diminish their standing within the circle, that is a grave matter indeed. A terrifying thought emerged in Zhou Yao's mind. What if Shen Yan fails to complete the race? In motorsport, injuries are commonplace. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for Shen Yan to fall from his vehicle during the competition. The more Zhou Yao pondered, the more feasible it seemed, prompting him to switch the channel in his earpiece to Wei Mingyuan's frequency. "Wei Xiao, if this continues, we might as well be lapped by an electric scooter, and we would become the disgrace of the entire racing community. Zhou Yao, if you are trying to provoke me, I advise you to remain silent. I am not in a good mood and might act unpredictably. Please, we are all in the same boat. If you lose face, do you think I will gain any prestige? Speak quickly, do not hold back." Wei Mingyuan was visibly agitated. A vehicle worth over 20 million was being overshadowed by a mere electric scooter, leaving him at a loss for where to place his dignity. "Are you interested in collaborating? Let us ensure that the guy on the scooter cannot finish the race." "Oh, how do you propose we collaborate?" Wei Mingyuan's interest was piqued. Zhou Yao laid out his plan, and it resonated perfectly with Wei Mingyuan. "All right, I will discuss this with a few other team leaders. I believe they will not refuse." Wei Mingyuan's mood lifted as he eagerly took on the task of communication. Shen Yan had already lapped the 20 slowest drivers in the team, with his speed steadily increasing. And in approximately 2 minutes, he would have lapped everyone. When he modified the small electric scooter, he created several gear settings. Initially thinking that Wei Mingyuan and the others were lined up to welcome him, he deliberately lowered the gear, causing him to forget to shift gears at the start, resulting in a sluggish beginning. From this point on, his speed would only escalate. Many drivers would shudder at the sound of Shen Yan's scooter music, aware that they were about to be lapped. Those with weaker mental fortitude found their driving affected. Upon hearing the music, their motivation waned, and they fell behind. Numerous drivers even lodged complaints to the judges via their earpieces, alleging that Shen Yan's music was distracting them. In all fairness, the sound system of the small electric scooter was not a manifestation of Shen Yan's malicious intent. The components he salvaged from the junkyard predominantly included discarded sound systems. Likely due to their lack of value, the factory would not accept them during the recycling process. Shen Yan adhered to a principle of waste not, want not, thereby installing the car stereo in the small scooter. Moreover, the music he played was not monotonous, considering the diverse tastes of his peers. He included a variety of popular songs, which greatly aided in soothing the driver's emotions. Why were they still dissatisfied? Shen Yan continued to race down the track, his speedometer nearing 500 kilometers per hour, a velocity that was already double that of many professional drivers on the mountain roads. However, he soon sensed something amiss. The drivers ahead of him had formed a line, maintaining a uniform speed, effectively blocking his path. The mountain road could accommodate a maximum of 8 motorcyclists side by side. At that moment, 8 drivers were positioned in front of Shen Yan, creating an obstruction. The drivers left virtually no gaps between them, rendering it impossible for those trailing to overtake. Such driving was exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness could result in catastrophic consequences. They were clearly aware of this. Hence, they consciously reduced their speeds. Shen Yan had no choice but to follow suit, for any contact between their wheels could lead to a disastrous collision. "Zhou Xiao, Wei Xiao, we have successfully blocked him. He cannot advance," reported one among the 8 in a long line. "Well done. If he has the sense to withdraw voluntarily, that would suffice. If he proves obstinate," Wei Mingyuan commanded, "assist him in retiring from the race." Under the influence of Zhou and Wei's formidable reputations, the captains of all teams, save for Su Xingming's squad, reached a consensus. Cheng Yao overheard their scheming on the internal channel and, infuriated, unleashed a tirade over the public frequency. "You beasts, where is your competitive spirit? Resorting to such underhanded tactics proves you unworthy of comparison. You might as well be handed the championship outright. Referee, I wish to file a complaint. There are those here engaging in deceit and disrupting the competition." Cheng Yao's fierce demeanor was formidable, compelling several captains to mute her microphone. Su Xingming was equally incensed. She had not anticipated Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan's lack of integrity and their resort to such petty maneuvers. She promptly appealed to the referees. I demand that the officiating team exercise their authority immediately to halt this behavior. The referees stationed at Sherman Reservoir monitored the situation through various cameras. They were aware that Cheng Yao and Su Xingming's claims were indeed valid, yet no one responded. Cheng Zhe, visibly aggrieved, exclaimed, "This is cheating. They must be instructed to cease such actions at once. Otherwise, their qualifications for the race should be revoked." However, the referees were not solely under Cheng Zhe's jurisdiction. After a brief discussion, they replied through the public channel, "This falls under team strategy. The regulations do not prohibit tactical maneuvers. The race will continue as scheduled." Though they were professional referees, this was not a professional competition. They knew well whom they could offend and whom they could not. As for allegations of foul play, even in professional races, complete prevention of such malfeasance was unattainable. If one wishes to claim foul play, so be it. Chapter 84. Breakthrough. Cheng Zhe ripped off his communication device and shouted into his earpiece, "Do not call me for such races in the future." With that, he turned away from the surveillance cameras and departed. True to their kinship, Cheng Yao followed suit and announced her withdrawal shortly after Cheng Zhe. She had no interest in participating in a race devoid of competitive spirit. On the track, with the referee's tacit approval, the drivers became increasingly brazen in their obstruction. Behind Shen Yan, the drivers he had previously lapped formed a long line, closing in on him from both ends, attempting to ensnare him in a pincer movement and force his vehicle to a halt. Su Xingming realized that relying on the referees was futile. They could only depend on their own team to assist Shen Yan. She promptly informed her teammates via the internal channel, urging those near Shen Yan to provide support, with the objective of disrupting the formation of the long line and liberating Shen Yan from his confinement. "Rest assured, Xingjie, I will take command while you and the other teammates in the front positions concentrate on the race. We must secure first place." Mao Kale was ignited with determination. He proactively requested to detach from the front line, reducing speed to assist from the rear. "Shen Yan, can you hear me? Hold steady and refrain from any rash actions. Our team is on their way to support you." Su Xingming switched the channel to Shen Yan's frequency. Prior to the race, Su had equipped Shen with a Bluetooth earpiece, but his helmet was of inferior quality, with only a front windscreen, rendering the wind noise far louder than the voice transmission. Su's communication with Shen was drowned out by the howling wind, and Shen could only hear a buzzing sound in his ear. The noise was quite distracting, prompting Shen to remove the earpiece entirely. Unable to reach Shen, Su pondered for a moment and decided to alter her strategy. She instructed Mao Kale to lead the team, ensuring the advantage of the front position teammates while she slowed down to wait for Shen Yan. Having participated in numerous competitions together, their tactical deployment was remarkably synchronized. Mao Kale immediately took over Su Xingming's command position, pursuing Wei Mingyuan and the others with several teammates in tow. Upon seeing Su detach from the team, Zhou Yao quickly surmised her intentions. He inquired over the channel, "What's the situation? Has Shen Yan withdrawn?" A reply swiftly followed, "Not yet. We have him surrounded and are gradually slowing him down. He hasn't withdrawn. Has he attempted to break through? No. He has also reduced speed and has not tried to break through. His teammates are coming to assist. You should send some to intercept them. As for Shen Yan, let him withdraw." Zhou Yao wished to avoid prolonging the matter and had no intention of dragging it out with Shen Yan. Naturally, Shen had not chosen to break through. His small electric scooter was not a modified war machine, and its size was a significant factor against making a breakthrough. Had he anticipated such a situation, he would have indeed enhanced it with some combat systems. It was not beyond his capabilities. In fact, crafting combat artifacts was the traditional expertise of cultivators. Previously, cultivators flying vessels and shuttles, while termed flying tools, would be deemed embarrassing to present without any combat capabilities. Even the transport artifacts used by trade guilds were fortified with combat formations. Su Xingming reduced her speed to 20 miles per hour, allowing many racers to pass her by. She calculated that in approximately 30 seconds, Shen Yan should reach her position. At that moment, 3 motorcycles that had already passed her suddenly decelerated, drawing alongside her, one in front and one behind, forcing her toward the mountainside guardrail. They did nothing more than control her speed, compelling her to accelerate. Su Xingming instantly recognized this as Zhou Yao's handiwork. She attempted to break free several times, but the proximity of their vehicles rendered her efforts futile. If she was thus hindered, it was evident that other teammates near Shen Yan were facing similar obstructions, being pushed forward against her will. She felt a surge of anger and switched the channel to Zhou Yao, questioning, Are you resorting to underhanded tactics because your driving skills are lacking? Is that you, Xingming? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The signal here isn't very strong. We'll talk later. Zhou Yao feigned ignorance, pretending not to comprehend Su Xingming's words. The expression beneath Su Xingming's helmet was far from pleasant. The other teams had conspired together, vastly outnumbering them, leaving them with no viable options. Their only hope now rested on Shen Yan's ingenuity. The team behind Shen Yan pressed forward, and the rear wheel of his small electric scooter had already brushed against the front wheel of one of the motorcycles. At such high speeds, even the slightest collision between wheels could result in catastrophic accidents. The opposing team was evidently aware of the potential consequences, yet continued their reckless behavior, likely with the intent of causing Shen Yan injury and forcing him to withdraw. The disparity in size between the small electric scooter and the motorcycles was stark. The size of the wheel hubs directly influenced the danger level of any collision. While there was a chance that a motorcycle rider could be thrown off due to the friction with Shen Yan's scooter, the risk was considerably less for the motorcyclist. Moreover, the adversaries were taking turns launching their assaults. The second wave of attacks from the motorcycle riders soon followed, this time with the rear team maintaining their speed while the front team slowed down, pressuring Shen Yan's front wheel. He could not allow the situation to continue. Otherwise, he would truly be thrown off. Given his physical resilience, a serious injury from being thrown off seemed unlikely. But the same could not be said for the small electric scooter. Shen Yan shifted to the highest gear, executed a lateral maneuver, and pressed his vehicle against the mountainside. The motorcycle riders were still perplexed about his intentions when they witnessed him driving along the steep slope, clinging to the wall. This maneuver left everyone astounded. Was this even human? Goodness, I see an electric scooter defying gravity against the wall. Surely, this must be some kind of wirework? Or perhaps my vision is deceiving me. In any case, the riders who witnessed this spectacle felt as though they were trapped in a dream. The previously orderly formation of the two columns of vehicles disintegrated into chaos, the rear team momentarily thrown into disarray. The speed of the small electric scooter surged dramatically, ascending the cliffside with remarkable agility. In modifying his vehicle, Shen Yan had prioritized speed and had also considered the driving environment, integrating his knowledge of refining techniques, thus making the feat of driving along the cliff not particularly challenging. He quickly caught up with Su Xingming, who was surrounded by three individuals. Upon seeing Shen Yan speeding along the cliff, the expressions of the three surrounding Su Xingming mirrored those of the motorcycle riders behind. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xingming burst forth from her captor's grasp. She cast a glance at Shen Yan, who was ascending the mountain path, unable to decide whether to be astonished or simply amazed. From their first encounter, her intuition had indicated that this instructor was extraordinary. Now, it was evident that he was far beyond the realm of the ordinary. Zhou Xiao. Wei Xiao, there is something I must report to you. Do not be alarmed upon hearing it. A voice crackled over the team channel once more. Spare me the suspense. Just speak plainly, Wei Mingyuan retorted, disliking the vague tone. Were this in a corporate setting, any subordinate who dared to be so cryptic while reporting would surely find themselves packing their belongings and departing. However, there was no need for a report, for he already knew what the matter was. The hesitations of that day had transformed into a profound solitude, while the melodious tunes of the current popular song resonated in their ears. Chapter 85. Wei Mingyuan and Zhou Yao beheld a pink figure ascending the mountain path in a straight line. Startled, Wei Mingyuan abruptly slammed the brakes and tumbled from his vehicle. Fortunately, his motorcycle attire and protective gear were custom-made. Unlike Shen Yan's substandard equipment, he sustained only minor injuries. However, he would likely be unable to participate in the competition for the time being. Zhou Yao did not fall out, but found himself in no better position. His mind was far from the race as he parked his bike by the roadside, gazing vacantly at Shen Yan. As Shen Yan descended from Ping Mountain, he returned to the winding mountain road. Even with his refining techniques, the little electric scooter could not withstand the onslaught of loose stones due to material limitations. By the time he reached the finish line, completing 2 laps, no other competitor had finished even a single lap. The judges stared at him in astonishment, having forgotten to set up the finish line that should have been designated for the champion. They had officiated numerous races, yet this was the first time an electric bike had claimed victory in a motorcycle competition. Shen Yan sat quietly in the waiting area, engrossed in an e-book on his phone. While he preferred the tactile experience of reading printed books, which enhanced his enjoyment, he acknowledged the advantages of digital reading, convenience, and access to a vast library of titles. 5 minutes later, the first motorcycle crossed the finish line. But that was merely the first lap. The rider still needed to complete another lap to finish the race. The rider was one of the team leaders from 6 competing squads and cast a complex glance at Shen Yan as he crossed the line. In second place was Mao Kao, whose skills allowed him to overtake several competitors on the winding road of Ping Mountain. Su Xingming crossed the line in a position that placed her beyond the 20th spot. She had intentionally slowed down earlier, resulting in a significant drop in her standings. But she clawed back some positions afterward. Like the others, she glanced at Shen Yan, who was quietly absorbed in his phone, before refocusing on the race ahead. As all competitors completed their second lap, the race officially concluded. Compared to previous years, the average speeds of the participants had noticeably declined, everyone except Shen Yan. Although it was his first competition, the data derived from the length and timing of the race was astonishingly strong, capable of breaking professional records. Of course, the conditions and regulations of professional races were incomparable to this informal event, and such records would not be recognized by official bodies. Nevertheless, it could certainly be regarded as a remarkable feat. Su Xingming's team secured the first place without question. Cheng Yao dashed up to Shen Yan and emphatically clapped him on the shoulder. Impressive. How did you manage that? Which workshop modified your bike? Your skills are extraordinary. Cheng Yao had withdrawn early from the race and did not complete the second lap. Otherwise, her abilities would likely have earned her second place. She witnessed Shen Yan's extraordinary maneuvers on the monitoring screen alongside the judges and was utterly amazed. Eager to share her excitement, she requested a copy of the video to post on her personal account. I modified the bike myself, Shen Yan casually replied, feeling elated. Although this playful competition had no monetary rewards, they awarded medals to the top 3 individuals in addition to the team trophy. Shen Yan inquired of Su Xingming whether the gold medal was genuine, and she affirmed that it was indeed pure gold. He weighed it in his hand, noting its substantial heft of nearly 200 grams. Truly, they were from affluent backgrounds. The gold medals awarded at the Olympics contained only a few grams of pure gold, whereas this one was devoid of any dilution. Shen Yan contemplated a visit to the gold market someday to see if he could sell it at a discount. Did you modify the vehicle yourself? Cheng Yao was taken aback. While there exist mountain bikes capable of climbing steep inclines, the complexity of such modifications is immense. It is not something an individual shop can casually achieve. Moreover, Shen Yan's electric bike was far beyond mere hill-climbing capabilities. Xingming, I never imagined your teacher was such an extraordinary figure in the community, Cheng Yao mused. Su Xingming removed her helmet, allowing her long hair to cascade down like a waterfall, and replied, Don't look at me. Like you, I have only just discovered this. Cheng Yao then turned to her brother Cheng Zhe. Brother, with such remarkable individuals at your school, why didn't you introduce me sooner? After leaving the judging panel, Cheng Zhe had been waiting in his BMW until the competition concluded, and he shared in Shen Yan's joy at his victory. Yao Yao, don't be foolish. Still, I truly did not expect this talent from teacher Shen, Cheng Zhe remarked. The interactions between Cheng Zhe and Shen Yan at school were limited. Their few encounters had been instances where Cheng Zhe could not stand by as school authorities bullied newcomers. He would have spoken up for any intern in a similar situation, albeit for some petty skills that were not worth much. Shen Yan humbly replied, if there were no other witnesses present, I might have been tempted to take a bite out of this gold medal to ascertain if pure gold is indeed soft. Wei Mingyuan and Zhou Yao arrived fashionably late to the awards ceremony. Wei Mingyuan was accompanied by 2 young girlfriends who drove him in his sports car. Although he had sustained a minor injury to his right arm, one of the girls was behind the wheel while he sat in the passenger seat. The other girl contentedly nestled in his embrace. This scene elicited envy from numerous male racers. Shen Yan, lacking knowledge of vehicles, merely felt it was somewhat awkward for 3 people to be crammed into one car, shaking his head in dismay as he remarked, when I become wealthy, I will certainly purchase a vehicle spacious enough to accommodate 3 people. Cheng Yao burst into laughter at this. If Wei Mingyuan hears that, just wait and see what he does to you. Su Xingming was left speechless. At times, she found herself questioning if Shen Yan had emerged from a cave as a primitive being. According to customary practice, a celebratory banquet follows the conclusion of the race, typically hosted by the champions for their peers to enjoy. However, in previous events, it was predominantly Wei Mingyuan and Zhou Yao who claimed victory and organized the festivities. This time, with Wei Mingyuan injured and Zhou Yao unable to complete even 2 laps, their spirits were understandably low, and thus, the organization of a banquet fell to the wayside. Without the initiative from the two leaders, the younger participants were even less likely to propose such an event. Suggesting a celebration under these circumstances would merely invite discomfort. Consequently, the competition concluded rather hastily in this atmosphere. As the team captain, Su Xingming, having secured first place, was expected to arrange a celebratory banquet for her teammates, yet she was not fond of boisterous environments. Nevertheless, she did not wish to dampen the spirits of the group. So she provided Mao Kao with a bank card, instructing him to take the team wherever they wished to dine or enjoy themselves. In essence, the expenses for the evening would be covered by Miss Su. The members of the team cheered as they followed Mao Kao to indulge in some leisure. Shen Yan, aren't you joining us? Su Xingming inquired, noticing Shen Yan standing still with curiosity. I have matters to attend to tomorrow, so I shall pass, Shen Yan replied, displaying little enthusiasm for such indulgences. To him, the culinary delights of this world were not truly delectable, they merely served as sustenance. As for singing and drinking, he felt even less inclined, thus opting out of the celebration seemed prudent. Su Xingming pondered for a moment and remarked, then perhaps I shall treat you another day. After all, we must express gratitude to the hero of this championship. Very well, just inform me when the time comes, Shen Yan accepted without refusal. Following this competition, his relationship with Su Xingming had grown considerably closer, and they could now be considered acquaintances, making classroom interactions significantly easier. I want to join too, Cheng Yao exclaimed, raising one arm with vivacity. You cannot leave me out. Of course, we shall include you, Su Xingming replied with a smile. Cheng Zhe waved his hand dismissively. I might not have the time as there are upcoming competitions at school. Enjoy yourselves. Cheng Yao reproached, brother, since you're not applying for a professional title, why partake in so many competitions? It's better to join us for a gathering. Cheng Zhe did not directly address her concern, but reflected, all right. If I am free by then, I shall certainly join. Cheng Yao nodded in satisfaction. Having settled the details for their gathering, the four prepared to part ways. Zhou Yao, who had not left, approached Su Xingming on his motorcycle. Xingming, would you be available in a couple of days to attend a dinner at the Gulf Hotel? Uncle Su will be there too. Su Xingming paused for a moment and declined. You are discussing serious matters. My presence would be inappropriate. Furthermore, I am in my senior year and facing immense academic pressure. I must focus on my studies. Very well, Zhou Yao conceded, knowing that invoking her studies would limit his options. Shen Yan cast a sidelong glance at Su Xingming, thinking to himself that he had rarely seen her prioritize her studies. Yet, he refrained from voicing this thought. Cheng Yao observed Zhou Yao with amusement, seeming to relish the spectacle of a privileged young man facing challenges in pursuit of a girl. Zhou Yao then turned to Shen Yan and remarked, You're quite impressive. His expression remained neutral, revealing no emotion. As a scion of a distinguished family, maintaining composure was a requisite skill. Hence, the others could not discern whether Zhou Yao genuinely admired Shen Yan or was merely issuing a veiled threat. Being of a similar background, Su Xingming discerned the undertones of Zhou Yao's threat and retorted, Do you not find your actions today excessive, young Master Zhou? Inciting the entire team against one individual constitutes cheating, devoid of fairness. Zhou Yao adjusted his attire and replied, One may act as long as it is not expressly forbidden by law. Since the regulations do not prohibit it, what is wrong with employing certain tactics? Moreover, did not the judges deem this a legitimate strategy? In this regard, Zhou Yao did not acquiesce to Su Xingming's sentiment, displaying a distinct air of arrogance. While he might harbor affection, he was far from being a mindless sycophant, a common trope in novels that rarely manifests in reality. The education and ideologies instilled in young masters from elite families far surpass those of ordinary individuals, thus granting them a clearer perception of reality and self-interest. Arguing with sophistry. The referee is one of your own, naturally inclined to favor you. Su Xingming expressed her growing dissatisfaction. Zhou Yao chose not to dwell on this topic further. Unwilling to engage in a quarrel with Su Xingming, he approached Shen Yan and patted him on the shoulder, remarking, You possess a remarkable personality. I hope to see you at the next race. Zhou Yao's patronizing demeanor towards Shen Yan irked Su Xingming, who was about to voice her displeasure when Shen Yan interjected. Zhou Xiao, you drink excessively and sleep little. Your constitution, being inherently vigorous, results in a heightened heart fire. Zhou Yao chuckled, after being a teacher and a driver. You've now taken on the role of a doctor? Are you implying that my health is in question? You shall be disappointed. I just underwent a health check 2 days ago and am in excellent condition. No, I meant to say your heart fire is strong, and your breath is rather foul. Could you possibly refrain from speaking directly towards me? Shen Yan covered his nose. His reminder was quite apparent, yet the other party seemed oblivious. Continuing to speak at length in his direction, Su Xingming and Cheng Yao burst into laughter. Even Cheng Zhe, who typically was considerate of others' feelings, struggled to contain himself. Zhou Yao felt somewhat humiliated. It was the first time someone had openly criticized his halitosis. These young gentlemen usually placed great importance on their image. They might not care if called ugly, as they were confident in their appearance. However, being accused of bad breath left him uncertain about the validity of such an accusation, which he found distressing. Lies are not terrifying. The truth is a sharp blade. In the past, people had desperately sought to curry his favor. Who would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Even Wei Mingyuan wouldn't risk offending him so brazenly. Thus, Zhou Yao genuinely felt compromised and discarded the pretense of his self-proclaimed refinement, his gaze turning menacing. Ignorant fool, Zhou Yao remarked disdainfully before departing. As Zhou Yao left, Wei Mingyuan approached. The door of the passenger seat swung open, and Wei Mingyuan, with one arm draped around a girl, turned his attention to Shen Yan. His right arm was heavily bandaged. Shen Yan recalled that Wei Mingyuan's right hand had only sustained a minor injury. There was no need for such extensive wrapping. Su Xingming took a few steps forward, positioning herself alongside Shen Yan. Compared to Zhou Yao, she held greater apprehension toward the unpredictable Wei Mingyuan. While Zhou Yao had some reservations, Wei Mingyuan could act without any moral restraint if he took a disliking to someone. However, Wei Mingyuan merely scrutinized Shen Yan for a moment before shutting the car door and driving away without uttering a single word. Once they were out of earshot, Su Xingming cautioned, Shen Yan, be wary of those two. They are not particularly subtle. Zhou Yao may refrain from acting against you for the sake of his reputation, but Wei Mingyuan is volatile. Having lost to you and sustaining an injury today, he may very well seek vengeance. Shen Yan replied, then why do you still urge me to participate in the race? Su Xingming fell silent, feeling a pang of guilt regarding the situation. It was her lack of foresight that had embroiled Shen Yan in conflict with the two. Yet, she had never anticipated that Shen Yan would challenge them with an electric scooter. Had Shen Yan triumphed on a motorcycle, Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan would not have reacted so intensely. After all, there are unspoken rules within their circle. If one were to retaliate against a victor, they would earn the disdain of their peers. No one would enjoy associating with individuals devoid of principles. Ultimately, it is a matter of pride. Chengzhi consoled. They may not genuinely act in such a manner. This group of elite second-generation youths from Qinghuan province has always maintained their status, and thus might not bother to contend with someone as ordinary as you, Shen Yan. Cheng's words, though somewhat hurtful, held a degree of truth, prompting Shen Yan to reflect on Xiazimo. Those who truly occupy the pinnacle often disregard those beneath them. Even in moments of anger, they look down upon the lower strata. When the disparity between individuals reaches a certain magnitude, a sense of tolerance emerges from the higher echelons towards those at the bottom. This tolerance springs not from kindness, but rather from a sense of disdain. However, Chengzhi remained uncertain, for Shen Yan had offended them quite severely today. Contrary to what many might have expected, Shen Yan did not display any signs of fear. Instead, he wore an air of calmness. They were merely a group of immature youths, unworthy of his interest. Perhaps in the eyes of Cheng Zhe and others, Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan were lofty individuals. Yet, in Shen Yan's perspective, he was the one capable of surveying all from the flow of time. Strength is never defined by the oppression of others through power, but rather by the ability to view oneself and those around with an open heart. What does it matter if one lacks extraordinary skills? I am who I am, and I shall continue to live my life in the manner I cherish. After bidding farewell to Su Xingming and the others, Shen Yan mounted his small electric scooter and departed. The distance to the Zhuang family's resort was considerable, requiring a 2-hour return journey. Chapter 87. The encounter. Shen Yan navigated the rural paths of Shimin Reservoir, where the mountain roads were well constructed, with streetlights positioned every 5 or 6 meters, illuminating the surroundings. However, the roads flanking the reservoir lacked such lighting. Only the moonlight cast its gentle glow upon the water's surface, creating a shimmering effect. The headlight of Shen Yan's scooter shone brightly, stirring the reeds beside the path and eliciting a chorus of chirping insects. The previously light snow began to fall more heavily, suggesting a potential accumulation by the next day. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, figures began to materialize in the distance. Shen Yan squinted. The reservoir, rarely frequented by visitors, was an unusual gathering place at this late hour. As he advanced, the silhouettes became increasingly distinct. Not only were there people, but also motorcycles beneath them. Upon spotting Shen Yan's pink electric scooter, they revved their engines, the roar of the motors resonating in the tranquil night. It turned out to be a group of racing acquaintances. Shen Yan halted his scooter in the middle of the road, illuminating the area with his headlights. After a quick count, he discerned over 20 figures emerging from the shadows. Their motorcycle gear had been discarded, and their faces obscured by helmets. It was evident they were not benevolent visitors, as the sticks they wielded made their intentions unmistakable. Perhaps in their haste, among the 20-odd figures, only the 3 at the forefront carried proper wooden sticks, while the rest were either unarmed or wielded makeshift wooden rods picked up from the roadside. Shen Yan waved his hand in greeting. The motorcyclists, however, had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. After gauging the distance, one individual raised a finger, and all riders charged toward Shen Yan on their motorcycles. They did not intend to collide with Shen Yan, as their motorcycles were not traveling at high speed. As they approached Shen Yan, the lead rider swung a wooden stick towards him. Others followed suit, mimicking the action with their own sticks. Shen Yan shook his head at their amateurish antics. Given the already narrow country road, it was absurd for so many of them to arrive on motorcycles. And rather than simply colliding with him, they chose to attack with sticks. Wasn't that inviting punishment? Easily evading the assault from the foremost rider, Shen Yan swiftly seized the wooden stick and delivered a powerful kick to the motorcycle. The bike wobbled precariously and crashed off the narrow path leading to the reservoir. The path was flanked by drainage ditches, which, although devoid of water at that moment, would easily ensnare a large motorcycle, making it difficult for the rider to recover. With the wooden stick now in hand, Shen Yan found it much simpler to deal with the others. The path was narrow enough to accommodate only 2 motorcycles at a time. Like a baseball player, he struck each bike's front wheel with precision. Any slight pressure would send the motorcycle veering off course, making it vulnerable to plunging into the drainage ditch. Motorcycles lost their direction, roaring as they fell into the ditches. The riders' panic palpable even through their helmets. The close proximity of the riders meant that a fall would easily disrupt the formation, leading to chaos as they collided with one another. Some landed on the path, while others tumbled into the ditch. The entire confrontation, from their dramatic entrance to their spectacular fall into the ditch, lasted less than 3 minutes. Shen Yan shook his head in disbelief. Amateurs were indeed amateurs. They could hardly withstand a brawl, let alone a proper fight. The outcome remained the same. Either they were sent flying by Shen Yan, or they fell on their own. He walked over to the 3 individuals who had initially wielded the wooden stick, clearly the leaders, and the ones who had fallen the hardest into the ditch. They had yet to recover, still groaning on the ground. They were a group of privileged youths who relied on their family's influence to intimidate others. But when it came to actual combat, they were utterly unprofessional. Shen Yan lifted the visor of one rider's helmet, revealing a familiar face from racing circuits, a female rider. "So, what is the story?" Shen Yan inquired, crouching to observe the struggling motorcyclist. The female rider, maintaining her defiance, turned her head away and declared, "Do as you wish. Kill or torture." Quite defiant, Shen Yan admired her spirit and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Instantly, she burst into tears. Finding this pain far worse than her earlier fall, Shen Yan was taken aback. Where had her bravado gone? The swift transformation was astonishing. In the past, when dealing with local ruffians, they had withstood numerous blows before succumbing. Yet, this one slap had her in tears. Subsequently, Shen Yan's inquiries proceeded smoothly, with her answering nearly every question posed. Initially, he had planned to ask several questions to coax out a few reluctant confessions, but that was unnecessary now. Hold back your tears. Another cry, and you'll receive another slap. Shen Yan displayed his signature smile, attempting to win over the female rider with affection. However, the rider felt a chill upon witnessing his smile, managing to stifle her tears. The sight of her biting her cheek in a desperate effort to hold back her emotions was indeed pitiful, rendering Shen Yan somewhat embarrassed. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Kiki, the daughter of a director at Chenhui Group, and my mother serves as the head of Yuyang County People's Hospital." "Oh, I see you wield power to intimidate." The more Shen Yan listened, the more uneasy he became, feigning an intent to strike. Tang Kiki hastily shielded her face, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. "Did you not ask me to explain the situation? I meant for you to speak of your own matters, not to ramble on," Shen Yan retorted. "But I am indeed recounting my own circumstances." Tang Kiki felt a wave of injustice, baffled by such an unreasonable demon resorting to violence against women. Well, that does seem to hold some truth, Shen Yan conceded, prompting him to ask anew. I'm in to inquire who instigated you and why you lay in ambush for me here. We weren't instigated by anyone. Tang Keek's eyes glimmered with a naive honesty, which did not suggest deceit. If you weren't instructed by anyone, then why attack me here? Brother Eagle said you insulted Brother Zhou Yao, and he wanted to frighten you a bit. And how do you intend to frighten me? Presumably by giving you a good beating, Tang Kiki explained, having joined the group out of indignation upon hearing of Brother Zhou Yao's plight. Who is Brother Eagle? Shen Yan inquired. Tang Kiki, showing a lack of loyalty, pointed to another individual in the ditch, whom Shen Yan recognized as the first to charge in moments ago. The man flinched at being identified. Without hesitation, Shen Yan removed his helmet. Tang Kiki had struggled to strike while wearing it, needing to reach through the visor to do so. Now, without the helmet, it was much simpler. Brother Eagle was the eldest among the riders, appearing to be nearly 30. He exhibited even less resolve than Tang Kiki, who at least had mustered some courage. Without uttering a single threat, Shen Yan lifted his helmet, prompting the man to immediately surrender. I confess everything. Chapter 88. The canon of Lu encountering two spineless individuals in succession left Shen Yan, accustomed to the stalwart figures of the cultivation world, feeling somewhat disoriented. He still had numerous methods at his disposal. Shen Yan had no choice but to retract his strategies. He couldn't compel his opponents to display strength, allowing him the opportunity to utilize his various interrogation techniques. Then confess, was it Zhou Yao who sent you, or Wei Mingyuan? Shen Yan inquired, his interest waning at the sight of such a meek individual eager to divulge information before any real threats were made. Brother Eagle shook his head vigorously, as if to say he would stubbornly resist. Intrigued, Shen Yan pressed further. Neither. Upon seeing the flicker of flames in Shen Yan's eyes, Brother Eagle hastily clarified. It was not them who directed us. Was it someone else who commanded you? Not at all. No one instructed us. Nobody instructed you? Shen Yan was perplexed. Did these individuals simply take it upon themselves to obstruct his path out of spite? He quickly extracted the details from Brother Eagle's lips. It turned out that no one had indeed given orders. Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan were entirely unaware of Brother Eagle and his group's actions. It was merely their own disdain for Shen Yan that led Wei Mingyuan and Zhou Yao to lie in ambush, intent on giving him a beating. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan grasped the situation. Often, when those in higher positions experience even a slight emotional upheaval, their subordinates will intuitively deduce their thoughts and act accordingly, without the need for explicit directives. This was precisely the case with the likes of Old Eagle and his companions. Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan might not hold Shen Yan in high regard, nor harbor any particular intentions towards him. Nevertheless, those who play the role of lackeys tend to become more anxious than their leaders when their superior is displeased, as if failing to take action would render them inadequate in their roles. This behavior also serves as a means of ingratiation. Furthermore, individuals like Tang Kiki, who idolize Zhou Yao, would eagerly seek to remove any obstacles that stand in the way of their admired figures. Having unraveled the intricacies of the matter, Shen Yan firmly placed the helmet back on Old Eagle's head and rode off on his electric scooter. The helmet, now inverted atop Old Eagle's head, caused him to stumble back into the ditch from which he had just emerged, blinded by the lack of visibility. Fundamentally, Shen Yan was not a belligerent person. He had no intention of retaliating against the actions of his subordinates aimed at pleasing Zhou Yao and Wei Mingyuan. As long as they refrained from provoking him, he remained a rather tranquil individual. However, he was determined not to let go of Lu Depeo, as introduced by Guo Geitu, without delving into the reasons behind the latter's antagonism towards him. Thus, at the break of dawn the following day, after informing Zhuang He, Shen Yan set off on his scooter towards Pingnan County. Pingnan County, situated at the northernmost tip of Anhai City, perplexingly bears the character for south, even to the local inhabitants. The service industry in Pingnan County flourishes, with bars, foot massage parlors, and entertainment venues abundant across the commercial thoroughfares. Many affluent businessmen visiting Anhai prefer to arrange their dining engagements in Pingnan County, where they can indulge in a complete package of dining, massage, and foot soaks. Among the key figures overseeing these entertainment enterprises is Lu Depeo. Despite his seemingly glamorous facade, his recent days had not been particularly kind. Although he managed a dozen entertainment venues and employed hundreds, these were merely under his stewardship and could not be considered his own ventures. He was, at best, a mere caretaker. Nevertheless, the superficial allure of his position, bolstered by the influence of Master Ma on high, ensured that Liu Depeo did not suffer from want. He had amassed considerable wealth and could summon women at will. Master Ma's expectations for those managing the enterprises were lenient. As long as they maintained their operations and made timely payments, and were able to assist when needed, he would not scrutinize their specific activities, even if troubles arose. As long as they managed to cover their tracks, Master Ma would remain unconcerned. Yet, just a few days prior, Liu Depeo had botched the instructions given to him. He vaguely recalled that it was on that day when Master Ma's trusted aide, Feng Donglai, sought him out, instructing him to tarnish the reputation of a schoolteacher. Initially, everything seemed to progress smoothly. He could easily summon a few local thugs and troublemakers with just a few words. However, out of respect for old Feng, he decided to personally oversee the task, selecting 3 suitable individuals and relaying the details of the assignment as instructed. Everything was proceeding smoothly until unexpectedly, these 3 individuals in the school suddenly turned against him, claiming parental ties. Not only did he fail to accomplish his task, but he also found himself implicated by these 3, being summoned for questioning at the police station. Although no significant issues were uncovered during the interrogation, and he was released shortly thereafter, he was left in a precarious position as his superiors were not easily appeased. It was rumored that Feng Dong would personally confront him today to ascertain the situation. Liu Depeo felt an urgent anxiety. In his perspective, this matter was trivial. However, in the eyes of San Yi and Feng Dong, it reflected his inadequacy. San Yi's ranks were not lacking in personnel. Many were eager to serve under him. And Liu Depeo had spent over a decade, along with a stroke of luck, to attain his current standing. If he were to be viewed unfavorably by San Yi due to this failure, all his years of hard work would be in vain. Yet, pondering these matters proved futile. He could only intensify his efforts in managing his enterprises, hoping to atone for his shortcomings. In the meantime, Feng Dong was also experiencing dissatisfaction. Ma Tai had become aware of the 3 individuals' betrayal at the school and had scolded him vehemently. Feng Dong was reluctant to associate with Qi Yuanhao, but he certainly did not wish to offend him either. Thus, when Qi Zixing sought his assistance, he readily agreed, aiming to cultivate goodwill. However, it was infuriating that a seemingly minor task could be so poorly executed by his subordinates. He understood that some matters should either be declined or, once accepted, executed flawlessly to avoid incurring displeasure. Feng Dong, chastised and unable to retort, had been diligently investigating the circumstances over the past few days. While the sequence of events was straightforward to trace, the underlying reasons were far more elusive. His initial assumption was that since the 3 had acted in concert, they must have been coerced by someone. The primary suspect was Liu Depeo, whom he had assigned to oversee the matter. However, upon questioning a few of Liu Depeo's subordinates, he discovered that they had merely fulfilled his directives without any unusual conduct. Unwilling to accept this, Feng Dong sought contacts within the prison to directly interrogate the trio. Their responses were eerily synchronized. They claimed to have been tasked by Liu Depeo to undermine Shen Yan. Initially, their plan had progressed smoothly, but at some point, they inexplicably developed a fervent desire to acknowledge Shen Yan as their father. This overwhelming urge shattered their rationality, leading them to a state of filial devotion towards Shen Yan, ultimately landing them in the police station in a state of confusion. This explanation was absurd and laughable, yet the trio maintained the same narrative, even under duress from the prison enforcers. This only deepened Feng Dong's bewilderment. The only viable course of action was to confront Liu Depeo directly and clarify the unfolding of events. Chapter 89. Interrogation. Feng Dong had not forgotten to summon Qi Zixing. He perceived that although Zhuang Feng was Qi Yuanhao's biological son, it was this adopted son who commanded Qi Yuanhao's esteem. Moreover, Zhuang Feng's reckless behavior would be detrimental to the reconciliation between the 2 parties. Thus, he only invited Qi Zixing to attend. Qi Zixing was punctual and arrived at the appointed time as promised. Qi Xiao, you may find it hard to believe, but the betrayal of the 3 individuals was not orchestrated by San Yi and myself. Had we wished to refrain from assisting you, there would have been no need for such elaborate machinations. Although it was likely futile to explain, Feng Dong felt compelled to articulate his stance. Qi Zixing nodded in agreement. I, too, trust in Elder Feng's integrity and would not suspect him of deceiving us younger generations, which is why I am willing to make this trip again. Rest assured, I shall provide Qi Xiao with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Feng Dong gestured for him to follow, leading Qi Zixing to the locale of Lu Depeo. Lu Depeo primarily conducted his business at an establishment known as the Royal Supreme Club. The club thrived at night, while daytime was reserved for the staff to clean and prepare. When Feng Dong arrived, Lu Depeo was energetically directing his workers to inspect the private rooms and clear away refuse. Such tasks were ordinarily beneath his concern, as the manager oversaw them. But knowing that Feng Dong was on his way, he feigned diligence. Lu Depeo had received advance notice from a servant at the entrance that Feng Yi had arrived. Yet he pretended not to hear, remaining engrossed in his work. After years of navigating the complexities of leadership, he understood the expectations of superiors. What surprised him was that Feng Dong had come without a single trusted aide, accompanied only by a young man. Upon entering the club, Lu Depeo plastered a smile on his face and hurried over to Feng Dong, exclaiming, my apologies, Feng Yi. I was just busy directing my staff and cleaning the private rooms and did not notice your arrival." He then feigned anger towards his subordinates, reprimanding, "How could you not inform me that Feng Yi was here?" Naturally, his subordinates dared not contradict Lu Depeo. Feng Dong remained expressionless, patiently waiting for Lu Depeo to conclude his performance before delivering a decisive blow to his cheek. The force was so tremendous that Lu Depeo was sent sprawling, living up to his name as the cannon. Completely unprepared for Feng Dong's direct assault, he soared through the air and crashed onto the glass coffee table in the main hall, shattering it into countless pieces. Bathed in blood, surrounded by his subordinates, Lu Depeo felt both his physical form and his pride utterly demolished by Feng Dong's strike. He felt drained of strength, and as he attempted to rise, his feet slipped on the shards of glass, sending him tumbling down once more. Several subordinates rushed to assist him, but Feng Dong's cold voice cut through the air, "Do not help him." Lu Depeo, in a desperate effort, raised a hand to signal his subordinates to stay back. He sought to convey his dedication through hard work, while Feng Dong also needed to express his stance to Qi Zixing. The means by which Feng Dong did so was through Lu Depeo. With a clear attitude established, further discussions could commence. After several attempts, Lu Depeo finally managed to stand. Aided by a leg of an intact coffee table, the first thing he did upon rising was to bow deeply to Feng Dong, saying, "Thank you, Feng Yi, for your admonition." The sight of him, bloodied and barely able to stand, was difficult for many subordinates to witness, yet none of this swayed Feng Dong. "Go to your office," he stated curtly, before leading Qi Zixing toward the club staircase. The superior did not take the elevator, and thus, Lu Depeo, in pain, dared not follow suit, limping up the stairs behind him. The office of the Royal Supreme's owner was luxuriously adorned, rivaling the opulence of any private room in a high-end club. Feng Dong first invited Qi Zixing to take the main seat behind the boss's desk, which was Lu Depeo's usual place of work. Qi Zixing, displaying discretion, chose to sit directly on the sofa against the wall, acknowledging, "This is Feng Lao's domain. You are the host, I am the guest. It is not customary for guests to occupy the host's seat." Feng Dong, with a smile, replied, "Third Master has long instructed that young Master Qi is our esteemed guest. In our humble Pingnan County, there should be no distinction of hosts and guests. Feng Lao need not be overly polite. I am here today to gain a deeper understanding of the events that transpired at the school that day. In that case, I shall take my rightful place." Feng Dong felt satisfied with Qi Zixing's attitude. Although polite, one must not overstep boundaries on another's turf, were it someone like Zhuang Feng. He might have taken the main seat without a second thought after a few courteous exchanges. Lu Depeo, severely injured, took some time before finally entering. Upon entering, his first act was to pay his respects to Feng Dong. Feng Dong refrained from introducing Qi Zixing's identity and instead directly stated, "I have come, and I trust you are aware of the circumstances. It is time for you to confess." Lu Depeo was taken aback by Feng Dong's seriousness regarding the matter. He had assumed he was merely reprimanded for losing his managerial position. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt that an unsatisfactory response might even lead to his demise. He fell to his knees before Feng Dong, spilling out the events with great urgency. "Master Feng, please discern my truth. I genuinely had no idea that the three individuals would suddenly change their stance at the school. When you instructed me to cast aspersions on this Shen Yan, I took it seriously and personally selected 3 individuals from Lujia village. These men have grown up alongside me and had previously assisted with various tasks. They were deemed reliable and loyal enough for me to entrust them with your directive. However, once they were taken into custody, they turned on me." Frustrated, I assumed they had received some form of bribery, and I dispatched someone to investigate whom they had interacted with in recent days. Yet, the findings revealed that these individuals were either gambling or indulging in foot baths, with no connections to any other suspicious characters. I even scrutinized their card-playing companions, all of whom were longtime friends, entirely unacquainted with Shen Yan. Judging fairly, Liu Depeo demonstrated competence. His findings were nearly identical to those uncovered by Feng Dong's own investigation. Could it be that someone among their acquaintances bears a grudge against you or the third master? Or perhaps the three themselves harbor discontent towards us? That is impossible. I have considered this, but these individuals are entirely ignorant of your identities and the third masteress. Even those three from my village only knew I had someone backing me, but I would never dare divulge the names of you and the third master, Liu Depeo lamented. This is indeed perplexing. With no one orchestrating events and no vested interest in either party, how could they have willingly placed themselves in such a predicament? Surely, they did not impulsively decide to confess to someone they barely know. Chapter 90. The quest for the club. On that day, an incident occurred at the school, during which a teacher recorded a video and shared it online. Although the school swiftly intervened and issued a warning, leading to the deletion of the original video by the teacher, remnants of related content could still be found on various minor websites. Feng Dong, having dispatched individuals to investigate, viewed the video and was struck by the profound emotions exhibited by the trio with bowl-cut hairstyles. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as though they had genuinely reunited with a long-lost father. With all improbabilities eliminated, what remained, no matter how absurd, was indeed the truth. Indeed, the truth was that Shen Yan was the concealed father of the bowl-cut trio. Consequently, Feng Dong inquired further. Could it be possible that Shen Yan truly was the father of the three, or that they had been adopted by him since childhood? Liu Depeo was taken aback by Feng Dong's line of reasoning. Oh my esteemed Feng, I just mentioned that the trio and Shen Yan had never met before, and their ages do not align at all. There is a generational gap. Furthermore, the parents and relatives of the three are alive and well, all from the Liu family village, and I have met them all. Considering their ages, if we were to entertain the idea of early pregnancy, it would be plausible for them to be Shen Yan's parents, but to claim that Shen Yan is their father who adopted them? How could one even conceive such a notion? Liu Depeo had indeed seen the video circulating in school, and he could confidently assert that the bowl-cut trio displayed far less affection towards their biological parents than they did when acknowledging Shen Yan as their father that day. Feng Dong, realizing he had misspoken, straightened himself, as the filial demeanor portrayed in the video had momentarily swayed his thoughts. The inquiry reached a standstill. He had initially hoped to extract valuable information from Liu Depeo, but it appeared that Liu did not possess much more knowledge than he himself did. Subsequently, Feng Dong posed a series of trivial questions, yet none of them shed light on the motivations behind the peculiar actions of the bowl-cut trio. Qi Zixing sat quietly on the sofa, attentively listening to their dialogue, while attempting to piece together the details of the incident, still finding himself at a loss. As a witness to the event, he had been in close proximity to Zhuang Feng that day. From Liu Depeo's statements and the initial behavior of the trio, it was evident that they were executing a plan aimed at tarnishing Shen Yan's reputation. The sudden shift in the trio's demeanor was baffling. Unless Shen Yan possessed some inexplicable charm that could prompt such a recognition, it remained utterly incomprehensible. Yet, how could that even be possible? Qi Xiao. Feng Dong called out several times before Qi Zixing emerged from his reverie. Qi Xiao, regardless of your beliefs, the actions of the three behind the school have no connection to me or the third master. We sincerely assisted you in venting your grievances. Rising from the sofa, Qi Zixing reaffixed a smile to his countenance. I am now aware of this matter. I appreciate your efforts, old Feng, in pursuing the truth for me in recent days. The third master and you shall always remain friends of mine and the Qi family. Qi Zixing understood that Feng Dong's willingness to invest such effort in uncovering the truth was largely motivated by respect for his adoptive father. Hence his mention of the Qi family was intended to reassure Feng. Feng Dong exhaled, feeling relieved. This was the most substantial lead they could uncover, and further investigation would likely yield no more. If the other party remained dissatisfied, there was little he could do. Fortunately, Qi Zixing was reasonable and did not press the issue further. If Qi Xiao still harbors discontent towards Shen Yan, we are willing to offer our full assistance. As a means of atoning for past grievances, Feng Dong, fearing that Qi Zixing harbored some resentment, added, Rest assured, this time I shall personally intervene. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, old sir. I feel quite embarrassed to impose upon you again after our previous encounter. Moreover, Xiao Feng and I are soon to return to Liaoyuan, so let this matter be. Qi Zixing firmly declined. Recognizing that the assistance offered stemmed from the favor of his adoptive father, yet such goodwill is not boundless. Without mutual benefit, sincerity is hard to come by. Otherwise, when they first proposed to teach Shen Yan a lesson, Feng Dong could have acted independently, rather than assigning the task to his subordinates. Ultimately, the lack of seriousness was evident. Observing the expression on Qi Zixing's face, which seemed devoid of mere politeness, Feng Dong replied, "In that case, I feel rather remiss. As I truly owe you a great deal, young Qi. Please, old sir, do not mention it. Should you find yourself in Liaoyuan province in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall host you for a warm welcome." As they reached the entrance, Feng Dong hesitated before speaking again. "Young Qi, you are truly a remarkable talent, adept in your endeavors, a veritable dragon among men. With your assistance, Qi, one can flourish like a fish in water. However, what does young Master Zhuang?" Feng Dong seemed to be grappling with his words. He chuckled softly. "Ultimately, the legacy you build must be entrusted to your own son. I have heard some tidings regarding the situations in Liaoyuan, Huailin, and Qilong provinces. It is uncommon for an heir to share power, as authority is traditionally centralized. Thus, young Qi, you must consider your own position carefully. There is no need for you to worry, old sir. I trust that my adoptive father has his own plans. Furthermore, Xiao Feng and I share a brotherly bond. Should my adoptive father's legacy one day be passed to him, I will certainly lend my full support." Qi Zixing, with noble bearing, clasped his fists in farewell. Watching Qi Zixing's retreating figure, Feng Dong clasped his hands behind his back and mused, "If you truly consider him a brother, why did you not bring along Zhuang Feng when I extended my invitation?" Shen Yan was traversing the main thoroughfare of Pingmen County. The economy of Pingmen County rivals that of the Anhai city center, with luxury vehicles lining the streets. Shen Yan held little fascination for extravagant automobiles, as the realm of cultivation prioritizes the practicality of flying tools. To him, the distinction between opulent and ordinary vehicles was negligible in terms of functionality. While one might boast of the speed of a sports car, in the context of Anhai's road conditions, even the swiftest would find their pace severely limited, unless, of course, it could take flight. He effortlessly gathered information about Liu DePeo, discovering that he was indeed a local celebrity. A few inquiries revealed his general background. Shen Yan learned that he was a prominent figure in the entertainment industry of Pingmen County, primarily conducting business during the day at the Royal Supreme Club. However, meeting him proved to be a challenge. Shen Yan could indeed storm into the club, striking down anyone in his path until he reached Liu DePeo's office to confront him about his intentions to harm him. Such an approach is the simplest and most efficient, favored by many cultivators as a classic method of vengeance. Yet, this method carries significant repercussions, often leading to a cycle of retribution that escalates through generations. The usual pattern involves a son avenging a father avenging a grandfather, and so forth, creating an endless chain of retaliation. Moreover, according to local whispers, the success of Liu DePeo's entertainment empire appears to be intertwined with connections to those in power. Shen Yan's actions could easily attract the attention of the authorities, leading to an unsolicited complimentary lodging arrangement. Therefore, he sought a more tactful and gentle approach to resolve the matter at hand. The light snow continued to fall today, coating the ground with a delicate layer of white. He parked his electric scooter in an available spot beside the Royal Supreme Club. Despite the prohibition against parking in that area, as electric vehicles were to be left in designated zones. The security guard at the entrance noticed him and pointed with his baton. Although he did not create any trouble, he directed Shen Yan to move his vehicle to the appropriate location. After complying with the guard's instructions, Shen Yan heard the young security officer inquire, "Why are you out running a driving service so early?" Shen Yan casually replied, "The early bird catches the worm." Chapter 91. The instability of kidney Qi. "You are quite diligent," the guard remarked, extending his hand to retrieve a lighter from his pocket. At such moments, a savvy chauffeur would typically offer a cigarette. However, Shen Yan did not belong to that category. After a prolonged silence, the young guard grew increasingly impatient as Shen Yan showed no signs of offering a smoke. Those who patronized the Royal Supreme Club were often wealthy individuals, indulging themselves and calling for a driver, which naturally led to generous tips for the service. Consequently, many chauffeurs were eager to frequent this establishment, creating a competitive atmosphere. The security personnel overseeing the entry and exit of drivers thus became figures of importance, their status elevated accordingly. Some chauffeurs, upon encountering the guards, would not only offer cigarettes, but would also share part of their earnings as a gesture of appreciation. Yet, the present chauffeur displayed no inclination to even make such a gesture, lacking the necessary insight. Seeing Shen Yan's apparent ignorance, the young guard grew more irritable. Move along. This is not your place. Just moments ago, he had allowed him to park, and now he was hastily ushering him away, lacking even a semblance of justification. The guard's abrupt shift in demeanor was quite astonishing. Shen Yan was not oblivious to social niceties. He was simply out of funds. Having exhausted his savings on the electric scooter, he still possessed a gold medal but could not offer it as a token. It was perplexing that the racing competition did not provide any monetary rewards, leaving him unable to afford even a pack of cigarettes. However, given his current reliance on the security personnel for information, he deemed it unwise to provoke their ire or incite their disdain. Thus, Shen Yan remarked, "My dear fellow, it's not that I disregard the rules. Rather, it is your condition that seems ill-suited for smoking." His cryptic demeanor astounded the young guard. "What do you mean? Have you been experiencing poor sleep, frequent bloating, or perhaps urgency and splitting during urination? How do you know?" The guard responded, bewildered. "You, a chauffeur, understand these matters?" The accuracy of Shen Yan's observations left no room for doubt in the guard's mind. With a subtle smile, Shen Yan reflected on the medical texts he had diligently studied during this period. With his profound comprehension, he could easily assume the role of a skilled physician. Coupled with his innate talent for pharmacology from a previous life, few would rival his medical acumen. However, it seemed that practicing medicine in this world required a medical license. Otherwise, it would be deemed illegal. Otherwise, he might have seriously considered a career in medicine. Although he could not become a physician, it did not hinder his ability to diagnose ailments. Merely through observation, he could ascertain a person's physical condition. Your sleep is irregular. Both your heart and spleen are deficient. Your dietary habits lack moderation. Your liver is stagnant and ignited. Your kidney energy is unstable, and your heart fire descends. Naturally, ailments abound. Indeed, last month, I consulted a doctor who remarked upon my erratic schedule and poor eating habits. The young security guard nodded in agreement. For security personnel like them, the night shift is their battlefield. Poor routines and irregular meals are commonplace, making them susceptible to illness over time. However, the medications prescribed to me have yielded no results after a month. My insomnia has worsened. For those of us who already have scant sleep, insomnia can mean entire nights without rest. The young guard expressed his distress. He could tolerate issues like bloating and frequent urination, but losing sleep as someone who works rotating shifts is unbearable. Shen Yan smiled faintly, enigmatic. These are mere trifles. As a doctor, one must never be modest. A hesitant demeanor can easily breed distrust among patients, especially since Shen Yan possessed genuine expertise. "Can you cure me?" The guard's eyes gleamed with hope. "Fetch me paper and pen, and I shall write you a prescription that guarantees your insomnia and bloating will vanish within 3 days and complete recovery in 7. The guard hurried to retrieve writing materials, watching Shen Yan's flowing script as he wrote. Suddenly, he recalled something and inquired, "Brother, you didn't mention the restroom issue." "Oh, for that, simply refrain from engaging in too many derivative problems, and you shall heal without medicine," Shen Yan replied casually. "You can deduce that too?" The guard was further astonished. Having addressed the guard's concerns, Shen Yan turned his attention to the matter regarding Liu DePeo. "How long have you worked at the Royal Supreme?" "Almost 6 years. I began right after graduating high school, and jobs are scarce now." The guard offered Shen Yan a cigarette, but upon seeing him decline, lit one for himself. "From your tone, are you considering a job change?" "It's not that it's bad here. The club's wages are low. But given the clientele, sometimes a wealthy patron offers a tip that equals a month's salary just for moving their car." Indeed, the guard inhaled deeply. "Our manager, Mr. Liu, has quite the temper. It's common for him to scold and strike employees. Just a few days ago, a lady was beaten nearly to death by Mr. Liu for not satisfying a client, leaving her with scars. Is that true? Does your boss treat employees so harshly? Isn't he afraid of lawsuits?" "Lawsuit?" The guard chuckled at what he perceived as a humorous notion. "Mr. Liu stands firm in this establishment. He fears no accusations. If you dare to report him, You might find yourself lifeless in a remote place by the next day. The guard opened up, typical of an employee at the bottom of the hierarchy, feeling both fear and resentment towards such a boss, yet unable to voice his anger. Brother, I'm not afraid to share this with you. This morning, the big boss came and left Mr. Liu bloodied and battered. And guess what happened afterward? Once the big boss departed, Mr. Liu took out his frustration on us security guards, sending several of my colleagues to the hospital. I was fortunate to be delayed with other matters and was not at the club, or I too would be in a hospital bed by now. They were hospitalized? Shen Yan feigned surprise. However, from the security guard, another piece of information emerged. There was still someone above Liu Depeo. Could the person orchestrating the slander against him be the big boss the guard mentioned? Otherwise, how could it be that in such a grand establishment, he was the only one standing at the entrance during the day? The young guard nodded. You say your General Liu is so formidable, yet he has been so severely beaten by the big boss. Who is this big boss that makes General Liu so fearful? Shen Yan inquired with an impassive demeanor. To be honest, I am not quite clear about our big boss either. The young guard scratched his head. I've been at the club for 6 years, and I can count on one hand the number of times I've seen the big boss. I only know there is such a person, but not much else. Being at the bottom of the hierarchy, the young guard had only superficial knowledge about Liu Depeo and the big boss he spoke of, lacking any deeper insight. Seeing that he could not extract any further information, Shen Yan asked one last question. Is General Liu still at the club? Yes, the guard replied. He just called a few girls from the club into his office. The young guard clicked his tongue. You say General Liu is hurt like this, yet still has the inclination for that. I wonder if he can handle so many girls. Shen Yan squinted at the young guard. Understanding why he lacked resolve, his mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. Chapter 92. Climbing through the window after inquiring about the general layout of the Royal Supreme Club, Shen Yan found a reason to leave. Once out of the guard's sight, he veered towards the back of the establishment. Behind the resplendent club lay a dimly lit alley for exhaust and waste disposal, where several green trash bins stood. Shen Yan counted the windows. According to the guard, the farthest right window on the third floor was where Liu Depeo typically conducted his business. The third floor was not particularly high, and although Shen Yan could no longer soar through the air as he once did, he could easily scale the ledge with this body. After stretching to loosen his muscles and ensuring the area was clear, he stepped out and swiftly ascended to the third floor. Instead of directly climbing through the window, he gripped the ledge with one arm and extended a wisp of consciousness inside. Within the room, an executive chair was positioned sideways, and a corpulent man lay languidly across it. Several women knelt nearby, attending to his wounds. Liu Depeo had sustained significant injuries, though fortunately, they were merely superficial. Feng Dong had held back his strength while striking him. Otherwise, given Feng Dong's martial prowess, a single punch could have easily dispatched Liu Depeo. Since taking over the management of MemeWorthy's enterprises, he had not endured such grievous injuries. Even minor scrapes would instill fear in those around him. Therefore, being chastised by Feng Dong in front of so many people and drawing blood left him exceedingly displeased. Earlier in the morning, he had already vented his frustration on several security guards, yet the pent-up anger within him remained unresolved. If given the chance, he vowed to exact vengeance on the teacher who had caused him this unwarranted calamity. Liu Depeo seethed inwardly. The girls at the club, sensing their boss's foul mood, were particularly cautious while applying medicine, fearful of further inciting his ire. Yet, the more they worried, the more prone they became to mistakes. One young lady, while applying iodine to Liu Depeo's wound, inadvertently pressed too hard, eliciting a pained outcry from him. In a fit of rage, Liu Depeo kicked her squarely in the chest, sending her sprawling to the ground. The young woman winced in pain as she fell to the ground, tears welling in her eyes, yet she dared not cry out. Useless bunch, can't even handle such a trivial matter, Liu Depeo exclaimed, rising from his executive chair in a fit of anger. Some individuals, when frustrated by their superiors, tend to vent their frustrations on those beneath them. Although Liu Depeo managed to retain his position following a reprimand from Feng Dong, he felt the need to release his pent-up frustration. The girl who had been kicked remained silent, while the other women around her turned pale with fear, halting their actions. Did I tell you to stop? Liu Depeo reclined back into his leather chair, his voice cold and commanding. The women hastily resumed their tasks, albeit with heightened caution. Liu Depeo closed his eyes, relishing the services of the women, and beckoned the girl who had just been kicked with a finger. You, come here. The girl wiped away her tears and crawled towards him, kneeling as she unfastened his belt and unzipped his trousers. The others pretended not to notice, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Shen Yan, utilizing his spiritual awareness, surveyed the room and couldn't help but acknowledge that the young security guard's suspicions were not unfounded. He had misjudged him. Hanging from the eaves, Shen Yan patiently awaited the opportune moment, the gentle snowfall settling upon him, dusting his clothes with a fine layer of white. Fortunately, the corridor was dimly lit, and no one approached. The commotion inside the room did not last long. Perhaps Lu DePeo's injuries rendered him unfit for prolonged exertion, or he simply was not adept at enduring extended conflicts. Before long, he dismissed everyone and, lulled by the oppressive warmth of the air conditioning, drifted into slumber. Once Shen Yan confirmed that no one else remained in the room, he gently pushed open the window, exerted a forceful push with his arm, and rolled into the chamber. After entering, he shook off the snow from his clothes. Although the movement was minimal, it was enough to awaken the drowsy Lu DePeo. Who's there? Lu DePeo mumbled as he sat up, scanning the surroundings. A young and handsome man, wearing a smile, quietly observed him. Though unfamiliar, there was an air of familiarity about him. Lu DePeo truly knows how to indulge himself. The beauty's gentle caress awakens the senses. A spectacle for one as inexperienced as I, Shen Yan remarked, brushing off the remnants of snow from his pant legs with admiration. Fully alert now, Lu DePeo recognized the man before him. He had seen his photograph, the very same individual Feng Dong had instructed him to deal with, a teacher from the school. How did you get in? Where's the security? What about the others in the club? Lu DePeo instinctively recoiled, but his arm met empty air, and he tumbled from his chair, landing right before Shen Yan. There is no need for such formalities, Lu DePeo. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters, Shen Yan said with a smile as he reached out to assist the fallen man. Lu DePeo's wariness surged as he shuffled backward, his plump form moving away. I have nothing to discuss with you, nor do I wish to answer any of your questions. Shen Yan remained still, retrieving a pill from his pocket, crushing it before gently blowing the powder towards Lu DePeo's face. The terror that had once marred Lu DePeo's expression vanished, replaced by a friendly demeanor as he waddled towards Shen Yan, albeit with a noticeable limp due to his injury. Dad, what brings you here? Shen Yan reclined on the sofa and gestured towards the executive chair, saying, Take a seat. Lu DePeo hesitated, replying, Father, you sit here. How could I, your son, dare to occupy that seat? I shall stand. Shen Yan disregarded his protest, smiling as he said, I came today to have a conversation with you. Ah, Father, speak freely. I shall hold nothing back. First, tell me, who instructed you to harm me? It was San Yi and Feng Yi. Upon mentioning the idea of harm, Lu DePeo's expression turned regretful. San Yi and Feng Yi? Who are they? San Yi goes by the name Ma Tai, while Feng Yi is known as Feng Dong. They are my direct superiors. The enterprises under your son's name are all under San Yi's command. I am merely overseeing them. Ma Tai and Feng Dong. Shen Yan searched his memory, realizing that these two names were entirely unfamiliar to him. Why would they wish to harm me? That, I am unsure of. It appears they were acting on someone else's behalf. I simply execute what is instructed from above. Questioning the reasons is not the duty of subordinates like us. That is indeed puzzling. I have no grievances with them, past or present. Why would they wish to bring me harm? Shen Yan pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, Lu DePeo recalled something, stating, this morning, Feng Yi brought along a young man. It seems he is connected to this matter. What sort of young man? Do you remember his appearance? Shen Yan inquired. Approximately 27 or 28 years old, quite handsome, dressed in a leather outfit even in the depths of winter. Lu DePeo described the features he remembered. Upon hearing the mention of leather attire, Shen Yan had a strong inkling. Who else could it be but Qi Zixing? That pretentious fellow. This made sense. Chapter 93. Serious business setting aside Qi Zixing for the moment, with Ma Tai and Feng Dong collaborating against him. Shen Yan felt compelled to respond in kind, lest he appear impolite. However, before retaliating against their attentions, he first needed to understand the situation regarding Ma and Feng. Are both Ma Tai and Feng Dong your direct superiors? To be precise, Feng Yi is indeed my immediate superior. As for San Yi, he is Feng Yi's superior. Essentially my boss's boss. I am, at best, a mere watchdog, overseeing San Yi's enterprises. Typically, we only interact with Feng Yi. It is only during the year-end that San Yi summons us for a brief audience. Lu DePeo exhibited no embarrassment in calling himself a dog. Rather, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Shen Yan contemplated, It appears that Ma Tai, or San Yi, is the true master of these individuals. It is with his approval that they dare to plot against me. One wonders if this scheme will fail, whether they will attempt another. While Shen Yan had no desire to become entangled in such troublesome affairs, he was not one to shy away from a challenge. Tell me more about this San Yi. What is the extent of his influence, and what enterprises does he control? Shen Yan never underestimated any adversary. Let me put it this way. The entire underground force of Pingnan County, no, of Anhai as a whole, is largely under San Ye's control. He has raised over a dozen watchdogs like myself to assist in managing various enterprises. The enterprises of the Third Master are predominantly situated in Pingnan, with his most renowned venture undoubtedly being the entertainment industry. Every prominent venue, whether it be a nightclub or a lounge, that one encounters in Pingnan is, in essence, under the aegis of the Third Master, regardless of whose name is affixed to it. Lu DePeo, with a grin plastered on his face and bruises still evident, presents a somewhat comical figure with his plump physique. Such wealth, Shen Yan mused, calculating in his mind that the assets of Master Ma far surpassed those of his father-in-law. However, these enterprises largely operate within a gray area, indicating that the thriving entertainment industry in Pingnan is inextricably linked to the underground influence of Ma Tai. And what of Feng Dong? What manner of man is he? When Ma Tai was mentioned, Lu DePeo spoke at length, yet when it came to his subordinate Feng Dong, he hesitated. I truly do not know much about Feng. All that is known is that the Third Master saved his life, after which he has remained by the Third Master's side. He is the foremost expert among the Third Master's followers and his absolute confidant. Yet his true strength remains a mystery. The injury on your son's body was inflicted by a single blow from him. While discussing Feng Dong, Lu DePeo exhibited a palpable fear, trembling slightly. Shen Yan stroked his chin, remaining silent as he pondered how best to reciprocate the Third Master's generosity. The scope of Ma Tai's operations is indeed vast, yet the supply chain is rather singular, making it susceptible to disruption. The crux lies in how to strike at his Achilles heel. Petty skirmishes would be futile, even if one were to don a mask and vandalize a few of his venues. It would hardly faze a tycoon of his magnitude. A counterattack would necessitate targeting his vulnerabilities. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan devised a plan and beckoned Lu DePeo to lean in closer. Lu DePeo shuddered at the suggestion, fervently shaking his head. No, no. That would anger the Third Master. I cannot. Shen Yan was taken aback by the refusal. It appeared that even a substitute remedy, crafted from ordinary herbs and rare materials, would yield vastly different results. Furthermore, the difference in alchemical tools played a significant role. Potions brewed with kitchen utensils would inevitably lose potency. Otherwise, given the efficacy of the dad pill that had once captivated golden core cultivators, it would be inconceivable for it to be met with refusal by an ordinary person.